Chapter 1 Countdown to Doomsday. Bind to the enjoyment system. June. The scorching sun hung in the sky like a huge incandescent lamp, making the asphalt road sizzle and ooze oil. The air is distorted. Xiaoyi's t-shirt was soaked and stuck to his back, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He held a thick stack of flyers in his hand and mechanically handed them to everyone who passed by. Swimming for fitness, would you like to know more? Handsome guy, fitness and swimming, do you want to know? Beauty. A girl wearing a cool halter dress and delicate makeup didn't even glance at him. She walked past him in high heels, tapping and bringing a gust of fragrant wind. Xiaoyi curled his lips and retracted his outstretched hand. So tired. Being an ox or a horse isn't this tiring. For a few $100s in part-time job fees, he felt like he was about to evaporate. Just when he was drowsy and felt like he was going to collapse from heatstroke in the next second. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded in his mind without any warning. Global notice, the countdown to Doomsday begins. Remaining time, 119 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. By then, 70% of the world's human population will be transformed into mindless zombies. All survivors, please be prepared. Who? Xiaoyi suddenly shuddered and woke up instantly. He was so shocked that he almost threw all the flyers in his hand. He turned his head sharply and looked around. There are people coming and going and traffic is heavy around. The aunties dancing in the square are still dancing to the most dazzling ethnic beats. A young couple on the street were feeding each other ice cream. Everything works fine. Hallucinations? Damn, it must be too hot. Xiaoyi wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed. This horrible weather can really drive people crazy. He was just about to continue distributing flyers when that damn mechanical voice rang in his head again. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The countdown ends, and the end is coming. His voice was as cold as the wind blowing from hell, and every word he said carried unquestionable authority. Xiaoyi froze. His heart began to beat uncontrollably, boom, 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 as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Not an illusion. Absolutely not. The voice was so real that every hair on his body stood on end. Zombies? End? 5 more days? What a joke. He is just an ordinary, poor college student, unarmed. What can he do when the end of the world comes? The first one to be eaten by zombies as an appetizer? Just when Xiaoyi's mind went blank and his hands and feet were cold. A completely different electronic sound with a playful feel then rang out. Bite. Detecting the host's strong desire to survive, the end-of-world bliss system is activating. Activation successful. This system is dedicated to allowing the host to enjoy the treatment of an emperor even in the end of the world, living a comfortable and carefree life. Xiaoyi? He was completely stunned. First there was the Doomsday announcement, and then there was a system? What is this abstract drama of the year? He pinched his thigh hard. Hiss. The intense pain told him clearly that this was not a dream. End of the world, enjoyment, system? Xiaoyi muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Why does this name sound so unreliable? Other people's systems are all called the strongest killing system and god-level evolution system, which are very domineering. How come it became a welfare system for him? Enjoying happiness in the end times? I'm afraid you don't think you're dying fast enough. Hello, host. The system voice sounded again. This system is easy to operate and offers generous benefits. Each time you successfully accept a beauty with a beauty rating of 90 or above, you will receive 1 ability development point. Power development points can be used to develop new power moves or upgrade power levels. The more beauties you take in, the stronger the host will be. After hearing this, Xiaoyi's eyes almost popped out. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. What the hell is going on? Can you become stronger by taking in beautiful women? Are you sure this system isn't from some novel website next door? And her appearance score is above 90? He has lived for 20 years, and has only seen a few people in real life who can be called 90 points, and all of them were on the screen. ISNT, this pure nonsense. Bite. To celebrate the successful activation of the system, we are now randomly drawing a novice gift pack for the host. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a random ability storage space LV1. Space size, 1000 cubic meters. Along with the prompt sound, Xiaoyi felt that a mysterious area had appeared out of nowhere in his consciousness. It was a gray cubic space, about 10 meters long, wide and high, and it was empty. He had an idea and looked tentatively at the thick stack of flyers in his hand. Receive, he muttered to himself. The next second, the flyer in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Xiaoyi's pupils suddenly contracted. He could clearly see that the stack of flyers was lying quietly in the corner of the gray space. He had another thought. Pick. Swish. The flyer appeared in his hand again, even the edges were exactly the same as before it disappeared. Oh shit. Real. Xiaoyi's heartbeat accelerated again, this time, not because of fear, but because of an indescribable excitement. System. Superpower. This is true. He really did gain superpowers. 1,000 cubic meters. That's equivalent to 60% of the space of a basketball court. He can go to the supermarket. Clear out all the food, water, medicine, and everything else that can be used from the shelves. With these supplies, even if the end of the world really comes, he can find a safe place to hide and live comfortably. This storage space is simply a magical skill in the Doomsday world. Xiaoyi's breathing became rapid and his cheeks turned red due to excessive excitement. He seemed to have seen that after the end of the world, others would be fighting for half a piece of bread, while he himself would be lying leisurely in the pile of supplies, drinking a Coke and eating potato chips. Isn't this what enjoying life means? The system never deceives me. However, this excitement didn't last for 3 minutes before it felt like a basin of ice water was poured over my head, cooling me down instantly. Xiaoyi's face darkened little by little. Wrong. Something is wrong. He thought of a fatal question. A question that made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. He had supplies, all right. But how can he protect these supplies? The end of the world is coming, order collapses, and humanity is destroyed. He is just an ordinary college student, with no strength, no fighting skills, and only a warehouse full of supplies. That is not called capital, that is called a death warrant. At that time, any ruthless person who has awakened combat abilities will come and kick open his door. He can spit fire, emit electricity, and punch through walls. What can he do? Killing with eyes? Or yell, "I'll give you all the supplies, don't kill me"? You wish. In that environment, a living mobile warehouse with massive amounts of supplies is definitely the top fat meat in everyone's eyes. Not only will others take away everything he has, but they will also break his neck without hesitation to eliminate the trouble forever. The supplies he had worked so hard to collect, the hope on which he depended for survival, would eventually become someone else's spoils. And he himself will become a cold corpse. Thinking of that scene, Xiaoyi's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. What a bullshit welfare system. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. This is the most injustice system in the apocalypse. Giving me a storage space but no combat power, isn't that like roasting me on the fire? Isn't this like that ultimate mobile treasure chest in the game where you're covered in amazing gear but it's only level 1, and then someone kills you instantly, leaving you with all your gear scattered all over the floor? The more Xiaoyi thought about it, the angrier and more scared he became. He felt like a 3-year-old child carrying a gold nugget through a busy street, dangerous and ridiculous. This storage space ability is not a magical skill at all, but a huge, glittering trap. It is telling the strong people all over the world, "Come on, come and kill me, I have food and drink here." Xiaoyi clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. What to do? What should I do? Give up collecting supplies? So what will we eat and drink when the apocalypse comes? Will we just sit and wait for death? Go collect supplies? That's digging your own grave, waiting for someone to bury you at any time. This is a complete dead end. The feeling of despair overwhelmed him like a tide. He scratched his hair irritably, his eyes scanning the chaotic crowd aimlessly. Suddenly, his gaze stopped. Not far away, a girl was walking out of a coffee shop. She wore a simple white dress, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She had no makeup on, and her face was bare, yet her complexion was glowing white. Her facial features are as delicate as a work of art, and her temperament is cool and pure, like a lotus blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain. The hustle and bustle around her automatically faded away and became the background. In Xiaoyi's mind, the system prompt sounded at an inopportune time. Ding! Target person detected. Name, Su Qingxue. Appearance rating, 98 points. Body rating, 96 points. Temperament rating, 99 points. Comprehensive evaluation, the ultimate goddess, the most beautiful woman in the world. Xiaohe's breathing stopped for a moment. His eyes were fixed on the girl named Su Qingxue, and he suddenly remembered another rule of the system. For every successful take-in of a beauty with a beauty rating of 90 or above, you will receive 1 ability development point. Power development points can be used to develop new power moves or upgrade power levels. Ability development point. Develop new supernatural moves. An unprecedented brilliance flashed in Xiaohe's eyes. He stared at Su Qingxue's back, his heart pounding. The only way to survive. This may be his only way to survive. As long as he can get a point to develop his superpowers, he will have the power to protect himself. But, looking at the girl's cold and arrogant look, she seemed to keep strangers away. Xiaohe's brows furrowed tightly again. There are 5 days left until the end of the world. How could he convince a strange goddess with a score of 98 who looked extremely aloof to join him? Just go up to her and say, "Hello, beautiful lady. The world will end in 5 days. Come with me. I can protect you." It would be strange if people didn't think he was a lunatic and slap him in the face. Chapter 2. Chatting up the school beauty requires some tricks. There is not much time left. Xiaohe's eyes seemed to be glued to Su Qingxue's back, unable to move away. The brain was working at a rapid speed, and all kinds of thoughts collided wildly, creating burning sparks. Just go up and strike up a conversation? He imagined the scene in his mind. With a face red from the sun and a sweaty t-shirt on, he approached her and gave her a smile he thought was handsome. "Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Xiaohe, can we be friends?" "Then what?" The girl looked at him as if he were a fool and said 2 words, "You are sick." The girl frowned beautifully, took out her phone from her bag, and skillfully opened an app. She took a photo of him and captioned, "Family, who understands? I ran into another ordinary man when I went out today. He was so greasy that I even skipped dinner. See the goddess's bodyguard, or maybe there was one? Kicked him 3 meters away. No matter what the result is, he will completely lose the opportunity. The conventional way doesn't work. For beauties of this level, ordinary advances and chats would only be considered harassment. They have seen too many and have long been immune to it. If he wanted to make her willingly join him within just 5 days, he had to use drastic measures and unconventional tactics. Take an unconventional approach. Xiaohe took a deep breath. The scorching air choked his lungs and caused them to hurt, but it also calmed his confused brain a little. He needed an opportunity, a chance that would allow him to legitimately intervene in her life and leave a lasting impression. An opportunity created by him. His eyes fell on the loose shoulder bag behind Su Qingxue. The bag was open, and a latest model of Apple mobile phone was lying quietly inside, with even a corner of it sticking out. In the crowded city center, this is like shouting to thieves, "Come and steal from me." A plan so bold that even he himself was terrified quickly took shape in his mind. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. The end of the world is coming. Are you still afraid of being labeled a thief? Done. Xiaohe stuffed the flyer in his hand into the trash can on the side of the road and quickly followed. He didn't dare to follow too closely, always keeping a distance of 7 or 8 meters, like a real hunter, keeping a tight lock on his prey. Su Qingxue didn't seem to notice that there was a tail behind her. She walked into a shopping mall on the street. The air conditioning in the mall was turned on high, which dispelled the heat from Xiaohe's body, but made him sweat more coldly because of nervousness. The first floor is the cosmetics and gold and silver jewelry area, which has a huge flow of people. Well-dressed men and women were walking around, and the enthusiastic introductions of shopping guides were heard one after another. Now is the time. Xiaohe seized the opportunity, and when Su Qingxue passed by a crowded counter and was blocked by several girls who were picking lipsticks, he quickly squeezed past from the side. Distance, less than half a meter. He could even smell a faint fragrance from the tips of her hair, like the fragrance of a garden in the early morning. My heart is beating loudly in my chest. Success or failure depends on this one move. He didn't reach out, but just stared at the phone in her bag with the corner of his eye. Receive. Xiaohe roared in his heart. The gray space and the consciousness shook slightly. The next second, the white cell phone disappeared from Su Qingxue's bag out of thin air. The whole process is silent and as fast as lightning. Xiaohe could even see that his cell phone was lying quietly in his storage space. The screen was still on, showing a screensaver of snow-capped mountains. Success. The immense joy and excitement made his scalp tingle. Without any hesitation, he immediately withdrew, mixed into the crowd next to him, hid behind a pillar, and nervously observed Su Qingshue's reaction. Su Qingxue seemed not to notice. She walked around the crowd and continued forward, ready to take the escalator. The moment she stepped into the elevator, she seemed to suddenly remember something and habitually reached for her cell phone in her bag. I found nothing. She paused. The cold expression on her face froze instantly, and she reached in again, searching carefully. Once, twice. No. My phone is missing. Su Qingshue's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. She turned around suddenly and scanned the crowd behind her with sharp eyes. People come and go, everyone looks normal, yet it seems everyone is suspicious. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes revealed a hint of panic and annoyance. There are too many important things in my phone. If I lose it. Just when she was getting anxious and ready to find them all security, a figure walked out from behind the pillar and stood in front of her. Classmate, are you looking for this? Su Qingshuo was stunned and raised her head. What caught my eye was a face that was a little tanned by the sun, but with distinct features and clear eyes. It was the boy who was handing out flyers on the street just now. And in his hand, he was holding her cell phone that had just disappeared. My phone. Su Qingshuo was surprised and happy, and subconsciously reached out to take it. However, Xiaoyi pulled his hand back and didn't let her get it. Su Qingshuo froze, her eyes instantly alert, with a hint of scrutiny. What do you want to do? She reacted very quickly and immediately realized that something was wrong. How did this person get her phone? It was clearly in her bag just now. Don't get me wrong. Xiaoyi looked at her wary eyes and thought to himself, smart. But his face showed a lingering fear. He lowered his voice and said, there were a lot of people over there just now, and I saw someone stealthily reaching into your bag. When I shouted, he threw his phone on the ground and ran away. As he spoke, he pointed with his chin in the direction of the crowded counter. He had prepared this rhetoric long ago. There was a thief, he scared the thief away and picked up the phone. It makes sense and fits perfectly. You can also create an image of yourself as a good citizen who bravely acts to do what is right. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the vigilance in Su Qingshue's eyes disappeared for the most part, replaced by a hint of fear and gratitude. She looked at Xiaoyi again, her eyes softening. Thank you, really. Thank you so much. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Xiaoyi handed her the phone and added casually, be careful next time. There are so many people here. Yes, I will. Su Qingshuo took the phone, held it tightly in her hand, hesitated for a moment, looked up at Xiaoyi, and asked seriously. Classmate, what's your name? I have to thank you very much. How about I treat you to a meal? Done. Fish, you're hooked. Xiaoyi was ecstatic in his heart, but he pretended to be generous and waved his hands. No need to eat, it's just a small favor. He paused, looked at the girl's beautiful face, and then changed the subject with a slightly tired smile. But if you really want to thank me, why not buy me a cup of coffee? I'm feeling dehydrated after being out in the sun all afternoon. This request neither seems too deliberate nor gives the other party an excuse that cannot be refused. Su Qingshuo was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That smile was like the melting of an iceberg and the blooming of a snow lotus. Ding! Su Qingshue's favorability towards you plus 10. Current favorability, 10 friendly stranger. Okay. She nodded, her voice clear and crisp. I know there's a good coffee shop nearby. I'll take you there. Looking at her back as she walked towards the coffee shop, Xiaoyi clenched his fist suddenly in a corner where no one could see. The first step was successful. Chapter 3 From Strangers to Friends. The air conditioning in the coffee shop is turned up very high, it is like two different worlds compared to the outside. Xiaoyi sank into the soft sofa, breathed a long sigh of relief, and felt like he was alive again. Su Qingshuo opposite ordered 2 glasses of iced American coffee and handed one over. Thank you so much today. She held the coffee cup and thanked him again, her clear eyes full of sincerity. I already said it's just a small favor. If you thank me again, I'll be embarrassed to drink this cup of coffee. Xiaoyi waved his hand, picked up the cup and took a big gulp. The cool liquid slid down my throat, dispelling the heat from my internal organs. It felt so good. Su Qingshuo was amused by his appearance, and with a slight smile on her lips, she asked, from your accent, you don't sound like a local. Do you go to university nearby? Here we come. Xiaohui felt something in his heart, knowing that the real show was about to begin. He put down his cup and replied casually, "Yeah, at Tomato Academy." Tomato College? Su Qingshue's eyes suddenly lit up, and there was a hint of surprise in her tone. What a coincidence, I'm also from Tomato College. Really? Xiaohui also showed a suitable surprise. Then we are still alumni. Senior or junior? I'm a junior, what about you? I'm a sophomore, so I have to call you senior. Xiaohui grinned, revealing his white teeth. It's fate. Ding. Su Qingshue's favorability towards you plus 10. Current favorability, 20. An alumnus with whom I have some affection. Being from the same school instantly brought the two closer together. The atmosphere became lively. Su Qingxue was obviously very fond of this brave junior and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Junior, why don't you go home during the summer vacation? Are you here to do a part-time job? It's so hot today, handing out flyers is too hard. She paused and asked curiously, won't your family feel bad? This is exactly what Xiaohui was waiting for. The smile on his face froze slightly, and the hand holding the coffee cup stopped in mid-air. He didn't answer immediately, but turned to look out the window. There is a lot of traffic and people coming and going. His eyes revealed a loneliness and vicissitudes that were inconsistent with his age. This immediately brings the atmosphere to its fullest. Su Qingxue immediately realized that she might have asked a question that she shouldn't have asked and was about to apologize. Xiaohui turned around and smiled at her, but there was a hint of bitterness and reluctance in that smile. There's not much family left. His voice was very soft, but it was like a stone, creating ripples in Su Qingxue's heart. You have to earn your tuition and living expenses by yourself. He didn't say much, just made a point. But the image of a lonely boy whose parents had both passed away, struggling to survive alone in a huge city, and working under the scorching sun to pay for his tuition, instantly stood in Su Qingxue's mind. This set of rhetoric is too destructive. Especially for a girl like Su Qingxue who comes from a wealthy family and is full of compassion, it was a precise blow. She looked at Xiaohui's face, which was a little tanned but his eyes were still clear, and her heart inexplicably felt sore. It turns out that he is not going home. There is no home to return to. Ding. Su Qingxue's favorability towards you increased by 20. Current favorability, 40. Sympathetic alumnus. Favorability has increased again. Xiaohui was overjoyed in his heart, but his face still maintained that tough expression of I'm fine, I'm used to it. With my acting skills, it would be a waste if I don't win an Oscar. However, he also knew that just playing the victim was not enough. Sympathy is the cheapest and most fragile emotion. If you want to win her over within 5 days, you must make her feel more than just sympathy for you, a strong interest in you. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a bit heavy, Xiaohui changed the subject. He picked up a sugar cube bag on the table, shook it in front of Su Qingxue, and blinked mysteriously. Senior, let's not talk about this anymore. Let me show you something fun. Su Qingxue has not yet come out of the overflowing maternal mood. Watch carefully. Xiaohui placed the sugar cube bag in the palm of his left hand and smiled at her. Believe it or not, I can make it disappear completely from this world? Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she was amused by his pretentious look and curled her lips. Boast. Don't blink. Xiaohui placed his right hand on top of his left hand and rubbed it gently. During the whole process, his hands were completely exposed to Su Qingxue's sight. He muttered to himself. Receive. The next second, he spread his hands. Empty. That sugar cube bag just disappeared out of thin air. The smile on Su Qingxue's face froze instantly. Her eyes suddenly widened, and her body leaned forward subconsciously, staring at Xiaohui's empty palm. Where's the sugar? It disappeared. Xiaohui looked innocent. Impossible. Su Qingxue didn't believe it at all. She grabbed Xiaohui's right hand and checked it over and over again. You must have hidden it. In your sleeve? Or some magic prop? Her movements were swift and carried an unquestionable dominance. Xiaohui's heart skipped a beat. Her hands. So soft. It is like a piece of warm and cool jade, delicate, smooth, and with a hint of coolness. Being held by her like this, a faint fragrance penetrated into Xiaohui's nostrils, and he felt that the hormones in his body were being secreted crazily. This is such a great deal, it feels so good. He was very happy in his heart, but his face showed a calm look of just check it at your leisure. Su Qingxue carefully examined his hands, pulled his sleeves, and even asked him to stand up and felt around his body. Nothing. There are no interlayers, no secret pockets, and you can't find any props. That sugar cube bag really seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Now, Su Qingxue was completely confused. She looked at Xiaohe, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. This was beyond her understanding of magic. How on earth did you do that? She couldn't help but ask, her voice full of suppressed curiosity. Ding! Su Qingxue's favorability towards you plus 10. Current favorability, 50. A very curious ordinary friend. Xiaohe looked at her cute and curious look, feeling very proud, but he kept it a secret. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. Tisk, so stingy. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, but the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. This junior student seemed to be much more interesting than she had imagined. He is brave and righteous, has a miserable life, is strong and independent, and now he can do this kind of miraculous magic. It's like a mystery. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that the time was almost right, Xiaohe took the initiative to say. It's getting late, senior, are you busy? I have to go back and continue handing out flyers. Still sending? Su Qingxue frowned subconsciously. What else? We haven't even settled on dinner yet. Xiaohe shrugged, looking accustomed to it. Su Qingxue looked at him, and the last bit of defense in her heart was completely removed. She took out her cell phone and opened a QR code interface. Add me on WeChat. She looked at Xiaohe and said seriously. If you need any help in the future, you can tell me. And, you must perform this magic trick for me again next time. Done. Xiaohe was ecstatic and quickly took out his broken mobile phone and scanned her QR code. Friend request has been sent. Ding, the other party has accepted your friend request. Looking at the new friend named Qingxue on his phone and her account with a snow-capped mountain as its avatar, Xiaohe felt that he was one step closer to success. However, when he saw the glaring number on the system panel, his heart sank again. Target, Su Qingxue. Favorability, 50 ordinary friends. To successfully take in, favorability requirement, 100. 50 points. Just ordinary friends. It's still halfway to being recognized as sheltered by the system. And the countdown to Doomsday is still ticking away second by second. There is not much time left. Chapter 4, if you don't have money, take out online loans. Stock up on supplies and prepare in advance. Leaving the coffee shop, the summer evening breeze blew in my face with a hint of lingering heat. Xiaohe walked on the sidewalk, his mind in a mess. On the mobile phone screen, the new friend named Qingxue has an avatar of a lonely and tall snow-capped mountain, just like her, cold and out of reach. Favorability, 50. This number was like a thorn in his heart. 50 points, sounds good, we have gone from strangers to ordinary friends. But what the hell is the use of this? Ordinary friends? The end of the world is coming, who has time to play the innocent more than friends, but not lovers, game with you? In less than 5 days, the countdown will end and the world will be filled with man-eating zombies. By then, let alone developing a relationship, it would even be a question whether he could see the sun tomorrow. The conventional route is definitely not feasible. Want to raise the favorability of a 98-point goddess from 50 to 100 within 5 days, so that she will be willing to be taken in? It's a pipe dream. We must use strong medicine and be ruthless. Xiaohe's eyes gradually became sharper, and a fierceness rose from the bottom of his heart. He thought of the system and the superpower development point that could develop superpowers. That was his only way to survive. In order to survive, let alone moral integrity, what's the harm even if he becomes a bad guy for once? But before that, he had more important things to do. He looked up at the brightly lit city in the distance, then lowered his head and thought about his 4-person university dormitory. A thin wooden door with a flimsy spring lock. Forget about zombies, even the dormitory manager can kick them away with one kick. Living there is like washing your neck clean and waiting for the zombies to come and feast on you. We must find a safe place. A strong, hard-to-defend fortress. An idea flashed through his mind: hotel. Especially those star-rated hotels with heavy solid wooden doors, electronic access cards, and 24-hour security. It's the perfect refuge at the beginning of the apocalypse. But the problem arises again. He touched his empty pockets, a hint of self-mockery on his face. The total value of his entire body was less than 300 yuan. Staying in a hotel? Or a 5-star hotel? Stop dreaming, even the security guard at the door looks down on him. Money. He needs money. Lots of money. Xiaohui stopped at the entrance of a secluded alley. He leaned against the wall and took out the broken cell phone with a cracked screen. The dim light illuminated his face, and his eyes flashed with madness and determination. The end of the world is coming, credit reporting is nothing. He hissed softly, his fingers sliding rapidly across the screen. He downloaded all the apps that he had heard of before but never dared to touch. Huabei, Jibei, various online loan platforms. Dear Mr. Xiaohui, based on your credit assessment, we can provide you with a credit line of 5,000 yuan. Not enough. Far from enough. Xiaohui's eyes were red, like a gambler who had lost all his fortune. He began to fill out the information frantically: ID card, student ID, contact person. Even when a pop-up asked, "Are you willing to provide more private information to obtain a higher credit limit?" he clicked yes without hesitation. Give him all the permissions for the address book and photo album. I'm almost dying, why would I care whether you look at the stupid emoticons saved in my phone? 1, 2, 3. He applied for more than a dozen platforms in one go. Byte. Your bank card with the last number XXXX has received 5,000 yuan. Byte. Your bank card with the last number XXXX has received 8,000 yuan. Byte. Your bank card with the last number XXXX has received 12,000 yuan. The phone's notifications kept ringing like crazy, and money poured into his bank account. Xiaohui stared at the number that kept jumping on the phone screen. 50,000. 100,000. 150,000. Finally, the number stopped at 163,700. Looking at this huge sum of money that he had never seen in his 20 years of life, Xiaohui felt his breathing become hot. This is not about money anymore. This is his hope for survival. This is his confidence in fighting against the apocalypse. With the money, the first step of the plan can begin. Xiaohui opened the hotel booking software without any hesitation. He directly selected 5-star luxury, his eyes swept across the ordinary rooms that cost hundreds of dollars a night, and finally stopped at a glaring name. Global Center Cloud Hotel Executive View Suite. One night, 3,888 yuan. That's it. Xiaohui gritted his teeth and booked for 5 days. The moment the payment was successful, he felt like he was floating. Having been poor for 20 years, he never dreamed that he would one day be able to live in a place like this. Cool. It feels so fucking good. Money is indeed a man's courage. After finding accommodation, the next step is the most important one: stocking up on supplies. Xiaohui took a taxi and rushed to the largest warehouse-style supermarket in the city. Pushing a huge shopping cart, walking between the dazzling shelves, and looking at the men and women around him who knew nothing about the end of the world, Xiaohui felt a strange sense of superiority in his heart. You are still worrying about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. And I am about to become the most comfortable person in the world. Without any hesitation, he began to go on a shopping spree. Compressed biscuits, chocolate, beef jerky, energy bars, all high-calorie foods with a long shelf life were loaded into the car in boxes. Purified water, mineral water, functional drinks. He wanted to empty the entire shelf. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble and affecting his plans, Xiaohui had to pay the bill honestly. Then, Xiaohui avoided the surveillance, placed his hand lightly on the shopping cart, and had an idea. Receive. The next second, an entire truckload of supplies disappeared out of thin air. A corner of the storage space was instantly filled with various packaged foods and drinks. Xiaohui's heart was beating wildly, and an indescribable sense of excitement rushed straight to the top of his head. Looking at the full supply, I feel so safe. Then he pushed the empty cart back and continued the raid. Medicine area. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, painkillers, bandages, iodine, clear out. Daily necessities area. Toilet paper, wet wipes, toothpaste and toothbrush, lighter, batteries, clear them out. Tool area. Swiss Army knife, fire axe, crowbar, high-intensity flashlight, clear out. He is like a greedy locust, leaving no grass behind wherever he passes. In just 1 hour, he swept back and forth 7 or 8 times, and filled 2/3 of the 1,000 cubic meter space. But he knew that this was not enough. How much supplies can be stored in the 1,000 cubic meter space? It's still too little. So he took out his mobile phone and opened various shopping apps. Rice, 50 bags. Flour, 50 bags. Cooking oil, 20 barrels. A whole box of canned luncheon meat, 100 boxes. 50 kilograms of dehydrated vegetables. He even went so far as to order a small diesel generator and 10 barrels of diesel. Delivery address, please fill in all the information. Global Center Cloud Hotel, room 1208. When Xiaoyi dragged his tired body and swiped his card to walk into the executive suite on the top floor, he was completely shocked. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of the entire city. The room has soft carpets, luxurious furniture, and an extra-large bathtub that can accommodate 7 or 8 people. Is this the life of rich people? Before he could finish his sigh, the doorbell rang. The first batch of delivery guys, carrying rice and flour, stood at the door panting. "Your takeaway, sir. Just put it here. Thank you for your hard work." Xiaoyi handed over 2 red bills as a tip without changing his expression. For the next 2 hours, the doorbell never stopped ringing. Wave after wave of deliverymen, like worker ants moving house, brought boxes of supplies into the room. The hotel's floor manager was startled and looked at him with confusion. "Sir, what are you doing?" "Oh, don't get me wrong." Xiaoyi had already thought of his excuse, and he explained calmly. "I'm a live streamer and a performance artist. I'm going to challenge myself to live a primitive lifestyle in a 5-star hotel and broadcast the whole process live." The manager left doubtfully. Xiaoyi closed the door and looked at the mountains of supplies in the room. An unprecedented sense of security wrapped him tightly. Food, water, medicine, tools. He had a strong fortress and enough supplies to keep him comfortable for several years. He lay on the throne made of supplies, opened a can of ice cola, and took a big gulp. Bubbles burst in his throat, making him want to moan with pleasure. Doomsday enjoyment system? You are not deceiving me. However, when his eyes fell on the phone again and he saw Su Qingshua's Snow Mountain avatar, his pride and satisfaction instantly cooled down. He still remembered the cold, prompt tone of the system. The more beauties you take in, the stronger the host will be. Now, he is just an ordinary person guarding a mountain of gold. Without strength, these supplies are death warrants. He needs strength. He needs the damn ability development point. Xiaoyi's eyes became dangerous and deep again. He looked at Su Qingshua's WeChat, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 5, Create an encounter with the school beauty, the strategy begins. For the next 3 days, Xiaoyi lived a fairy life that he had never dared to imagine in his life. He stayed in a top-notch suite that cost 3,800 yuan a night and slept on a big, soft bed that he could roll around in. If you are thirsty, just take a bottle of imported juice from the supply pile. When you're hungry, just tear open a bag of self-heating military rations, the same kind used by Special Forces soldiers in Country M. When I'm bored, I turn on the 100-inch LCD TV and watch those experts who know nothing about the end of the world talking big and analyzing the global economic situation on TV. Whenever he saw this, Xiaoyi couldn't help but cross his legs and sneer. Is it economical? In a few days, the money in your hands won't be hard enough even to wipe your butt. The feeling of holding the ultimate secret of the world and overlooking all living beings from a god's perspective is simply refreshing to the core. But he knew very well in his heart that all this was fake. He was like having a party on the crater of a volcano. It seemed to be a great time, but in fact he could be burned to ashes by the gushing magma at any time. Every morning when he wakes up, the first thing he does is check his phone. There are 72 hours, 12 minutes, and 5 seconds left until the end of the world. The cold countdown, like a sword of Damocles, hung over his head. The favorability is still 50. We can't wait any longer. Xiaoyi threw the empty self-heating lunchbox into the trash can, changed into a clean t-shirt, and left the hotel. He didn't go anywhere, but took a taxi directly back to Tomato Academy. If you want to create a chance encounter, the best place is, of course, the place the other person is most familiar with and least guarded. Tomato Academy, Library. It was the end of the semester and the library was packed. The air was filled with a faint scent of books and youthful hormones. Xiaoyi found a seat by the window and sat down with a thick book Advanced Mathematics spread out in front of him. His brows were furrowed, and he looked as if he was in pain, as if knowledge was choking his throat. Of course, it's fake. While poking his temple with the tip of his pen, he quickly searched the crowd with the corner of his eye. Here we come. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun is shining brightly. Su Qingxue, wearing a light blue lawn skirt and holding a few books, walked into the library. She was not wearing any makeup, and her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, with a few strands of hair hanging down on her cheeks. The sunlight shone on her through the window, and her whole body was glowing. Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. Damn, with such a pretty face, God must be chasing after her to feed her. He didn't step forward immediately, but continued to maintain his poor student persona until Su Qingxue found a good position and passed by him. Well. Xiaoyi let out a sigh of despair at the right moment, scratched his hair irritably, and threw the pen in his hand on the table with a bang. The noise was neither too loud nor too quiet, just enough for passers-by to hear. Su Qingxue paused and looked over subconsciously. When she saw that familiar face, distorted by the torture of advanced mathematics, she was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. It was the junior student who bravely stepped forward to help others. She walked over lightly, stretched out her slender fingers, and tapped lightly on Xiaoyi's desk. Do you need help? Xiaoyi suddenly looked up, his face blank at first, but after seeing who was coming, he immediately switched to surprise mode. Senior? What a coincidence! He quickly stood up and scratched his head embarrassedly. Why are you here? I'm here to return the book. Su Qingxue's gaze fell on the heavenly book Advanced Mathematics in front of him, with a hint of smile in her eyes. What, are you stumped? It's more than just confusing. I feel like my brain has turned to mush. Xiao the bad student, he made a bitter face and pointed at a complicated function problem in the book. This is simply not something a human should learn. This scratching look made him look like a monkey stuck on a math problem, and he successfully made Su Qingxue laugh. Ding! Su Qingxue's favorability towards you increases by +5. Current favorability, 55 alumni with a good impression. Let me see. She naturally sat down opposite Xiaoyi, picked up a pen, took a quick look at the question, and began to write down the steps to solve the problem on the draft paper. Her fingers are very white and long, and the way she holds the pen is very beautiful. Xiaoyi didn't even look at the question, his eyes were glued to her flawless profile that was so close to him. A faint scent of shampoo wafted over, making his heart feel refreshed. That's it, understand? In less than 5 minutes, Su Qingxue had filled up half a sheet of draft paper. When she raised her head, she met Xiaoyi's fixed gaze. Her cheeks felt slightly hot and she looked away awkwardly. Ahem. I understand. Xiaoyi finally woke up from his dream, quickly picked up the draft paper, pretended to read it, and exclaimed in amazement. Senior, you are truly a genius. I feel like my waterlogged brain has been drained dry by you in an instant. Suddenly, I understand. This flattery was just right, neither greasy nor with a touch of self-deprecating humor. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him in reproach. You're the only one who talks too much. The two chatted for a while, all about interesting things in school. With his eloquence, Xiaoyi could always find interesting topics to talk about, making Su Qingxue laugh constantly and attracting the attention of several classmates around. Seeing that the relationship was almost heating up, Xiaoyi took the initiative to end the topic. Don't bother me anymore, senior. I'll do some research on my own. To thank you for your guidance, I'll buy you coffee next time. Okay. Su Qingxue agreed readily. Looking at the girls departing back, the smile on Xiaoyi's lips gradually faded. 55 points. It's not enough. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the end of the world. There are 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds left until the end of the world. In the hotel suite, Xiaoyi sat among the piles of supplies, scrolling through his phone with an expressionless face. In the past few days, he accidentally met Su Qingxue twice. Once in the school cafeteria, he happened to sit opposite her with his tray. Once, at the bus stop in front of the school gate, he happened to be waiting for the same bus as her. Every encounter is so coincidental and so destined. He also successfully raised Su Qingxue's favorability to 70 points. Favorability, 70 friends who can watch movies together. But this number seems so pale and powerless in the face of the countdown that is about to return to 0. 70 points, a full 30 points away from 100 points. He no longer has time to play the innocent game of chance encounter. Tonight, the final decision must be made. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and opened Su Qingxue's WeChat chat box. He stared at the Snow Mountain avatar, his finger hovering on the screen for a long time, and finally, typed a line of words. Xiaoyi, senior sister, are you there? Almost an instant reply. Qingxue, I'm here. What's up? Did you run into another problem you can't solve? Chuckling, Xiaoyi looked at the playful expression, and a bitter arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gathered his emotions and tapped his fingers on the screen, each word carefully considered. Xiaohe, no, that's it, tomorrow is my birthday. Xiaohe, 20th birthday. Xiaohe, I've been in this city for 2 years, and I've always lived alone. I don't have many friends. I just wanted to ask you, are you free tomorrow night? Xiaohe, I want to treat you to a meal. After sending these messages, Xiaohe felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He stared at the screen, waiting for the verdict. He had carefully planned these words. Not only does he point out his lonely and helpless personality, but he also uses the highly ritualistic note of 20th birthday to exert moral and emotional pressure. If the other party refuses, it will seem very unkind. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Just when Xiaohe felt he was about to suffocate, his cell phone vibrated. Xing Xue. Xing Xue, birthday? Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? You bastard. Xing Xue, I am free. I must be free. I am free even if it means going through fire and water. Xing Xue, tell me, what do you want to eat? Where do you want to go? I've made all the arrangements for you. Done. Seeing this series of replies with exclamation marks, Xiaohe's heart finally settled down. He could even imagine the cute look of the girl on the other end of the phone, looking shocked, angry, and distressed. Ding. Su Qingxue's favorability towards you +10. Current favorability, 80. Very good friends. Favorability, 80. A terrifying gleam flashed in Xiaohe's eyes. He licked his cracked lips and continued typing. Xiaohe, you don't have to spend any money, I've already booked the place. Xiaohe, tomorrow night at 7 p.m., I'll be waiting for you at the Cloud Restaurant on the top floor of the Global Center. After sending the address, he didn't give Su Qingxue a chance to refuse and added another sentence. Xiaohe, don't refuse. This is my first official birthday in 20 years. You must come. Xiaohe, just consider it as fulfilling one of my wishes. There is a hint of pleading in the domineering attitude, which perfectly portrays the image of a lonely boy who longs for warmth. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. It took so long that Xiaohe thought the other party had discovered something. Finally, the message popped up. Qingxue, okay. Just one word. But in Xiaohe's eyes, this word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He turned off his phone, slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the city lights merge into a brilliant galaxy, with endless traffic and flashing neon lights, presenting a scene of prosperity and prosperity. But Xiaohe knew. This is the last tranquility in this world. He looked at his own young face reflected in the glass, which was full of madness and determination, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Su Qingxue? I'm sorry. In order to survive, I have no choice. Tomorrow's birthday party will be carefully prepared for her, a Hongmen banquet. Chapter 6 Hongmen Birthday Banquet. Use the most direct and original way to win the school beauty. As night falls, the lights come on. The top floor of Global Center, Cloud Restaurant. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the dazzling night view of the entire city, with a glittering river of cars at your feet and skyscrapers standing in rows in the distance. Melodious piano music flowed in the air, and well-dressed men and women held wine glasses and talked in low voices. Everything seemed so unreal. Xiaohe sat here, feeling like a liar who had strayed into high society. The shirt he was wearing was newly bought with money from an online loan, and the tag had just been cut off. Sorry, I'm late. A clear and pleasant voice sounded behind him. Xiaohe turned around and his breathing suddenly stopped. Su Qingxue stood in front of him, wearing light makeup and a simple white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and a thin platinum necklace around her neck. Under the illumination of the restaurant's luxurious crystal chandeliers, she seemed to glow. The eyes of many men around had drifted over here intentionally or unintentionally. No, it's okay. I just got here too. Xiaohe quickly stood up and pulled out a chair for her, his movements a little stiff due to nervousness. Happy birthday, Xiaohe. After Su Qingxue sat down, she took out an exquisitely wrapped blue gift box from her small bag and pushed it in front of him. It's for you. Xiaohe was stunned. He looked at the gift box, then looked at Su Qingxue's clear eyes with a smile, and somewhere in his heart was hit hard. He thought that it was a great honor for her to come. Unexpectedly, she also prepared a gift. He took the gift box somewhat at a loss and opened it slowly. Inside is a Parker fountain pen with classic black and gold color scheme, low-key and textured. I saw you always like to poke your temple with a pen, so I thought. Su Qingxue explained with a slightly red cheek. I'll give you a better pen. I hope that in the future I can help you solve more difficult problems. Xiaohe held the cold pen, but his palm was burning hot. He knew that this pen was not cheap. More importantly, it's the thought that matters. An indescribable complex emotion surged in my heart. There is touching feeling and warmth, but more importantly, a strong sense of guilt. He was like a despicable thief accepting gifts from a saint. Thank you, senpai, I like it very much. Xiaohe lowered his head, not daring to look into her eyes again, his voice a little hoarse. I'm glad you like it. Su Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and winked playfully. Birthday boy, you're the boss today. Order whatever you want. Senior will pay. No. Xiaohe immediately refused. It's my promise. This is the first time in 20 years that I've treated anyone to a meal for my birthday. His tone left no room for doubt. Su Qingxue looked at his serious expression and finally compromised, with a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two ordered food and a bottle of red wine. The atmosphere became more harmonious under the influence of alcohol. They talked about a lot of things, from the weird professors in the school, to the shady dishes in the cafeteria, to their respective dreams. Xiaohe said that he wanted to open a small bookstore after graduation and live a stable life. Su Qingxue said that she wanted to travel around the world and record all the scenery with her brush. At one point, Xiaohe even had an illusion. If it wasn't the end of the world, perhaps he would really pursue this beautiful girl in front of him and have a pure love affair with her. Unfortunately, there is no if. Come, let's drink to our future great bookstore owners and great travelers. Su Qingxue raised her wine glass, her cheeks flushed with a charming blush from the wine. Cheers! Xiaohe also raised his glass and clinked it with hers. The crisp sound seemed to be the final prelude to this carefully planned scam. Just as Su Qingxue raised her head to drink, Xiaohe's gaze fell outside the window. He pointed to the distant skyline and shouted in mock surprise, "Look! A shooting star!" Where? Su Qingxue was fooled and immediately turned to look out the window. Now is the time. Xiaohe's heart was beating in his throat. With his right hand, he quickly took out a transparent plastic bag smaller than a fingernail from the space. With lightning speed, he poured the white powder inside into Su Qingxue's wineglass. The powder dissolves immediately in alcohol and has no color or odor. The whole process takes less than half a second. When Su Qingxue turned back in confusion, he had already regained his harmless smile. I was mistaken, it might be a plane. He shrugged nonchalantly. TSK, what a fuss. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, without a trace of doubt. She picked up the wineglass and drank the remaining half glass of red wine. Done. Xiaohe's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He looked at the girl's defenseless smiling face and felt like a complete scum and a devil. But there was no turning back. To survive. Why do I feel a little dizzy? In less than 3 minutes, the drug began to take effect. Su Qingxue shook her head, her eyes becoming blurry. Is this wine so strong? Maybe I drank too quickly. Xiaohe stood up, walked to her side, and held her shoulders with a look of concern. Senior sister, have you drunk too much? Let me take you back to rest. Okay. I feel dizzy. Su Qingxue could no longer utter a complete sentence, and her body leaned limply against him. A sweet fragrance entered his nose, but Xiaohe could not feel any beauty. He picked up Su Qingxue by the waist. The girl was very light, like a weightless cloud in his arms. Sir, your friend? Seeing this, the restaurant manager came over immediately. She's drunk. I'll take her back to her room to rest. Xiaohe said calmly, we live upstairs in room 1208. The manager glanced at Su Qingxue, who had fallen asleep in his arms, then looked at Xiaohe. A hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, and he didn't ask any more questions. After all, those who come to such places to spend money are either rich or noble, and some things are better seen than said. Holding Su Qingxue, Xiaohe's heart beat wildly in his chest. He walked quickly, almost jogging towards the elevator. Every second was torture for him. He was afraid that Su Qingxue would suddenly wake up and his plan would be exposed. There are 10 minutes and 23 seconds left until the end of the world. The elevator door opened and he rushed in holding her, frantically pressing the door close button and the floor number. Bite. We have arrived at the 12th floor. The corridor was thickly carpeted and silent. Xiaoyi swiped open the door of room 1208, rushed in holding Su Qingxue, and then kicked the door shut with a bang with his heel and locked it. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. There were no lights on in the room, only the neon lights of the city outside the window, pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining the hideous outlines of the mountains of supplies piled up in the room. Xiaoyi gently placed Su Qingxue on the soft big bed where she could roll around. The girl was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow in the dim light, and there was a hint of drunken blush on her beautiful face. Innocent, pure, like a sleeping angel. And he is the devil who was about to defile the angel. Xiaoyi stood beside the bed, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He was torn between his conscience and his desires. Reason told him that this was the only way to survive and gain superpowers. But emotionally, the strong sense of guilt almost swallowed him up. There are 3 minutes and 1 second left until the end of the world. The system's countdown, like a death knell, shattered his last bit of hesitation. Fuck the guilt. I want to survive. Xiaoyi's eyes turned red instantly. He took off his coat, leaned down, and kissed those 2 beautiful red lips. Cool and soft. With the sweetness of red wine and the fragrance of a young girl. He no longer hesitated. He began to use the most primitive and barbaric methods to completely turn this high and mighty daughter of heaven into his own. Only in this way can he quickly accept Su Qingxue, obtain supernatural power development points, and enhance his strength. Before we knew it, time had come to the last second before the end of the world. Outside the window, the once vibrant city suddenly fell into a dead silence and darkness. All the lights went out in an instant. Then, ah! A shrill scream filled with fear and despair that pierced the night sky came from downstairs. Then, the second sound, the third sound. Countless screams, cries, the sound of cars colliding, and the sound of glass breaking intertwined together to form a symphony of doomsday. Xiaoyi suddenly turned around and looked out the window. He saw people running around like crazy on the streets. Some people were pouncing on others, biting their necks and flesh frantically. The end of the world is coming. Chapter 7, Doomsday is coming. The cruel truth. Confession. The world outside the window has gone completely crazy. Xiaoyi just stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as if admiring a bizarre doomsday oil painting. At first, my stomach churned. The shrill screams coming from the street below, mixed with the chewing sounds of flesh being torn, made him gag. The strong smell of blood seemed to be able to penetrate even through the thick double-layer glass, enter his nasal cavity, and stimulate his nerves. But he didn't look away. He forced himself to see, hear, and remember it all. This is the world he is about to face. A primitive jungle with no laws, no morals, only the survival of the fittest. Looking at those elites who were once dressed in suits and ties, they are now lying on the ground like mad dogs, gnawing on the internal organs of their former companions. Watching those women who seemed glamorous and beautiful on weekdays being thrown to the ground, their desperate screams were drowned out by the roars of wild beasts. The last trace of reluctance in Xiaoyi's eyes was gradually replaced by cold indifference. He has to get used to it. No, he's used to it. From the moment he decided to take out online loans to stockpile supplies, from the moment he decided to attack Su Qingxue, he had already killed his past self with his own hands. The one standing here now is a monster who will do anything to survive. Time passes quietly in the symphony of blood and fire. About 2 hours passed. A painful moan came from the big bed behind him. Su Qingxue woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was the unfamiliar ceiling and the piles of supplies, like hideous hills. Where is this? A hangover-like headache made her frown. She wanted to sit up, but her body felt as if it had been run over by a truck. It was extremely sore, especially in a certain part that was difficult to describe, which caused a tearing pain. She ducked her head sharply. Her beloved white dress had long been torn into pieces and thrown at the foot of the bed. What was covering his body was an unfamiliar quilt, and he was naked underneath it. Dots of crimson bloomed on the snow-white sheets like dazzling plum blossoms. Boom! Su Qingxue's mind was blank. All the fragments of memory came rushing back: the romantic restaurant in the clouds, the swaying red wine, his apologetic smile, and the words, "Look, a shooting star." Scam! It's all a scam. She turned her head sharply and saw the figure standing by the window. The junior student she once thought was brave and righteous had a pitiful life, and was lonely and self-reliant. The boy for whom she had specially prepared a birthday present, looking forward to giving him a surprise. At this moment, he just had his back to her, his body straight and upright, like an emotionless sculpture. Xiao. He. Su Qingshua's voice was as hoarse as an old bellows, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with overwhelming hatred. She grabbed the lamp on the bedside table and, with all her strength, smashed it hard at the figure. You beast. Xiao he didn't hide. The desk lamp hit his back with a clang and fell on the carpet with a dull thud. He turned around slowly, his face expressionless. There was no guilt, no guilty conscience, not even a trace of ripples. Those eyes, as calm as a pool of stagnant water, looked at her indifferently. This look completely broke Su Qingshua's last psychological defense. She thought he would explain, apologize, and repent. But he didn't. He didn't even bother to pretend. Why? Su Qingxue curled up in the quilt, her body shaking constantly, tears rolling down her face like beads from a broken string. She couldn't figure it out. Just a few hours ago, they were chatting happily under the candlelight and sharing their dreams. She obviously trusted him so much, and even felt distressed when he said, "This is the first official birthday in 20 years. But why, in the blink of an eye, did this clean and pure boy in her impression turn into a demon who destroyed her with the most despicable means? Grievance, anger, betrayal, despair. All the emotions flooded her like a broken dam. She bit her lips hard, letting the taste of blood spread in her mouth, and sobbed. Xiao he just watched her cry quietly. No comfort, no explanation. He knew that any words would be pale at this moment. Moreover, there is an even more cruel fact waiting for her. He had to let her vent all her emotions first. I cried for a long, long time. Until Su Qingshua's voice was hoarse and her tears had dried up, she raised her face, which was wet with tears but full of hatred, and roared with her last bit of strength. Speak up. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Xiao he still didn't answer. He just raised his hand and pointed out the window expressionlessly. Su Qingxue was stunned. She didn't understand what this action meant. To show off? To show off that he could bring her to a place she could never afford in her lifetime? She endured the severe pain in her body, wrapped her body tightly with the bedsheet, and staggered to the window. The moment her eyes looked out the window, the whole person felt as if struck by lightning. The city beneath her feet was no longer the dazzling metropolis she was familiar with. There were no lights, no traffic. Instead, there were flames shooting up into the sky, billowing smoke, and blood and chaos everywhere. On the streets, countless people were chasing and biting each other frantically. A man was knocked to the ground by several monsters, his stomach was cut open alive, his intestines and internal organs were all over the floor. He was not even dead yet, and was twitching in pain on the ground. Not far away, a mother was holding her child, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, but the next second, her neck was bitten off by her husband who had turned into a monster. Hell on earth. These 4 words pounded heavily into Su Qingshue's mind. The world in front of her eyes began to spin, and she felt a strong sense of dizziness. Her legs went weak and she was about to collapse to the ground. A strong arm immediately embraced her soft waist and held her firmly in his arms. Xiaoyi's low voice sounded in her ears, without any emotion. Do you understand now? Su Qingshue's body was as stiff as a stone. She didn't care about the ambiguous posture of the 2 people at the moment. She just stared at the hellish scene outside the window. Her mind was blank and she was at a loss. What's going on, is this a movie? Is this an illusion? She muttered to herself, unable to accept the fact before her. It's not a movie, and it's not an illusion. Xiaoyi picked her up and carried her sideways, putting her back on the bed, then pulled the heavy curtains to block out the Doomsday scene and the shrill screams. He looked down at her and spat out the cruelest truth word by word. The end of the world is coming. I knew about this in advance, so I used your birthday as an excuse to ask you out. Su Qingshue's pupils suddenly contracted. She looked at Xiaoyi in disbelief, her lips trembling, but she couldn't say a word. As for why I want to have a relationship with you. There was finally a slight fluctuation in Xiaoyi's eyes, a complex emotion mixed with madness, determination and a hint of self-mockery. Because I need strength. Only by getting you in this way can I awaken my supernatural powers. With superpowers, we can survive in this world that eats people. Chapter 8. From now on, I, Xiaoyi, am your whole world. The end of the world? Awakening superpowers? Only by getting her in this way can he awaken? Su Qingxue listened to every word that came out of Xiaoyi's mouth, and felt that her entire worldview was falling apart in an extremely absurd way. What the hell is going on? Writing a novel? Or making a fucking movie? She would rather believe that Xiaoyi was a lunatic who was high on drugs, a complete pervert, than believe this outrageous statement. But, in my mind, the scene of purgatory on Earth outside the window was so clear and so real. Those heart-wrenching screams, those flesh being torn apart alive, those crazy and distorted faces. That's not a special effect. That's not an illusion. The huge contradictions and shocks turned her brain into a pot of boiling porridge, and reason and reality were tearing at her nerves frantically. She couldn't tell whether she was in a cruel reality or a nightmare from which she couldn't wake up. Xiao He didn't say anything else. He knew that something that could overturn a person's 20 years of cognition would take time to digest. Any urging or forcing will only have a counterproductive effect. He bent down and picked up Su Qingxue, who was lying on the ground, and gently put her back on the messy big bed. He pulled the quilt over her body that was covered with ambiguous marks. Then he turned and sat down on the sofa not far away. The sofa was surrounded by boxes of canned food and compressed biscuits, making him sink into it completely. He didn't look at her, but took out a bottle of mineral water from the box next to him, unscrewed it, and took a sip calmly. He gave her enough space and time. The room fell into deathly silence. Only the faint screams coming from outside the window, mostly blocked by the thick glass, reminded them that the world was no longer the same. Time passes by every second. I don't know how long it took, maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. Su Qingxue finally moved. She slowly turned her head, her eyes red and swollen from crying, staring blankly at the man sitting among the supplies. Her voice was hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Is everything you said true? This question almost drained all her strength. In her heart, she actually believed it about 70% of the time, but her values, her rationality, and the world she had built over the past 20 years were all desperately resisting this answer. She needs a verdict. A final verdict that would make her completely give up. Xiao He put down the mineral water bottle in his hand. He knew the time had come. He did not answer, but stood up and gave her the most direct and shocking proof with his actions. His eyes fell on the unopened diesel generator weighing more than 100 pounds in the corner. Watch carefully. He said 2 words lightly. Su Qingxue's gaze subconsciously followed him and fell on the generator. Next second, a scene that she will never forget happened. The huge, bulky diesel generator disappeared out of thin air without any warning right under her gaze. No smoke, no light effects, nothing. It was as if there had originally been an empty space there. Su Qingxue's mouth opened wider and wider, her eyes widened like bells, and her breathing stopped at this moment. Magic? Impossible. No magic trick can do this. However, this is not the end. Xiaoyi's eyes moved and his mind changed. Bang! A muffled sound. The generator disappeared, then reappeared out of thin air on the other side of the room, slamming heavily onto the carpet and stirring up a cloud of dust. This completely shattered Su Qingxue's last bit of hope. If disappearance could be explained by some bizarre mechanism, then this sudden appearance and teleportation completely exceeded her comprehension. This is not magic. This is a miracle. In other words, the devil's methods. The truth slammed her in the face in the most brutal and unreasonable way. It turns out, what he said was true. The end of the world is really coming. Superpowers really exist. And he, in order to obtain this power, he destroyed her with the most despicable means. Boom. She felt like her world had completely collapsed. All beliefs, all hopes, all futures, at this moment, all turned into nothing. Dad, Mom. How are they? And my friends and classmates. That dream of traveling around the world together. All gone. Ah. Su Qingxue could no longer hold on. She hugged her head and let out a cry of extreme despair. She curled up in the quilt, crying like a child abandoned by the whole world. Not out of anger, not out of hatred. It is a pure despair without any light. What should I do next? In this world where monsters are rampant, how many days can she, a powerless girl, survive? Even if I could survive, what was the point? Xiaoyi looked at her completely broken face, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. The time has come. He stood up, walked step by step to the bed, and sat down beside Su Qingxue, who was trembling violently. He didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand and took the girl, who was shivering in despair, into his arms, along with the quilt. Ugh! Let me go! You devil! Su Qingxue struggled instinctively and pounded his chest with her fists. But in front of Xiaohe at this moment, her strength was no different from a cat's scratch. Xiaohe let her vent and just used his arms to hold her tighter. His voice, deep and powerful, carried an unmistakable magic as it rang in her ears. Cry, make a fuss, just let it out. I know this is hard to accept. If it were me, I would have gone crazy a long time ago. But Su Qingxue, listen. He held up her tear-stained face and forced her to look into his eyes. From now on, this world has no laws, no rules, only the survival of the fittest. The world outside is hell. You won't survive a day alone. Follow me. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, yet they carried a hint of crazy possessiveness. Only by following me can you survive. Forget your past, forget your dreams, forget everything outside. From today on, you only need to remember one thing. I, Xiaohe, am your whole world. Domineering, crazy, yet with a fatal temptation. At this moment when the end of the world is approaching and faith is collapsing, such words are like the most poisonous poison and the only antidote for a girl who has completely despaired. Su Qingxue's struggle gradually stopped. She raised her tearful eyes and looked at the man in front of her in confusion. He is the demon that destroyed himself. But he was also the only person in this hell who reached out to her. Does she have any choice? There is none left. The moment she chose to believe him and walked into the restaurant, her life had already deviated from its original track. Physical pain, emotional trauma, the collapse of the world. All the pain and despair, at this moment, turned into a deformed dependence. You want me to? She was like a drowning person, clinging tightly to the only piece of driftwood, even though this piece of driftwood was the devil who pushed her into the water. She stopped resisting and let Xiaohe. Cold tears flowed down my hot cheeks. This time, she didn't close her eyes. She opened her empty eyes, looking at the man on her body, at the strange ceiling, and at this world that had become hideous and crazy. Outside the window, the symphony of Doomsday continues. And in this Doomsday fortress filled with supplies, a new conquest, a mixture of pain, despair, possession and dependence, has just begun. Chapter 9 Develop the Space Storage Ability, Spaceblade. Chapter 9. There was an eerie silence in the room. Outside the window, the Doomsday Symphony composed of screams, roars, collisions and wails is still playing tirelessly. This hotel suite filled with supplies became the only isolated island in the storm. Su Qingxue stopped crying. My tears have dried up, my throat is completely hoarse, and I don't even have the strength to vent. She just curled up in the quilt, like a butterfly drenched by a rainstorm, with broken wings, unable to fly anymore. Her world, her beliefs, everything she had known for the past 20 years. All of them were smashed to pieces in just a few hours by the man named Xiaohe in the most brutal and cruel way. After the collapse, there is endless emptiness and nothingness. She didn't know who she was, or where she would be tomorrow. My mind was blank, and my soul seemed to be pulled out of my body, leaving only an empty, toyed with shell. In this extreme despair and numbness, a pair of strong arms held her and the blanket tightly in their arms. It's that devil. Su Qingxue's body stiffened instinctively, but she did not struggle. She no longer had the strength, and there was no point in struggling. The man's chest was broad and warm, and his heartbeat was steady and powerful. Boom! 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 In this hellish background sound, the sound of her heartbeat became the only real thing she could grasp. A morbid and deformed sense of dependence quietly grew from the empty ruins. Yes. He destroyed her. But he is the only one she has left in this world. Dad, Mom, friends, are they okay? No. No need to think about it. There is no such word as good in this world anymore. She was like a drowning person, and Xiaohe was the only piece of driftwood floating on the endless sea of suffering. Even if this piece of driftwood was the culprit who pushed her into the water. Does she have a choice? There is none left. Su Qingxue slowly raised her arms and hugged the man's waist with her backhand. She hugged him very tightly and forcefully, her nails digging deep into his back, as if she wanted to rub her entire being into his body. She was scared. I'm afraid that if I let go, this man will disappear. I was afraid that if I let go, I would be completely swallowed up by the crazy world outside the window. Don't. Don't leave me. A hoarse, tearful plea came out of her mouth. Xiaohui held the trembling girl in his arms, feeling her change from resistance to obedience, and then to active dependence. There was a hint of softness in his eyes. Of course he wouldn't abandon her. At least not now. Because in the last days, the Virgin Mary's people are the most deadly. Is Su Qingxue that kind of person? Xiaohui is not sure, let time prove it. He let the girl cling to him like a frightened kitten. He put his arm around her soft waist, but his mind was already immersed in the virtual panel in his mind that only he could see. Just now, when he was holding her, a series of cold system prompt sounds flashed across his mind. Bite. Detected that the target person's Su Qingxue has been completely conquered by the host physically and mentally, and her emotional state has undergone a fundamental reversal. Su Qingxue's favorability towards you plus 10. Su Qingxue's favorability towards you plus 10. Current favorability, 100 unwavering. Done. Some people may wonder, why did Xiaohui's favorability towards Su Qingxue still increase even though he did such excessive things to her? In fact, this is a problem of cognitive bias between men and women. If a man encounters this kind of thing, he will rationally think, why didn't you tell me clearly in advance? If you had told me, wouldn't I have agreed to you? Doing this will only make me hate you more and more. Women would think that he did this because he wanted to have the power to protect me after the end of the world. So even if he did so many excessive things to me, it is not unforgivable. Women tend to be more impulsive and emotional when looking at problems. In addition, Su Qingxue's favorability towards Xiaohui had already reached 80 points, maximum 100 points. This number is estimated to be higher than that of an old couple who have been married for more than 10 or 20 years. Now that Xiaohui gave Su Qingxue a reason to do so, she naturally reached the full favorability of 100 points. Seeing the bright red 100 and the overbearing parenthetical note behind it, Xiaohui's mouth corners lifted up uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, an even more exciting prompt sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice guidance mission, sheltering the most beautiful woman. Mission rating, yes, with lightning speed, at the moment of Doomsday, completely crush the target's psychological defenses and achieve absolute conquest both physically and mentally. Decisive and highly efficient. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ability Development Point 1. Here we come. Xiaohui's heart beat suddenly. This was his ultimate goal in setting up this trap, even if it meant he was willing to bear the stigma of a scumbag, just to get Su Qingxue. Ability Development Point. He suppressed his inner excitement and focused his mind on his system panel. A simple, technologically advanced interface emerged in his mind. Host, Xiaohui. Superpower, storage space LV1. Space volume, 1000 cubic meters, currently used, 980 cubic meters. Superpower development points, 1. Available operations. 1. Power upgrade, increases the power level by 1, and the volume becomes 20 cubic meters. Consumes 1 power development point. 2. Ability development, develop new abilities. The direction is unknown and there are risks. Consumes 1 ability development point. 2 options. Xiaohui's eyes flickered back and forth between the 2 options. Upgrade superpowers? Increase the space from 1000 cubic meters to 8000 cubic meters? The thought only flashed through his mind for a second before he rejected it without hesitation. What a joke! What time is it now? It's the end of the world. It's a fucked up world where zombies are everywhere and humans are worse than dogs. What's the use of having a large storage space? Can it provide you with a sense of security? Will it allow him to withstand more bites from zombies, or will it make him look better in front of survivors who want to steal his supplies? Stockpiling is only the first step and foundation for surviving the apocalypse. The real danger is always things that move. Whether it's zombies or human hearts, which are scarier than zombies. In this cannibalistic world, strength is the only pass. The hamster behavior of expanding the space volume is of little help to one's current situation. What he needs is real power that can be directly converted into combat power and can deal with danger. System, I choose to develop superpowers. Xiaohui made a decisive choice in his heart. Are you sure you want to spend 1 ability development point to develop the ability of storage space? Reminder, the development of superpowers is uncertain and the development direction is random. Please choose carefully. Confirm. Xiaohui didn't hesitate at all. Bet on it. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. If you want to show off in front of others, you have to suffer behind the scenes. As his thoughts confirmed, the two options on the system panel disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a constantly spinning, cool vortex composed of countless data streams. Ability development in progress. Development direction matching. Based on the host's current environment, potential inner desires, and basic supernatural attributes, the optimal match is being made. Match successful. Congratulations to the host, the storage space ability has successfully developed a new capability. Xiaohe's breathing stagnated. He stared at the panel intently, his heart in his throat. Please don't let it be some auxiliary ability like space preservation or space organization. What I want is a fight. It's a killing skill. The data flow vortex on the panel suddenly contracted, and several new options emitting a faint golden light emerged. Please select your ability development direction, choose one of three. Option A, Spaceblade. Ability description: compresses storage space to form an invisible, intangible, and silent blade that cuts through everything. Sharpness and cutting distance increase with ability level. Evaluation: the purest means of attack, killing without being noticed, a must-have for luring people. Lao Lu is ecstatic. Option B, Space Folding. Ability description: folds the space between 2 points in a small area, achieving instant movement. Movement distance and cooldown time are optimized as the ability level increases. Comment: the only martial arts that can be defeated is speed. If you can't win, run away, and you will always be invincible. As long as I run fast enough, loneliness can't catch up with me. Option C, Spatial Perception. Ability description: senses spatial fluctuations within a specified range, centered on the user. Any object or life that enters the sensing range will be detected. Review: a humanoid radar, a mobile fog of war clearer. It effectively prevents me from being hacked, and my mom no longer has to worry about me walking at night. Looking at these three options, Xiaohe's eyes suddenly lit up frighteningly. They are all magical skills. Moreover, they are all the combat and life-saving abilities that he needs most now. Spaceblade, main attack, the ultimate killing weapon. A magical skill of spacefolding, main displacement, life-saving and surprise attack. Space perception, primary reconnaissance, and a perfect early warning system. Each one made him envious. Which one should I choose? Xiaohe's brain was working rapidly. Spacefolding is very tempting. With it, the survival rate in the face of danger will be greatly improved. His spatial perception is also very good, which allows him to avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles in advance. But his current situation is that he is in a relatively safe hotel room filled with supplies. In the short term, he does not need to travel long distances or explore unknown areas. What he needs most now is an absolute means of attack that can make the final decision and instantly eliminate any threat that dares to intrude into his territory. He will make anyone who dares to challenge him pay the most painful price. Only blood can deter villains. Only death can bring peace. I choose A. Spaceblade. Select and confirm, Spaceblade. Superpower development completed. Congratulations to the host for mastering the new ability, Spaceblade LV.1. Attack distance, 2m. The moment the words fell, Xiaohe felt that there was something extra in his brain. It was a mysterious feeling. He can see the space around him, which is no longer empty, but composed of countless closely connected points and lines. He only needs a thought to pull out these threads and twist them into an indestructible blade. This is the feeling of power. A terrifying gleam flashed in Xiaohe's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand and drew a line in the air towards an apple on the table not far away. No sound. There is no light or shadow. Nothing happened. Su Qingxue and his arms seemed to have also felt the changes in his body. She raised her head in confusion and looked in the direction he was looking. The apple on the table is still the same apple, intact. She was about to ask him what was wrong. Next second, the bright red apple suddenly split neatly in half from the middle. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Su Qingxue's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Xiaohe looked at his masterpiece, a cruel and satisfied arc appearing on the corner of his mouth. Cool. It feels so fucking good. This is the power of God. However, just as he was immersed in the immense satisfaction brought by this new power. Bang! Boom! Boom! The heavy wooden door of the room was suddenly slammed hard by someone from outside. Then came the tooth-grinding sound of nails scratching against the wooden door. Ha ha! From outside the door came a beast-like roar that was not a human voice. Here we come. Chapter 10, Innocence is gone. The world is ruined. What else is there to be afraid of? Bang! Boom! 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 The heavy and violent sound of banging on the door came without any warning, like a sledgehammer hitting the two people's tense nerves. That's not a knock. It was some kind of unintelligent creature, madly attacking the only barrier with the most primitive brute force. Ah! Su Qingxue, who had just found a trace of morbid peace from her collapse, was instantly frightened to death by the sudden terrifying sound. She let out a hoarse scream and rolled and crawled into Xiaoyi's arms like a frightened rabbit. She hugged his waist tightly with both hands, buried her face in his chest, and her body trembled violently. After despair comes the purest fear of death. She is afraid. Afraid that the door would be kicked open. I was afraid that I would be torn to pieces alive by the unknown monsters outside the door, just like those people on the street downstairs. In this extreme panic, she had lost the ability to think, and her only instinct was to grab the man next to her, the devil who had just destroyed her but was her only lifeline. In the chaos, she desperately shrank upwards, trying to squeeze her entire body into his arms. A soft and cold little hand, in a panic, accidentally touched a place it should never touch. Hiss! Xiaoyi's body suddenly stiffened and he took a breath of cold air. An evil fire suddenly shot up from the lower abdomen to the top of the head for no apparent reason. This damn, deadly Doomsday. This damn, deadly woman. He held down the nodding head in his arms, and put his lips close to her red ears. His voice was particularly low and dangerous because he was forcibly suppressing a certain desire. Behave yourself. If you keep moving, I'll kill you right here and now. A warm breath, mixed with an unquestionable threat, blew into Su Qingxue's ears. Her body froze instantly and she shook even more violently. Her pretty face was red from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears, and I couldn't tell if it was out of shame or anger. But then, out of a kind of self-abandonment, a deformed vine grew from the ruins of his heart. Yes. What else is there to be afraid of? Innocence, gone. The world is ruined. Everything that was most precious to her was taken away by the man in front of her. What else can he do to himself? No matter what, can it be worse than it is now? Thinking of this, a hint of stubbornness and provocation flashed in Su Qingxue's red and swollen eyes filled with tears. She slowly raised her head, met Xiaoyi's aggressive gaze, bit her lower lip tightly, and then pouted at him in dissatisfaction. He looked like he was saying, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Xiaoyi was stunned. He looked at the girl's tearful yet fearless face, and the evil fire in his heart was actually amused by this. This woman. What a natural little elf. She was crying her heart out just a second ago, and now she dares to challenge him? Recovering really quickly. But he likes it. In this fucking apocalypse, a loser who can only cry and whine won't live long. Oomph, I'll deal with you later. Xiaoyi patted her perky buttocks lightly, not too hard, as a mark of the matter. Right now, the trouble outside the door is the top priority. Su Qingxue trembled all over when he slapped her, and her face turned even redder, but she saw Xiaoyi's eyes instantly became cold and serious. She also knew that now was not the time to act out, so she shut her mouth obediently and didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. Xiaoyi gently pulled off the octopus that was about to merge with him and wrapped it in a quilt. Stay here, don't make any noise, and don't look. His voice was soft, but carried a commanding tone. Su Qingxue nodded subconsciously, curled up in the corner of the bed, covered her head with the quilt, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, staring at the man's back. Xiaoyi ignored her. His bare feet made no sound as they stepped on the soft carpet. The whole person was like a cheetah lurking in the darkness, walking silently, step by step, towards the door that was still being banged on frantically. Ha ha! Along with the sound of banging on the door, there were also waves of teeth-grinding sounds of nails scratching against the wooden door, and the low and suppressed roar of a wild beast. Xiaoyi stopped behind the door. He was not nervous at all, and his eyes were terrifyingly calm. He slowly moved to the peephole on the door and looked out. In the small, distorted vision of the cat's eye, there were three faces squeezed together, completely distorted. One of them was wearing a hotel waiter's uniform, with half of his face torn off, revealing his white bones, and his cloudy eyeballs almost falling out of his sockets. One of them was a man in a bathrobe with a bloody hole on his forehead, who was banging his head against the door again and again. There was another one, a heavily made-up woman with her mouth split at an exaggerated angle and black saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth. Zombies. And there are three of them. There was no trace of emotion in Xiaoyi's eyes. He didn't even bother to figure out who these people were. From the moment they become monsters, they are just prey. He slowly closed his eyes. No sword drawn, no weapon sought. He simply focused all his thoughts on the small space outside the door. In his spiritual world, that space is no longer a corridor, but a network composed of countless invisible lines. Now, he wants to pull out the three sharpest threads from this web. Space blade. Kill it for me. Xiaoyi's mind moved suddenly. Next second. Outside the door. The violent collision sound came to an abrupt end. The teeth-grinding scraping sound disappeared instantly. The beast-like roar turned into the ho-ho sound of leaking air. Immediately following, there were three sounds that sounded almost simultaneously: the dull thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. Plop. 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 Then, there was the sound of several round objects falling on the carpet, rolling a few times before stopping. The whole world was dead silent. Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying gleam flashed in the depths of his eyes. He could feel that his body was slightly weak because of this instant outburst, but more than that, he felt an incomparable pleasure of being in control of life and death. He turned around. On the bed, Su Qingxue was already scared silly. Although she covered her head, she could hear the sounds outside clearly. From rage to dead silence, it took less than a second. What did he do? What on earth did he do? She stared at the man who was walking back slowly with her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. There was not a drop of blood on him. He didn't have any weapons in his hands. He walked back to the bed calmly, as if he was just turning off a light, and looked down at her. Watch the fear, confusion, and awe in her eyes. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth. He leaned over, pinched her small chin, and forced her to look into his eyes. Now, do you believe it? Chapter 11: The difference between attribute crystal cores and non-attribute crystal cores. Do you believe it? These three words, like an ice-hardened knife, pierced into Su Qingxue's heart. How could she not believe it? The strange transition from violence to dead silence outside the door took less than a second. There was no sound of fighting. There were no screams. He didn't even move to open the door. Just standing behind the door, he calmly dealt with the three monsters that were banging on the door. This is not something a human can do. This is a power that only God, or rather, the devil, possesses. Fear, awe, confusion, and a kind of admiration that even she couldn't understand, all kinds of complex emotions were intertwined in her red and swollen eyes. Looking at the girl who was completely frightened, the curve of Xiaoyi's mouth became colder and more playful. He released his grip on her chin, and the suffocating feeling of oppression dissipated. Without saying anything else, he turned and walked back to the bed, then naturally lifted a corner of the quilt and lay down in it. Then, he stretched out his long arms and grabbed the girl, who was still shivering in the corner of the bed, into his arms, along with the quilt. Ah! Su Qingxue screamed instinctively, her body tensing instantly. But this time, she didn't struggle. The man's chest was broad and warm, and his heartbeat was steady and powerful, clearly reaching her ears through the thin cloth. Boom! 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 In this dead and silent doomsday, the sound of her heartbeat became the only reality she could grasp. The morbid and deformed sense of dependence from before once again wrapped around her like a vine. She accepted her fate. Completely accepting my fate. She slowly relaxed her stiff body and allowed herself to curl up like a kitten in the arms of the demon who had destroyed her but also given her the only sense of security. She even rubbed against his arms, trying to get more warmth. The room fell into silence again. Only the faint, hellish background sound outside the window reminded them that the world had gone crazy. It was unknown how long it took before Su Qingxue, whose voice was so hoarse that it could hardly make a sound, squeezed out a few words. What did you just do? Her voice was soft, trembling, and full of cautious tentativeness. Xiaoyi closed his eyes, enjoying the rare warmth in this doomsday, smelling the faint fragrance of the girl in his arms, his voice a little lazy. Nothing. I just used my supernatural powers to get rid of those annoying flies at the door. Fly? That's a monster that can make a heavy wooden door bang. Just a few annoying flies in his mouth? This kind of understated pretense is more shocking than any bold words. Su Qingxue's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. Superpowers? Is this the power of supernatural powers? An unprecedented desire broke out from the ruins of her despair. She doesn't want to be that useless person who can only hide in the quilt and shiver. She didn't want to rely entirely on others for her life anymore, even if this person is her only support. She raised her head, and for the first time, a different light ignited in her eyes that were red and swollen from crying. Superpower? Can I have one too? She asked this question eagerly and humbly. She is afraid. Afraid he'd say no. I am afraid that I will be a helpless burden for the rest of my life. He opened his eyes. He looked at the hopeful eyes of the girl in his arms and frowned slightly. How did he answer? To be honest? I'm sorry, my superpowers are from cheating, it has nothing to do with you, forget about it in this life. Then the dependence she had just built up would probably collapse in an instant, her favorability would be reduced to zero, and she might even turn evil. Lie? Make up a reason? But he still knows nothing about the supernatural system of this world. If you say something wrong and get exposed later, it will be even more troublesome. Just as he was thinking about how to get around this topic. In my mind, the cold system prompt sound rang out in time. Ding! The host has triggered a key plot, unlocking worldview information for you. After the apocalypse, some creatures were infected by mysterious energy and mutated, collectively known as infected. After killing an infected body, there is a very low probability that an energy crystal core will condense in its brain. Energy crystal cores are divided into two types. 1. Non-attribute crystal core white, the most common. Swallowing it slightly enhances physical fitness, with no side effects. 2. Attribute crystal core color, extremely rare. Depending on the color, it contains the supernatural power of different elements. If the devourer matches the properties of the crystal core, there is a certain chance of awakening the corresponding ability. If the attributes do not match, forcefully swallowing it will result in serious injuries at best, or even death by explosion. Special reminder, each human can only awaken one superpower in their lifetime. Please choose carefully. I see. A gleam of light flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes. This wave of information from the system came just in time. It's like someone gives you a pillow when you feel sleepy. He looked at Su Qingxue, who was still waiting for an answer in his arms, and he already had something to say in his mind. He cleared his throat, reorganized the information the system told him in his own words, and then spoke it out slowly. In theory, yes. Hearing these 4 words, Su Qingxue's eyes lit up instantly. Xiaoyi didn't give her too much time to fantasize, and continued to explain the cruel rules of this world to her in a calm and steady tone. What we now call zombies, or infected bodies, have a small chance of condensing something called a crystal core in their heads. There are 2 types of crystal cores. One is white. Eating it can strengthen your body, make you stronger, and allow you to run faster. The other type is colored. For example, red might represent fire, and blue might represent ice. This type of crystal core contains the secret to awakening superpowers. As long as you're lucky enough to find a colored crystal core that matches your attributes and eat it, you might be able to awaken your superpowers. Xiaoyi's words were like a door to a new world, slowly opening in front of Su Qingxue. It turns out, the way to obtain power is so bloody and direct. Eat the contents of zombies' heads. Just thinking about it made her feel nauseous. But then, a greater excitement and desire overwhelmed the nausea. She doesn't care how disgusting the process is, she only cares about the result. As long as she can possess that kind of godlike power, she would be willing to eat zombies alive, let alone the crystal cores. Then we. She was just about to ask where to find this crystal core. Before he could finish his words, he saw Xiaoyi beside him, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Crystal core. In the infected person's head. He just killed 3 of them at the door with the space blade. Aren't those 3 heads hanging outside the door right now? Thinking of this, Xiaoyi could no longer lie down. Those were the first batch of spoils he encountered after the end of the world. What if there is a crystal core inside? What if there's an attribute crystal core? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt that the sweetness in his arms suddenly lost its fragrance. Stay in bed and don't move. He threw down a few words, jumped out of bed, and without even having time to put on his shoes, he quickly walked towards the door. Ha! Su Qingxue was stunned by his sudden action and could only watch him walk towards the door that separated life and death again. Xiaoyi came to the door but did not open it immediately. No one knows what is happening in the corridor now. If there's a large group of zombies gathered outside, opening the door is like opening a banquet. He leaned over to the peephole again and looked out cautiously. The corridor was empty. The emergency light emitted a pale green light, making the entire space look eerie and dark. On the ground, 3 headless corpses lay in a pool of blood in a twisted posture. Not far from the corpse, 3 heads were scattered on the carpet like balls. Their eyes were still staring, and their faces were frozen with the ferocity and confusion of the last moment before death. Safety. Xiao He no longer hesitated. He gently turned the door lock a crack, leaned sideways, and squeezed out like lightning. A strong smell of blood and decay hit me in the face. Xiao He held his breath, looked at the position of the 3 heads, and an idea came to his mind. Storage space. Receive. Swish. 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 3 hideous heads disappeared out of thin air on the carpet and were accurately stored by him in a corner of the storage space. Done. Xiao He didn't stop for a moment, he immediately went back to his room and locked the door again. The whole process is smooth and takes no more than 3 seconds. Su Qingxue curled up on the bed, watching him go out and come back, not daring to breathe the whole time. The moment she saw him close the door, she breathed a sigh of relief. Did you get it?" she asked nervously. Xiao He didn't answer. He stood there, closed his eyes, and sank his thoughts into his storage space. In that 1,000 cubic meter independent space that only he could see, the 3 hideous heads were lying quietly in a corner. He used his mind to carefully control the invisible blade of space, like performing the most delicate surgery, and precisely split one of the heads in half. Thick, black blood and brain matter flowed out. In this filth, a crystal the size of a fingernail, with a pale white color all over, lay there quietly. Attributeless crystal core. It really exists. Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He suppressed his excitement and cut open the second head. Same location, same size. A white crystal core. The third one. When the third head was cut open, Xiaoyi's breathing suddenly stopped. There is no white crystal core there. Instead, there was a crystal that emitted a strange purple light and was as bright as a diamond. The purple light was deep and mysterious, as if it contained some indescribable, heart-pounding power. A tribute crystal core. It actually bloomed. What's more, it was the third one to come out at the beginning. Xiaoyi felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the girl on the bed who was looking at him anxiously with burning eyes. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do you want it? Then it depends on whether your luck is good enough. Chapter 12. He is his own god and his own devil. Do you want it? It depends on your luck, whether it is good enough. Xiaoyi's voice was very light and faint, but it was like a red-hot iron rod, branding Su Qingxue's heart. Her breathing stopped instantly. The pair of eyes that had just ignited a little flame stared at Xiaoyi intently, afraid of missing any subtle expression on his face. Luck? What's the meaning? Could it be that? A crazy thought that made her scalp tingle emerged uncontrollably from the deepest part of her heart. Did he really find those colored crystal cores that could awaken superpowers in the heads of those 3 monsters? How is this possible? Didn't he just say that that kind of thing is extremely rare? It dropped the first time I killed a monster? Does this luck really exist? Su Qingxue felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She bit her lower lip so hard that a hint of blood oozed out of her lips because she bit too hard, but she was completely unaware. Seeing the girl who was so nervous that she was about to faint, the curve of Xiaoyi's mouth became more vicious and playful. He didn't say anything, just looked at her leisurely. Watching her go from anticipation to nervousness and then to the brink of collapse. He really enjoyed the feeling. This kind of godlike sense of control, of completely manipulating other people's hopes and destinies in the palm of your hand. Finally, when Su Qingxue was about to be driven crazy by this silent torture, Xiaoyi raised his right hand lazily. A thought came to my mind. Next second, a crystal the size of a pigeon egg, emitting a strange and deep purple light, appeared out of thin air in his palm. Buzz. The moment this purple crystal core appeared, the air in the entire room seemed to stagnate. That is not light. It was a pure energy fluctuation visible to the naked eye. The enchanting purple color flowed in Xiaoyi's palm, like a captured, beating heart of a star, full of mystery and deadly temptation. Su Qingqing's eyes widened instantly. She was completely stunned, her mind was blank, and all her thinking ability was completely swallowed up by the purple in her palm. Real. It's true. Colorful crystal core. A legendary treasure that can awaken supernatural powers. An unprecedented ecstasy and greed, like a volcanic eruption, instantly destroyed all her rationality. She wants it. She dreams of it. Give me. Two words came out of her hoarse throat uncontrollably, with an almost crazy desire that she herself had not even noticed. Xiaohe raised his eyebrows and flipped his palm slightly, and the purple crystal core disappeared and was put back into the storage space. The purple color on the palm of his hand disappeared, and the light in the room dimmed a little. Su Qingshue's heart also sank suddenly, as if she had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. What did you just say? Xiaohe looked down at her with a hint of teasing in his eyes. I didn't hear clearly. Su Qingshue's face turned pale in an instant. Only then did she realize what she had just said. She was actually ordering him. In front of this demon who had just taken away everything from her in the most cruel way, she actually dared to command him to give her the things? Is she crazy? A cold fear instantly extinguished the flame of ecstasy. I'm not. She waved her hands frantically, trying to explain, but because of extreme fear and tension, she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Not what? Xiaohe approached step by step, his tall figure completely covering her in shadow. I ask you, what do you want in exchange? His voice was not loud, but every word was heart-piercing. This thing is called a thunder crystal core. In today's world, it's 10,000 times more valuable than your life and all the supplies in this building combined. What makes you think I'll give it to you for free? Xiaohe's words were like the sharpest knife, tearing all the disguises of tenderness into pieces, revealing the most naked and cruel nature of the transaction underneath. Yes. Why? Just because he destroyed himself? Just because I'm his only woman now? Stop joking. Su Qingshu smiled bitterly. In this world where human life is worth less than a dog's, what are women? Just playthings. If I'm happy, I'll reward you with a meal. If you are unhappy, you can throw it away like garbage at any time. She had seen with her own eyes how cold-blooded and ruthless this man was. Expect him to be kind? That's even more unrealistic than expecting zombies to be vegetarians. The flame of hope that had just been ignited was extinguished by the basin of ice water, leaving only a wisp of smoke. What else could she offer in exchange? She has nothing left. The body? It had already been taken away by him. Now, it probably wasn't new to him anymore. Loyalty? That's a joke. In front of this demon, she didn't even have the qualifications to resist. Despair. A despair deeper than ever before overwhelmed her once again. It turns out that giving her a glimmer of hope and then extinguishing it with your own hands is so cruel. Su Qingshu slowly lowered her head, her messy black hair covering her face, which was as pale as paper. Tears silently fell again. But this time, she didn't cry out loud. She just curled up there, like a broken doll with all her soul sucked out of it. Seeing her like this, Xiaohe frowned slightly. He didn't expect that just a few words from him would devastate her like this. This psychological endurance is still too weak. But, that's true. After all, it is just a flower in a greenhouse that has never experienced wind and rain. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you can't just rely on others. She must truly become tough from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of this, Xiaohe had an idea in his mind. He did not try to comfort her anymore, but instead adopted a colder and more impatient tone. What? You're giving up just like that? You're not even trying. Are you planning to be a useless person who can only hide behind men for the rest of your life? Su Qingshu, my patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Find a way to please me. If you satisfy me, the crystal core will be yours. If you don't, I will crush it right now, or throw it to the zombies outside. You choose. After saying that, Xiaohe ignored her, turned around and walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and quietly looked out the window at the city that had turned into a hell on earth. He put the choice back in her hands. Just sink into depravity and become a complete plaything that can only depend on him. Or you should seize this only chance and bet everything you have in exchange for the possibility of becoming a strong person. There was deathly silence in the room. Only the cigarette at Xiaohe's fingertips flickered. Su Qingshu curled up on the bed, her body shaking violently. Please him? How to please? Her mind was in a mess. At this moment, the education she had received and the moral values she had established over the past 20 years were shattered by Xiaohe's naked words. shame, anger, unwillingness. All kinds of emotions, like poisonous snakes, gnawed at her heart. But the purple, strange crystal core appeared in her mind again. That represents power. Represents dignity. It means that she will no longer be at the mercy of others and have no power to resist like she is now. If only I could get it. As long as I can gain strength. What does it matter if you pay? Dignity? Innocence? Those things had been smashed to pieces by this man himself a few hours ago. Does a person who has already fallen into hell still care whether he gets a little more mud on his body? No. Don't care. Su Qingxue slowly raised her head. All the fragility and despair in those red and swollen eyes had faded away. Instead, there is a desperate, almost crazy determination. She looked at the man's back by the window. Tall, cold, like an insurmountable mountain. He is his own god and his own devil. It is a stairway to heaven and also a ladder to hell. And now, all she has to do is use everything she has to pry open the door to heaven. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, then suddenly pulled back the quilt. She stood up. The loose silk nightgown she was wearing was already in disarray due to her previous struggle, leaving her shoulders half exposed. Under the hem of the skirt, a pair of straight and slender legs were dazzlingly white in the dim light. She walked towards Showa step by step, barefoot on the soft carpet. No sound was made. Xiaohi was smoking a cigarette and didn't look back, but he could hear the light footsteps getting closer and closer behind him. The corner of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. The child is teachable. Finally, Su Qingxue walked behind him. She stopped and could clearly smell the faint smell of tobacco on him from a distance of less than half a meter, mixed with a strong scent of male hormones that made her heart beat faster. Her face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. My heart was beating so fast as if it was going to explode. She stretched out her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly with nervousness. Then, she summoned up the greatest courage of her life. From behind, she gently wrapped her arms around the man's waist. She pressed her hot face against his broad and strong back. Please. Give me. Her voice was hoarse and humble, yet it carried a hint of desperate charm. Please, give me that power. I'm willing to do anything for you. My body, my soul, everything I am, all belongs to you. As long as you can make me no longer that useless piece of shit. After saying that, she hugged him tighter. It was as if she wanted to rub her entire body into this man. And her cold little hands began to become restless. Clumsily, yet with unwavering determination, she ignited cluster after cluster of flames on his body, enough to set the whole prairie on fire. Xiaohi took a deep puff of his cigarette and slammed the butt hard on the windowsill. He turned around. Looking at the girl in front of him with tear marks on her face but surprisingly bright eyes, she offered everything to him. He smiled. I laughed so happily and felt so satisfied. He grabbed her small chin and forced her to look up to meet his blazing eyes. Remember what you said today. From now on, you, Su Qingxue, belong to me, Xiaohi. Your life is mine. Your strength is also given by me. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you must die. The words fell. He stopped talking nonsense, lowered his head and kissed her hard. It was a kiss full of aggression and possession. Domineering, crazy, and without a trace of gentleness. Su Qingxue was almost suffocated by his kiss, her mind was blank, and she could only cling to him instinctively, enduring his violent plunder. I don't know how long it took. It lasted so long that Su Qingxue felt like she was about to melt in his arms. Xiaohi finally let her go. He looked at her lips that were swollen from being kissed, and her eyes that were so blurry that they were about to ooze tears, and his Adam's apple rolled. This little devil is really getting better and better. He forced himself to suppress the evil fire that was surging in his heart again, took out the purple crystal core again, and placed it in her palm. Eat it. His voice became a little hoarse because of the emotion. Whether you can survive depends on your own luck. Don't let me down. The cold crystal core lay in the hot palm of her hand. The strange touch made Su Qingxue sober up instantly. She lowered her head and looked at the treasure in her palm that was emitting a strange purple light. This is the hope she exchanged everything she had for. Her hands were shaking. Not because of fear, but because of extreme excitement. She raised her head and looked at Xiaohi deeply. Her eyes were extremely complicated. There was gratitude, awe, dependence, and a hint of fanatical admiration that even she herself couldn't explain. Then, she didn't hesitate at all. In front of Xiaohe, he suddenly stuffed the cold crystal core that emitted the aura of lightning into his mouth. Chapter 13. I'm owed 3 days reward. How are you going to compensate me? The crystal core entered his throat, and it was icy cold. The next second, an indescribable violent energy exploded. Ugh! Su Qingxue let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. She suddenly fell backwards and landed heavily on the bed, her body twitching violently. That's not acting. That is pure pain that comes from the deepest part of life. Visible to the naked eye, fine purple arcs of electricity began to move wildly on her fair skin, making terrifying crackling sounds. Her body, like a container that was forcibly filled with 1,000,000-volt high-voltage electricity, was being torn apart from the inside out by a force that did not belong to her, and then reassembled piece by piece. Ah! Ah! Her 10 fingers were tightly gripping the bedsheets beneath her, her knuckles turning white and veins bulging from the excessive force, and the entire bed was shaking violently with her spasms. The air was filled with the smell of burnt hair. Xiaohe just stood by the bed, watching with an expressionless face. Watch her struggle in the abyss of pain, watch the lightning dance wildly on her body, watch her beautiful face distorted by extreme pain. His eyes were cold and calm, like a scientist observing the reaction of an experimental subject. No mercy. No worries. Only the purest examination of the results. This world will not be gentle to you just because you are a beautiful woman. If you want to gain power, you must pay a price that corresponds to it. Or transform in pain. Or in pain, destruction. It's simple and fair. Seeing that Su Qingxue's convulsions were becoming more and more violent and would not stop for a while, Xiaohe simply stopped paying attention to her. Of course, Xiaohe knew that this thunder attribute crystal core was highly compatible with her, and in the end, she would definitely be fine. He turned and walked to the sofa not far away and sat down. A thought came to my mind. A crystal core the size of 2 fingernails, emitting a soft white light, appeared in his palm. Crystal core without attributes. This is the midnight snack prepared for him. Without any hesitation, Xiaohe threw the 2 crystal cores into his mouth like eating candy beans. Crack! It's as crisp as chewing rock candy. The crystal core melted in the mouth, turning into 2 gentle and pure warm currents, flowing down the throat and into every limb. There was no heart-wrenching pain like Su Qingxue's. The whole process is subtle and silent. Xiaohe could clearly feel that his muscle fibers were becoming tighter and tougher at an imperceptible rate. The density of bones is slowly increasing. The reaction speed of the nerves also becomes more acute. Although the improvement is very small, so small that it is almost negligible. But Xiao Guobi, he said he was very satisfied. Small amounts add up to a lot, and sand grains build a tower. Besides, this is just an appetizer. In the outside world, there are countless experience packs waiting for him to collect. He slowly exhaled, feeling the subtle yet real changes in his body, and a satisfied arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the heart-wrenching screams from the bed gradually faded away. Instead, there were intermittent, suppressed sobs. Xiaohe looked up. Su Qingxue had stopped twitching, and her whole body was soaked in sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Her messy black hair was stuck tightly to her pale cheeks. She is still alive. And she succeeded. The violet arcs of electricity on the surface of her body have disappeared. Instead, there was a faint, almost invisible purple halo that enveloped her entire body. Sacred, yet weird. Xiaohe stood up and walked over slowly. He wanted to see the quality of his first investment item. However, he just stretched out his hand and was about to feel her breath. Bang! A thin purple arc of electricity suddenly shot out from Su Qingqing's fingertips and hit his hand accurately. A tingling sensation came over me. The force is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Xiaohe. He frowned and stretched out his hand again in disbelief. Crack! This time, 2 arcs of electricity shot out directly from her body, like 2 living little snakes, and wrapped around his arms. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout half of my body. Xiaohe's face darkened. He finally understood. This woman successfully awakened her superpowers. But she couldn't control it at all. Now she is a walking, leaking, giant power bank. A fucking humanoid Pikachu. Thinking back to his plan just now, after she was done, he would hug this warm and soft beauty and have a good sleep for the first time since the end of the world. Now it seems. Hold her to sleep? Are you worried that your life is too long and want to experience the feeling of electrotherapy? Xiaobi felt like there was a blockage of blood in his chest, neither going up nor down. What is this? I spent a lot of money on a top-notch figurine, but when I opened the box, I found out it was charged with high voltage and I was forbidden to touch it? Bad review. Must give a bad review. He looked at the woman on the bed who was still sleeping but whose body was occasionally emitting electric sparks, and an indescribable melancholy welled up in his heart. Don't even think about sleeping with a beautiful woman in your arms tonight. The next 3 days. Xiao He lived a life like an ascetic monk. The entire presidential suite was transformed into a training ground for the Thunder King. It took Su Qinghua 3 whole days to finally evolve from a leaky power bank into a controllable nuclear reactor that could barely control the current output. First day. She just moved her fingers, and an arc of electricity flew out from her fingertips, turning an expensive Hermes pillow on the sofa into a ball of charcoal. Xiao He's face was darker than the charcoal. The next day. She wanted to drink some water, but as soon as her hand touched the glass, the water in the glass made a sizzling sound, began to boil and bubble, and then the whole glass exploded. Xiao He silently put all the glassware in the room into the storage space. Day 3. She was finally able to steadily concentrate the power of thunder and lightning in her palm. A fist-sized ball flashing with purple electric light was quietly suspended and rotating above her white palm, making a heart-pounding buzzing sound. She succeeded. She looked at the ball of thunder in her palm, feeling the violent force that could destroy everything. For the first time, the eyes that once contained only despair and fear blossomed with a light called confidence. She raised her head and looked at the man who was leaning against the window not far away, smoking a cigarette and watching her silently for 3 days. His eyes changed again. If before, it was fear, dependence, and awe. Now, there is one more thing. An apprentice has a heartfelt and fanatical admiration for his master who teaches him. It was this man who pulled her out of the quagmire of hell with his own hands. It was this man who gave her new life and strength. I did it. Her voice was still a little hoarse, but it was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. Xiao He put out the cigarette and walked over slowly. He walked around her, as if examining a newly completed work of art. Finally, his gaze fell on her pretty face, which was flushed with excitement. 3 days is enough time for her to recover. Although she was still wearing that loose nightgown at this moment, her entire temperament had undergone a drastic change. Less weak and helpless, more heroic and dangerous temptation. Good. Xiao He finally spoke, his voice filled with a hint of lazy approval. At least my crystal core wasn't wasted. He stretched out his hand, and this time, no arc jumped out. He gently pinched her smooth chin, rubbing his fingertips on her delicate skin, his eyes becoming extremely aggressive. Now that you've learned to control your little toy. His voice was very low and full of hints. So now, is it my turn to inspect the results of these 3 days? By the way. He leaned down, his lips almost touching her red earlobe, and his hot breath made her shiver all over. Give me back the reward you owe me for 3 days? Chapter 14. Everything I have is yours. You can inspect it however you want. Chapter 14. The hot breath blew on the earlobe, making it itchy and numb. Su Qingshui trembled all over, and the power of thunder and lightning that she had just barely suppressed almost ran wild in her body again. She raised her head and met Xiaoyi's eyes that were full of aggression and possessiveness. That look was as if he was looking at the most perfect private property that belonged to him and only him. 3 days ago, facing such a look, she would be afraid and would shrink back. But now, she won't. Because she knew that she was no longer that powerless loser. She had the power and the qualification to stand under the same sky with this demon, even if it was just as his shadow. And all of this was given by him. The ecstasy of gaining power and the dependence that had penetrated deep into her bones over the past 3 days had already completely conquered her heart. 100 points of favorability is not just talk. It is a mark engraved deep in the soul that will never be betrayed. The corner of her mouth slowly curled up into an arc that captivated everyone. The eyes that were flashing with lightning just now were now as charming as silk. Onar. She took the initiative to stretch out her arms, hooked them around Xiaoyi's neck, and offered her soft body to him without reservation. My body, my strength, everything I have is given by you. You can accept it however you want. My master. She whispered the last two words almost against his lips. Boom! The last string of reason in Xiaoyi's mind snapped. This little goblin. I haven't seen you for just 3 days, and you've already learned so many tricks. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he picked her up and strode towards the big bed that had endured so much torture. You asked for this. Wait, don't cry for mercy. 2,000 words of fierce battle omitted here. For a long time. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. In the room, the only sounds left were heavy breathing and the never-ending roars of zombies outside the window. One black and one white, two completely different sounds, intertwined together, forming the most bizarre symphony in the Doomsday. Su Qingxue curled up in Xiaoyi's arms like a lazy cat, not wanting to move even a finger. She felt the man's strong heartbeat, smelled the masculine scent on his body that made her feel extremely at ease, and a satisfied and happy expression appeared on her face that she had never had before. This is her man. He is the devil who destroyed her old world and the god who created her new world. However, Xiaoyi was not completely immersed in this gentle land. He held the beauty in his arms with one hand, and with the other hand, he unconsciously tapped the sheets. He is thinking. The fact that Su Qingxue can awaken her special powers means that other people in this world can do the same. He was able to get ahead of the others thanks to the incredible plug-in of the system. But plug-ins are not omnipotent. It gave him a great start, but he had to play the cards that followed. If he just lay down now, content with guarding a beautiful woman, hiding in this hotel and acting like a local tyrant, sooner or later, a stronger survivor or a more terrifying mutant will kick open this door. By then, everything he has now will be ruthlessly crushed. He doesn't want to be the kind of villain who was all-powerful in the early stage but is used as an experience bag in the later stage. This world has become a huge, bloody hunting ground. If you don't move forward, you are moving backward. If you don't hunt, you will be hunted. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi's eyes became sharp again. He wants to go out. Go hunt zombies and snatch crystal cores. He wants to accumulate absolute advantages that others cannot reach as quickly as possible. Certainly. By the way, collect more top-quality resources like Su Qingxue. In the end times, beauties, like food and weapons, are the most valuable strategic resources. Only the strong are worthy of having everything. What are you thinking about? Su Qingxue in his arms seemed to have noticed his change. She raised her little face, whose blush had not yet completely faded, and asked softly. Xiaoyi lowered his head and pinched her smooth face. I'm thinking, I can't lie like this anymore. We have to go out and work. Work? Su Qingxue was stunned. Kill zombies and find crystal cores. Xiaoyi said concisely, I need more power. So do you. Hearing this, there was no trace of dissatisfaction or complaint in Su Qingxue's eyes. She knew that what the man said was right. In this suite, they are gods and masters. But once you walk out of this door, the outside is real hell. Only absolute power is the only guarantee of survival. Instead of objecting, she seemed to have thought of something and her eyes moved slightly. Xiaoyi. She bit her lip, seeming to find it difficult to speak. You just said that you want to collect more resources. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and looked at her with interest. Why? Do you have any objections? No. I didn't. Su Qingxue quickly shook her head, fearing that he would misunderstand. She organized her words before speaking carefully. I have a best friend named Lin Weiwei. She's a model. She's very beautiful, much prettier than me. When she said this, there was a hint of deep worry in her voice. When the apocalypse broke out, she should have been in the Guanlan Villa area in the eastern suburbs. That was her home. In today's world, what will happen to such a beautiful girl without any power? I can't even imagine it. Su Qingxue's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She knew it all too well. Once order collapses and humanity is destroyed, what does a top beauty mean to men dominated by desire? That would be an end 10,000 times more miserable than death. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Xiaoyi, please, can we go find her? As long as you can save her, I promise that she will serve you willingly, just like me. Can we make her ours, too? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyi was stunned. He looked at Su Qingxue's face, which was full of sincerity and eagerness, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Good job. I'm so fucking good. What kind of a wonderful and helpful wife is this? I have just started a harem and want to find a reason to expand it. But she actually volunteered to help him find a candidate, and even made clear arrangements for her best friend. This enlightenment. That's too high. Xiaohe was delighted in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding in a tone of, since you said so, I'll do it reluctantly. Since she's your best friend, I can't just stand by and watch her die. Guanlan Villa District, right? I know that place. Once we're ready, we'll set off. When Su Qingxue heard Xiaohe's agreement, she burst into tears of joy and kissed him hard on the face excitedly. Thank you. Thank you. Xiaohe hugged her again in his arms, and his big hands began to become dishonest. Just saying thank you doesn't mean anything. The corner of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. Before we set off, shouldn't you let me inspect it again? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red, but she did not resist. Instead, she took the initiative to meet him. She expressed her warmest gratitude through actions. The next morning, Xiaohe climbed out of bed refreshed. He glanced at Su Qingxue, who was still sleeping beside him with tears in the corners of her eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Last night's compensation and reward were both very appropriate. He didn't wake her up, letting her sleep a little longer and wake him up when it was time to leave. Then, he walked straight to the storage room. Next, it's time to prepare for our first hunting trip. Chapter 15 Electric Wild Kitten. Chapter 15. The storage room in the presidential suite is ridiculously large. Before the end of the world, this place was filled with top-quality supplies from all over the world prepared by the hotel for its most distinguished guests. Vintage red wine, precious caviar, expensive cigars, a dazzling array of items. But now, in Xiaohe's eyes, these things are no different from garbage. What he really valued were the mountains of food and water he had plundered. Hundreds of boxes of mineral water were piled up like a small mountain. Instant noodles of various flavors, self-heating hot pots, and compressed biscuits almost filled half of the room. Xiaohe looked at the land in front of him, but was thinking in his mind. His storage space is only 1,000 cubic meters. It sounds not small, but if you convert it, it is just a cube with a length, width, and height of 10 meters. It's impossible to take everything away from here. Most of the supplies can only be left here. This hotel is his base camp and his safe house for the time being. He dragged a half-person high military-grade hiking bag out from the corner and began to stuff things into it. 2 boxes of mineral water, 20 self-heating rice, 50 high-energy protein bars, and a first aid kit found in the hotel's infirmary were packed full. As for the weapon, the fire axe stained with black blood was directly put into the storage space by him so that he could use it at any time. After doing all this, he clapped his hands, feeling quite satisfied. Fully equipped and well-stocked. It's time to wake up his sleepy, electric little wild cat. In the bedroom, the curtains were drawn tightly and the light was dim. Su Qingxue was lying on her side on the bed, sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes cast a light shadow under her eyes, and there was a sweet smile of satisfaction on the corner of her mouth. After 3 days of painful transformation and a whole night of crazy demands, her body and spirit were already exhausted. Xiaohe walked to the bedside without waking her up rudely. He just watched quietly. Looking at this beautiful face that made him addicted to it, and looking at the curves outlined by her silky nightgown that were enough to drive any man crazy. Qingxue, wake up. His voice was very soft. Su Qingxue's eyelashes trembled and she made a lazy, cat-like nasal sound. She slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw that it was Xiaohe, her hazy eyes instantly turned into a pool of spring water. Then, she stretched out in front of him. This movement stretched her already slender body into a breathtaking arc. The wide nightgown slid up because of this action, revealing a pair of straight, slender, and dazzlingly white legs under the skirt. The air suddenly became hot. Xiaohe's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably. Oh shit. This witch. A familiar flame shot up uncontrollably again. He felt that his body, which had just been drained, was once again in a state of combat readiness. No. Business is important. He forced himself to look away and turned around, his voice tinged with gritted teeth. You'll have 10 minutes to change your clothes. We're going out. Looking at the man's embarrassed look of wanting to eat but not daring to, and trying hard to restrain himself, a hint of cunning and secret joy flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. She covered her mouth with the quilt and laughed silently. It turns out that this is the feeling that makes him lose control. It turns out that I am so attractive in his heart. This feeling made her feel more satisfied and intoxicated than awakening her lightning power. She is no longer the plaything that can only passively endure. She can also, in her own way, tug at the heartstrings of this man who dominates everything about her. I understand, my master. She deliberately answered in a soft and charming tone, then slowly got up from the bed and walked into the dressing room. 10 minutes later, the two stood at the door of the presidential suite. Su Qingxue changed into a tight black sportswear, which perfectly outlined her hot figure. Her long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, and her beautiful face no longer had the previous weakness and helplessness, but instead had a heroic and cool look. Xiao He nodded with satisfaction. This is what the Doomsday goddess of war looks like. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened the heavy door. Boom! Outside the door is hell. An overwhelming stench, a mixture of blood and decay, hit me in the face. The corridor was dimly lit, with emergency lights flickering. The ground and walls were covered with dried, blackened blood and some indescribable pieces of flesh. Zombies in groups of 2 or 3, dressed in the clothes of hotel staff or guests, wandered aimlessly in the corridor. When they heard the door open, their cloudy eyes turned in unison. Ha ha! The teeth-grinding roar echoed in the empty corridor. Vomit! Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Su Qingxue's stomach still felt churning. Her face turned pale, and she subconsciously covered her mouth and almost vomited on the spot. This scene was 10,000 times more terrifying than she had imagined. At this moment, the zombie closest to them, wearing a waiter's uniform, rushed over with a roar. Su Qingxue was so frightened that her whole body froze and she subconsciously wanted to scream. But she forced herself to hold back the scream. She gritted her teeth and looked at the rotting and pus-oozing face that was getting closer and closer to her. Don't be afraid. Xiao He was watching right beside him. She couldn't be that screaming loser anymore. She is a lightning mutant. She is his woman. A strong, unyielding obsession overwhelmed the instinctive fear. Get out of here! She shouted angrily and raised her right hand. Crack! A faint, almost invisible arc of purple electricity shot out from her fingertips and hit the zombie's forehead accurately. The zombie's body trembled violently, and its rushing movement paused for 0.1 second. Although she failed to cause any substantial damage, she did it. Under extreme fear, she successfully controlled her power. A hint of approval appeared in Xiao He's eyes. Good. He is a promising person. He didn't give her a second chance to perform. With a thought, the ferocious fire axe instantly appeared in his hand. He took a step forward, protecting Su Qingxue behind him, flexing his arm muscles, and swept the zombie's head cleanly and neatly. Phew! The rotten head was slapped away like a rotten watermelon. Black blood and brain matter were scattered all over the ground. The whole process is fast, accurate and ruthless. Full of violent beauty. The reason why I don't use my superpowers is that I don't want to waste them in such places. It's best to use them at critical moments. Moreover, after eating 2 attributeless crystal cores, Xiaoyi's strength is no less than Tyson's. Su Qingxue looked at the broad figure standing in front of her and watched him killing without hesitation. Her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably again. But this time, it wasn't out of fear. It's because of something hard to describe called sense of security. Follow me closely. Xiaoyi said without turning his head, holding the axe and walking forward step by step. Don't fall behind, and don't make any unnecessary noise. Yes. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously, forcing herself not to look at or smell the things that made her sick, and took a step forward, following closely. The two of them walked one in front and one behind, like 2 ghosts walking in purgatory, silently and efficiently clearing all obstacles on the way forward. Xiaoyi was responsible for the main attack, and every time he swung his axe, a head would explode. And Su Qingxue was adapting quickly. From the pale face at the beginning to the expressionless face later. From the beginning, she needed Xiaoyi's protection. Later, she could even actively release weak electric currents to paralyze the zombies that attacked from the side or back, creating opportunities for Xiaoyi to take action. Her growth is visible to the naked eye. The two of them cooperated more and more tacitly, and soon they had cleaned the entire floor. Instead of taking the elevator, they went to the emergency exit. Just as Xiaoyi pushed open the heavy fire door, there was suddenly a commotion downstairs. That wasn't the monotonous roar of a zombie. Instead, it was a noisy sound of human screams and cries filled with fear and despair. Help! Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Ah. The sound came from the direction of the hotel lobby. Xiao He and Su Qingxue looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. There are living people down there. Moreover, there are quite a few of them. Chapter 16. I'm not interested in being a savior. Chapter 16. Hotel lobby. Hell on earth. Xiao He and Su Qingxue stood at the stairs of the emergency passage, looking down at the chaotic scene below. A dozen or 20 survivors, men, women, young and old, were trapped in the center of the lobby by dozens of zombies. They managed to create a fragile defense using sofas, suitcases, and the hotel's decorative potted plants. But this line of defense is being broken down bit by the crazy swarm of zombies. A middle-aged man in a suit, who looked like a corporate executive, was swinging a golf club and frantically hitting a zombie that was trying to crawl across the sofa. But his little bit of strength was of no use at all, and instead aroused the zombie's ferocity. A young mother held a 5 or 6-year-old child tightly in her arms, pressing the child's head against her chest. She was trembling all over with fear and sobbing desperately. More people had numb expressions on their faces, huddled together with empty eyes, like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Help! Someone please save us! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Desperate cries, mixed with the teeth-grinding roars of zombies, echoed in the lobby. Su Qingxue's face turned pale, and a ball of electric light subconsciously gathered in the palm of her hand. She looked at Xiao He with a questioning look in her eyes. To save or not to save? Xiao He's expression didn't change at all. He just glanced at everyone below with indifference, his eyes as if he was evaluating the value of a group of livestock. Just then. Ah! A shrill scream. An exceptionally agile zombie bypassed the crude defense line and pounced on the young mother holding her child. The big, rotten, pus-oozing mouth was about to bite the woman's neck. Everyone closed their eyes in fear. It's over. However, the imagined bloody scene did not happen. Sizzle! A dazzling purple lightning, like a spear of divine punishment, fell from the sky. The lightning pierced through the zombie's head with incredible precision, and the violent electric current instantly burned its brain into charcoal. Thump! The zombie twitched all over, emitting black smoke, and fell straight down, less than 10 centimeters away from the woman. The entire lobby fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The survivors forgot to cry out, and the zombies seemed to be shocked by this supernatural power, and their movements stopped for a moment. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads towards the source of the lightning. Then, they saw it. I saw 2 people standing at the stairs, like gods and demons. The man was tall and stern, holding a fire axe that was still dripping with blood, with a look of disdain in his eyes, like Ashura walking out of hell. The woman was extremely beautiful and cold, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit that outlined her breathtaking curves. On her white fingertips, there were still lingering, heart-pounding purple arcs of electricity. What is this? Making a movie? Or, is it that, a god has descended to Earth? Without waiting for everyone to react, Xiao He moved. He carried the fire axe and walked down the stairs step by step. He walked slowly, but every step carried a suffocating sense of oppression. The zombies blocking his way seemed to be frightened by some kind of aura and subconsciously retreated to both sides, making way for him. Ha! Finally, a blind zombie reacted and pounced on him with a roar. Xiao He didn't even raise his eyelids. Hands raised. The axe falls. Phew! Clean. Neat. Half of the head was cut off, and black blood splattered all over the ground. The whole process is smooth and full of violent beauty. Then, the second one, the third one. Xiao He walked into the group of corpses like a most efficient butcher, strolling leisurely in the garden. The fire axe in his hand turned into the most deadly scythe of death. Every time he swung, a zombie would fall down. No unnecessary movements. There is no waste at all. That was not a battle, it was a one-sided, crushing massacre. Su Qingxue stood at the stairs, becoming the perfect long-range artillery position. Her eyes became extremely sharp. Whenever a zombie tried to attack Xiao He from the side or back, crack! An arc of electricity would arrive first and hit the target accurately, paralyzing the zombies on the spot and creating a perfect opportunity for Xiao He to finish them off. The cooperation between the two is seamless. The survivors in the lobby were completely stunned. Their mouths opened wide, their eyes were as big as bells, and their minds were blank. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. Is this still a human being? This is the fucking Gundam and the floating cannon coming down to Earth. In less than 2 minutes, the dozens of zombies that besieged them were wiped out completely. The entire lobby was filled with corpses and blood plasma, and there was no living creature to be seen. Xiaoyi shook off the black blood on the axe, without even looking at the survivors, and walked straight to Su Qingxue. Well done. He reached out and pinched Su Qingxue's face out of habit. Su Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, but her eyes were full of pride and joy. Getting his praise made her happier than killing any number of zombies. This scene caused a huge uproar in the eyes of the survivors. Such a powerful woman, like a Valkyrie, is like a docile kitten in front of this man? How terrifying is this man? After the dead silence, there is an explosion of ecstasy after surviving the disaster. We're saved. We're saved. Gods. You are gods. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone was excited. They seemed to have seen a savior, crying and crawling towards Xiaohe and Su Qingxing. The middle-aged man who had been swinging the golf club was the first to rush to the front, with a flattering smile on his face. Sir, miss, I'm Wang Hongda, chairman of the Hongda Group. Thank you so much for saving my life. If you can get me out of here, I'll give you money. 10 million. No. 100 million. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. More people crowded over and started talking at once. Don't listen to him. Money is worthless now. Little brother, I'm a veteran. I know how to fight. Take me with you. I can be your helper. Take me with you. I can do everything. Washing and cooking, I'll take care of it all. Please, take my child with you. He's so young. When there are too many people, the situation gets completely out of control. Crying, begging, quarreling. All kinds of noise mixed together, making people have a headache. This huge movement was like lighting a 1,000-watt searchlight in the dark night. Outside the hotel, on the street, even on other floors. More zombies were attracted by the smell of the feast belonging to the living people. Ha. More and more figures began to appear outside the glass revolving door of the lobby. They slammed the glass and roared, their rotten faces pressed against the glass, squeezed and deformed. It was extremely terrifying. The faces of the survivors turned pale again. They tried even harder to squeeze next to Xiaohe, as if that was the safest haven in the world. Xiaohe frowned. The last trace of patience in his eyes was also exhausted. A bunch of trash. Being noisy and cowardly has no value except causing trouble. Being a bodyguard? Being a bodyguard for this bunch of losers? Why? Is it because they are loud? Or because they are thick-skinned? He has no interest in being a savior. He looked at Su Qingxue and gave her a look. Let us go. Su Qingxue immediately understood. She had no interest in the life or death of these people. In this world, she only cares about one person. That is Xiaohe. Xiaoyi took her hand, turned around and prepared to leave, not even bothering to pay attention to the group of chirping flies behind him. However, they just turned around. A male college student wearing glasses and looking gentle suddenly rushed up, opened his arms and blocked their way. You can't leave. His voice was sharp with excitement and filled with an unreasonable anger. Xiaohe stopped walking. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him who was not aware of his own life or death. That look was so cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. Get out of the way. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The college student felt a chill in his heart when he saw him look at her, but when he thought of his fate after being abandoned, a surge of anger surged up again. He summoned up his courage, blushed, and loudly demanded. How can you be so selfish? You have such great power, isn't it your responsibility to protect the weak like us? With great power comes great responsibility. Don't you understand this? You've abandoned us and left now. What's the difference between you and a murderer? Don't you feel guilty? His righteous speech instantly ignited the emotions of others. Yes. You can't leave. Save people to the end, send the Buddha to the West. You are not human beings if you just watch someone die without helping him. If you dare to leave, we will fight you. A group of people, filled with righteous indignation, began to carry out the most vicious moral kidnapping against their savior. They seem to have forgotten who saved them from the zombies' mouths just a few minutes ago. In their opinion, since you saved me, you must be responsible for me to the end. If you are not responsible, you are a bad person, a devil. Listen to these harsh shouts and curses. Su Qingshue's pretty face turned cold in an instant, and the lightning at her fingertips began to crackle uncontrollably. And Xiaohe. He smiled. He looked at the group of ugly people in front of him and suddenly found it extremely ridiculous. Conscience? He tilted his head, and the corner of his mouth curled up in an extremely sarcastic arc. I fed that thing to the dog on the first day of the apocalypse. Besides, it's fishy. Chapter 17, Moral Kidnapping? I'll give you an axe. Xiaohe's light words were like a basin of cold water, pouring over the enthusiasm of all the survivors. Conscience? Feed it to the dog? Still think it's fishy? Is this fucking human language? After a brief period of silence, there was an even more violent explosion. You devil. You have no humanity. Beast. You are a cold-blooded beast. The male college student with glasses who blocked the road was so angry that he was shaking all over and his face turned the color of liver. He pointed at Xiaohe's nose and screamed with all his strength. You are the scum of society. Scum. Doomsday has come to judge selfish villains like you. As long as we're here, we'll never let a scum like you leave and endanger more people. He spoke passionately and spit everywhere, as if he was the embodiment of justice, judging an unforgivable sinner. And the group of people behind him were ignited again. Yes. We can't let him go. Everyone, come together. We have more people. Are we still afraid of just 2 of them? He must be tired after killing so many zombies. Let's go together and subdue him. Wang Hongda, who previously claimed to be the chairman of Hongda Group, rolled his eyes and started to fan the flames. Yes. Catch him. He must have some secret. Let's capture him and force him to tell us the secret of his strength. The ugliness of human nature is fully exposed at this moment. They were begging others for protection 1 second, and the next second, just because others were unwilling to be their free babysitters, they wanted to kill people and steal their treasures. Ridiculous. And sad. Hearing these dirty words, Su Qingshue's pretty face turned cold as ice. The power of thunder and lightning in her body began to surge wildly, and purple arcs of electricity jumped on her fingertips, making a crackling sound. As long as Xiaohe gives her a look, she will not hesitate to turn all these ignorant trash into charcoal. However, Xiaohe didn't look at her. He smiled. Facing the accusations and abuse from a group of people, he was not angry at all. Instead, he grinned, revealing his white teeth, and smiled exceptionally brightly. But there was no warmth in that smile. There was only endless, eerie coldness and mockery, as if looking at a group of dead people. Are you done? He tilted his head, and his voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. That's all, let's get going. Before he finished speaking, he moved. No one even saw his movements. A second ago, he was standing there lazily. The next second, he turned into a shadow and instantly appeared in front of the man with glasses who was blocking the way. You. The pupils of the man with glasses suddenly contracted. He only had time to utter a word before a gust of wind mixed with the smell of blood blew towards him. The last thing he saw was the ferocious fire axe, rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Phew! There was a sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh, a sound that made your teeth ache. Time seemed to be slowed down at this moment. The fire axe, which was stained with black corpse blood, did not chop towards his neck, but instead chopped into his chest at a tricky angle. From the left shoulder downwards, it directly cut open his entire chest, including his abdomen, leaving a hideous gash half a meter long. Well. The man with glasses froze in place. The expression on his face changed from anger, to astonishment, to extreme pain and disbelief. He lowered his head. He saw it. He saw his chest being ripped open. I saw the bright red internal organs and the white ribs that were still moving slightly. Warm blood gushed out like a flood, instantly staining his clothes and the marble floor beneath his feet red. Ha ha! He wanted to say something, but all that came out of his mouth was a meaningless roar like a leaky air. Life force is fading away rapidly. Xiaohe pulled the fire axe out of his body with an expressionless face. Crash! A large pile of colorful intestines and internal organs were brought out as the axe was pulled out, and fell to the ground with a clatter. The man with glasses could no longer support himself, and he fell to his knees like a puddle of mud, lying on the pile of his still steaming internal organs. Eyes wide open. Death will take some time. But the most painful thing is to be powerless and watch the countdown to your own death. The entire lobby was dead silent. All those who were shouting wildly and indignant before, now looked like ducks with their necks strangled, unable to utter a word. Their bodies were as stiff as stone sculptures. Their faces were filled with extreme fear that could not be described in words. Kill, murder. He really killed someone. Moreover, it was done in such a cruel and bloody way. This is a completely different concept from killing zombies. That's a real person. The companions who were standing with them and cheering just a second ago. The next second, it turned into a pool of rotten meat with no way to distinguish between internal organs and flesh and blood. The rich, fresh smell of blood madly stimulated everyone's nerves, making their brains blank, their bodies cold, and their hands and feet weak. Vomit. Finally, someone couldn't bear the double impact of visual and psychological shock, bent down and vomited on the spot. And this sound is like a switch. Ah! Devil! He's the devil! The survivors finally recovered from their petrified state and let out screams that were 100 times more miserable than when they had seen the zombies before. They no longer dared to move forward, but instead rolled and crawled, desperately retreating, wishing to get as far away from the man holding the weapon as possible. Wang Hongda, who had previously clamored to subdue him, was now so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed onto the ground. A large area of his crotch quickly became wet, emitting an unpleasant, foul smell. Look at the ugly reactions of this group of people. There was no trace of emotion on Su Qingshue's face. She didn't even move her eyebrows, but just looked at Xiaohe calmly, with a look of self-determination in her eyes. These people deserve to die. Xiaohe shook off the warm blood on the axe and swept his cold eyes over the group of survivors huddled in the corner and shivering. He sneered, his voice full of disdain. Now, does anyone else want to talk to me about conscience and responsibility? No one answered. The only answer he got was the chattering of teeth and the uncontrollable sobbing of fear. A bunch of rubbish. Xiaohe was too lazy to waste time with this bunch of trash, so he put the fire axe back into the storage space, and then naturally took Su Qingshue's hand. Let's go. Su Qingshu nodded obediently, letting him pull her, and turned to walk towards the safe passage leading to the underground parking lot. The two men walked past the body, which was not yet dead and was still twitching slightly on the ground, one in front and one behind, as if no one was around. The leather boots stepped into the sticky pool of blood, making a click, click sound. Each blow was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the survivors hard. What no one noticed was that when Xiaohe passed by the zombies, their heads would suddenly disappear and be collected into the space by Xiaohe. You said that Xiaohe didn't touch the object with his hands, so how did he put it into the space? Xiaohe said that he did not use his hands, but he used his feet. When you pass by, you can just touch it lightly with your foot and put it into the space. It was not until the two men's backs completely disappeared behind the fire door that the group of people in the lobby seemed to come alive, gasping for breath as if they had just been pulled out of the water. They looked at the corpses on the ground, and then looked at the zombies outside the door that were still roaring and banging on the door. A despair deeper and more helpless than before enveloped everyone. Underground parking lot. It was dark and damp, and the air was filled with a strange smell mixed with gasoline and mold. It is much quieter here than upstairs, with only a few scattered zombies wandering among the abandoned vehicles. As soon as Xiaohe and Su Qingshu came in, the zombies smelled the breath of living people and pounced on them with roars. This time, Xiaohe didn't take action. I'll leave it to you. Yes, master. A hint of excitement flashed in Su Qingshue's eyes. She raised her hand, and in her white palm, a fist-sized ball of lightning flashing with purple electric light instantly condensed into shape. Go! With a light rebuke, the thunderball in her palm transformed into an electric snake, shuttling back and forth between several zombies at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Crackle! After a burst of crisp sounds like popping beans. Those zombies, their bodies charred black and emitting smoke, fell straight down without even touching the corner of Xiaohe's clothes. Yes, the control is getting better and better. Xiaohe nodded with satisfaction. Su Qingshu smiled sweetly, took his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder, like a kitten seeking credit. Xiaohe took her and walked straight to the deepest part of the parking lot, parking space 37 in Area B. There, a giant steel beast was parked quietly. A black, heavily modified Hummer H1 off-road vehicle. Reinforced anti-collision beams, explosion-proof windows, and even searchlights and luggage racks installed on the roof. This ferocious shape is full of Doomsday wasteland style, giving people an unparalleled sense of security. This is. Su Qingshue's eyes lit up. I rented it before the apocalypse, he explained calmly. The Guanlan Villa district is in the eastern suburbs, dozens of kilometers from here. There's no telling how many zombies and roadblocks there are along the way. Without any means of transportation, walking there on foot would be a death wish. His voice was very plain, but Su Qingxue couldn't help but admire him. He had already confessed to her before that he knew the doomsday would happen, so there was nothing more to say. But it is really admirable that he can be so thoughtful and make good arrangements in everything. This man. She looked at Xiaoyi's profile, and her love almost overflowed. Xiaoyi took out the key and pressed the unlock button. DD. The Hummer's headlights lit up, like two awakening animal eyes in the dark parking lot. He opened the car door and let Su Qingxue sit in the passenger seat first, while he went around to the other side and sat in the driver's seat. The soft leather seats isolate the cold outside. Xiaoyi skillfully inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it hard. Buzz boom. The sleeping steel giant was instantly awakened. The low and violent roar of the V8 engine echoed in the empty underground parking lot, making people's eardrums buzz. This sound is a declaration of power. It is the afterglow of civilization. Also, the horn that attracts death. Outside the parking lot, further away, countless zombies were attracted by the huge engine sound and began to rush towards the site frantically. He didn't care at all. He put the car in gear and stepped on the accelerator hard. Boom! The Hummer roared like an angry bull and rushed towards the exit of the parking lot. Chapter 18. The beautiful woman Qin Yuerong's call for help. Boom! The black Hummer, like a wild beast that had escaped from its cage, roared and smashed open the rolling door of the underground parking lot. Twisted metal fragments flew everywhere. The dazzling sunlight suddenly rushed in, causing Su Qingxue, who had just adapted to the darkness, to subconsciously squint her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was stunned. The world before our eyes has completely turned into a hell on earth. The once bustling streets are now blocked by an endless stream of abandoned vehicles. The black wreckage left after the fire, the smashed sports car, the bus overturned on the side of the road, formed a shocking doomsday picture. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood, the stench of decay, and the pungent smell of burning. Countless zombies, wearing various clothes, like a group of soulless puppets, wandered aimlessly in the gaps between vehicles and on the streets. The violent roar of the Hummer's engine was like a huge rock hitting the calm lake, instantly attracting the attention of all the zombies nearby. Ha! Hundreds of zombies turned their heads in unison, their cloudy eyes fixed on the steel behemoth that made the noise. Then, like sharks that smell blood, they roared and rushed over from all directions like crazy. Bang! 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 Countless rotten palms slapped on the explosion-proof car windows, leaving black stains. Twisted and terrifying faces were stuck to the glass, squeezed and deformed. Just looking at them was enough to scare ordinary people. However, there was no trace of emotion on Xiaoyi's face. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Hold on tight. He just uttered 3 words lightly, then stepped on the accelerator and pressed it to the bottom. Buzz! The V8 engine roars even more wildly. The Hummer was like a heavy tank rushing forward, ignoring the zombies that were rushing towards it and just ran over them. Puff! Puff! From under the wheels came the disgusting sounds of bones breaking and flesh being crushed into mud. Those fragile zombies were no different from paper in front of the steel behemoth. They were knocked away and crushed in an instant. A road paved with blood, flesh and broken bones stretched behind the car. Su Qingxue sat in the passenger seat, her little hands tightly gripping the armrest, her heart pounding. This feeling is so exciting. It's 10,000 times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. She looked at the man next to her. He held the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes focused and indifferent, as if what he was crushing were not zombies, but just a group of troublesome ants. This man is always so strong and reassuring. The car sped along, running over countless zombies and knocking down countless roadblocks. Su Qingxue looked at the once familiar but now dilapidated street scenes rapidly receding outside the window, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. Her home is on the other side of the city. Her parents, how are they? Are they still alive? An irrepressible feeling of worry and sadness surged into my heart. Xiaoyi glanced at her and saw the worry in her eyes, but he said nothing. Now is not the time to be sentimental. In this fucked up world, just being able to protect myself has taken all my energy. He doesn't have the time, nor the obligation, to take responsibility for other people's families. Even if this other person is his woman. It's better to become strong enough first, like Superman. At that time, you can be as virtuous as you want, even if there are problems, it won't be a problem. Boom! After knocking aside another car that was blocking the road, the Hummer had to slow down. The road ahead was completely blocked. Dozens of cars crashed into a small hill, blocking the entire main road tightly without leaving even a gap. Oh shit! Xiaoyi cursed under his breath and had to stop the car. He unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. Get off! Su Qingxue immediately got out of the car obediently. The zombies around smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood and began to gather around again. But before they get close, Xiaoyi walked to the front of the car, stretched out his right hand, and gently patted the hideous hood. Next second, under Su Qingxue's shocked gaze, the Hummer behemoth weighing several tons just disappeared out of thin air. Not even a shadow left. Su Qingxue opened her mouth and didn't close it for a long time. Although I already knew that Xiaoyi had storage space, the visual impact of seeing such a large thing being put away was still too strong. This is simply a living Gundam storage technique. What are you doing? Let's go. Xiaoyi's voice brought her back from her shock. He took her hand and deftly climbed onto the roof of an overturned car. Follow me closely. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously, suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind, and followed his footsteps closely. The two men, one in front and one behind, jumped quickly across the mountain of vehicles, leaving the roaring zombies below far behind. Just as they were about to cross the obstacle area, Su Qingqing's ears suddenly moved. Her hearing was also greatly enhanced after awakening her superpowers. Amid the roars of countless zombies and the sound of the wind, she caught a very faint, different sound. That is, humanity's cry for help. Help, help! The voice was intermittent, full of weakness and despair. Xiao He, listen. She immediately stopped and grabbed Xiao He. Xiao He frowned slightly and listened attentively. Sure enough, he heard it too. The source of the sound seemed to be a white Land Rover Range Rover sandwiched between a bus and a container truck diagonally below. The car's windows were closed, but from the outside, one could still vaguely see a figure swaying inside. A trace of pity flashed across Su Qingxue's eyes. She looked at Xiao He with a questioning look. Save? She knew that she was not qualified to make the decision. Xiao He is the one who can decide the life and death of others. Xiao He followed her gaze and his eyes fell on the Land Rover. He didn't answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes. His sight seemed to penetrate the thick car window glass and he could see the scene inside clearly. There were two people in the car. A mature and beautiful woman who looks to be in her 30s and still has charm. The other one was a cute little girl of 7 or 8 years old. The mother and daughter hugged each other, their faces full of fear and despair. Due to long-term hunger and lack of water, their faces were pale and their lips were chapped. But even so, it is difficult to conceal their outstanding beauty. Just as Xiaoyi's eyes fell on them, in his mind, a cold mechanical prompt sounded that only he could hear. Ding! High-value target detected. Target 1, Qin Yuerong, 34 years old, mature and beautiful woman. Overall score, 92 points excellent. Target 2, Qin Iran, 8 years old, cute little girl. Overall score, 90 points excellent. System suggestion, host, take the big one. Take it into your harem and you will get a lot of rewards. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth uncontrollably curled up into a playful arc. Good job. What a great guy. Doomsday gift pack, right? Buy one get one free, right? System, you really understand me. Receive? Still not accepting? Is there any need to ask? Don't miss out on the best product that's delivered to your door. Let's go down and take a look. Xiao He made a quick decision, pulled Su Qingxue, jumped off the roof of the car, and landed steadily next to the Land Rover. Bang! 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 He bent his fingers and knocked hard on the car window. The mother and daughter in the car were startled by the sudden sound and huddled together like two frightened rabbits. When they looked through the car window and saw that there were two living people standing outside, not zombies, a strong desire to survive suddenly burst out in their desperate eyes. Help! Help us! The beautiful woman named Qin Yuerong was banging on the car window like crazy and crying hoarsely. Her daughter Qin Iran also started crying. It's so noisy. Xiao He frowned impatiently. The crying and shouting had attracted several zombies nearby, who were roaring and moving towards this side. Su Qingxue understood. She didn't even bother to look at those small fish. She raised her jade hand slightly. Crack! Several tiny purple arcs of electricity shot out from her fingertips and accurately hit the heads of the zombies. The zombies' bodies stiffened and they fell straight down. The whole process was as pleasant as flicking off a few grains of dust. The mother and daughter in the car were shocked when they saw this scene. Their mouths opened wide and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Thunder, lightning? Is this woman a fairy? Xiao He ignored their shock and kicked the car door lock roughly. Bang! A loud bang. The sturdy car door was kicked inward by him, and the car lock was completely scrapped. He opened the car door and a strange smell mixed with perfume and sweat hit him in the face. Come out. His voice was cold and emotionless. Qin Yuerong and Qin Yiran finally woke up from their dream and crawled out of the car. Because they hadn't eaten for several days, their legs and feet were a little weak, and they almost fell down as soon as they stood up. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Qin Yuerong supported her daughter and bowed and thanked Xiao He and Su Qingxue incoherently, tears streaming down her face. Su Qingxue looked at the mother and daughter in front of her, then looked at Xiao He's interested eyes, and she instantly understood. She was not jealous. Not a single bit. She just felt that this man was becoming more and more fascinating to her. In this doomsday where the strong prey on the weak, mercy and kindness are the most useless things. If you want to survive and live well, you must constantly plunder resources and strengthen your own strength. And beautiful women, in the doomsday, are themselves a top-level resource. What Xiao He is doing is the right thing. What she had to do was not to be jealous, but to become his sharpest knife, helping him to gain more trophies and build their Doomsday Empire. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue's eyes became extremely firm. Xiao He ignored Qin Yuerong's thanks. His eyes, like a scanner, scanned back and forth and scrupulously over the curvy bodies of the beautiful women. Finally, his gaze rested on Qin Yuerong's pretty face with tears in her eyes. He stretched out his hand and gently lifted her chin with a gesture that brooked no refusal, forcing her to look at him. Do you want to live? His voice held a devilish allure. Qin Yuerong felt uneasy at his aggressive look, but she still nodded vigorously instinctively. I want to. I want to live. Xiao He smiled. Very good. He let go of his hand and turned to look at the little girl Qin Yiran who was trembling with fear. From today on, you are mine. I say one thing, you can't say two. You must do whatever you are told to do. Do you understand? Chapter 19, Face the reality, put aside your dignity, and the beautiful woman surrenders. Chapter 19. My stuff? These 4 words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Qin Yuerong's mind. She was completely stunned, her body frozen in place, her mind blank. She was not an innocent girl, and she certainly understood what these 4 words meant: naked, undisguised possession and humiliation. They treated the mother and daughter as playthings that could be manipulated at will, as appendages without thoughts or personalities. Humiliation, anger, fear. Countless emotions, like an overturned pallet, stirred wildly in her heart, making her already pale face even more bloodless. But does she dare to resist? She didn't dare. She glanced at the beautiful woman who could control lightning next to the man. She glanced again at the man's cold eyes that ignored everything. She had no doubt that if she dared to say no, she and her daughter would end up like the corpse on the ground in the next second. No, it will be even worse. They will be thrown directly into the group of zombies outside and torn to pieces alive. Just when Qin Yuerong was torn between her conscience and her desires and was almost crushed by fear, a childish but extremely angry voice rang out. You're talking nonsense. You're such a bad guy. It's her daughter, Qin Yiran. Although the little girl was shaking with fear, she still mustered up all her courage, opened her little arms and protected her mother. She tilted her head back and stared at Xiao He with her red eyes. My mother is not a thing. You are a thing. Your whole family is a thing. Children's words are innocent, but they are filled with the purest anger and protection. Qin Yuerong's face turned pale as paper in an instant. It's over. She closed her eyes in despair. However, the expected wrath of thunder did not come. Xiao He wasn't even angry. He just looked down at this ignorant little kid with interest, and the curve of his mouth became more playful. Oh. He took a step forward. Just one step, the invisible, yet tangible, sense of oppression made Qin Yiran's small body uncontrollably step back. It seems that my little thing is not very obedient. Xiaoyi's voice was very soft, but it was like an ice pick, piercing Qin Yuerong's heart. He didn't look at the little girl. His gaze was on Qin Yuerong from beginning to end. The mockery and coldness in his eyes made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. I don't like disobedient things. He stretched out his finger and lazily pointed at a charred zombie not far away, which had been electrocuted by Su Qingxue. Do you know what happens to disobedient things? Boom! Qin Yuerong's brain was completely blown. This is a threat. It is an undisguised, most direct and cruel threat. An unprecedented fear, like an invisible big hand, strangled her heart tightly, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She can't die. Her daughter must not die. Still. Qin Yuerong suddenly opened her eyes, pulled her daughter behind her, and covered her mouth with her hands. Qin Yiran was still struggling desperately, whimpering unwillingly. Stop it. Yiran, mommy, please, stop talking. Qin Yuerong's voice was filled with tears and desperate pleas. Do you want to die? Do you want your mother to die with you? Warm tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped onto her daughter's hair. Qin Yiran's body finally froze. She could feel her mother's body shaking violently. She could hear the deep-seated fear in her mother's voice. She didn't know what Doomsday was, but she knew her mother was about to break apart. Looking at the scene in front of me, Su Qingshue's expression didn't change at all. She just stood quietly beside Xiao He, like the perfect backdrop. The look she gave Qin Yuerong was even filled with a hint of pity. It's not about sympathizing with her situation, but pity her innocence. Even now, we are still clinging to that ridiculous dignity that belongs to a civilized society. How sad. Finally, under the huge shadow of death, Qin Yuerong's last psychological defense line completely collapsed. She released her hand from around her daughter. Then, in the face of his daughter's shocked, puzzled, and even slightly betrayed look, her knees gave way. With a plop, he knelt down. She straightened her upper body, and the well-cut professional suit she was wearing made her mature and voluptuous curves even more breathtaking because of this movement. But at this moment, there was no charm on her face, only a dead look. She stretched out her hand and used all her strength to push her still-dazed daughter down, making her kneel beside her. Mother! Qin Yiran's tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Qin Yuerong seemed not to hear it. She raised her head, looked up at the man who was like a god or demon, and humbly lowered her once proud head. The voice was hoarse but clear. Master! Master! We understand. From now on, the lives of me, Qin Yuerong, and my daughter, Qin Yiran, are yours. Please, give us, mother and daughter, a chance to survive. After saying that, she slammed her forehead heavily on the cold and dirty ground. Bang! A muffled sound. It represents a woman, a mother, whose dignity and personality are completely shattered. The air was dead silent. There was only the little girl's uncontrollable, desperate sobbing. Xiao He looked down at the mother and daughter kneeling at his feet. She still has great charm and attractive curves. Kneeling there is a kind of humiliating beauty that makes your blood boil. Although the little girl is young, you can already tell that she is a beauty. At this moment, she is crying so hard that her eyes are full of pity. He was very satisfied. Very satisfied. He likes the feeling of having everything under control. In particular, controlling the life, death, and dignity of these once high and mighty beautiful women. Very good. He finally spoke, breaking the suffocating silence. Remember what you said today. Get up. His tone was still so calm, no emotion could be heard, as if he was giving instructions to a handy tool. Qin Yuerong felt as if she had been pardoned. She trembled, pulled her still crying daughter, and stood up from the ground. She didn't dare to look up at Xiaoyi, but just stood aside humbly with her head lowered. And just at this moment. However, Xiaoyi made a move that made Qin Yuerong's eyes almost pop out. He turned around and faced Su Qingxue. The coldness and brutality that had filled his body before disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a kind of tenderness that she had never seen before, almost doting. He reached out and gently pushed a strand of hair on Su Qingshue's forehead that was messed up by the wind behind her ear. His movements were so gentle, as if he was treating a rare treasure. Are your hands cold? His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of subtle concern. A touching blush appeared on Su Qingshue's cheeks. She shook her head, and the happiness and pride in her eyes almost overflowed. "It's not cold." Xiaohe nodded, and very naturally reached out and pinched her delicate face. "I'll find a comfortable place for you to have a good sleep later." This scene was like an invisible slap in the face, slapping Qin Yuerong hard in the face. She stared blankly. Look at that man, showing his undisguised preference and tenderness towards another woman. She looked at herself and her daughter again. One is a treasure that is high above. One is a plaything kneeling on the ground, unable to decide his own life or death. The difference between heaven and earth. So, is that so? It turns out that in this man's world, women are also divided into different levels. An emotion called jealousy, even stronger than when she was forced to kneel just now, was gnawing at her heart frantically. Why? Why can she, Su Qingxue, get all the love and favor from this powerful man? And I can only kneel down and beg for life like a dog? She subconsciously glanced at Su Qingxue, and a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes that she herself did not even notice. Su Qingxue keenly captured this fleeting emotion. She just glanced back at Qin Yuerong indifferently, with an imperceptible smile of contempt at the corner of her mouth. Waste. I can't even see where I am. Chapter 20. Overnight, trouble comes. The sky gradually darkened. The setting sun was as red as blood, coating the entire silent city with a strange and ominous dark red. The temperature began to drop. Darkness is the best protective color for zombies. Night is their hunting ground. Roar. In the distance, at the end of the street, roars began to be heard that were more frequent and more excited than during the day. Xiaohe stopped, looked up at the sky, and frowned slightly. He is not afraid. But traveling at night with 3 women, including a burden, was not a wise choice after all. I have to find a place to spend the night. Follow me. He spoke briefly and pulled Su Qingxue, turning into a narrow back alley full of garbage. Qin Yuerong did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. She held her daughter Qin Yiran's hand tightly and followed behind staggeringly. The alley was dimly lit and filled with a sickening stench of decay and dampness. This is the back of the city, a corner where the sun doesn't reach, and also the place where danger is most likely to breed. Ha! As expected. As soon as they turned a corner, 3 or 4 dark figures stood up shakily in the depths of the alley. There are several zombies trapped here. When they smelled the breath of living people, their cloudy eyeballs lit up instantly, and they roared, took stiff steps, and pounced forward. Ah! Qin Yiran screamed in fright and threw herself into her mother's arms. Qin Yuerong was also frightened and her face turned pale, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind. Su Qingxue was about to raise her hand, but was held down by Xiaohe. I'll do it. Xiaohe let go of her hand and faced the zombies, advancing instead of retreating. He didn't even take out his fire axe. Just at the moment when the zombie in front, with its hand covered with corpse spots and black nails, was about to grab his face. He moved. Quick. Extremely fast. He tilted his body slightly and dodged the fatal claw at an incredible angle. At the same time, his right leg was like a steel whip, whistling through the wind, and kicked the zombie's knee hard. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking was particularly harsh in the quiet alley. The zombie's right leg bent backwards at a strange angle, and its body instantly lost balance and fell forward. Xiaohe didn't even look at it, his body was already approaching the second zombie like a ghost. No fancy moves. It was just a simple and direct right hook. Bang! A dull sound, like smashing a big watermelon, was heard. The zombie's head was hit hard by this punch, and a large part of it was dented to the side. Red and white splashed all over the ground. The huge body flew sideways as if hit by a speeding truck, hit the wall heavily, slid down, and was no longer moving. After dealing with the second one, Xiaohe did not stop at all. He took a quick step forward, grabbed the third zombie's neck with his left hand, and pressed it hard against the wall. He clenched his right fist, aimed it at its temple, and unleashed a barrage of unreasonable, violent punches. Bang! 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 Every time he punched, the wall shook. The head, which was originally intact, quickly turned into a bloody mess under his iron fist, and it was no longer in human form. The whole process was smooth and neat. Not even 10 seconds. When Xiaohe let go of his hand, the headless corpse slid down softly. Qin Yuerong and Qin Yiran, mother and daughter, were completely stunned. Their mouths opened wide, their eyes bulged, their minds went blank, and they were completely unable to process the bloody, violent, yet primal, powerful, and beautiful scene before them. Is this still a human being? This is simply a Tyrannosaurus Rex in human skin. When they saw Su Qingxue controlling lightning before, they thought it was a divine method and a supernatural power. But now, what Xiaoyi showed was pure, unadulterated physical strength. This primitive, violent scene of blowing up the enemy alive brings a visual impact and spiritual shock that is 100 times stronger than any thunder and lightning. Qin Yueron looked at the man standing among the corpses, not even breathing a breath, his eyes still cold. The last bit of unwillingness and luck in her heart completely disappeared. This man is a real monster. Obeying him is the only way for them, mother and daughter, to survive. Xiaoyi shook off the blood on his fist, as if he had done something insignificant. He turned around and swept his cold eyes over Qin Yuerong and her daughter. Walk. A few minutes later, the four arrived at the back entrance of a large shopping mall. The heavy iron fire door was locked tightly with chains. Xiaoyi walked forward and took a look at the chain that was thicker than an adult's arm. He lifted his right foot. Then, kick it hard. Bang! A deafening bang. The entire iron door, including the door frame, was kicked inward and deformed by him. The sturdy chain broke with a sound like a hemp rope. Let's go and spend the night here. Xiaoyi pushed the door open as if nothing had happened and walked in first. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. Qin Yueron pulled her daughter, looked at the dilapidated iron gate, swallowed hard, and then followed in numbly. Inside the mall, it was pitch black and deathly silent. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with rotting goods and dust. Ha! At this moment, a roar was heard from the darkness not far away. A zombie in a security uniform staggered out from behind a counter and pounced towards them. Qin Yuerong and her daughter's hearts instantly rose to their throats. However, this time, Xiaoyi and Su Qingxue didn't move. They just took a step back together, then folded their arms and watched coldly. That look was like watching a play. Qin Yuerong understood instantly. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Is this a test for her? Is it worthwhile to test her? Test whether she is a loser who can only scream and cry. The security zombie is getting closer and closer. That rotten face and empty eyes are enough to make any normal woman collapse. Qin Yuerong's face was pale and her breathing was rapid. She subconsciously looked at Xiaoyi, her eyes full of pleading. But all she saw was coldness and indifference. As if to say, prove your worth, or die. A cold despair instantly overwhelmed Qin Yuerong. She understood. In this cannibalistic world, no one will unconditionally protect the weak. If you want to survive, you have to rely on yourself. You have to become a monster like him. Mom! Qin Yuerong's little hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, and her voice was filled with tears. Her daughter's voice was like a shot of adrenaline, piercing Qin Yuerong's heart. She can die. But her daughter can't. Don't be afraid, Yiran, close your eyes. Qin Yuerong suddenly pushed her daughter away, a look of resolute madness flashed in her eyes. Her eyes darted around quickly. Then, she saw a metal baseball bat rolling on the ground in a smashed sporting goods store next door. That's it. Qin Yuerong seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She rushed over and picked up the cold baseball bat. At this time, the security zombie had already pounced in front of her. Ah! Qin Yuerong let out the most shrill scream in her life. She closed her eyes and used all her strength to swing the baseball bat in her hand fiercely forward. Bang! The baseball bat hit the zombie's shoulder with a dull thud. The zombie just shook a little, and its rotten hand still grabbed towards her neck. Go to hell! Go to hell! The instinct for survival overwhelms all fear. Qin Yuerong opened her blood-red eyes, looking like a madman, and smashed the zombie's head again and again. Bang! 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 Blood and flesh splattered. Dirty blood and brain matter splattered all over her head and face. But she seemed not to feel it, and just repeated the waving motion mechanically and numbly. Until the zombie's head completely turned into a pool of mud and fell down limply. Qin Yuerong's strength was finally exhausted. She fell to her knees with a thud, dropped the baseball bat in her hand, and lay on the ground, retching violently. Xiaoyi looked at her in such a miserable state, yet with a fierce look on her face, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Although it's a bit ugly, at least he's not a hopeless waste. He ignored Qin Yuerong, who was still retching, and went straight to the second floor with Su Qingxue. "Follow me." A cold voice came from the stairs. Qin Yuerong's body trembled. She didn't dare to delay for even a moment. She suppressed the churning in her stomach, pulled up her frightened daughter, and stumbled after her. Second floor, staff area. Xiao He easily found two adjacent staff lounges. He pointed to one of the rooms and said to Qin Yuerong and her daughter, "You guys stay in this room." As he spoke, he took out a few bottles of mineral water and a few packets of biscuits from the storage space and threw them on the ground. "You are not allowed to come out without my permission. If you make any unnecessary noise, you will suffer the consequences." His voice was emotionless, as if he was declaring an iron rule that could not be disobeyed. Qin Yuerong nodded quickly, humbly picked up the food and water on the ground, pulled her daughter, and fled into the room. Closing the door, I blocked out the suffocating pressure from the man outside. Qin Yiran finally couldn't help it and burst into tears. "Mom, he's so scary, why should we listen to him?" Qin Yuerong squatted down, wiped the tears from her daughter's face, and also wiped the blood from her own face. Her eyes no longer had the fear and struggle they had before, only a numb resignation. "Still, listen. From today on, forget who we were before. Forget what dignity is. In this world, the most important thing is to survive. That man is our only hope of survival. So, we have to listen to him and do whatever he tells us to do, understand?" In another lounge. Xiao He and Su Qingxue have already walked in. He closed the door casually, isolating himself from the outside world. There were only him and her in the room. He looked at the woman in front of him who trusted and followed him unconditionally at all times, and his eyes finally softened. He walked up to her step by step, stretched out his hand, and gently embraced her slender waist. "You're tired today too." Su Qingxue's pretty face was instantly flushed with a touching blush. She leaned obediently in his arms, feeling the warmth and strength of his chest. "I'm not tired. As long as I'm by my master's side, I'll never be tired." Her voice is sweet and soft. Xiao He lowered his head and looked at her delicate and tempting red lips that were so close to him, and his Adam's apple rolled. The atmosphere in the room began to become ambiguous and heated up. Just when he was about to lower his head and taste the sweetness. Roar. Sudden. A roar that was completely different from that of an ordinary zombie, full of violence and terror, suddenly came from outside the mall. This roar was so penetrating that it seemed to be able to shatter one's eardrums. Even the thick walls seemed to be shaking slightly. Xiao He's movements froze instantly. The ambiguity and tenderness on his and Su Qingxue's faces disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Chapter 21, Swallowing the Crystal Core. Strength. Speed. Defense. Endurance. An all-around explosion. Woo! That roar didn't sound like something any known creature could make. It was sharp, long, and full of indescribable cruelty and majesty, like the devil from hell blowing the horn to attack the world. The sound seemed to have substantial penetrating power, ignoring the thick walls and pouring into the ears of everyone in the mall, making their eardrums buzz and their souls tremble. Next room. Qin Yiran, who had just fallen into despair and confusion because of her mother's words, was frightened by the terrifying roar and trembled all over. The tears that had just stopped burst out again, and he threw himself into Qin Yuerong's arms like a frightened quail. "Mom! What's that sound? It's so scary." She hugged her mother tightly, her body shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, and her teeth chattering. Qin Yuerong's situation was not much better than hers. Her face was pale as a bloodless cloud. The little hope for the future that had just built up in her heart was completely shattered by this roar. She hugged her daughter tightly back, and the mother and daughter huddled in the cold corner, like two rabbits targeted by their natural enemies, their breathing almost stopping. Fear. Boundless fear, like a tide, drowned their sanity. The terrifying pressure contained in the voice made them clearly realize that the unknown existence outside was not a creature from the same dimension as the ordinary zombies they had encountered before. That is, the difference between God and ants. At the same time, in Xiao He's room, the originally ambiguous and charming atmosphere was instantly torn to pieces by the sudden roar. Xiao He and Su Qingxue's movements stopped at the same time. The two of them looked at each other suddenly, and saw an unprecedented solemnity in each other's eyes. "Did you hear that?" Xiao He's voice became deeper, no longer having the slightest bit of ease he had just had. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously. Her beautiful face was now tense and drained of color. "What is this?" Her voice trembled. As a lightning user, her perception is far sharper than that of ordinary people. In that roar, she not only felt a terrifying pressure, but also felt a kind of, an evil and huge energy field that made her supernatural powers restless. It is a pure energy that exists for destruction and killing. Xiaoyi's brows were twisted into the shape of a character. For the first time, his expression became so serious. Threaten. Deadly threat. The owner of that roar was definitely an incredibly powerful being. A being, powerful enough to pose a threat to his life. He had no doubt that if he faced that monster now, he wouldn't even have a 30% chance of winning. Oh shit. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and a boss-level creature has already evolved? Are you going to let people grow up properly? Xiaoyi cursed in his heart, but his eyes became colder and sharper. Gentle? Under the threat of possible death at any time, if you still want to have a romantic relationship, you are simply crazy. He let go of Su Qingxue in his arms, and without any unnecessary explanation, he turned over and got out of bed. Crash. With a thought, a large pile of things were poured out from the storage space and piled up on the ground into a small hill. Those were the crystal cores he dug out from the brains of the zombies he killed in the parking lot and on the way here. More than 30 of them. Each one of them was a grayish color without any attributes, emitting a faint light in the dim room. Su Qingxue looked at the crystal core on the ground, then looked at Xiaoyi's stern profile, and instantly understood what he was going to do. She didn't ask why don't you give me some or say any nonsense. This man is her heaven. His decision is the most correct decision. She stood up silently, walked to the door of the room, turned her back to Xiaoyi, and took a protective posture. Above the fingertips, purple arcs of electricity began to jump restlessly like tiny snakes. If anything dares to break in and disturb him, she will use her own life to turn it into charcoal. The room fell into an eerie silence. Xiaoyi glanced at Su Qingxue's back, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? But he had no time to lament. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed on the pile of attributeless crystal cores, his eyes full of determination. More than 30. He wants to absorb it all at once. He wants to take a gamble. Bet that your body can withstand this violent energy impact. In this fucking apocalypse, balanced development is bullshit. Facing a boss that can kill you with one slap, 2 LV.10 players are definitely not as useful as 1 LV.20 player. He must first strengthen himself to the extreme. Only if he can stand firm, can Su Qingxue and the top-notch mother and daughter he just acquired survive. Thinking of this, he no longer had any hesitation. He grabbed a crystal core and threw it directly into his mouth like a candy bean. Snap! The teeth bit through the outer shell of the crystal core, and a cold, violent energy filled with the breath of primitive chaos exploded. That energy, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, flowed down his throat and rushed violently into every part of his body. Xiaoyi groaned, and veins popped out on his forehead. Pain. Indescribable pain. It was like there were countless knives, cutting and stirring madly in his blood vessels, in his muscle fibers, and in his bone marrow. His body was shaking violently. It seemed as if countless mice were moving around under the skin, and the muscles were bulging and sinking uncontrollably and strangely. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes. But he just gritted his teeth and didn't even make a sound. This little bit of pain is nothing compared to death. With bloodshot eyes, he grabbed the second, third, and fourth. One after another. He didn't even bother to chew it and just swallowed it. Boom. 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 More complex and violent energy created a huge wave in his body. His body was like a balloon that was constantly being inflated, as if it was about to explode in the next second. The skin began to ooze out fine beads of blood. The whole person looks like an evil ghost fished out of a pool of blood. Su Qingxue, who was guarding the door, felt her heart tighten when she heard the suppressed, beast-like heavy breathing behind her. She wanted to look back at him. But she can't. She stared at the door intently, and all her worries and heartaches turned into the increasingly bright lightning at her fingertips. Xin Yuerong and her daughter in the next room also heard the noise here. The suppressed, painful, yet powerful breathing made them even more frightened. This man, what is he doing? Is he transforming? Xin Yuerong covered her daughter's mouth tightly, preventing her from making any sound. In addition to fear, there was a hint of morbid fanaticism and expectation in her eyes. Become stronger. Let's become stronger. My master. Only if you become as powerful as God can we survive. Time passes by minute. Xiaoyi's consciousness was already a little fuzzy. He felt like a small boat in a violent ocean of energy, which could be torn into pieces at any time. But he relied on his ruthlessness to refuse to surrender and stubbornly held on to the last bit of clarity. He could feel that his body was being transformed in the deepest and most destructive way by this energy. The cells are breaking down and then reorganizing. The bones are groaning and becoming stronger. Muscles, fascia, internal organs, everything is undergoing a complete transformation. Just when he was about to give up. Buzz. A warm current suddenly surged out from the heart. It is the storage space, supernatural energy given to him by the system. This warm current, like a brutal scavenger, began to gather the violent attributeless abilities that were rampaging in his body and stored them in space. Then, in a more gentle way, injected into every corner of his body. The pain is subsiding rapidly. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of comfort that is full of power. He could clearly see that his physical strength was soaring wildly at an exaggerated speed. Strength. Speed. Defense. Endurance. An all-round surge. I don't know how long it took. When the last bit of energy is completely integrated into the body, Xiaoyi suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, as bright as lightning in the dim room. He slowly stood up from the ground. There was a crackling sound in the body, like frying beans. He clenched his fist gently. The air let out a mournful cry as if it could not bear the weight. A sense of power so strong that even he himself was frightened filled his whole body. He felt like he could kill a cow with one punch. No! A full-grown elephant. This is the feeling of power. Call. He let out a long breath. The foul air was like a sharp arrow, spurting out more than 2 meters away, and even creating a cloud of dust on the opposite wall. Xiaoyi? When Su Qingxue heard the noise, she finally couldn't help but turned around with tears in her eyes. When she saw Xiaoyi's appearance at the moment, she was completely stunned. He is still himself. But it seemed like he had become a completely different person. His figure seemed to be taller and more upright than before. The surface of his skin was shrouded in a light, jade-like sheen. His already angular face now looked even more handsome, like a god. What made her most nervous was his eyes. Deep, cold, full of absolute self-confidence and indifference that looks down on all living beings. It seemed that everything in the world was just an ant in his eyes. I'm fine. Xiaoyi looked at her, and his cold eyes softened instantly. He took a step forward and hugged the woman who was worried about him tightly in his arms. However, at this moment, woo! That terrifying roar, once again, resounded through the night sky. This time, it is clearer than any time before. Also, closer. It seemed as if the horrible monster was right outside this shopping mall. Chapter 22, Someone lured the monster here? Seeking death. Woo! The terrifying roar, like the devil's sound from the underworld, once again pierced the entire night. This time, the sound was no longer distant. The terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to freeze the soul was very close. It was like an unknown and terrifying monster, lying outside the gate of the mall, with its scarlet eyes greedily spying on everything inside. Xiaoyi, who had just recovered from the pleasure of his sudden surge of power, suddenly looked gloomy. Su Qingxue in his arms stiffened uncontrollably, and the blood drained from her beautiful face. It's outside. Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but just held Su Qingxue's arm and subconsciously tightened it a little. His eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. Oh shit. Is this thing equipped with GPS? Or did he follow the scent? How many days until the end of the world? Boss of this level is running around everywhere? This doesn't even give people time to grow. Just as Xiaoyi's mind was racing, considering whether to fight or retreat. Downstairs. A chaotic and panicked sound of footsteps came from far away, coming madly from the depths of the first floor of the shopping mall. That's not the slow and sluggish pace of a zombie. It's a human. It's a living person. Immediately afterwards, the monster's roar sounded for the third time. This time, the sound was no longer coming from outside the mall, but from inside the mall. Roar. Along with this deafening roar, there was a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting and breaking. Boom. The entire shopping mall building shook violently. The dust on the ceiling is falling down. It was as if the load-bearing pillars on the first floor were broken by something using brute force. At this moment, Xiaohe understood everything. His eyes instantly turned cold, without a trace of human emotion. That was the look of someone looking at a dead person. Someone is attracting monsters. He spoke each word clearly, his voice was not loud, but it made the temperature of the whole room drop several degrees. Yes. Everything makes sense. Why could that horrible monster find this shopping mall so accurately? Why would it give up the vast city outside and insist on breaking in? It turns out that a group of ignorant idiots led it here. They regarded this shopping mall as their refuge, or rather, a trash can to get rid of monsters. They want to use this building and the other survivors who may be in it to buy them time to escape. Good calculation. What a damn good plan. The corner of Xiaohe's mouth curled up into an extremely cruel arc. The violent murderous intent in his heart that had just subsided, at this moment, exploded like a lit gasoline barrel. He doesn't care what the purpose of that group of people is. Is it to survive, or do you have other intentions? In his eyes, the moment they made this decision, they were no longer human. Instead, they were corpses that were about to be torn to pieces by his own hands. Now that it has happened, what should we do? Run? Where are you running to? It's pitch black outside now, and the monster is blocking the downstairs again. If they run out with Su Qingxue and their two burdens, they will die. Guard? Although the shopping mall is sturdy, judging from the noise just now, it can't withstand several attacks from the monster. Being stuck here, what's the difference between that and being trapped in a jar? There was no time for him to think slowly. A decision must be made immediately. Xiaohe. Su Qingxue raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and nervousness. She could feel the cold murderous aura emanating from Xiaohe, which made her heart palpitate. Stay here. Xiaohe let her go, his voice unquestionable. Don't go anywhere. He turned around, walked to the door of the next room, raised his hand, and knocked on the door with his knuckles, neither lightly nor heavily. Boom! Boom! The crying and screaming inside stopped abruptly. If you don't want to die, stay in your room and lock the door. Xiaohe's voice, like a cold current from Siberia, came through the door clearly. If I hear any extra noise before I come back. He paused, his eyes blank. I will break your necks with my own hands. Inside the door, there was deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Qin Yueron covered her daughter's mouth tightly, and gripped the door handle tightly with her other hand. Her knuckles turned white from the force, and her body was shaking like a sieve, but she didn't dare to say a word. She could tell that this man was not joking. Xiaohe no longer paid attention to the mother and daughter. He turned around and looked at Su Qingxue. I'll go down and take a look. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. We can't let these idiots bring that thing down on us completely. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative. He wanted to go down and see with his own eyes what that monster was. More importantly, he had to find those guides who had brought him so much trouble. I'll go with you. Su Qingxue said immediately, with lightning flashing on her fingertips. You stay. Xiaohe's tone did not allow for refusal. You're needed to guard this place. He looked at Su Qingxue deeply. There was command, trust, and a hint of imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. Wait until I come back. After saying that, he turned around without any hesitation and opened the door of the room. Outside the door was a deep and silent corridor. The emergency lighting system in the mall seemed to have been completely paralyzed. Only the green sign of the emergency exit in the distance emitted a ghostly light, making the entire space look weird and eerie. The air was filled with thick dust and a sickening smell of blood that was getting closer and closer. Downstairs, the loud noise of destruction and the desperate screams of humans came one after another. No! Help! Help! Quick! Hold on! Hold on to that door for me! Ah! My leg! My leg is broken! You beasts! You are the ones who brought it here! You will not live a good death! The chaotic roars, vicious curses, and dying wails intertwined into a doomsday symphony of death. Xiaohe stood in the corridor on the second floor, looking down at everything with indifference. There was no expression on his face. It was as if those being slaughtered by the monster downstairs were not his kind, but a group of ants that had nothing to do with him. He did not go down immediately. Instead, he listened attentively, trying to identify the source of the sound. The footsteps were very chaotic. There were at least 5 or 6 people. They seemed to be in the lobby on the first floor, using the terrain and shelves to deal with the monster. But it sounds like they can't hold on any longer. Xiaoyi's body crouched slightly, like a black panther ready to pounce on its prey. He silently sneaked along the dark safety stairs to the first floor. His footsteps were so light that no sound could be heard. The whole person blended perfectly into the darkness. The closer you get to the first floor, the stronger the terrifying pressure becomes, and the smell of blood becomes so thick that it almost suffocates you. When he reached the corner of the stairs on the first floor, he stopped, stuck his head out and looked into the dimly lit hall. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 23, Hateful Stitcher, Level 3 Elite. The scene in the hall made Xiaoyi's pupils shrink suddenly. That's not a zombie. No. It was simply a monster made up of countless broken and rotten corpses, with thick black tendons visible to the naked eye, forcibly stitched and spliced together. A man's upper body was sewn onto the torso of an obese woman. Its left arm was a strong, tattooed thigh. At the end of the leg, 5 toe bones pierced the skin and turned into sharp claws. Its right arm is made up of 3 or 4 slender arms twisted and intertwined, like a weird flesh whip. Its lower body is supported by 7 or 8 legs of different lengths and shapes, and it moves quickly on the ground like a spider. The most disgusting thing is that it has no head. On its neck was a huge, constantly opening and closing tumor covered with interlaced fangs. Every time it opens and closes, a thick yellow, highly corrosive, sour and smelly pus will gush out. Roar! The stitched monster let out a roar that was not like that of a human, and its huge body slammed hard into the fortifications that the survivors had temporarily built with shelves, sofas, and vending machines. Boom! The seemingly solid defense line was shaken violently by the impact, the metal was twisted and deformed, and it emitted a shrill scream. At this moment, a line of cold, blood-red text that only Xiaoyi could see appeared on his retina. High Order Variant detected. Name, Abominable Stitches. Level 3 Elite. Skills, Corpse Explosion, Acid Spray, Savage Charge. Weakness, Unknown. System Host Information. Name, Xiaoyi. Level 2. Superpower, Storage Space LV1. Skill, Spaceblade LV1. Level 3. And its elite level. I have just entered the second level. A chill ran down Xiaoyi's spine and rushed straight to the top of his head. Reason, calling the police frantically. His brain was telling him to run. The farther away from this monster, the better. This was not something he could contend with at this stage. He forced himself to suppress the fear surging in his heart and shifted his gaze from the terrifying monster to behind the defense line. There were 6 survivors. 5 boys and 1 girl. Their faces were pale and their bodies were covered in blood. They were using all their strength to hold up the defense line that could collapse at any time. The leader was a burly man with a shaved head and a big gold chain around his neck. He had a face full of flesh and a fierce look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. Hold on. Hold on, all of you. The bald strong man roared at the top of his lungs and kicked a skinny young man who was trying to retreat on the butt. Brother Biao. No. This thing is too powerful. We can't withstand it at all, the young man shouted in a crying voice. Shut your mouth. The bald man known as Brother Biao said with his eyes as big as copper bells. I told you, there must be other people alive in this mall. As long as we make enough noise and lure them down, won't we have someone to take the blame for our crimes? Another man wearing glasses adjusted his crooked frames and gasped, but, what if there's no one up there? If we bring it in, won't we just be blocking ourselves off? Hold. Brother Biao spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes as vicious as a poisonous snake. No one? No one has to have one. Even if no one's around, we can still go upstairs through the fire escape and block the stairs, letting this monster have its fun down there. It's better than being chased to death by it outside. He glanced at his companions, all wearing despair, and grinned grimly. Listen up, everyone. If you want to survive, you have to be more ruthless than everyone else. Today, either we die, or those unlucky bastards upstairs will die. It's your choice. These words, like the devil's whisper, quickly replaced the hesitation on the faces of the remaining people with something called madness. Yes. Why are we the ones dying? Since there is an opportunity to divert the disaster, why not use it? If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. In the darkness of the second floor. Shout! He heard all of this clearly. The last trace of fluctuation on his face also disappeared. Instead, there was a deathly, cold calm. The eyes that had just been shining with brilliance due to the sudden surge of power were now as deep as ice that had not melted for thousands of years. Murderous intent. It was like the actual murderous intent, brewing and boiling wildly in his chest. Good. Very good. What a good citizen of the new era. To attract evil, put the blame on others, and find a scapegoat. This combination of punches is really fucking well executed. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth slowly curled up into an extremely cold and cruel arc. He was still thinking about whether to take the risk of breaking out or retreat temporarily. Now, he doesn't have to choose. These scumbags who set their sights on him have already made their choice for him. Run? Why run? It is indeed too risky to confront a third-level elite monster head-on. If you are not careful, you may end up in failure. But who said we have to fight head-on? Xiaoyi's eyes swept back and forth between the violent stitched monster downstairs and the 6 survivors, each with their own ulterior motives. A crazy and bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. Use monsters to kill people. He had just swallowed more than 30 crystal cores, and his physical fitness had increased dramatically in all aspects. Although in terms of level, it is still one level lower than that stitched monster. But his trump card is Spaceblade. Ignore the level gap. Ignore defense. Kill with one hit. As long as it is used well, it may be possible to create miracles. Take a gamble. Let us bet on the lives of these 6 scumbags. Also bet on your own judgment. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi no longer hit anything. He walked out from the shadow of the emergency stairs, step by step. He made no effort to hide his footsteps. He walked to the glass railing of the atrium on the second floor in such a dignified manner. A powerful, cold, and absolutely oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire first floor hall as he appeared. Downstairs. Brother Biao and the other 6, who were struggling to hold on and fantasizing that someone would come down to serve as scapegoats, felt a shudder from the depths of their souls almost at the same time. That is, the most primitive fear of lower creatures when facing higher predators. Their heads shot up. Then, they saw it. They saw the man standing in the darkness on the second floor, looking down at them. He has a tall and straight figure and a face as handsome as a god. But those eyes were colder than the Siberian cold current and more indifferent than the abyss. That look wasn't looking at people at all. Instead, I was looking at a few ants that could be crushed to death at any time. Chapter 24, This guy is so easy to talk to? Is he a saint? You, who are you? Bald Biao's voice became a little sharp due to extreme shock and fear, and it completely lost its previous fierceness. That man. He just stood there in the darkness on the second floor, like a god walking out of hell. Even though they were dozens of meters away and there was a monster roaring wildly in the hall, every one of them felt a chill on the back of their neck. Those cold, emotionless gazes were like 2 invisible scalpels, precisely dissecting their dirty souls. Fear. A fear that was purer and more primitive than when they faced the stitched monster instantly gripped their hearts. Xiaoyi didn't answer. He just took a step, one by one, and walked down the stairs slowly. His movements were not fast, and could even be described as leisurely. Every step they took felt like stepping on the heartbeats of Brother Biao and the others, making it difficult for them to breathe. Pressure. Indescribable pressure. Fuck you. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? Brother Biao felt that his authority was being challenged like never before. He suppressed the fear in his heart and roared fiercely but weakly. Can't you see this monster is about to break through the defense line? If you want to survive, come and help. Otherwise, we will all die. He tried to use a common crisis to bind this mysterious man. Xiaoyi stopped at the last step of the stairs. He raised his eyelids, and his deep eyes finally showed a ripple. That is the waves of watching the dead. Did you attract this thing? His voice was calm, without any questioning or anger, as if he was stating an established fact. But it is this kind of dullness that makes Brother Biao and others feel numb. So what? Brother Biao stiffened his neck and roared in despair, who doesn't want to live in this fucked up world? It's better for us to lure it in than to be hunted to death outside. Blame it on your bad luck for staying in this building. That's right. The man with glasses also said with courage, if you have the ability, then find a way to survive on your own. Don't act so arrogant here. He. Xiao He smiled. The laughter was very light, but it caused the temperature in the entire hall to drop several degrees. If you want to live, you can. He took 2 steps forward and glanced at the stitched monster that was still frantically hitting the defense line. I can help you. What? Brother Biao and his companions were all stunned. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. This guy is so easy to talk to? Is she a Madonna with a bad brain? Brother Biao's eyes rolled, and the fear in his heart was immediately replaced by greed and calculation. Really? So how are you going to help? It's very simple. Xiaoyi's mouth curled up with a playful arc. I will be the bait. Bait. These 2 words made Brother Biao and the other 6 people breathe faster. Ecstasy instantly appeared on their faces. Good. Good brother. So loyal. Brother Biao was so excited that he almost jumped up. He pointed at the stitches and said with saliva flying, go around that way and lead it away. Just buy us 30 seconds. No. 20 seconds will be enough. We can run out of the gate. Then we'll meet up at the gas station in the west of the city. He spoke eloquently, but in his heart he was sneering madly. Idiot. What a huge idiot. Are there really such selfless lay foams? Once this idiot leads the monster away, I'll run away. No one gives a damn about your life or death. Meet up? Let's meet up in the underworld. Can. Xiao He nodded, as if he had no idea what they were thinking. But I have one condition. What conditions? Tell me. Brother Biao asked impatiently, fearing that he would go back on his word. Xiao He's eyes swept over each of them, as if he was looking at a group of packaged express deliveries. I'm alone, and the noise I make is too small to completely attract it. So, when I take action, all of you must break through this line of defense, yell at it, and use all means to harass it, completely igniting its hatred. Wait until it's completely enraged and rushes towards me, then run away. This condition sounds reasonable. Brother Biao thought about it for a moment and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Isn't it just a few shouts? Anyway, that idiot is the main tank. I just need to attract the aggro and then dodge as soon as the monster moves. There is not much risk. No problem. Brother Biao agreed immediately and winked at his companions behind him. The meaning in that look was very clear. Listen to him, pretend to cooperate, and as soon as he rushes out, we'll run to the door immediately. Leave him alone. Several people understood what he meant, and their faces showed ferocious and excited expressions. The way they looked at Xiao He was as if they were looking at a dead person. Xiao He took it all in, and the curve of his mouth became even colder. A bunch of smart aleck idiots. Even his acting is so poor. Are you ready? Xiao He moved his wrist, making a crackling sound. Ready. Brother Biao responded loudly, and at the same time quietly adjusted his position to get closer to the gate. Well then. Xiao He's eyes suddenly froze. Action. A loud shout. His figure, like an arrow shot from a bow, suddenly shot out from where he was. Not towards the side of stitches, but towards them. Biao Biao and others only felt a flash before their eyes, and a strong wind blew towards them. There was no time to react. They only saw the man flash past them like a ghost. And at the moment they were stunned, the defensive fortification that they regarded as their lifeline collapsed because it lost its support. Roar! The stitched monster, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally broke free from its restraints and let out a deafening roar. Run! Run! Brother Biao was the first to react. He was so scared that he rolled and crawled on the ground, rushing madly towards the mall gate. He didn't care where Xiao He went. He had only one thought in his mind. Run! The farther away from that monster the better. The others also woke up from their dreams, screaming in fear, following Brother Biao and crawling to escape. They completely forgot about Xiaoyi's plan. They took Xiao. No! They never believed it at all. In their view, the moment Xiao He rushed out was the signal for them to escape. However, the stitched monster didn't even try to chase Xiao He, who flashed by. Its hatred was firmly locked on these preys that had just been provoking it but were now running away in fear. Its lower body, consisting of 7 or 8 legs, crawled across the smooth floor like a spider at an unreasonable speed. Ah! The thin young man running at the end slipped and fell to the ground. He turned around in horror, only to see the huge, tumorous mouth full of fangs rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking. The young man's upper body was bitten by the stitched monster and was easily crushed into meat paste like chewing a piece of sugarcane. Blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground like a slurry. This bloody scene completely broke the psychological defenses of the remaining few people. They run faster. Brother Biao even pushed away the man with glasses who was blocking his way, and rushed towards the glass door that symbolized life. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared silently behind the stitched monster that was feasting. It's Xiao He. He didn't get far at all. He simply took advantage of a blind spot and went around behind the monster. There was no expression on his face. Cold and indifferent. He looked at the terrifying third-level elite monster as if he were looking at an animal to be slaughtered. The distance between the two is rapidly narrowing. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Now is the time. An invisible sharp blade flashed across Xiaoyi's pupils. Blade of space. Launch. No sound. No light effects. There wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation. The stitched monster that was frantically tearing the corpse apart suddenly froze. The huge tumor on its neck split open in the middle, leaving a straight, thin line of blood. Then, in the horrified eyes of the remaining survivors, puff! The entire tumor, along with the lower half of the torso, was split into two cleanly and neatly. The incision is as smooth as a mirror. Boom! The huge body fell heavily to the ground, and smelly pus and dirty blood flowed all over the ground. Flash sale. A third-level elite monster that made them despair and forced them to flee in panic. Just die like that? Not even one skill was released? Just like that, he was killed in one move? Time stood still at this moment. The air froze at this moment. Brother Biao and others who were running for their lives frantically froze in their tracks. They slowly and mechanically turned their heads to look at the man standing next to the monster's corpse. Xiao He slowly stood up. He shook off the non-existent dust on his hands, then raised his head, his gaze passing over the monster's corpse and falling calmly on them. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold, cold smile. The monster has been dealt with. Now. It's our turn now. Let's settle the score for attracting the monster. Chapter 25. If you make enemies in the last days, you must cut off the roots. Dead silence. The entire first-floor hall fell into a deathly silence. The 5 survivors were like being cast under a spell, frozen in place, forgetting even to run away. Their faces were still frozen with the ecstasy of surviving the disaster and the pride of having their plans succeeded. But now, all these expressions have turned into extreme, incomprehensible horror. What happened? What on earth just happened? The man simply appeared behind the monster. Then, the terrifying monster that had forced them into a desperate situation and could smash people into pulp with one blow, just fell down? There are no earth-shattering fights. There are no dazzling supernatural powers. There wasn't even a sound. Just died quietly. This is even more outrageous than seeing a ghost. Xiaoyi stood there, his heart in turmoil. He looked down at his right hand. The so-called space blade is not an energy attack at all. Its principle is so simple and crude that it is outrageous. He forcibly extracted a portion of the volume of his cubic-shaped storage space and shaped it into a 2-meter-long, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet invisible and intangible space blade. It can be understood as a knife-shaped storage space. When this knife cuts any object, it does not cut on a physical level. But it is dimensional exile. All matter touched by the blade will be forcibly transferred and stuffed into his storage space in an instant. In that attack just now, he used this invisible dimensional blade to cut directly into the back of the stitched monster, instantly digging out a large piece of its core organs and spine. Ignore defense. Absolutely wipe it out. This ability is simply too dirty. Xiaoyi could even feel that in a corner of his storage space, there was a pile of indescribable flesh and blood tissue that was still twitching slightly. Next to it were several buckets of instant noodles and mineral water that he treasured. I'll have to give these things a separate section later, otherwise they'll be too delicious. Suppressing the little evil taste in his heart, Xiaoyi's gaze fell on the 5 frightened survivors again. His eyes were calm and indifferent. It's like looking at 5 walking pieces of meat. Who are you? Bald Biao's voice was shaking like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. The fire axe in his hand now weighed 1,000 pounds. The fear that the man in front of him brought to him was even far greater than that brought by the stitched monster just now. No matter how powerful the monster is, at least it is understandable. But this person. Is he a devil? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth. He took a step forward and walked towards them slowly. Boom! 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 Every step was like the drumbeat of death, hitting the five people's hearts hard. I'm the fool you're talking about, the one being fed to monsters. His voice was not loud, but it made the five people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave and their whole bodies were cold. No! No! Boss! We were wrong. We were really wrong. The man with glasses was the first to break down. He fell to his knees with a plop, tears streaming down his face, and cowed out desperately. It's all his fault. It was Bald Brother Biao who forced us to do this. He said if we didn't do it, he would kill us all. We were forced into this. Boss. Please. Spare us. Li Xiang. You're fucking bullshit. Bald Biao was so angry that his eyes turned bloodshot and he pointed at the man with glasses and cursed. Who said that luring monsters was a good idea? Who said that it's only natural to sacrifice one's own life for another's? I didn't. You're talking nonsense. The remaining man and woman immediately started to fight back and put all the blame on others. A Doomsday version of Werewolf was staged in a comical way under the threat of death. Xiaoyi just watched them fighting each other coldly, without any emotion on his face. He even found it a little funny. Even when death is imminent, he is still playing this kind of trick. Does it make sense? Are you done? Xiaoyi stopped and looked down at the man with glasses who was kneeling in the front. That's all, let's get going. The man with glasses suddenly raised his head, his pupils filled with disbelief and fear. No. You can't kill us. We are human. We are the same kind. If you kill us, you will be the executioner. A demon. Oh. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and laughed out of anger. You want to use my life to exchange for your own life. You are helpless to protect yourself. If I kill you in return, I will be the executioner? He held out a finger and shook it gently. There's no such thing as double standards in this world. Don't waste your time talking to him. He wants to kill us all. Fight him. Bald Biao knew that begging for mercy was useless, and his brutality completely erupted. He let out a wild roar, gripped the fire axe tightly in both hands, and used all his strength to chop down Xiaoyi's head fiercely. This axe, with the sound of wind, was powerful and heavy. If it hits, even a piece of iron will be split into pieces. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the remaining few people. They thought that as long as Brother Biao could hold the man back for 1 second, they would have a chance to escape. However, what happened next completely shattered their last bit of fantasy. Facing the fatal axe, Xiaoyi didn't even bother to hide. He just slowly raised his left hand. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, he used 2 fingers. Index and middle fingers. Just as casually as that, he caught the sharp axe blade that was falling at high speed. Bite. A soft sound. It was as if what was clamped was not a fire axe weighing dozens of pounds, but an insignificant feather. The whole world stopped again. The ferocious look on Bald Biao's face froze instantly, turning into a dull look as if he had seen a ghost. He felt like his axe was welded in mid-air. No matter how hard he tried, it couldn't move forward at all. Is this still human strength? Too slow. Xiaoyi uttered 2 words lightly. Next second, the 2 fingers that were holding the axe blade slightly shifted. Snap. There was a crisp sound of metal breaking. He actually broke the fire axe head made of fine steel with just 2 fingers. Bald Biao's brain was blank. He could no longer think. The power is not enough. Xiaoyi's voice was like the final judgment. He let go of the broken axe, stretched out his right hand like lightning, grabbed the Bald Biao brother's thick neck, and lifted his 180-pound body into the air with one hand. Bald Biao brother lifted his feet off the ground and struggled desperately, scratching Xiaoyi's arms with his hands. But in front of that hand that was as strong as an iron clamp, all his resistance seemed so pale and powerless. The feeling of suffocation came like a tide. His vision began to blur. He saw Xiaohe's eyes that were so cold that there was no warmth in them. In those eyes, he saw his own reflection. Small, pathetic, and full of despair. Turn out to be. From the very beginning, in this person's eyes, they were just a bunch of people who could be crushed to death at will. Ants. Snap. Xiaohe exerted slight force on his wrist. The crisp sound of bones breaking seemed particularly harsh in the silent hall. Bald Biao's body suddenly stiffened, and then went limp like a puddle of mud. Xiaohe threw his body aside like trash. He clapped his hands, turned around and looked at the remaining 4 people. Those 4 people were completely dumbfounded. They collapsed on the ground, their crotches were wet and emitting an unpleasant smell. Fear has completely destroyed their nerves. I couldn't even scream. Xiaohe's eyes remained calm. He did not use the space blade again. I'm not even worthy of dealing with this garbage. This strengthened body alone is enough. He raised his foot, ready to send these guys who were confusing right and wrong to reunite with their brother Biao. However, at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the corpse of the stitched monster. Deep within that huge, rotting pile of flesh. It seemed that something was flickering in the moonlight, emitting a faint light. Chapter 26 Legendary Attribute Crystal Core Rule System? Equipment exploded? Xiaohe paused slightly. The 4 survivors lying limp on the ground saw Xiaohe's gaze move away from them and fall on the monster's corpse in the distance, and a glimmer of hope for survival suddenly ignited in their eyes. Chance. This is their last chance. The man with glasses, Li Xiang, reacts the fastest. He used his hands and feet, like a gecko whose tail was stepped on, and rolled and crawled, desperately trying to escape into the darkness in another direction. He didn't dare to make any sound, just hoping to escape in the moment when the man was distracted. However, he had only crawled out less than 3 meters. A dark shadow, ghostly, blocked his way. Where do you want to go? Xiaohe's voice was very light and soft, but it made Li Xiang's blood freeze instantly. He looked up suddenly and met those indifferent eyes without any emotion. I. Only a dry syllable could come out of Li Xiang's throat. Xiaohe was too lazy to even listen to another word he said. He lifted his foot. Then, he stepped down heavily. Snap. There was a sound of bone cracking so crisp that it made one's teeth ache. Li Xiang's head was like a tomato that was stepped on and burst, with red and white splashing all over the ground. Ah! The remaining man and woman, seeing this bloody and brutal scene, had their psychological defenses completely collapsed and let out heart-wrenching screams. They crawled in different directions using their hands and feet like crazy. But compared to Xiaohe now, their speed is as slow as a snail. Xiaohe's figure turned into a blurry afterimage. Bang! Bang! After 2 dull thuds, the screams stopped abruptly. The whole world is finally completely pure. Xiaohe shook off the dirt on the soles of his shoes, his face still showing a calm expression. Let them go? What an international joke. It's the end of the world, and you're still acting like a saint. Don't you think you're not dying fast enough? If you make an enemy with someone, especially a piece of trash who would sell out others without hesitation just to save his own life, why don't you cut the root of the problem and keep him around for the new year? That is cruel to yourself. After solving these troubles, Xiaohe walked slowly to the body of the stitched monster. The disgusting smell of blood and decay became even stronger. He frowned and kicked the huge pile of rotten meat. Then he bent down and reached into the blurred pile of flesh and blood. Soon, he touched the glowing, hard object. He pulled it out from the monster's body with force. That was a crystal core. It is about the size of a pigeon egg, and has a strange, grayish color all over. It is neither transparent nor reflective, like a carefully polished, chaotic stone. But the most peculiar thing is its interior. In that chaotic gray, there seemed to be countless fine golden threads, thinner than hair and almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, flowing, interweaving, and changing slowly and disorderly. It's as if there's a miniature universe sealed inside that's constantly evolving and collapsing. What is this attribute? Xiaohe's brows were tightly furrowed. He had seen Su Qingshue's thunder attribute crystal core, which was a brilliant purple and surrounded by electric light. I have also seen ordinary attributeless crystal cores, which are just a piece of transparent crystal. But what he saw before him, he couldn't understand it at all. Just when he was confused, the cold mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind at the right time. Ding! A rare attribute crystal core has been detected. Crystal core attributes, rule system? Not activated. Attribute rarity, legendary? Not activated. Description: everything has its own rules. This crystal core contains the fundamental power to distort, tamper with, and define reality, possessing infinite possibilities. Recommended fusion, Chin Yuerong. Match degree, 90%. Holy crap! Seeing this series of information popping up on the system panel, even Xiaohui couldn't help but curse in his heart. Rules system? What the hell is this divine attribute? Listening to the description, I feel that it is even more outrageous and against the will of heaven than my own space system. Distort, tamper with, and define reality? If this ability develops, wouldn't he become a god whose words could make things happen? Xiaohui felt that the space-related supernatural power in his hands suddenly became less effective. I thought I was the chosen one, blessed with good luck, but then something even more buggy popped up? And Xiaohui's gaze fell on the last two messages. Recommended fusionist, Chin Yuerong. Match degree, 90%. His expression suddenly became strange. Chin Yuerong? The woman who, apart from being beautiful and having a great figure, is only weak and terrified? She has a 90% match with this legendary, heaven-defying attribute? Is this world a little too magical? Xiaohui held the grey crystal core in his hand and fell into deep thought for a moment. An extremely realistic problem was placed before him. Do you want to give this crystal core to Chin Yuerong? From the perspective of maximizing benefits, of course we should give it. The value of a teammate with rule-based abilities is simply immeasurable. That is definitely the core of the team, like a stabilizing force. But Xiaohui's eyes gradually became deep and cold. The risk is too great. He and Chin Yuerong are not related, not even friends. He saved her simply out of convenience, with a little appreciation for beautiful things that all men understand. There is no basis for trust between the two parties. Now, I gave her such a crystal core that can be called divine nature, allowing her to reach the sky in one step and possess earth-shaking power. Just in case. Did she have other thoughts? What if she feels that she can control everything and no longer needs to obey anyone? What if she feels that I, a man who knows her background, am a threat and wants to get rid of me? This is not Xiaohui judging others by his own standards. But it is the most basic and realistic rule of survival in this fucking doomsday. The human heart is more terrifying than any monster. He would never do such a stupid thing as raising a tiger to harm himself and aiding the enemy. But it would be such a waste to just put the crystal core away like this. This kind of legendary attribute is hard to come by. If you miss this opportunity, you may never see it again. How can I give her this power and at the same time let her use it completely for my own benefit? Countless thoughts flashed through Xiaohui's mind. Use force? Threatening her daughter? Or some kind of mind control method? After thinking for a long time, Xiaohui shook his head and threw all these unreliable ideas out of his mind. These methods are too low level and will cause endless troubles. The thought of a rule-based ability user holding a grudge makes one's scalp tingle. Damn, trouble. Xiaohui cursed softly and felt a little headache. With a thought, he threw the pile of indescribable monster flesh and blood that was still wriggling slightly in the storage space directly into the corner of the hall. Out of sight, out of mind. As for the rule system crystal core, he carefully placed it in the deepest part of the storage space, separated from his instant noodles and mineral water. If you can't think of a perfect solution for now, just leave it as it is. Anyway, the thing is in my hands and I can't run away. After dealing with all this, he did not linger any longer, turned around, and went back up the stairs to the second floor. Su Qingxue had been guarding the door of the room. When she heard footsteps, her tense body relaxed slightly. When she saw Xiaohui coming back safe and sound, a hint of relief clearly flashed across her cold eyes. Is it solved? She asked, looking downstairs. Well, it's all solved. Xiaohui nodded and spoke concisely. That monster. That's solved. Su Qingxue's pupils shrank slightly. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still in great turmoil when she heard Xiaohui confirm it so casually. She could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the monster even from such a distance. He actually solved it all by himself? How much strength does this man have hidden? Xiaohui didn't care about the shock in her heart. He walked to her side, lowered his voice, and looked solemn. I'm in trouble. He looked into Su Qingshue's eyes and briefly explained the existence of the rule, a tribute crystal core and its 90% match with Qing Yuerong. A crystal core that has potentially greater potential than both your lightning and my space. A woman so weak that any of us could easily kill her. What do you think? Should I give this crystal core to her? Chapter 27, Staying Up Late at Night, Playing the Symphony of Destiny. Chapter 27. After listening to Xiaohe's narration, Su Qingxue was completely stunned. That beautiful face that always had a frosty look on it was now filled with unbelievable shock. Those cold phoenix eyes were wide open, the rosy lips were slightly opened, and she even forgot to breathe. Rules system? Legendary? Distort, tamper with, and define reality? What the hell is this? It sounded just like the creator god in mythology, completely beyond her understanding of superpowers. Her own lightning abilities, while powerful, were still within the realm of understanding. Although Xiaohe's space system is strange, there are traces to follow. But this rule system is simply a bug. It's the son of heaven. How is this possible? Su Qingxue muttered to herself, and it took her a long time to find her voice, but there was still a hint of unreality in her voice. She looked at Xiaohe, saw the solemn expression on his face, and finally confirmed that he was not joking. This man really got a crystal core that can create a god. And now, he is worried about the ownership of this crystal core. Looking at her slightly open red lips and silly and shocked expression, it formed a huge contrast with her usual image of a cold queen. Xiaohe's mind was still rapidly calculating the pros and cons of Qin Yuerong, but his body had already taken the lead and made the most primitive and direct reaction. He lowered his head suddenly. Before Su Qingxue could react, he fiercely kissed the soft spot that had made his heart beat for a long time. Su Qingxue's eyes widened instantly. The cold lips were invaded by a domineering and hot breath. Her mind went blank in an instant. Reason told her that she should push away this audacious man, but the trembling and numbness that surged from deep within her body made her feel weak all over and she couldn't even muster a bit of strength. This question is too heavy and too cold. Then use the hottest temperature to melt it. Xiaohe's hands embraced her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand, and he held her soft body tightly in his arms. The temperature in the room suddenly rose at this moment. Under the scorching heat of the fire, the iceberg completely melted into boiling spring water, emitting a heart-wrenching whimper. Lip parting. Su Qingxue's pretty face was already red enough to bleed, and her cold phoenix eyes were now rippling with water and charming, not even a trace of the ice queen she once was. You bastard. Her voice was so soft that it sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Xiaohe smiled evilly and picked her up by the waist. There are even worse bastards. Soon, a burst of jingdong sounded in the room. A not-too-hot symphony. The moonlight outside the window shines quietly. On the ruins of Doomsday, primitive pursuits are blooming wildly. For a long time. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Su Qingxue was like a lazy cat, curled up weakly in Xiaohe's arms, with an alluring blush still remaining on her snow-white skin. Her head rested on Xiaohe's strong arms, and her fingertips unconsciously drew circles on his chest. After the passion that was enough to destroy reason faded away, the cold reality resurfaced in my mind. Are you really planning to give her that crystal core? Su Qingxue's voice was a little hoarse and lazy, but her eyes had regained clarity and composure. I haven't decided yet. Xiaohe hugged her soft body and said lightly. The risks and benefits are too great. If we lose control, we will be cultivating a god-level enemy for ourselves. I do have an idea. Su Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked into Xiaohe's eyes with an extremely serious expression. What idea? Tomorrow, let me test her. Su Qingxue's eyes flashed with a sharpness and decisiveness that was inconsistent with her appearance. Women understand women best. What's really going on in her mind? Does she really want to rely on us to survive, or is she hiding something else? Maybe I can tell. If she's trustworthy, then let's take a gamble. A teammate who specializes in rules will be of immeasurable help to our future. But she changed the subject and her voice became colder. If she had any inappropriate thoughts, or showed any trace of rejection or disloyalty. Su Qingxue looked at Xiaohe and spoke word by word. Then we'd rather let this crystal core rot in our hands than hand it over to her. Even, to prevent future troubles, we can. She didn't finish her words, but the murderous look in her eyes said it all. Xiaohe looked at the decisive and ruthless woman in his arms and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and pinched the tip of her upturned nose. You are such a treasure. This proposal was exactly what he wanted. It is indeed much better for a woman like Su Qingxue to test the waters than for a grown man like him to do so, and it will also make it easier for Qin Yuerong to let down her guard. Moreover, the determination and loyalty shown by Su Qingxue made him feel extremely satisfied. In this fucked up apocalypse, how lucky you are to find a woman who has the same values as you and who will stand by you without hesitation at critical moments. That's settled then. Xiao He made a decision. Tomorrow, it's up to you. Su Qingxue nodded obediently, and then, as if she remembered something, her cheeks turned red again. She took the initiative to move forward and gently kissed Xiao's chin with her red lips that still had a moist luster. Reward for you, she said quietly and shyly. This small, proactive gesture of intimacy was like a spark, instantly igniting the fire in Xiao's body that had just subsided. He turned over, looked at her panicked yet expectant eyes, and laughed softly. This reward is not enough. Well, you are serious, not just. Again. Soon, the symphony of fate began to play again. More intense and more unscrupulous than before. And in the room next to them, Qin Yuerong and her daughter Nyo nickname were lying on the cold floor, sleeping in each other's arms. In the darkness, Nyo had already fallen asleep, breathing evenly. But Qin Yuerong's eyes were wide open, without a trace of sleepiness. Her cheeks were flushed and her heart was beating like a drum. Because, from the piano playing next door late at night, it was entering her ears word for word. She is a mature woman and of course she knows what that means. When I thought about that handsome man who was as handsome as a god or devil and was decisive in killing people, he was right next door with another beautiful woman. Qin Yuerong felt a long-lost, unfamiliar heat deep within her body, surging up uncontrollably and madly. She hadn't been here in a long, long time. Before the end of the world, she was a pampered rich lady, but her husband's betrayal and the coming of the end of the world made her fall from heaven to hell. During this period, she has seen too much ugliness in human nature. In order to protect her daughter, she can only make herself humble and fragile, using weakness as her protective color. But her body doesn't lie. The emotions that had been suppressed for too long began to rush wildly through her limbs. She could even feel her body. Her hand unconsciously reached out to Chu Jington Yuchu. Qin Yuerong bit her lips tightly and buried her face in the cold quilt, not daring to make a sound. Shame, fear, and a hint of envy and emptiness that she herself dared not admit. Will that man be the future support for me and my daughter? If I were to give him everything I had, just like Su Qingxue next door, will he treat himself the same way he treats Su Qingxue? Once this crazy idea took root in my mind, it could no longer be stopped. In the darkness, Qin Yuerong's breathing gradually became rapid. Chapter 28. If you want to survive, you must get used to it. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. The early morning sunlight struggled to squeeze in through the dusty glass windows, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. Xiao He opened his eyes. There was no hangover fatigue, nor was there any weakness after a big battle. Quite the opposite. He felt that every cell in his body was filled with explosive power and he was terribly energetic. Feeling refreshed, he glanced at the woman who was still sleeping in his arms. Su Qingxue's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her pretty face, which was usually as cold as ice, looked very beautiful. At this moment, there was a touching blush on her face, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were tinged with a layer of lazy and charming charm. The sheet slipped off, revealing her snow-white and delicate shoulders, as smooth as fine mutton fat jade. It is also dotted with a few ambiguous marks left by last night's madness. The corners of Xiaohe's mouth lifted up uncontrollably. It is said that the land of gentleness is the grave of heroes. But why does he feel that Su Qingxue, this human power bank, is so effective? My phone was out of battery, so she charged it overnight. Now I feel like my phone is fully charged and I can tear apart a Gundam with my bare hands. I can only say, it's great to be young. It's worthy of being called an electric little wildcat. At the same time. Next room. Qin Yuerong almost didn't sleep all night. She had woken up a long time ago, or rather, she had not slept at all. She leaned against the wall, hugged her knees, and looked quietly at the gray sky outside the window, with two dark circles under her eyes. Last night's intermittent symphony that made her face blush, her heart beat fast, and her body hot was like a devilish sound filling her ears, lingering in her mind all night long. Shame, jealousy, fear, and a hint of desire that even she herself dared not delve into. All kinds of emotions, like poisonous snakes, gnawed at her sanity. It was not until dawn that the sound completely subsided. She knew that the fate of herself and her daughter was in the hands of the man who was having sex with another woman. This feeling humiliated her, but also made her sober. She glanced at her daughter Chini Ran, who was still sleeping beside her. The little girl still had an innocent look on her face, but her brows were slightly furrowed in her sleep, as if she was having an uneasy dream. Shin Yuerong reached out and gently smoothed the wrinkles between her daughter's brows, a look of steely determination flashing in her eyes. Dignity? Compared to my daughter's life, that thing is worthless. She nudged her daughter gently. Nyonyo, wake up, we should get up. Shin Ran opened her eyes drowsily and rubbed them. Mom, is it dawn yet? I'm so sleepy. Be good, you can't sleep any longer. Shin Yuerong's voice was soft, but it was filled with unquestionable determination. Hurry up and get up. We can't keep Mr. Xiao and the others waiting for too long. She deliberately used the title Mr. Xiao. This is awe and also submission. She wanted to let the man see her attitude. The mother and daughter simply tidied up their messy clothes, but when Shin Yuerong opened the door, her heart still skipped a beat uncontrollably. The corridor was quiet. The door to the next room was tightly closed. Wouldn't they be abandoned? This thought made Shin Yuerong's face turn pale in an instant and her hands and feet became cold. She didn't dare to knock on the door, so she could only stand at the door with her daughter, feeling anxious and like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. Every minute, every second, is like torture. Just when she was about to be driven crazy by the dead silence. Squeak! The door to the next room opened. Xiao He came out. He had changed into a clean black combat uniform, and he looked handsome and neat. When his deep eyes swept over, there was a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Shin Yuerong's breathing suddenly stopped. She subconsciously lowered her head, held her daughter's hand, and stood aside respectfully with her hands hanging down, not daring to even breathe. Morning. Xiao He just uttered a word lightly. His gaze lingered for 0.1 second on Shin Yuerong's face, which was filled with fatigue and fear. He noticed the change in her eyes. Yesterday, those beautiful eyes still held a hint of scrutiny, a hint of hope, and even a hint of the reserve and pride of a mature and beautiful woman. But now, those things are all gone. All that remains is the purest awe of the strong and the humility to abandon everything in order to survive. Very good. After being severely washed away by monsters and reality, I finally realized my place. Xiaoyi's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt very satisfied. Not long after, Su Qingxue also walked out of the room. She also changed her clothes, and her face regained its cool look, but her moist red lips and the hint of intelligence between her eyebrows and eyes that had not yet completely faded gave her a bit of thrilling femininity. When her eyes met Shin Yuerong's, Shin Yuerong clearly felt that there was something more in Miss Su's eyes. It was a kind of scrutiny, an evaluation, like looking at a commodity. This made Shin Yuerong's heart sink again. Eat something first. Xiao He didn't say any extra words. With a thought, several buckets of instant noodles, some sausages, and several bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on the ground. In the end times, this is a feast comparable to the Manchu Han banquet. Shin Yuran's eyes suddenly lit up. But Shin Yuerong held her tightly and warned her with her eyes not to act rashly. It was not until Xiao He and Su Qingxue picked up the food that she dared to carefully pick up a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of water and handed them to her daughter. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, and thank you, Miss Su. She lowered her head and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. A simple breakfast ended in a strange and depressing atmosphere. Let's go. Xiao He stood up. The four of them walked towards the first floor together. When she returned to the bloody hall, even though she had prepared herself mentally, Shin Yuerong's stomach still churned. The huge corpse of the stitched monster was lying not far away, and it was beginning to emit an even stronger stench. On the other side, the bodies of Bald Biaogu and his men were lying in a pool of blood. Their deaths were miserable. Especially the man with glasses whose head was crushed by Xiaoyi's kick. The red and white scene was enough to make any normal person collapse on the spot. Shin Yuran let out a wow and was about to vomit. Don't spit it out. Swallow it. Shin Yuerong suddenly covered her daughter's mouth and scolded her in a low voice in an almost cruel tone. She forced her daughter and herself to open their eyes and look at the hellish scene. Nyonyo, look carefully. This is the world outside. If you want to survive, you must get used to all this. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. Her voice was trembling. but her eyes were extremely firm. Shin Iran was terrified. She didn't understand why her mother suddenly became so scary. She could only hold back her tears and nod desperately. Xiao He, who was walking in front, had a panoramic view of it all. He said nothing. But the woman's knowledge of the current situation made him even more satisfied. A smart woman who knows how to put herself in her place is always more valuable than a crying burden. Soon, the four of them walked out of the mall. The streets outside were in a mess. Abandoned vehicles, corpses that have been eaten beyond recognition, and garbage floating in the wind constitute a true picture of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Xiao Yi walked to a relatively open place and stopped. In the puzzled eyes of Qin Yuerong and Shin Iran, he just waved his hand lightly. Next second, a scene that left them stunned and unforgettable for the rest of their lives happened. A huge off-road vehicle, completely black and full of muscle and oppression, appeared out of thin air, and with a heavy muffled sound, it crashed to the ground with a bang. Shin Yuerong's mouth slowly opened, and her beautiful eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Although this is not the first time I have seen Xiao He display his magical abilities. But this kind of thing is beyond her cognition and she can never imagine it. If Xiao Yi's instantaneous killing of the monster and breaking of the axe with his bare hands had given her the fear of power. At this moment, this hand that seemed to create something out of thin air brought her awe of the miracle. At this moment, the last trace of pride and unwillingness in her heart belonging to the past was crushed to pieces. Get in the car. Xiao Yi opened the car door, his voice calm and without any emotion. It seemed as if this was just an ordinary little thing to him. Shin Yuerong shuddered all over, as if waking up from a dream. She quickly pulled her stunned daughter and ran over. She humbly sat on the back seat of the SUV. Su Qingxue sat in the passenger seat as if she was familiar with the place. The car door was closed, completely isolating the stench and blood from the outside world. Xiao He started the engine. The off-road vehicle let out a low roar, like a steel beast awakening. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao He saw the mother and daughter in the back seat, who were fidgeting, full of fear and awe. The corner of his mouth curled up into a meaningful sneer. Very good. The fish has been completely trapped in the fish tank. Next, we need to see whether this fish is worth feeding it the bait that can turn it into a dragon. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue in the passenger seat. Su Qingxue understood what he meant, and a sharp gleam flashed in her cold eyes. The show is about to begin. Chapter 29. The test begins. This woman is very smart. The SUV started, and the roar of the engine echoed in the silent street like an awakened beast. Inside the car, there was another suffocating silence. In the back seat, Shin Yuerong hugged her daughter tightly, her body tense like a fully drawn bow, and even her breathing was deliberately light. She didn't dare to look, didn't dare to ask, and didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. The huge off-road vehicle that appeared out of nowhere has completely shattered her remaining worldview that belongs to the civilized world. Miracle. Apart from these two words, she couldn't think of any other explanation. The man who created the miracle was holding the steering wheel with an indifferent expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. This calmness is more frightening than any stern threat. At this moment, Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned her head, and her cold phoenix eyes fell on Shin Yuerong. Sister Qin, what did you do before? Her voice was calm, and no emotion could be heard. Shin Yuerong's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Here we come. She knew that this was no simple chat. This is an interrogation, an assessment. She forced herself to calm down, lowered her eyes, and her voice contained just the right amount of humility and bitterness. I didn't know anything before. I was just a housewife, supported by my husband. She did not lie, but she deliberately emphasized her incompetence and dependence. She wanted to let the other party know that she was no threat and was just a useless woman who needed protection. Su Qingxue looked at her, with a smile on her lips. Yeah? What about the future? Have you thought about what to do in the future? In this world, there's no man you can rely on for your whole life. These words, like a sharp knife, pierced straight into Shin Yuerong's heart. She shuddered all over and her face turned paler in an instant. How should she answer? Say you want to become stronger? That is wishful thinking and will only expose your own ambitions. Are you saying that you just want to live a life of idleness and wait for death? They will only be regarded as a burden and may be abandoned at any time. This is a death trap. In a flash, Shin Yuerong's gaze fell on the innocent face of her daughter in her arms. Her expression changed instantly. At this moment, all the panic and calculations were replaced by a more primitive and powerful emotion. It's maternal love. She raised her head and met Su Qingshue's scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes quickly filled with tears and her voice became tearful, but with a moving determination. Miss Su, I don't ask for anything else. I don't want to think about anything, and I dare not think about anything. I just want Nyo to survive. As long as my daughter can survive, I'll do anything you ask me to do. I'm willing to be your slave, your servant, anything. She hugged her daughter tightly, as if she was her only anchor in the world. This is not a performance. This is the most real and humble cry from her heart. In the face of her daughter's life, her own future, dignity, everything can be crushed into dust. Su Qingxue looked at her quietly without saying anything. There was no emotion in those cold eyes. The atmosphere in the car was extremely depressing. Xiao He, who was driving, saw all of this from the rearview mirror. He saw the expression of despair and determination on Qin Yuerong's face, and heard her heartfelt, almost sacrificial declaration. His fingers tapped lightly and rhythmically on the steering wheel. This woman is very smart. She put herself in the lowest position, using maternal love as her only weapon and shield. This is exactly the most correct answer. A mother who lives only for her daughter is much safer than an ambitious person with ulterior motives. Squeak! The harsh sound of brakes interrupted the confrontation in the car. The SUV stopped. The road not far ahead was blocked by dozens of abandoned cars, forming a steel barrier. Get off! Xiao He's voice broke the silence. Qin Yuerong felt as if she had been pardoned. She quickly pulled her daughter and pushed open the car door as if to escape. As soon as she stood firm, she saw Xiao He gently waved at the huge off-road vehicle. Buzz! Accompanied by a slight spatial fluctuation, the giant steel beast disappeared out of thin air again. Qin Yuerong's pupils contracted violently again. Every time she saw this kind of magical method, her awe deepened. Follow closely. Xiao He threw down 3 words and took the lead to walk towards the vehicle graveyard. Su Qingxue followed closely behind. Qin Yuerong did not dare to delay. She held her daughter's hand tightly and followed behind her, taking 1 step forward and 1 step back. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and decay. Some vehicles stuck on the road still had dried, dark red palm prints on their windows. Roar! Sudden! A dark shadow suddenly jumped out from an overturned bus. It was a zombie with its body rotten and only 1 eyeball left. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed straight towards Qin Yuerong and her daughter, who were walking at the end with a fishy wind. Ah! Qin Yuerong screamed in fright. Qin Yuerong's face also turned pale, and she subconsciously protected her daughter behind her. However, Xiao He and Su Qingxue, who were walking in front, didn't even turn their heads. Just when the zombie's sharp claws were about to touch Qin Yuerong. Crack! A purple flash of lightning, coming from behind but arriving first, hit the zombie's head accurately like a whip of divine punishment. Bang! The zombie's head exploded instantly like a smashed watermelon. The charred, headless corpse twitched twice and fell heavily at Qin Yuerong's feet, less than half a meter away from her. Qin Yuerong froze. She could clearly smell the stench of burnt protein. She slowly raised her head and looked at Su Qingshue's slim back. This Miss Su didn't even stop from beginning to end. It was as if he just casually swatted a fly to death. At this moment, Qin Yuerong no longer felt any jealousy or comparison in her heart. All that is left is endless admiration. It turns out that in this team, he and his daughter are the only ones who need to be protected. The waste. The road ahead is extremely difficult. It's only a few dozen kilometers from the hotel to the Guanlan Villa area in the eastern suburbs, but it seems like it will never end. The roads were completely blocked by various abandoned vehicles and collapsed buildings. Every few hundred meters, Xiao He had to stop, put the off-road vehicle into the space, clear out the endless stream of zombies, and then the 4 of them walked through the obstacle area and put the vehicle out again. This cycle repeats itself over and over again. They cleared out wave after wave of wandering zombies. Su Qingshue's lightning is precise and efficient. Xiao He was too lazy to take action. Often, with just a glance, the zombies that pounced on him would be cut into countless pieces by the invisible sharp blades in mid-air. Blood and killing became the main theme of this journey. Qin Yuerong went from screaming in fear at first, to numbness later, and finally, she could even walk past a twitching corpse with an expressionless face. Doomsday, in the most cruel way, ripens everyone. Even an 8-year-old girl is no exception. When dusk fell and the sky gradually darkened, they were still halfway to their destination. If nothing goes wrong, it will probably arrive in an hour or two. But Xiaohe was not sure what the current situation of the Guanlan Villa district was. Now, everyone is exhausted. Even Xiaohe felt mentally exhausted after frequently using the power of space. Therefore, I am even more reluctant to take the risk and continue on my journey. I can't go any further. Xiaohe parked the car in front of a business hotel that looked relatively intact. Rest here tonight. No one objected. The process of cleaning the hotel was lackluster. For Xiaohe and Su Qingxue today, dealing with these ordinary zombies is no different from chopping melons and vegetables. They quickly cleared out several presidential suites on the top floor, and only after confirming that they were safe did they call Qin Yuerong and her daughter in. Inside the room, the luxurious decorations were covered in dust. Xiaohe took out food and water and distributed them to everyone. Qin Yuerong took the food and silently took her daughter to the corner, eating it in small bites, not daring to make any sound. She knew that today's assessment was not over yet. Really? After eating, Su Qingxue wiped her mouth and walked in front of her. Sister Qin, come with me. Su Qingxue's expression was still that cold. Xiaohe, I have something to ask you. Boom. Qin Yuerong's mind went blank. Is the final judgment finally coming? She felt her hands and feet were cold. She glanced at her daughter beside her, then took a deep breath, and her eyes became firm again. She stood up, tidied her messy clothes, followed Su Qingxue, and walked towards the room where Xiaohe was, step by step. Every step feels like stepping on your own heartbeat. Open the door. Xiaohe was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with his back to her, looking out the window at the dead silent city shrouded in the night. In the dim light, his figure appeared exceptionally tall and also exceptionally cold. Sit. Xiaohe didn't look back, but just uttered a word lightly. Qin Yuerong didn't dare to disobey. She sat down stiffly in a corner of the sofa, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. Su Qingxue closed the door and stood by it, looking at her with her arms folded, like a cold invigilator. The room fell into deathly silence. Qin Yuerong felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Chapter 30 Mr. Xiao. Please accept my full value. Time passes by every second. There was deathly silence in the room. Qin Yuerong felt that her blood was about to freeze because of this oppressive silence. Every second is torture. She could feel two pairs of gazes, like searchlights, illuminating her from inside out, leaving her completely exposed. One came from Su Qingxue, who was standing at the door with her arms folded. Her gaze was cold and sharp, as if she was examining a lifeless piece of merchandise. The other one came from the back of the man by the window. He clearly didn't look back, but Qin Yuerong felt that the invisible gaze was even more terrifying than Su Qingxue's. It had a terrifying power that could penetrate people's hearts and made her soul tremble. She was fidgeting, twisting the corners of her clothes tightly with her hands, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Finally, Xiaohe turned around. He didn't come closer, but stood a few meters away, looking down at her with an indifferent look as if he was looking at an ant on the roadside. This afternoon, in the car, what you said. His voice was calm, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Qin Yuerong's heart hard. To be a slave, a servant, anything? Qin Yuerong's heart sank suddenly. She opened her mouth, wanting to repeat her promise, but no words came out. Because a sneer of extreme contempt appeared on Xiaohe's lips. Oh. Ms. Qin, did you make a mistake? Do you think your tears and your promises mean anything to me? He took a step forward. With just one step, the oppressive feeling that was as real as a substance made Qin Yuerong's breathing stop instantly. The least valuable thing in this world is the promises made. I've seen and heard much more brilliant things than what you said. Why should I trust you? Xiaohe's voice was so sharp that every word was piercing his heart. You want to live, you want your daughter to live, you can. But not with words. Show me your worth, show me your sincerity, and prove it to me. Prove that you and your daughter are not two useless people who only know how to consume food. His gaze, filled with undisguised aggression, slowly moved down from her face, which was flushed with fear and humiliation, to her buttocks, which were constantly rising and falling due to nervousness. The meaning is clear as day. Boom! Qin Yuerong's brain suddenly went blank. All luck, all disguises, were torn to pieces at this moment. She felt cold all over, and shame and fear, like two invisible hands, strangled her throat. Subconsciously, she looked towards Su Qingxue at the door for help. However, Su Qingxue just looked at her coldly, without any fluctuation in her eyes. She even changed her posture and turned her gaze to the window, looking as if it had nothing to do with her. This action completely broke the last line of defense in Qin Yuerong's heart. She understood. This was a joint decision between the two of them. It was an examination without dignity that she had to pass. Or, abandon everything and live. Or, with ridiculous dignity, you and your daughter will be thrown out to feed the zombies. There is no third option. Qin Yuerong's mind flashed with the innocent yet frightened face of her daughter Nyonyo. The struggle and humiliation in her eyes gradually faded away. Instead, there was a kind of determination that was almost dead silent. She slowly stood up from the sofa. His body was still shaking slightly uncontrollably due to fear and shame. But her steps were extremely firm. Step. 2 steps. She walked in front of Xiao He. She raised her head and looked at the man who dominated her and her daughter's fate. Her beautiful eyes, which still retained their charm, were filled with moisture, but she stubbornly refused to let a single tear fall. Then, she stretched out her still trembling hands and began to untie. 1. 2. The movements were slow and clumsy. It's like a sacred yet humble ritual of self-sacrifice. She took off all her disguises and dignity, and showed her most vulnerable, real and original side to this man. She closed her eyes, her body shook even more violently, and her voice was filled with tears, but it was extremely clear. Mr. Xiao, this is all my worth. Please, accept it. For a long time, the air in the room was still oppressive. Qin Yuerong curled up in a corner of the sofa, wrapped herself tightly in the sheets, motionless, like a broken statue. She didn't cry, but just stared at the ceiling with her empty eyes. Xiao He stood by the window and lit a cigarette. He rarely smokes, but at this moment, he needs nicotine to keep his brain absolutely calm. He glanced at the woman. There was no ripple in my heart. Sympathy? Pity? No. In this fucked up apocalypse, these emotions are the most deadly. He was just making a cold, rational assessment of return on investment. He moved his mind slightly and called up the woman's information panel that only he could see. Name, Qin Yuerong. Status, extremely exhausted, dazed, humiliated. Favorability, 40. A twisted sense of security born from dependence and fear. Xiao He's brows raised slightly. 40? He remembered clearly that after he rescued the mother and daughter and demonstrated his absolute strength, this woman's favorability had been stuck at 30, neither going up nor down. That's a very subtle value. It represents awe, fear, and a hint of scrutiny of exploitation and being exploited. But now, after he had completely possessed her in the most brutal and direct way, his favorability rating had actually risen by 10 points? It's really interesting. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth. He probably understood the twisted logic. For a weak woman who was struggling to survive with her daughter in the Doomsday, so-called dignity and emotion have long become luxuries. When she sacrificed everything she had and the other party accepted the sacrifice, it actually meant that she and her daughter were temporarily safe. She used her body to exchange for a temporary meal ticket, a powerful master who could protect her and her daughter. This kind of possession based on an absolute gap in strength was not a pure insult to her, but rather a different kind of recognition that made her feel at ease. Damn, this Doomsday really turns people into ghosts. I see your sincerity. Xiao He put out his cigarette, his voice still indifferent, without any emotion. He walked up to Qin Yuerong and looked down at her. Qin Yuerong's body trembled violently, and she subconsciously wrapped herself tighter. Xiao He ignored her reaction and just flipped his wrist. 2 crystal stones, the size of pigeon eggs, grayish-white in color and emitting a faint glow, appeared in his palms. He casually threw the 2 crystal cores in front of Qin Yuerong, as if he were throwing 2 worthless stones. Here, one for you and one for your daughter. Eat it. Qin Yuerong was stunned. She looked at the 2 strange stones that fell on the sheets and were still glowing faintly, and finally a little light appeared in her empty eyes. What's this? Reward? She raised her head and looked at Xiao He with a questioning look. But Xiao He had no intention of explaining at all. He just said the last sentence coldly. Remember, this is what you earned with your own value. Next time, I hope to see more. After saying that, he didn't even look at her, but opened the door and walked out. As for the real rule-based crystal core that can allow her to transform into a dragon? Oh. Xiaohe would never give it out until his favorability reached 100 and she became his complete property from body to soul. Raising a tiger to cause trouble? He's not that stupid. Qin Yuerong was the only one left in the room. She looked at the two glowing crystal cores, then looked at the tightly closed door. Her body was still trembling from the afterglow of what had just happened and the shame she felt at the moment. Humiliation, pain, confusion. There was also a trace of gratitude and hope that she herself did not dare to admit. She won the first step. She and her daughter survived for the time being. She stretched out her trembling hands and carefully grasped the two cold crystal cores in her palms. Chapter 31. Qin Yuerong's mentality changes, and he wants more rewards. The door closed with a click behind him. There was no unnecessary expression on Xiaohe's face. Su Qingxue leaned against the wall of the corridor, hugging her arms, and looked at him quietly with her cold phoenix eyes. She didn't ask anything. But her eyes said it all. Xiaohe walked over, reached out, pinched her smooth chin, and gently stroked her delicate skin with his fingertips. His actions were filled with unquestionable possessiveness. What? Xiaohe's mouth curled up with an evil arc. Are you jealous? Su Qingxue did not dodge, but met his gaze. Deep in her eyes, there seemed to be tiny flashes of lightning dancing. Just a tool. The words she uttered were cold and precise. I'm just helping you assess the value and loyalty of this tool. Oh? Xiaohe's eyes narrowed slightly. What are the results of the evaluation? Su Qingxue's red lips raised up in a provocative arc. Further testing is needed. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohe had already picked her up by the waist and strode towards their own room. Bang! He kicked the door shut roughly. That's perfect. His deep voice carried a hint of primitive wildness that had never dissipated. Our battle last night is not over yet. Let you, the examiner, experience firsthand what true value is. Su Qingxue did not resist. Instead, she stretched out her arms, wrapped them tightly around his neck, buried her face in the crook of his neck, and let out a faint hum. There was a hint of satisfaction in that voice, a hint of pride in asserting sovereignty. Next room. Qin Yuerong was like a frightened bird, and she trembled all over at the rough sound of the door closing. She could imagine what was happening outside the door. You can also guess what kind of madness is about to happen in the other room. Shame, jealousy, resentment. All kinds of emotions, like an overturned pallet, were stirring wildly in her heart. But soon, these emotions were replaced by another stronger, colder sense of reality. She lowered her head and looked at the two cold crystal cores held in her palms. This is what she exchanged for her dignity. It is the qualification for her and her daughter to survive. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stop listening to the faint noise coming from next door that was disturbing her. She lifted the sheets and walked barefoot to her daughter's bed. Qin Yuerong was sleeping soundly, with a hint of uneasiness on her little face. Qin Yuerong reached out and gently stroked her daughter's hair. The confusion and pain in her eyes were gradually covered by a maternal glow. She picked up one of the grayish-white crystal cores. "Nyonyo, be good, open your mouth," she called softly in an almost hypnotic tone. Qin Yuerong, who was sleeping, seemed to feel her mother's call, and opened her little mouth in a daze. Qin Yuerong stuffed the icy crystal core into her daughter's mouth without any hesitation. The crystal core melted in the mouth, turning into a warm stream that slid down the throat. Qin Yuerong's frown relaxed and she seemed to sleep even more soundly. Only after doing all this did Qin Yuerong breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the last crystal core left in her palm. This is her own. Without further hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed the crystal core. Boom! An energy far more violent than she had imagined instantly exploded throughout her limbs and bones. That's not a warm current. It was a stream of scorching hot magma that seemed to melt her bones. Well. Qin Yuerong groaned in pain and curled up on the ground, her body shaking violently. It felt like countless small snakes were scurrying wildly beneath her skin. Pain. Extreme pain. But at the end of this pain, an unprecedented, powerful feeling began to grow wildly like a sprout breaking through the ground. She could clearly see that the impurities in her body were being rapidly burned and purified by the scorching energy. Her bones made crackling sounds and became tougher. Her muscles, as they were torn and reassembled, were filled with explosive power. even her vision became extremely clear. In the dark room, the outline of every speck of dust was clearly visible. This feeling of truly holding power in your own hands. So wonderful. I don't know how long it took. The violet energy finally subsided, merged into her body, and became a part of her. Qin Yuerong slowly stood up from the ground. She lowered her head and looked at her hands. Those hands were still white, but no longer looked weak and powerless. She could feel that if she wanted to, she could crush a brick with a light squeeze. She walked to the mirror. The woman in the mirror had a flushed face and her eyes were moving. Her face, which was originally full of fatigue and humiliation, now had an indescribable look. That is the confidence that comes with strength. It is also the light of ignited desire. Just then, the suppressed, intermittent noises from the next room reached her ears again. This time, Qin Yuerong no longer felt shame and jealousy in her heart. She licked her dry lips, and her beautiful eyes, which still retained their charm, looked towards the wall. His eyes were filled with extreme awe and a new, more greedy, desire. So, is this the world controlled by that man? As long as you pay the price, you can get this addictive power. She felt the endless power surging in her body, but felt it was far from enough. This amount of power is not even 1/10,000th of Su Qingshue's. She might even not be able to withstand a real reward from that man. A huge feeling of dissatisfaction, like poison ivy, instantly wrapped around her heart. She wants more. She wants to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I keep my daughter safer. Only by becoming stronger will you be qualified to get more from that man. Qin Yuerong's breathing gradually became rapid. She knew that she could no longer go back. Chapter 32, Distracted during battle? You better give me a perfect explanation. The frantic battle lasted from dusk till late at night. The room was a mess. Expensive carpets were torn, heavy curtains were ripped down, and luxurious furniture was reduced to splintered pieces of wood. The air was filled with the unique, sweet and fishy smell of ozone left after the collision of sweat and lightning. Xiaohe pinched Su Qingshue's waist, feeling the unruly power of thunder and lightning in her body. Under the impact of his power, she was defeated step by step and finally became soft as silk. This woman is like an elegant and proud cheetah. Only in the most primitive conquest will she completely retract her claws and reveal her softest belly. At the most intense moment of the battle, without any warning, a cold system prompt sounded in Xiaohe's mind. Bite. Target person, Qin Yuerong, favorability +5. Current favorability, 45. A morbid sense of security born from distorted dependence and possession. Xiaohe's movements paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold arc. 45 o'clock. That's really interesting. He took possession of her in the most brutal way, but it gave her a sense of security? This Doomsday has really distorted human nature beyond recognition. But not enough. It's far from enough. This pitiful level of goodwill is nothing more than a sandcastle built on fear and exchange of interests, which may collapse at any time. What he wants is 100% absolute control from body to soul. Distracted? Su Qingxue, who was standing under him, noticed his momentary distraction, and a dangerous glint flashed in her blurry phoenix eyes. She opened her mouth and bit Xiaohe's shoulder with a hint of punishment. You'd better give me a perfect explanation. The tool next door seems to have become more obedient. Xiaohe lowered his head and said jokingly in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Su Qingshue's body suddenly stiffened. Then, she tightened her arms around Xiaohe's neck. Yeah? Her voice was thick with nasal twang and a hint of possessiveness that declared sovereignty. That only means your master's training isn't hard enough. Continue. The next day. The early morning sunlight filtered through the broken windows into the messy presidential suite lobby. Xiaohe walked out of the room refreshed. Last night's battle exhausted him greatly, but it also improved his control over his own strength. In the hall, Qin Yuerong and Qin Yiran, mother and daughter, had been waiting there early. Qin Yuerong changed into a relatively clean hotel waiter uniform and combed her hair neatly. Although her face was still a little pale, she stood straight and her eyes no longer had the panic and humiliation of yesterday. Instead, there is an absolute obedience and a desire for power hidden deep inside. Her daughter Qin Yiran followed closely behind her, with her head lowered, not daring to look at Xiaohe. Seeing Xiaohe coming out, Qin Yuerong immediately bowed slightly. Good morning, Mr. Xiao. Her voice was calm and respectful. Xiao's eyes swept over her and he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that last night's training was very effective. This smart woman has completely figured out her position. He didn't say much, just flipped his wrist, took out a few compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water, and threw them over. Eat it. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Qin Yuerong took the food without any hesitation, took her daughter to the corner, and began to eat quietly in small bites. Not long after, Su Qingxue also yawned and walked out of the room. She was casually wearing a black t-shirt of Xiao He. Under the white hem, her 2 long, slender, straight legs were dazzlingly white. She walked to Xiao He and hung on him like a boneless cat. She picked up a biscuit, took a bite, and immediately frowned in disgust. This again. It's hard and tasteless. It's almost tasteless in my mouth. She shook Xiao's arm and began to act coquettishly, her voice soft and sticky. Honey, can we have something hot? I want to drink hot porridge. This gesture is both an intimate gesture between lovers and an undisguised declaration and oppression of another woman. Look. I can act coquettishly towards him and make demands on him. And you can only sit in the corner, quietly chewing the dry food he threw to you. That's the gap. In the corner, Qin Yuerong, who was chewing a biscuit in small bites, stiffened slightly. She raised her head and looked at the 2 people who were so inseparable, a complex emotion flashed in the depths of her eyes. But soon, she suppressed that emotion. She saw an opportunity. An opportunity to show your new value. She put down the biscuits in her hand, straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and walked forward. Mr. Xiao, Miss Su. Her voice caught the attention of both of them. Xiao He looked at her with interest, wanting to see what tricks this woman was going to play. Qin Yuerong met their gazes, lowered her head slightly, and said in a modest tone. If you don't mind, I can cook. There should be some ingredients in the hotel's kitchen. I can make a hot breakfast for everyone. She kept a low profile. She wants to prove that she is not just a vase that can only warm the bed. She has other uses. Oh? Xiao He raised his eyebrows. He looked Qin Yuerong up and down again. This woman could indeed always bring him little surprises. In the Doomsday, a chef who knows how to use existing conditions to cook delicious food is sometimes as valuable as an ordinary combatant. After all, man is iron and food is steel. Even the strongest soldier will have problems with his mentality if he has to eat dry food every day. Can you cook? Su Qingxue was also a little surprised. She squinted her eyes and looked at Qin Yuerong. Her eyes seemed to be evaluating the added value of a commodity. My husband used to have very picky tastes, so I learned a few things. Qin Yuerong answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Xiao He smiled. He reached out and pinched Su Qingxue's puffy face. Did you hear that? Someone is going to make you some hot porridge. Then, he turned his gaze to Qin Yuerong, his tone still indifferent. Very good. If I have the chance, I'll try your cooking. Qin Yuerong was delighted, but Xiao He's next words made her feel relieved. But not now. Xiao He stood up and dusted himself off. We don't have time to waste here. Pack your things and leave in 10 minutes. He looked at Su Qingxue, and his eyes became sharp again. We still have to go pick up your best friend. If we delay any longer, no one can say for sure whether she can still survive. Su Qingxue's expression instantly became serious. She stopped acting coquettishly and immediately stood up straight, her eyes full of worry and determination. Okay, let's go now. Qin Yuerong stood there, looking at the 2 people who acted decisively. She felt a sense of disappointment that her plans had been disrupted, but also a hint of relief. It doesn't matter. There is ample time. She had successfully planted the seed of I can cook in the man's heart. One day, this seed will take root and sprout. All she had to do was wait. Wait for the next opportunity to demonstrate your value. Now, what she and her daughter have to do is to keep up with this man's footsteps and survive. Chapter 33 Canary Lin Weiwei. 10 minutes later, everyone set off on time. There's actually nothing much to organize. In this Doomsday, everything except food and water is a burden. The SUV was back on the dead silent road. Compared with the previous 2 days, the atmosphere in the car has undergone some subtle changes. Qin Yuerong's performance became much more natural. She no longer huddled in the corner like a prisoner awaiting trial. She would take the initiative to hand the water to Xiao He, who was driving. When Su Qingxue was wiping her weapon, he would silently hand her a clean cloth. Even when Xining accidentally spilled water, she would immediately wipe the seat clean with her sleeve, and then look at Xiao He and Su Qingxue with an apologetic and flattering look. These things are small. So small as to be insignificant. But Xiao He and Su Qingxue were both very satisfied. A tool that is smart, perceptive, and fully aware of its own position will always be easier to use. Su Qingxue leaned on Xiao He's shoulder, playing with a strand of his hair, her eyes inadvertently sweeping across Qin Yuerong's calm face in the rearview mirror. There was a hint of playfulness in the curve of her mouth. It seems that Xiuha's training class last night was very effective. This woman has been completely tamed. It took nearly half a day to walk and stop along the way. When the off-road vehicle ran over a gilded marble sign that read Guanlan Villa District, the destination was finally reached. The wealthy area in the eastern suburbs before the end of the world has long lost its former glory. The carefully manicured lawn became a mess in just 1 week. Expensive landscape trees are leaning to one side or the other. Various dusty luxury cars were parked on both sides of the road, their windows covered with dried bloody handprints and scratches. The entire villa area was shrouded in an eerie silence. It's right in front, Villa number 8. Su Qingxue pointed to a white villa with a huge garden not far away, and her voice was filled with unconcealable nervousness. It took them more than 2 days to get here from the hotel. 2 days. In this man-eating apocalypse, countless accidents can happen every minute and every second. She didn't dare to think about how her best friend survived alone in this dead city. Roar! Several zombies wandering in the garden smelled the breath of living people, roared, and staggered over. Xiao He didn't even bother to get out of the car. He just took a look. Puff! 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 The heads of those zombies exploded instantly as if they were hit by invisible bullets, and red and white were scattered all over the ground. The off-road vehicle stopped smoothly in front of the carved iron gate of Villa number 8. Su Qingxue couldn't wait to jump out of the car, rushed over and pressed the doorbell hard. Ding dong ding dong. The shrill doorbell sounded from far away in the silent villa area. However, there was no response from inside the door. Su Qingxue's heart sank bit by bit. Her face turned pale. Wei Wei. Lin Wei Wei. It's me. I'm Qingxue. Open the door. She banged on the door hard, and her voice was already filled with tears. Xiao He also came over. He didn't say anything, but just put his ear close to the cold door. After being strengthened by the crystal core, his hearing has long surpassed that of ordinary people. Amidst Su Qingxue's anxious cries, he clearly caught a very slight rustling sound coming from the second floor of the villa. It was like something was moving cautiously. There's someone inside. And, still alive. Stop shouting. Xiao He grabbed Su Qingxue, who was a little out of control. He turned his head and looked at the window on the second floor of the villa with heavy curtains drawn. The sound was not loud, but it had a force that was enough to penetrate the wall. Ms. Lin Weiwei, we are here to rescue you. Your friend, Su Qingxue, is just outside the door. You'll have 10 seconds to think about it. Come down and open the door yourself. Otherwise, we would have come in on our own. His tone was calm, yet full of unquestionable dominance. This is not a negotiation. This is a notification. The rustling sound inside the door disappeared instantly. It fell into dead silence. Time passes by second by second. Su Qingxue was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Just when Xiao He was about to lose his patience and cut the door open with the space blade. Finally, there was movement inside the villa. There was a hurried, stumbling sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. Then, there was a click. The heavy electronic door lock was opened from the inside. The carved iron gate was slowly opened a crack. A pale yet breathtakingly beautiful face peeked out from the crack in the door. She was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s, with beautiful long platinum hair that was a little messy and draped over her shoulders. There was no dirt on her face, so clean that she didn't look like someone struggling to survive in the apocalypse. She also wore an exquisite platinum necklace around her neck. The pendant of the necklace was a sparkling diamond, which still reflected bright light in the dim light. Her eyes were full of vigilance and anxiety, like a frightened deer. When her eyes fell on Su Qingxue, her vigilance instantly melted away, turning into great surprise and grievance. Qingxue! The girl's voice was so soft and so tender that it could squeeze water out of her. It's really you. I thought I would never see you again. The door was completely opened. Lin Weiwei suddenly rushed out, hugged Su Qingxue tightly, and burst into tears. However, Xiaoyi's gaze had already fallen on the girl named Lin Weiwei. He looked carefully from head to toe. The best. Another top-notch one who was not inferior to Su Qingxue. If Su Qingxue is the kind of frosty, arrogant, and cold snow mountain rose, Lin Weiwei is the kind of canary in a greenhouse who looks delicate and boneless and can instantly arouse all men's desire to protect her. But Xiao He knew that this was just an appearance. A woman who can survive alone in such an environment for several days can never be as fragile as a canary. Just then, a cold mechanical sound that only he could hear resounded in his mind. Bite. High-value target detected, Lin Weiwei. Quality assessment, 96 points. Talent assessment? Unawakened. Strategy suggestion, this target is soft on the outside but tough on the inside. She's extremely insecure and has a natural admiration for the strong. Conquer her, possess her, and make her fully understand who is the only true god she can rely on in this apocalypse. The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. 96 points? Interesting. This game is getting more and more fun. Chapter 34 Qingxue, tell me the truth, are you too? How are his skills? The two women hugged each other and cried bitterly. Xiaoyi stood aside, his hands in his pockets, watching expressionlessly. Like an outsider, he calmly examined the touching scene of Doomsday reunion before him. His gaze was more focused on the girl named Lin Weiwei. 96 points. The evaluation given by the system is not without reason. This girl has a very special temperament. She looks as fragile as a porcelain doll that will break at the slightest touch, but her vigilant eyes reveal a tenacity that refuses to admit defeat. It's like a wild lily growing stubbornly on a cliff, facing the strong wind. Okay, stop crying. Su Qingxue calmed down first. She patted Lin Weiwei's back and wiped away her tears, but her own eyes were still red. Go in first, it's not safe outside. Lin Weiwei also reacted and hurriedly took Su Qingxue's hand and welcomed everyone into the villa. Come in. As she spoke, she cautiously glanced at Xiao He out of the corner of her eye. This man didn't say a word from beginning to end. But just standing there, he brought a suffocating feeling of oppression. That's the look a predator at the top of the food chain gives its prey. Cold, indifferent, and full of absolute control. The door closed again behind him, blocking out the strong smell of blood outside. The interior of the villa was pretty much the same as Xiao He had imagined. The decoration is luxurious and spotless. It can be seen that the owner is a person with good taste and is extremely fond of cleanliness. However, at this moment, this mansion was filled with a dead and empty feeling. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume, but it could not cover up the despair of running out of supplies. Weiwei, how have you been these days? Su Qingxue held Lin Weiwei's hand and looked at her face, which had obviously become thinner, feeling very distressed. Lin Weiwei smiled bitterly, with a hint of helplessness and self-mockery on her beautiful face. How else can we get through this? Just fight it out. She gestured toward the empty kitchen counter. The food was long gone, and there was only half a bottle of water left. I thought I was going to die here. Her tone was calm, without complaint or hysteria. It was as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But it is this calmness that is even more frightening. A pampered young lady is trapped in a dead city, without water or food, and no one can help her. She did not collapse or go crazy, and she was able to maintain her last bit of decency and sanity. This woman is not simple. Su Qingxue's tears were about to fall again. She moved her lips, but ultimately said nothing. She just turned her head and looked at Xiao He. That look is more effective than any words. Full of pleading, and a kind of dependence that she herself had not even noticed. Xiao He said nothing. He simply walked to the empty carpet in the middle of the living room and flipped his wrist. Crash! A large pile of things appeared out of nowhere and instantly formed a small hill. Lin Weiwei's eyes suddenly widened. Her pupils contracted violently due to extreme shock. That's not compressed biscuits, instant noodles, or sausage. That is fresh potatoes with the aroma of earth. Juicy green vegetables. Top-quality marbled beef with distinct textures and a hint of coolness. There is even a bag of heavy, plump-grained northeastern rice. Oh my god. What kind of magical method is this? Space ability? No. Even if one has the ability of space, it is impossible to produce so many fresh ingredients out of thin air in the apocalypse. In today's world, these things are 10,000 times more precious than gold and diamonds. Lin Weiwei's breathing suddenly became rapid. She looked at the pile of food, her throat rolled uncontrollably, and she swallowed a mouthful of bitter saliva. She had been hungry for too long. Not to mention Su Qingxue, even Xiaohe himself had long been fed up with those dry military rations. His gaze fell on Qin Yuerong, who was sitting in the corner and had been as quiet as an invisible person since she entered the room. Go cook. He uttered 3 words in a calm tone, yet with an unquestionable command. Qin Yuerong's body shook slightly. She raised her head and met Xiaohe's gaze. A strong look suddenly burst out from those originally dim eyes. Chance. The opportunity she had been waiting for had arrived. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately bowed and responded, with a barely perceptible hint of excitement in her voice. She pulled her still somewhat timid daughter and walked quickly to the pile of ingredients, like a most devout believer, worshipping her own miracle. She selected the ingredients skillfully, with quick movements and focused eyes. At this moment, she is no longer the humble plaything who sells her body in exchange for survival. But he is a top chef who is about to show his skills. She wants to use her skills to find a new, irreplaceable position in this team. Watching Qin Yuerong and her daughter walk into the kitchen and start working, Lin Weiwei's mind was still in chaos. She looked at the kitchen, then at the man who was sitting casually on the sofa like a god. Finally, her gaze fell on her best friend, Su Qingxue. She pulled Su Qingxue to the corner nearby and lowered her voice. Her beautiful eyes were gleaming with the burning fire of gossip. Qingxue, tell the truth. Who is that man? And that woman and child, what's going on? I don't quite understand the configuration of your team. Su Qingxue was a little confused by her series of questions, and her cheeks couldn't help but turn slightly red. His name is Xiaohe, and he's my, boss. Boss? Lin Weiwei raised her eyebrows, obviously not believing this statement. She leaned closer, her voice lowered to a whisper, a hint of a smirk in it. Why do they look like boss and employee to me? More like the king and his female knight? Su Qingxue's face turned even redder, and she glared at Lin Weiwei in reproach. What nonsense are you talking about? Humph, I'm not talking nonsense. Lin Weiwei's eyes swept over Su Qingxue's t-shirt, which was obviously a bit too big, and her eyes became more and more ambiguous. This piece of clothing of yours is his, right? The marks on your neck, don't tell me, are they from mosquito bites? Boom. Su Qingxue's brain buzzed and almost crashed. She subconsciously covered her neck, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. This damn Weiwei, her eyes are so sharp. You, don't guess blindly. I'm not guessing. Lin Weiwei's lips curled up in a cunning arc, and she continued to add fuel to the fire in her ears in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Qingxue, tell me the truth. Have you two slept together already? How's his technique? Chapter 35. The visual feast in the living room is so tempting. How's his technique? Lin Weiwei's voice was as light as a feather, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in Su Qingxue's ears. Boom! Su Qingxue's pretty face, which was already flushed, instantly turned red enough to look like blood. She was completely dumbfounded. My mind went blank. This damn Vivi. Are you crazy? How dare she ask such a deadly question? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Qingxue was both embarrassed and angry, her voice changed tone. She pounced forward, stretched out her hands, and went straight for the itchy spot on Lin Weiwei's waist. I think you're crazy with hunger, your brain is all confused. Today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven and deal with you, this evil monster. Ah! Qingxue, are you serious? Lin Weiwei screamed and dodged, laughing so hard that her body shook. She was already so hungry that her limbs were weak, and when Su Qingxue pounced on her, she fell directly onto the soft wool carpet. The two stunning beauties rolled into a ball in an instant. Su Qingxue sat astride Lin Weiwei's body, his hands turning into ruthless iron claws, ravaging her wildly. Do you still dare to talk nonsense? Tell me. Are you wrong? Ah, ha ha ha, I was wrong, Qingxue, please spare me. Lin Weiwei laughed so hard that tears came out. Her body was as soft as a pool of spring water and she kept twisting and struggling. Help! Someone is murdering my best friend. In the living room, spring is everywhere. The loose black t-shirt on Su Qingxue was pulled askew during the fight, revealing a large area of her snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbone. Lin Weiwei's beautiful platinum-colored hair spread out on the carpet, and her two long, straight legs were exposed to the air without any cover while she was struggling. The scene was erotic and full of youthful vitality. It's simply a visual feast. The only audience member at this feast, Xiaohe, was sitting on the sofa with his legs spread out. He had a blank expression on his face and his eyes were calm. But in those deep eyes, the vivid scene on the carpet was clearly reflected. Interesting. That's so interesting. One is the proud and cold iceberg snow lotus, the other is the delicate and charming greenhouse rose. At this moment, they are like two playful cats, completely letting go of all disguises and defenses, revealing their most real and touching side. The corner of Xiaohe's mouth curled up into a faint, playful arc. He didn't say anything to stop it. He was just admiring it. How tempting it is to appreciate something that is uniquely yours. Also appreciate how beautiful the prey that is about to be caught is. This feeling made him feel more joyful than simple conquest. Just like an emperor, sitting on a high throne, overlooking the most beautiful flowers blooming in his garden. And he is the only one qualified to pick them. Hoo-ha! The fight didn't last long. Lin Weiwei's laughter gradually turned into rapid breathing. Her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pair of legs that were struggling hard finally went limp. No, I can't do this anymore. Qingxue. I have no strength left. She was gasping for breath, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Hunger, like an invisible hand, tightly grasped her heart and drained the last bit of strength from her body. Su Qingxue also noticed that something was wrong with her and stopped immediately. She looked at Lin Weiwei's face, which was as pale as paper, and the shame and playfulness in her eyes were instantly replaced by worry and heartache. Weiwei. How are you? She quickly got off Lin Weiwei and helped her sit up. I'm fine. Lin Weiwei leaned in Su Qingxue's arms, shook her head weakly, but still forced a smile on the corner of her mouth. It's just. I haven't exercised for too long, and my physical strength can't keep up. It's all your fault. You were so cruel. Looking at her best friend's stubborn attitude, Su Qingxue felt angry, amused, and even more sad. She opened her mouth and was about to say something. Suddenly, an extremely rich and overbearing aroma swept over from the direction of the kitchen without any warning. That's not just the smell of food. That is top-grade marbled beef. When it sizzles on the hot iron plate, a perfect symphony of fat and protein is instantly stimulated. It is made of fresh mushrooms, paired with rich chicken soup, bubbling in a casserole, and it is the most original and delicious. There is also the rice stewed with northeastern rice, which has a light and sweet aroma. Fragrant. So fragrant. For two women who had been hungry for a long time, this smell was simply the most deadly and irresistible torture. Lin Weiwei and Su Qingxue's movements were frozen in an instant. They all followed the smell and looked towards the kitchen. There was a gulp sound in the throat, a uniform sound of swallowing saliva. Qin Yuerong was seen walking out of the kitchen carrying a huge tray. She had a perfect smile on her face, one that was both humble and confident. Her daughter Qin Yiran, like a little follower, followed carefully behind with a bowl of steaming soup in her hand. Mr. Xiao, Ms. Su, Ms. Lin. The meal is ready. Qin Yuerong's voice was calm and steady. She placed the dishes on the tray one by one precisely on the coffee table in the living room. The teppanyaki wagyu beef is golden, crispy, and juicy. The matsutake chicken soup has a clear color and a fragrant aroma. There are also 2 stir-fried seasonal vegetables, which are green and juicy, and make people's mouths water just by looking at them. Finally, there are 3 bowls of crystal clear, plump white rice. After doing all this, she pulled her daughter aside without saying a word and stood quietly with her hands hanging down. Through her actions, she perfectly interpreted what self-cultivation of tools means. I'm just responsible for doing things. Whether or not to eat it and when to eat it is all decided by the owner. There was deathly silence in the living room. Lin Weiwei's eyes were completely wide open. She stared at the plate of steaming wagyu beef on the teppanyaki grill, and her beautiful eyes almost emitted green light. Reserved? Decent? In the face of extreme hunger and the temptation of delicious food, those things mean nothing. Even Su Qingxue, who was always aloof, could no longer remain calm at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on the bowl of thick chicken soup, and her breathing became a little rapid. Xiao He took it all in. He was very satisfied. Very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wants. He wanted to make these women understand clearly who their heaven was. Who can bring all this to them? He picked up the chopsticks, picked up the largest and juiciest piece of Wagyu beef, and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. Then, he raised his eyelids and uttered 2 words in a calm tone. Eat it. These 2 words are like a spell that breaks the seal. I'm starting. Lin Weiwei almost shouted this. She no longer cared about her ladylike image. She grabbed the chopsticks and launched a fierce attack on the plate of Wagyu beef. Su Qingshua's movements were not slow at all. She picked up the bowl of chicken soup, took a big sip, squinted her eyes in comfort, and then began to stretch out her magic claws to other dishes. Sweep away everything in one whirlwind. Truly a whirlwind. The 2 stunning beauties who usually look like fairies were now eating like 2 little tigers that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. His mouth was stuffed full, his cheeks were bulging, and he didn't even have time to speak. In their eyes, there is no room for anything else except food. Xiao He didn't move his chopsticks again. He just watched them eat. Watching their satisfied expressions after eating a bite of meat. Watch them sigh with happiness over a bowl of soup. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction, of being in control of everything, arises spontaneously. Feed them. Conquer them. Make them completely dependent on themselves from body to soul. This is the greatest pleasure in this doomsday. I don't know how long it took. The plates on the table are almost empty. Lin Weiwei and Su Qingxue, both of them slumped on the sofa without any image, burping with satisfaction, their lower abdomen slightly bulging from eating. After surviving the disaster, have another good meal. This feeling of happiness is simply indescribable. Lin Weiwei's face regained its color, and her charming eyes were filled with ripples. She looked at the man who had been eating slowly from beginning to end, and her eyes had completely changed. No longer the initial vigilance and temptation. It's no longer the gossip and ridicule just now. It was a look that was a mixture of awe, gratitude, curiosity, and something more complex. Who is this man? He is like a mystery, a bottomless black hole. Powerful, mysterious, cold, yet able to give you a heavenly enjoyment at the snap of your fingers. She suddenly felt how ridiculous and childish her previous teasing of Su Qingxue was. In front of a man like this, is being his woman really something that needs sympathy? Lin Weiwei licked her lips, which still retained the aroma of Wagyu beef fat. She looked at Xiao He and was silent for a long time. Finally, she asked a question in an unprecedented serious tone. Xiao He, mister. Do you still need a woman who can cook? I can do that, too. Besides, I do it better than she does. Chapter 36, a tool that allows its owner to experience ultimate relaxation when tired is valuable. The air suddenly became a little subtle. In the living room, the happy atmosphere just now due to the hearty meal suddenly stagnated. The smile on Su Qingshue's face froze. She looked at her best friend in surprise, her eyes full of confusion. What is Weiwei doing? In the corner, Qin Yuerong, who had just straightened her back slightly because she had demonstrated her value, tensed up again. Her hands, hanging at her sides, were quietly clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Here it comes. What is coming will eventually come. The thing she was most worried about happened. This girl named Lin Weiwei was far superior to her in both appearance and natural charm. If she could cook, even better. Then what is the value of my existence in this team? In an instant, a huge sense of crisis, like cold seawater, drowned Qin Yuerong. Everyone's eyes were focused on the man lazily leaning on the sofa, awaiting his verdict. Lin Weiwei's heart was in her throat. She met Xiao He's bottomless eyes, her heart pounding wildly. She knew that what she said was very risky, and could even be said to be a blatant provocation. But she had no choice. The meal just now made her clearly understand what real hard currency is in this doomsday. Not money, not beauty, but value. It is irreplaceable and has the ability to create value for this man and this team. Qin Yuerong proved her worth with a meal. You must prove yourself, too. Xiao He looked at the girl in front of him. She was so nervous that her body was shaking slightly, but she was still holding on. She looked at him with a pitiful and expectant look. Suddenly, he found it very interesting. Of course he could see her little thoughts. This woman is using the method she is best at to fight for her own survival capital. Pity. She still didn't understand the real rules of this game. Chef. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth curled up into a faint, unpredictable arc. He held out a finger and shook it gently. Unnecessary. One is enough. His voice was very soft, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lin Weiwei's heart hard. The blood color on Lin Weiwei's face disappeared completely in an instant. The pair of beautiful eyes that had just been shining dimmed in an instant, covered with a layer of deep loss and humiliation. Rejected. She risked all her dignity and courage to recommend herself, but he rejected her so casually and decisively. Why? Am I really so useless? On the other side, Jin Yueron's tense body relaxed almost imperceptibly the moment she heard Xiaoyi's answer. She slowly exhaled the foul air that was suppressed in her chest. The bet was won. She bet that this man valued not only his cooking skills, but also his rules. It is an absolute order with hierarchy that cannot be challenged. And she was the first woman to bow to him, be trained by him, and be branded. No one can replace this position for the time being. Bite. Jin Yueron's favorability +5, current favorability, 50. Loyalty assessment. This target has initially recognized your authority and developed a sense of reliance on you, but deep down they are still filled with uncertainty and require ongoing coaching and training to solidify their loyalty. A cold mechanical sound rang in Xiaoyi's mind. Xiaoyi's brows wrinkled slightly. Only 5 points? This woman's favorability is like constipation. After squeezing for a long time, only this much comes out? If it were Su Qingxue, she would have already soared to the top on a rocket. It seems that it is not an easy task to completely win the heart of such a mature and rational woman with more tricks than a honeycomb. But there's no rush. He has plenty of time and patience, so he plays slowly. After eating and drinking, my nerves relaxed. A strong feeling of fatigue swept over everyone. Starting from the hotel, driving all the way, being wary of zombies, and fighting to consume physical energy, even Xiaoyi, who had been strengthened by the crystal core, felt a little tired. Not to mention others. I'm so tired, let's take a rest first. Su Qingxue yawned, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. There are many rooms in this villa, everyone can find a place to sleep. As she spoke, she stood up, walked to Xiaoyi's side, leaned down, leaned close to his ear, and said a few words quickly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The warm breath made Xiaoyi's ears feel a little itchy. After saying this, 2 touching blushes appeared on Su Qingxue's cheeks. She stood up straight, not daring to look at Xiaoyi's expression, turned around and pulled up Lin Weiwei, who was still in a depressed mood. Weiwei, come on, let's sleep in the same room tonight. I still have so much to say to you. Without saying a word, she half-dragged and half-pulled Lin Weiwei to a guest room on the 2nd floor. Xiaoyi looked at their backs, feeling a little amused and helpless. How could he not understand what this woman was thinking? It's just that I saw that my best friend had suffered a blow today and was in a low mood, so I wanted to spend some time with her alone and comfort her. By the way, I was also telling myself that I had to give her a day off tonight. Getting better and better at managing the household. Xiaoyi shook his head, stood up, and casually chose the largest and most luxurious master bedroom on the 2nd floor and walked in. It's okay to have no conversation all night. Just enough to have a good sleep peacefully. It's late at night. The whole villa fell into silence. Only outside the window could one hear the occasional, tireless, suppressed roars of zombies. On the oversized soft bed in the master bedroom, which was large enough for 7 or 8 people to lie down, Xiaoyi closed his eyes, breathing steadily, as if he had fallen asleep. Squeak! An extremely slight sound of the door hinge turning suddenly rang out in the silent room. The door was quietly pushed open a crack. A slender figure, like a nimble night cat, flashed in. Then, the door was gently closed again. Click! The sound of the door lock falling was so soft that it was almost inaudible. The person who came was Jin Yueron. She had changed out of her hotel uniform and was only wearing a silk nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing. In the pale moonlight that filtered through the gaps in the curtains, the mature and voluptuous curves of her figure were faintly visible. She walked barefoot on the soft carpet, step by step, slowly towards the big bed. Her movements were hesitant and tense. But her eyes were unusually firm. Today, Lin Weiwei's appearance sounded the alarm for her. She knew very well that she could rely on more than just her cooking skills. The cook may be replaced at any time. The value of a considerate and sensible tool that can help its owner to relax to the extreme when tired is irreplaceable. She wants to consolidate her position. She wants to live better with her daughter in this cannibalistic apocalypse. So, here she comes. While her daughter was asleep, she took the initiative and went to the door. Just as she walked to the bed, she was still hesitating about how to start. The man who was originally sleeping soundly on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes, in the darkness, were surprisingly bright. There was no trace of sleepiness in it, only an all-knowing, playful smile. Coming? Xiaoyi's voice, with a hint of hoarseness and magnetism, was particularly clear in the silent night. Qin Yuerong's body trembled violently. She knew that all her thoughts were seen clearly by this man. She bit her lower lip, stopped hesitating, and slowly knelt down beside the bed. Mr. Xiao, I. She hadn't finished speaking yet. A strong and powerful hand has already grasped her slender waist, which is not thick enough to be held in one hand, and suddenly exerted force. Ah! Qin Yuerong screamed, lost her balance, and was dragged directly onto the soft big bed. As the world spun around, she fell into a warm and solid embrace. The man's aggressive aura instantly enveloped her completely. Very good. Xiaoyi's low voice sounded in her ears, with undisguised satisfaction and appreciation. It seems that you learned well from last night's training class. So tonight, let's get a little more in depth and do some actual combat drills. Next second. Suppressed exclamations and uncontrollable breathing echoed intermittently throughout the night in the luxurious and spacious master bedroom. The crazy training class lasted until the next day, when it was just dawn. Chapter 37, A Letter of Persuasion from a Best Friend. Assistance from Su Qingxue. The first ray of sunlight in the morning filtered through the gaps in the heavy curtains, casting a narrow strip of light on the luxurious carpet. When Xiaoyi opened his eyes, the person in his arms was still sleeping. Qin Yuerong curled up in his arms like a docile cat, with a hint of fatigue in the corners of her eyes, but her tightly furrowed brows completely relaxed in her sleep. A whole night of crazy actual combat training almost drained all her physical strength. But the effect is also obvious. This woman presented her loyalty to him in the most direct and original way. Xiaoyi's hand gently slid across her smooth back, feeling the amazing elasticity and warm touch. I have to admit that this is a top-notch beauty. Mature, plump, sensible, and knows when to advance and retreat. Last night, she threw away all her reserve and shyness, and tried her best to please her master. The tenderness and obedience engraved in the bones can indeed bring men the highest level of enjoyment. But Xiaoyi's eyes were still clear and calm. He knew very well that everything Qin Yuerong did was just for survival, to find the most solid support for herself and her daughter in this cruel doomsday. Her obedience was a transaction. Her pleasing is an investment. Those 50 points of favorability were more like a business contract than a submission from the heart. However, Xiaoyi didn't care. No matter whether it is a transaction or true love, as long as he can firmly control it in his hands, it is his special item. He had the patience and means to slowly transform this business contract into an unbreakable soul contract. Xiaoyi lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He didn't even turn around to look at the woman who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. In the restaurant on the first floor of the villa, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Qin Yuerong had already gotten up and prepared a hearty breakfast as quickly as possible. Fragrant meat porridge, golden fried eggs, and some refreshing side dishes. There was a sickly flush on her face and her walking posture was a little unnatural, but her mental state was better than ever. In those beautiful eyes, there was a glint of peace of mind and confidence after the dust had settled. She diligently served porridge to everyone, arranged the chopsticks neatly, then took her daughter Qiniran and quietly stepped aside, like the most dedicated maid. At the dining table, Su Qingxue and Lin Weiwei sat side by side. Su Qingxue ate slowly and elegantly, but her cold eyes would occasionally glance at her best friend beside her, with a barely perceptible hint of inquiry. Lin Weiwei, on the other hand, was a completely different person. She lowered her head and stirred the porridge in the bowl unconsciously with a spoon, but did not drink a single sip. That beautiful face was full of haggardness and struggle, and her beautiful platinum-colored long hair also looked a little dull. Last night, she and Su Qingxue had a long talk all night long. In other words, it was Su Qingxue who brainwashed her all night long, reshaping her worldview. Su Qingxue's words were direct, cruel, and even heartless. Weiwei, wake up, the young lady's game is over. Now is the end of the world. Survival is the only truth. Your so-called dignity and pride are worthless in front of the zombie's claws. Xiaoyi, he's not a good person. He's a cold, domineering bastard who treats women as playthings. But he is also the most powerful man in the world. Follow him, and you can survive and live like a human being. Look at me, do you think I'm enslaved by him? No, I'm enjoying his protection. I am willing to be his woman and do anything for him. Submitting to the strong is not a shame, but wisdom. Wei Wei, this is the best advice I can give you. These words, like sharp knives, pierced the worldview that Lin Wei Wei had built up over the past 20 years. She was angry and unwilling. She felt that her best friend had gone crazy and had been completely brainwashed by that man. But when morning came and hunger struck again, when she looked at Qin Yuerong, that woman, who had earned a place in the team simply because she could cook and volunteered, she wavered. Her beauty, which she was proud of, and her ridiculous self-esteem seemed so fragile and vulnerable in the face of the naked law of survival. Just then, Xiaohe came down from upstairs. As soon as he appeared, the air in the entire restaurant seemed to be sucked away. That invisible, powerful aura belonging to an apex predator made everyone feel pressured. Lin Weiwei's body tensed uncontrollably, and she subconsciously lowered her head. Xiaohe pulled out the main chair and sat down. He picked up the porridge that Qin Yuerong had already prepared for him and drank it slowly. His gaze lightly swept across Lin Weiwei's body, and then fell on Su Qingshue's face. Su Qingxue immediately understood. She put down her bowl and chopsticks, walked to Xiaohe, leaned against his chest intimately, and quickly reported in a voice that only the two of them could hear. She hasn't gotten over that hurdle in her heart yet. I was very proud. It was a huge blow to be rejected by you yesterday. But it will be soon. The corners of Su Qingshue's mouth curled up in a cold arc. She's afraid of being abandoned by you. If you add more fuel to the fire, her pitiful self-esteem will completely collapse. Xiaohe nodded with no expression on his face. What he wants is absolute submission. It is the kind of complete submission that comes from the bottom of one's heart, treating him as a god. Lin Weiwei is a wild rose with sharp thorns. All her thorns must be pulled out one by one before she can become a qualified collection for appreciation. He put down the spoon in his hand, and the spoon collided with the porcelain bowl, making a crisp sound. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Have you finished eating? He asked calmly. After eating, clean up. We'll be leaving in 30 minutes. Set off? Lin Weiwei suddenly raised her head and asked in a lost voice, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Where are you going? This is my home. This is your home. Not my home. I have no reason to keep living here. A sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of Xiaohe's mouth. He stood up and looked down at her, as if he was looking at a ridiculously naive idiot. Look outside. He pointed at the zombies wandering outside the window, his voice cold without a trace of warmth. Without me, is this your home or your grave? What's here? Once the supplies are gone, they'll be worthless. Staying here means dying. My goal is to find a truly impregnable base, not to linger in this fragile shell. Xiaohe's words were like a basin of ice water, pouring over Lin Weiwei's head, chilling her from head to toe. She finally understood. He wasn't there to rescue her. He was just passing by and picked up a thing that he thought might be useful or nice looking. She has never been a princess who was saved. She was just a trophy. A trophy that needs to prove its value. Looking at Lin Weiwei's face that turned as pale as paper in an instant, Xiaohe knew that the time was almost right. He took a step forward and slowly walked in front of her. The strong sense of oppression made it difficult for Lin Weiwei to breathe. Now, I give you two choices. Xiaohe's voice was calm, yet filled with unquestionable cruelty. First, follow me. Forget your past as a ridiculous young lady. Recognize your current position. Be mine and listen to me. I will provide you with food, safety, and a future you can live in. His eyes swept over Lin Weiwei's exquisite body unscrupulously. Of course, in exchange, your body, everything about you, will belong to me. Second. Xiaohe's tone paused and became even colder. You stay here. I'll be kind enough to leave you enough food and water for 3 days. After 3 days, whether you are dead or alive, torn apart by zombies, or starved to death, it has nothing to do with me. Choose. I don't have that much time to waste on a boring woman like you. I'll give you a minute to make a decision. After saying that, he turned around and didn't even look at her, as if she was just an insignificant piece of trash that could be discarded at any time. Dead silence. The entire restaurant was dead silent. Lin Weiwei felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her mind was blank. Or, abandon your dignity and become the plaything of this devilish man. Or, be abandoned here, alone and desperate, waiting for death to come. This is the end of the world. This is reality. Just when she was about to be swallowed by despair, a slightly cool hand held her. It's Su Qingxue. Wei Wei. Su Qingshue's voice rang in her ears, calm, yet carrying a power that made it impossible for her to refute. Pick one. If you follow him, all you will lose is that worthless pride. But what you get is the entire future. Look at me. Su Qingxue looked directly into her eyes. Do you think I made the wrong choice? Lin Weiwei stared at her best friend blankly. Looking at her face, which was still as cool and beautiful as ever, but now had a sense of peace and satisfaction that she had never had before. Yes. Did Qingxue make the wrong choice? No. She lives with more confidence than ever before. That confidence comes from that man. Lin Weiwei's gaze slowly shifted to the back of the man who had his back to her and looked like a god or demon. Fear, unwillingness, humiliation, the desire to survive. Countless emotions crisscrossed her heart, tearing at her last bit of sanity. 1 minute feels like a century. Finally. When he was about to lose his patience. Lin Weiwei moved. She stood up from the chair trembling, her legs so weak that she could hardly support her body. She walked step by step with difficulty to behind Xiaohe. Then, in everyone's stunned gaze, her knees softened and she knelt on the cold, hard floor with a plop. Crystal clear tears slid silently down her pale cheeks and dripped onto the ground. She raised her head, looked up at the man's tall and majestic back, and used all her strength to squeeze out a few broken syllables from her throat. I choose one. I will go with you. Chapter 38. Lin Weiwei accepts her fate. Pre-job training course. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Weiwei's kneeling was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, which caused not ripples but dead silence. Every breath she took was accompanied by a broken sob. That beautiful face that was once so proud and arrogant was now covered with tears and humiliation. At this moment, her life was completely shattered and then reassembled in the cruelest way. Su Qingxue stood aside with an expressionless face. There was no sympathy in her heart, only a cold, self-righteous calm. This is Weiwei's only way and the best way. Only by facing reality and discarding useless things as soon as possible can we survive. Qin Yuerong in the corner subconsciously hugged her daughter tightly in her arms, burying her daughter's face deeply in her chest to prevent her from seeing this cruel scene. But her body was trembling slightly. She seemed to see herself yesterday. No, the girl in front of me is even more miserable than I was yesterday. I just trade to survive. And her soul was completely shattered. He turned around slowly. He lowered his head and looked down at the girl who was kneeling at his feet, trembling all over. Looking at her tear-stained but still breathtakingly beautiful face. Looking at her long platinum blonde hair, scattered messily on her shoulders and the ground, it had lost all its luster. Very good. That's more like it. A proud, thorny wild rose, only after all her thorns are pulled out one by one, will it be qualified to be placed in his Xiaohe's garden. An extreme sense of satisfaction, of being in control of everything, rose in Xiaohe's heart. Bite. New target Lin Weiwei detected, confirmed to have surrendered. Open the favorability panel. Target, Lin Weiwei. Favorability, 1 survival instinct. Loyalty assessment, the target's self-esteem and pride have been completely destroyed. He is currently on the verge of a mental breakdown and is filled with fear and humiliation towards you. Their submissive behavior is entirely out of survival instinct and is extremely unstable. It is recommended to immediately conduct in-depth obedience training to establish a master-slave relationship and thoroughly imprint your mark on it. The cold system prompt sound rang in my mind. Only 1 point of favorability? Or is it the instinct for survival? A cold arc appeared at the corner of Xiaohe's mouth. It seems that this little wild cat has just put away its claws temporarily. Her heart was still filled with resentment. But it doesn't matter. He had plenty of ways to make her into whatever shape he wanted, from the inside out. Stand up. He uttered 2 words, and there was no emotion in his voice. Lin Weiwei's body trembled violently. She raised her eyes, which were red and swollen from crying, and looked at him blankly. She wanted to stand up, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead and she wouldn't obey them at all. In the end, Su Qingxue came over and pulled her up from the cold floor. Stand still. Su Qingshue's voice was still cold. Don't be like a puddle of mud. Lin Weiwei leaned on her best friend, but her body shook even more violently. She could feel that Qingxue had changed. She no longer recognized him. Since you choose to follow me, you must understand my rules. Xiaoyi's voice rang out again, like a cold hammer, striking Lin Weiwei's fragile nerves. My team doesn't keep idlers, let alone useless people. His gaze slowly moved down from Lin Weiwei's face to her plump chest, which was heaving with nervousness. That look was full of aggression, cutting her open like a scalpel. Before you start your job, you need to receive some necessary training. Training? Lin Weiwei's mind was blank. She doesn't understand. What training? What else can she do? She subconsciously looked at Su Qingxue, hoping to get some clues from her best friend. However, Su Qingxue just gave her a cold look, letting her figure it out herself. Then, he let go of the hand that was supporting her and silently stepped aside. At that moment, Lin Weiwei felt like she was abandoned by the whole world. Training? She finally found her voice, which was hoarse, dry, and full of uncertainty. Training, what? Xiao He didn't answer her. He simply turned his head and gave a faint instruction to Qin Yuerong, who had been as quiet as a background board from beginning to end. Clean this place up. Then, watch the kids and stay downstairs. No one is allowed to go up to the second floor without my permission. Qin Yuerong's body trembled slightly, and she immediately bowed and replied, Yes, Mr. Xiao. Her voice was extremely submissive. Xiao He didn't say another word. He reached out and grabbed Lin Weiwei's wrist. That hand, like an iron clamp, was filled with irresistible power. Ah! Lin Weiwei screamed as she was violently dragged forward by a huge force. Where are you taking me? Fear, like a tide, instantly overwhelmed her. She began to struggle, but her strength was no different from that of a baby in front of Xiao He. He easily dragged her towards the stairs to the second floor. Qingxue! Save me! Qingxue! She made a desperate cry for help, turning to the only person she could count on. However, Su Qingxue just stood there, looking at her coldly. That look was like looking at an unreasonable stranger. Until Lin Weiwei's figure was about to disappear around the corner of the stairs. Su Qingxue then spoke softly in a voice that only she could hear. Weiwei, this is something you have to go through. Just bear with it and it will be fine. Bang! On the second floor, the door of a guest room was kicked open by Xiao He. He threw Lin Weiwei in roughly as if he was dragging a sack. Lin Weiwei fell onto the soft carpet and let out a painful groan. She struggled to get up, but fear had drained all her strength. Xiao He walked in, turned around, and locked the door with a click. The light in the entire room dimmed instantly. Only the faint light coming through the gap in the curtains outlined his tall and oppressive figure, which looked like a demon. He walked slowly, step by step, towards Lin Weiwei who was lying on the ground. The slight sound of leather boots stepping on the carpet sounded like the footsteps of death in the silent room, knocking on Lin Weiwei's heart. No, don't come over. Lin Weiwei was scared. She was really scared. She used her hands and feet to crawl backwards on the ground, trying to get away from the man who made her feel suffocated. Until her back hit the cold wall and she had nowhere to retreat. She curled up in despair, like a pitiful little animal cornered. Xiao He stopped in front of her, looking down at her from above. Now, it's our private time. His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of a playful smile that made people's heart palpitate. Before the first class, I want you to understand the most important thing about this team, corporate culture. He slowly squatted down, stretched out a hand, pinched Lin Weiwei's delicate chin, and forced her to raise her head and look directly into his eyes. That is, I am the master. And you? His eyes were filled with undisguised, naked possessiveness. It's mine. It's my personal property. Do you understand? Lin Weiwei was trembling all over, and tears flowed out like beads with broken strings. She wanted to shake her head, to resist, to scream. However, when she met those eyes that were bottomless and seemed to be able to devour everything, all her will to resist was instantly shattered. All that remains is the endless fear that comes from the depths of the soul. Very good. Xiao He was very satisfied with her reaction. He let go of her hand, stood up, and began to slowly. So, our training course. Now, let's officially begin. Chapter 39. A person who fails to recognize the situation is stupid. Chapter 39. That sentence, like a spell, completely tore apart Lin Weiwei's last psychological defense. Private property. These 4 words are more vicious and cruel than any dirty words. It degraded her from a living person into a thoughtless, soulless thing that could be fiddled with and discarded at will. Fear, at this moment, reached its peak. But everything has its limits. When the fear and humiliation became too intense to bear, a desperate madness suddenly emerged from Lin Weiwei's bones. A strange and resolute smile suddenly appeared on her pale and beautiful face, which was soaked with tears. Had ha! She smiled. The laughter was hoarse and broken, like the cry of a night owl. Private property? She raised her head, and her eyes, red and swollen from crying, were now burning with an almost insane fire as she stared at the man in front of her. Xiao He, you're dreaming. Even if you kill me and chop me into minced meat and feed it to the zombies, forget it. I, Lin Weiwei, will never become a plaything for a bastard like you, even if I die. She roared out these words with all her strength. Every word is stained with blood. Every syllable was filled with hatred that would spare no effort. After saying that, she suddenly jumped up from the ground as if she had gone crazy, opened her mouth, and bit the hand that Xiaoyi stretched out to her hard. She wants to bite his hand off. She wants to die with him. However, in front of Xiao He, her movements were as slow as a ridiculous pantomime. Xiao He didn't even move. He just looked at her quietly. She looked like a kitten with its fur standing on end, using all her strength to launch a futile attack. Then, his brows furrowed. Not out of anger. It wasn't because of provocation. It's a kind of pure, heartfelt disgust. Boring. He lost all interest in an instant. He originally thought that Su Qingxue had laid all the necessary groundwork last night. He thought that the moment the woman knelt down, she had already made all the mental preparations to accept all his subsequent arrangements. What he expected was a collection that was struggling internally but whose body was ready to surrender, waiting for him to brand it. Instead of the current idiot who was still using his pitiful self-esteem to perform a childish drama of refusing to surrender but dying. Xiao He doesn't like women who put on airs and can't grasp reality. He traveled thousands of miles, taking risks, from the zombie-stricken city center to the Guanlan Villa area in the eastern suburbs. What was his purpose? What is the picture? Isn't it just to complete the system's task, completely conquer Lin Weiwei, the S-level rated target, and get the generous reward? But now it seems that this process is much more troublesome than he imagined. And, no fun at all. Xiao He doesn't think he is a good person. But he also doesn't like to use force. The last time I dealt with Su Qingxue, it was an emergency. After the end of the world, I only have the ability of storage space, and in essence I am not much different from an ordinary person. In order to strengthen himself as quickly as possible, Xiao He can only pin his hopes on the development of the Doomsday blessing system. Therefore, he used the most direct and brutal method against Su Qingxue to quickly conquer her body and mind. In this regard, Xiao He actually always felt a little guilty towards Su Qingxue. It is precisely because of this that Su Qingxue's position in his heart is unique and special. Even when he conquered Qin Yueron later, it was a transaction with a clearly marked price. He coerced and bribed. Qin Yueron judged the situation and took the initiative to go to the door, using her body and loyalty in exchange for the right to survive for herself and her daughter. It was a collaboration in which both parties were well aware of the situation and each benefited from it. If Qin Yuerong had shown any resistance at that time, Xiao He would not have really done anything to her. At most, she was treated as a simple cook, a tool that could be replaced at any time, and was treated differently in the distribution of supplies. But that mature woman is very smart. She knows where her value lies and how to maximize her value. And not like the Lin Weiwei in front of him. Even when death is imminent, he still holds on to that ridiculous pride. Do you really think that you are the princess or fairy destined by heaven and that the whole world should revolve around you? Madness. The last bit of patience in Xiao He's heart was completely exhausted. He looked at Lin Weiwei, who was still making a fuss but couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and suddenly found it ridiculous. He slowly withdrew his hand. Then, stand up straight. He said nothing, but just looked at her one last time with the cold, indifferent attitude of someone looking at a piece of trash. That one look was more hurtful than any torture. It's saying, you don't deserve it. You're not even worthy of me taking action. Then, Xiao He turned around and walked towards the door. Click. The sound of the door being opened was particularly clear in the silent room. All of Lin Weiwei's movements froze. She stared blankly at the man's back. My brain is blank. What's going on? He shouldn't react like this. He should be furious, he should pin himself to the ground, torture himself and destroy himself in the most cruel way. She was ready to perish together with him. She was prepared for the worst. But he didn't. He just left like that? This feeling of being completely ignored, being treated as insignificant trash and discarded at will, made her feel more humiliated than any violation. Xiaohe opened the door and walked out without even looking back at her. He closed the door smoothly. Bang! A slight sound completely isolated Lin Weiwei in the dim world that belonged to her. Downstairs, Su Qingxue and Qin Yuerong were both restless. Especially Su Qingxue, her heart was always in pain. The loud sound of kicking the door upstairs made her jump with fear. She understood Xiaohe's tyranny and Lin Weiwei's pride. She was really afraid that something would happen if these two people bumped into each other. She hoped that Xiaohe could use drastic measures to completely break down Weiwei's psychological defenses and make her face reality. But I was also afraid that the process was too cruel and would leave Vivi with indelible trauma. Just when she was in great pain, there were footsteps on the stairs. It's Xiaohe. He came down from upstairs alone. There was no expression on his face, only an unbreakable, cold indifference. Su Qingxue's heart sank suddenly. Failed? So fast? She subconsciously stood up and went to meet him, with a hint of nervousness in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. Xiaohe did not stop. He looked at Su Qingxue, his attitude became much gentler, and he did not blame her for this matter. He walked to the main seat in the restaurant, pulled out a chair and sat down. Then, he raised his head and gave new orders to Su Qingxue and Qin Yuerong in a calm tone. Pack your things. Everyone was stunned. Qin Yuerong held her daughter in her arms, looking puzzled. Su Qingxue was even more astonished. Pack your things? Wei. There's a change of plan. Xiaohe's voice was as cold as ice. His gaze swept across Su Qingxue's face and finally stopped at the staircase leading to the second floor. She doesn't deserve to follow us. This sentence, like thunder, exploded in the living room. Qin Yuerong, in particular, was still frightened and couldn't help but wonder if she had resisted at the beginning, would she have been abandoned too? It now appears that the answer is yes. Xiaohe shook his head and didn't dwell on it. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked outside at the zombies wandering around the villa area. This place, the villa's defense is pretty good. The zombie density is not high, and the distance between the villas is far enough, so it can be considered a good temporary base. His words made Su Qingxue even more confused. Xiaohe, what you mean is? Xiaohe turned around, looked at her, and spoke word by word. I'll go look for an unowned villa nearby to live in later. As for her, leave 3 days of supplies. A sneer appeared on Xiaohe's lips. Just let her guard her ridiculous home that belongs to a young lady and fend for herself. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the stunned Su Qingxue, and walked straight towards the gate of the villa. I'll go out and find a suitable place. You guys, pack your things. I'll wait for you outside in half an hour. His voice was filled with unquestionable commands. Su Qingxue stood there blankly, sighing in regret at her best friend Lin Weiwei's choice. As the woman Xiaohe trusts the most, Su Qingxue naturally supports Xiaohe's decision unconditionally. Chapter 40 An Unprecedented Fear, Being Abandoned by the Whole World. Chapter 40. The door was closed. That slight bang was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Weiwei's heart. Her whole body froze in place. The crazy energy of destroying everything was mostly taken away as the door closed, leaving only an absurd and unreal confusion. Gone? He just left like that? There was no rage as imagined. There was no expected torture. Not even a single unnecessary, humiliating word. He just left like that. Like throwing away a piece of unpleasant trash, casually and indifferently. This feeling of being completely ignored was more torturous than any torture, and it instantly shattered the little courage she had just mustered. No. He was trying to scare me. He must be waiting outside the door, waiting for me to cry and beg for mercy, waiting for me to kneel down and lick the soles of his shoes. Yes, that must be it. Lin Weiwei was frantically looking for excuses for herself in her heart. However, the room was dead silent. There was no sound outside the door. Time passes by every second. Every second was like a blunt knife, cutting back and forth on her nerves. Suddenly, There were some subtle rustling sounds coming from downstairs. Is that the sound of packing up? Lin Weiwei's ears suddenly stood up. She rolled and crawled to the door, pressed her ear tightly against the cold door panel, trying desperately to hear more clearly. Qingxue, are you taking all these cans with you? It was the voice of Qin Yuerong, asking with a hint of caution. Take them all. Su Qingxue's voice was calm and decisive. Xiaovi said that we only leave her 3 days' worth of food and water. Everything else is our spoils of war, and we can't keep anything. The spoils? Don't keep any of it. These words, like a sharp knife, pierced Lin Weiwei's heart, making her whole body cold and her blood almost solidified. Her brain went blank with a buzzing sound. It's not acting. Not to scare you. They really are leaving. They really want to leave me here alone. An unprecedented fear of being abandoned by the whole world, like an invisible giant hand, suddenly grabbed her heart and made it almost impossible for her to breathe. No. She shook her head unconsciously, tears welling up again. She wanted to scream, wanted to open the door, wanted to rush down and question Su Qingxue, her once best friend. Why could she be so cruel? But she didn't dare. She is afraid. She was afraid that if she rushed out, she would see Xiaoyi's disgusted eyes, which were colder than a zombie's. All her pride and self-esteem, at this moment, became the most ridiculous shackles, nailing her to the spot, unable to move. The noise downstairs continued. The sound of boxes being moved. The sound of a zipper being pulled. Every sound was like a countdown to death, knocking on her heart. Finally, the noise downstairs gradually subsided. Then, the door of the villa was opened with a creaky sound. Lin Weiwei's body shook violently. She knew they were leaving. The final moment has arrived. Please him. Go and beg him. A voice screamed madly in her mind. Kneel down. Beg him like a dog. Otherwise you will die. You will be trapped alone in this huge tomb, starving to death, or torn to pieces by the zombies that rush in. Another voice sneered. Ask him? Are you worthy? You just roared at him like a madman, and now you want to wag your tail and beg for mercy? Lin Weiwei, where is your backbone? Where is your pride? No. I can't. She held her head, squatted on the ground in pain, curled up into a ball, and her body trembled violently. Just when she was torn between her conscience and her desires and was about to be completely swallowed by despair. Bang! The door of the villa was shut heavily. The voice was dull, resolute, without a trace of nostalgia. Like a death knell, it completely shattered all of Lin Weiwei's fantasies and struggles. The whole world became quiet in an instant. As quiet as death. Left. They really left. Lin Weiwei squatted on the ground blankly, her tears had dried up, and there was only an empty, dead grayness in her beautiful eyes. She's finished. She was abandoned. She will die here. Alone, desperate, and in endless fear, slowly rotting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time has lost its meaning. I don't know how long it took. Outside the window, a wandering zombie suddenly discovered something, let out an excited roar from its throat, and suddenly rushed towards the wall of the villa. Bang! The dull sound of impact shook the entire villa. It was also like a key that instantly opened a switch called desire to survive in Lin Weiwei's body. A spark of survival suddenly burst out from her deathly gray eyes. No! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. This thought, like wild weeds growing wildly, instantly occupied her entire brain. She suddenly jumped up from the ground. Because she had been squatting for too long, her legs were numb and she almost fell. But she couldn't care less. She rushed to the door like a madman, unlocked it, and crawled out. Don't go. Don't leave me. As she ran, she let out hoarse, broken cries. She rushed down the stairs, into the living room, toward the tightly closed door that separated life from death. Her hand, trembling, touched the door handle. Cold. Bitingly cold. She exerted force and opened the door. The glaring sunlight made her squint subconsciously. Outside the door, in the yard, Xiaoyi, Su Qingxue, Qin Yuerong and her daughter, 4 people, were standing next to a black SUV. They haven't left yet. At that moment, Lin Weiwei felt like she had returned to the world from hell. The immense ecstasy made her legs go weak, and she fell to her knees on the steps at the door with a plop. Her actions attracted everyone's attention. Shin Yuerong subconsciously hugged her daughter tightly, her face full of sympathy and fear. A complex look flashed across Su Qingshua's face, showing reluctance and regret, but more of it was a kind of indifference that was a result of a disappointment. And Xiaohe. He just turned his head and glanced at her indifferently. That look was still so calm and indifferent. It was as if I was looking at a poor creature that had nothing to do with me. Mr. Xiao, I was wrong. Lin Weiwei knelt on the ground, using her hands and feet to crawl towards the car with difficulty. She no longer cared about her dignity. Now, she just wants to survive. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Her forehead rested on the cold, rough concrete floor, and her voice was filled with humble, desperate pleading. I shouldn't have contradicted you. I'm not worthy. I'm not some young lady. I'm just a waste, a piece of trash. Please, don't leave me. I'm willing to do anything. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. She spoke incoherently, using the most despicable words to describe herself. She trampled her own personality and dignity under her feet, crushed them to pieces, and then held them up and presented them to the man. Please. Treat me like a dog, a tool, anything. As long as I can follow you. Just, don't leave me here alone. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into uncontrollable, desperate sobs. The only sounds in the entire yard were her heartbreaking cries and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Xiaohe just looked at her quietly. Looking at her lying on the ground, like an abandoned, dying wild dog, she used up her last bit of strength to beg for mercy from her master. The expression on his face didn't change at all. But in his heart, the cold system prompt sound rang again. Chapter 41, Negative Favorability. Last Chance. Chapter 41. Bite. Detected that the target person Lin Weiwei's will to survive has reached its peak, and the humiliation value has reached the threshold. Favorability has been updated. Target, Lin Weiwei. Favorability, 10 humiliation and fear. Loyalty assessment, the target has given up his outward dignity, but his inner resentment and unwillingness have increased instead of decreased. Their behavior pattern is performative submission, and once they gain security, they are very likely to backfire. Warning, this target is extremely dangerous. The value of capturing it is high, but the risk is also huge. The cold system prompt sound rang in Xiaohe's mind. Favorability, -10. Performative submission. There is a high possibility of backlash. The corners of Xiaohe's mouth slowly curled up into a cold, playful arc. Really? Just as he expected. The pride in this woman's bones was not shattered at all, but was temporarily hidden by her, wrapped in tears and humility, waiting for the right opportunity to bring it out fiercely. The opportunity was given too easily, and she didn't cherish it at all. This kind of surrender out of the instinct for survival is like a castle built by hands on the beach. It looks well organized, but once the waves come, it will collapse without a trace in an instant. Xiaohe looked at Lin Weiwei, who was crawling at his feet, shaking with tears, resting her forehead on the rough concrete floor, begging constantly. There was no mercy in his eyes, only a cold scrutiny like an anatomical specimen. He even found it a little funny. He took a step forward and walked slowly in front of her. The black combat boots stopped beside her dusty platinum hair. I was wrong, Mr. Xiao, I was really wrong. Lin Weiwei was still repeating her humble confession in her broken, hoarse voice. Please. Don't leave me. Xiaohe didn't say anything. He just squatted down slowly. This action made Lin Weiwei's body suddenly stiffen. She thought he had changed his mind. She thought her begging worked. Just as a touch of ecstasy of surviving a disaster rose from the bottom of her heart, she heard a sentence that made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. Look up. Xiaohe's voice was very light and calm. But it carries an irresistible magic. Lin Weiwei trembled and slowly raised her face that was covered with tears, dust, and despair. That face was still stunningly beautiful, but at this moment, it was filled with embarrassment and begging. Your performance was wonderful. Xiaohe looked into her eyes, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth, not concealed at all. Tears, pleading, humble gestures, words that abandoned dignity. TSK, it would be a waste of talent if I didn't become an actor. Lin Weiwei's pupils suddenly contracted. The color on her face faded away in an instant, and she looked even paler than before. No. I didn't. Stop acting. Xiaoyi's voice suddenly turned cold, like a sharp scalpel, accurately cutting through all her disguises. Put away your cheap acting skills. Very clumsy. It's also disgusting. Nausea. This word was like a loud slap in the face, hitting Lin Weiwei's soul hard. She was completely stunned, her mind was blank, and she even forgot to cry. Xiaoyi stretched out his hand. But instead of helping her, he used 2 fingers to pinch the diamond pendant on the platinum necklace she had been wearing since the end of the world. The cold diamond formed a sharp contrast with the warmth of his fingers. You are kneeling here not because you realize your mistakes. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. Just because you're scared. You're afraid of dying, of starving, of being torn to pieces by those things outside the yard. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, as if he could see through her internal organs and see through the darkest and most despicable thoughts in her heart. You hate me. I wish I could die in the zombie's mouth right now. But you're more afraid that without me, you'll die faster and more miserably. So, you knelt down. You threw your dignity, your ridiculous pride, on the ground like garbage, wagging your tail and begging me. Do you think I will be moved by your performance? Do you think I need your hypocritical submission? Xiaoyi loosened her hand, letting the diamond pendant fall back onto her cold skin. He stood up and looked down at her with a condescending look as if she were trash. Lin Weiwei, you made a mistake. Your tears, your kneeling, your humbleness, they are worthless to me. Because, that's all fake. Every word he said was heartbreaking. Like a red-hot iron, it branded Lin Weiwei's heart, burning her last bit of hope and luck into ashes. She was completely stunned. The whole person collapsed to the ground as if all the bones had been pulled out. I can no longer shed tears. In those beautiful eyes, there was only an empty, dead grayness. It's over. This time, it's really over. He knows everything. He saw her clearly. She was like a naked clown, performing a clumsy play on the stage, and there was only one audience member in the audience, who looked at her coldly from beginning to end with an idiot look in his eyes. All the struggles became a joke. All the calculations seemed so childish and ridiculous. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, I didn't have any chance. No. Begging is even worse. She has no way out. This kind of despair of being completely seen through and completely denied is more suffocating than death itself. Xin Yuerong, who was standing next to her, holding her daughter, was so frightened that her face turned pale and she didn't dare to breathe. She was glad. I am extremely glad that I made the best choice. The terrifying thing about this man is not his martial arts skills, but his eyes that can see through everything. Any lies and disguises will be exposed in front of him. And Su Qingshui just watched quietly. There was no trace of surprise on her face. She knew it would be like this. Xiaoyi has never been someone who can be moved by tears or performances. What he wants is truth. Even true hatred is more valuable than false love. She looked at Lin Weiwei, who was lying on the ground like a broken doll, and sighed softly in her heart. Then she walked over. The high heels stepped on the concrete floor, making a crisp click, click sound, which was particularly clear in the silent yard. She stood beside Lin Weiwei. Then, slowly squat down. She didn't help her or say anything to comfort her. She just spoke softly in Lin Weiwei's ear in a voice that was calm and almost cold. Weiwei, don't you understand yet? Lin Weiwei's eyes moved with difficulty, and her empty gaze fell on the face of her best friend. Su Qingshui looked straight into her eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. What he wants is never a lapdog that only wags its tail and begs for mercy. He wants. Su Qingshui's voice lowered even more, carrying a cold yet fatally tempting revelation. Someone who is willing to give everything for him. Everything? Lin Weiwei's pupils suddenly shrank. She seemed to have grasped something, but also seemed to have grasped nothing. At this moment, Xiaoyi, who had already walked to the side of the off-road vehicle, seemed to have completely lost his patience. He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Then, in that emotionless, cold voice, he issued the final ultimatum. My patience is exhausted. But, since you are Qingshui's best friend, I'll give you one last chance. A week of assessment. If I'm not satisfied, I'm sorry. Miss Lin, we may not be on the same page. Chapter 42 Qingshui's Comfort and Reward. Chapter 42. A week of assessment. Miss Lin, we may not be on the same page. Xiaoyi's voice, so cold and devoid of any emotion, came down heavily like the final judgment. The SUV let out a low roar and the engine started. That voice completely shattered the last string of luck in Lin Weiwei's mind. She collapsed on the ground, like a puppet with its soul drained out, staring blankly at the black steel beast. The car window slowly lowered. Su Qingshue's face, which was once extremely familiar to her but now extremely unfamiliar, was revealed. Her eyes were complicated. There was pity and sighs, but more of it was a cold determination that allowed her to experience it herself. Then, a black plastic bag was thrown out of the car window, drew a parabola in the air, and fell to the ground not far from Lin Weiwei with a pop. Inside were a few bottles of mineral water and a few packets of compressed biscuits. Naked, undisguised charity. It's like sending away a beggar on the street. The car moved. Without any hesitation, the tires rolled over the dust on the ground, stirring up a cloud of flying dust, and drove out of the villa gate resolutely, disappearing at the end of the street. The whole world suddenly became quiet. All that was left was the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional unconscious roar of zombies in the distance. Open. Dead silence. At this moment, the huge Guanlan villa is no longer a home, but a gorgeous, cold tomb. Lin Weiwei just knelt on the cold ground, motionless. She didn't cry. The tears have just dried up. She also didn't pick up the bag of food. Dignity had just been crushed. Her mind was blank, yet seemed to be filled with countless chaotic thoughts. Assessment. 1 week. He knows everything. He saw her clearly. In his eyes, her ridiculous acting skills made her just like a clumsy clown. And Su Qingxue. Her best friend watched coldly from beginning to end, and even threw the charity in front of her with her own hands. Ha! Ha ha! Lin Weiwei's mouth suddenly opened up, and she let out a horse laugh that was even more unpleasant than crying. It turns out that this is the end of the world. There are no zombies everywhere, no blood and flesh flying everywhere. But all your pride, everything you are proud of, is torn to pieces and becomes worthless in the face of absolute power and cruel reality. It turns out that this is the real despair. It's not the threat of death, but the fact that after everything is seen through, you were thrown away like garbage without even being worth using. She slowly got up from the ground. Her legs were already numb from kneeling for so long that she staggered and almost fell again. But she held onto the door frame behind her and steadied herself. She did not look back at the open door, but turned around and walked back to the gorgeous cage that belonged to her, step by step. She closed the door. Bang. Completely isolate yourself from that cruel world. It also isolated her from the naive and foolish Lin Weiwei of the past. 1 week. She leaned against the cold door panel, slowly slid down and sat on the ground. In those empty eyes, something is quietly changing. A black SUV was driving on the empty street. The atmosphere in the car was terribly depressing. Xin Yuerong held her daughter in her arms, huddled in the corner of the back seat, breathing very softly, for fear of making any sound and angering the man who was emitting a low pressure. She saw it clearly just now. Lin Weiwei's final outcome made her feel fear and dread from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, I am extremely grateful. I'm glad that I didn't do anything stupid and didn't hold on to that ridiculous self-esteem. This man named Xiao, he doesn't care whether you kneel or not, but can see through your heart directly. It's so scary. Su Qingxue sat in the passenger seat, tilting her head, watching the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, feeling mixed emotions. She knew that Xiao He was very unhappy. Very unhappy. I thought the goal was easy to achieve, but it turned out to be such a farce. It's a waste of time and energy, and it will only make you feel frustrated. If it were her, she would also be angry. Just throwing it away like this, wouldn't it be a shame? Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, but still spoke softly and asked tentatively. Pity? Xiao He drove the car without looking around, but a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She's a ticking time bomb ready to stab me in the back at any moment. Do you think I should keep her by my side, provide her with good food and drink, and then wait for her to give me a surprise? There was undisguised irritation in his voice. When I saved Qin Yuerong and her daughter, they were both very grateful. If the maximum value of favorability is 100, then there must be at least 34. What about Lin Weiwei? Oh. Xiao Yi sneered and stopped talking. Negative value. A value of 0 represents a stranger relationship. A negative value directly means that it is an enemy. I don't know where that woman's hatred for me comes from. The contempt and disgust contained in that sneer made the temperature in the entire carriage seem to drop several degrees. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and said no more. She felt a little guilty. She didn't handle the matter well, overestimated Lin Weiwei's brain, and underestimated her guts. This made Xiaohe angry for no reason. Soon, the car stopped in front of another villa that looked more solid and more secluded. Xiaohe got out of the car, quickly and efficiently dealt with the two zombies wandering nearby, then took out the key and opened the door of the villa. Move the things in, check them out, and keep everything that can be used. He gave Qin Yuerong an order. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Qin Yuerong felt as if she had been pardoned. She immediately got out of the car with her daughter in her arms, and began to move supplies and clean up with swift hands and feet, trying hard to show her value. Xiaohe walked into the villa alone, sat down on the sofa in the living room, took out a cigarette and lit it. He seldom smokes. I only smoke one when I'm extremely upset. He leaned on the sofa, smoking silently, his handsome face shrouded in an inextricable haze. After Su Qingxue put away her backpack, she saw this scene. She sighed inwardly. It seems that the stupid woman Lin Weiwei's actions really disgusted this man. She didn't say anything, but walked into the kitchen silently, took out 2 bottles of iced cola that had not expired from the refrigerator, and brought them over. She gently placed one of the bottles on the coffee table in front of Xiaohe. Then, she didn't leave. Instead, she walked around to the other side of the sofa, sat down next to him, and snuggled up to him. She unscrewed the cap of her bottle of Coke, but did not drink it. She just held it in her hand, feeling the coolness coming from the bottle. Still angry? Her voice was very light and soft, like a feather, gently brushing across Xiaohe's restless heart. Xiaohe blew out a smoke ring, without looking at her, just staring at the rising green smoke, his voice a little dull. Not really angry. I just think it's boring. He put out the cigarette in the ashtray. I thought it would be an interesting conquest, but in the end, I just watched a crappy one-man show. He turned his head and looked at Su Qingxue. The irritability in his eyes finally dissipated a little, replaced by a kind of tenderness that he would only show when facing her. I didn't do it well. Su Qingxue lowered her eyes, a trace of guilt on her fair cheeks. I thought she could figure it out, but I didn't expect. She's even dumber than I thought. None of your business. Xiaohe shook his head. It's her own fault. She can't grasp the reality. The living room fell into silence for a moment. The sound of Qin Yuerong cleaning the room upstairs could be heard faintly. Su Qingxue looked at the man in front of her, at his furrowed brows and the gloom in his deep eyes that had not yet completely dissipated. She suddenly made a decision. She also put the Coke in her hand on the coffee table. Then she stood up and walked in front of Xiaohe, blocking his view out the window. Xiaohe raised his head and looked at her with some confusion. Su Qingxue didn't say anything. She simply bent down, stretched out her hands, and cupped his face. Then, she kissed him gently on the lips. A light, soft kiss with the sweet taste of cola. Don't think about that stupid woman. Her voice had a barely perceptible, seductive hoarseness. It's not worth it. After saying that, she took Xiaohe's hand and pulled him up from the sofa. Walk. Where are you going? Xiaohe raised his eyebrows. A touching blush appeared on Su Qingxue's face, but her eyes were extremely bold and direct. She stood on tiptoe, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Here you are, a reward. Reward you for not being fooled by that clumsy actor. In the master bedroom upstairs, the door was gently locked with a click. Qin Yuerong was cleaning the guest room. When she heard the sound, she paused, then seemed to understand something. Her face turned red, and her hands and feet became more dexterous, but also more cautious, not daring to make any unnecessary noise. In the room, Xiaohe was pressed by Su Qingxue to sit on the soft big bed. He looked at the graceful woman in front of him, and the haze in his eyes finally disappeared completely, replaced by a burning, aggressive flame. Are you compensating me? He smiled, a smile that was somewhat playful. Su Qingxue turned her back to him, revealing her perfect back without a single flaw, as if it were carved from white jade. She turned her on slowly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness, and more, undisguised, active response. She walked up to him step by step and wrapped her arms around his neck. No. She shook her head, her breath as sweet as orchid. I'm telling you. Who is your true private property? Before she finished speaking, she took the initiative and kissed him. Chapter 43. Some people need to experience cruelty before they can face the reality. Chapter 43. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the floor of the master bedroom. Xiaohe opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The woman in his arms was still sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes like two small fans, casting a faint shadow on her fair cheeks. Su Qingshue's sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful. She no longer had the usual coldness and decisiveness, only complete and soft dependence. Xiaohe's mood was better than ever before. Last night's reward completely cleared him up from the annoyance caused by that stupid woman Lin Weiwei. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on Su Qingshue's smooth forehead. This is the woman he wants. Smart, sensible, knows how to please him, and even more so, knows how to comfort him. She was like a perfect work of art, able to accompany him in appreciating the beauty of life, and also in the battlefield. Unlike Lin Weiwei. Thinking of that woman, Xiaohe's eyes became even colder. This kind of person will only truly face reality when she experiences cruelty. However, he quickly put that unhappiness behind him. It was just a toy that he casually threw into the cage, not worth his attention. He quietly got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Downstairs, there was already a slight, busy sound. Xin Yuerong has already gotten up. She was standing on tiptoe in the open kitchen, carefully preparing breakfast. She found some cereal and milk stored in the villa and was heating it in a small pot. Her daughter Nyonyo sat obediently at the dining table, holding a biscuit in her little hand and nibbling it in small bites. She didn't cry or make a fuss, and her silence was heartbreaking. Hearing the footsteps on the stairs, Xin Yuerong's body subconsciously tensed up. She quickly turned around and saw that it was Xiaohe. She immediately forced a respectful and somewhat flattering smile on her face. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao." Her voice was so soft that she was afraid of disturbing anything. Xiaohe responded calmly and walked to the dining table and sat down. He looked at the woman. Overnight, she seemed to have changed again. If yesterday she was just a mother who compromised simply for her daughter, then today, she has completely entered the role of maid. The dress she was wearing should belong to the hostess of this villa. Although it was a bit loose, she kept it very neatly. There was a lingering trace of fatigue on her face, but her eyes were filled with a cautious desire to demonstrate her own value. "Mr. Xiao, I checked the villa from top to bottom. The water and electricity are all working properly. There are still some edible vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. I have sorted them out." Xin Yuerong brought over the hot milk and cereal while reporting her work results. "I've also cleaned the guest rooms upstairs. I've also cleaned your and Miss Sue's clothes." "Okay, got it." Xiaohe interrupted her. He didn't need to hear the trivial details. He just wants results. This woman is very smart. She knows her position and how to make herself useful. Xin Yuerong was interrupted by him and didn't dare to say anything more. She quickly stepped aside to take care of her daughter. Soon, Su Qingxue also came down from upstairs with sleepy eyes. She was wearing one of Xiaohe's coats, her long hair was casually scattered, and her face had a touching blush after the joy. Seeing that Xiaohe was already eating breakfast, she naturally walked over to him and kissed him on the cheek. "Morning." Then she pulled out a chair and sat down next to Xiaohe. Xin Yuerong immediately brought another serving of hot oatmeal. "Miss Su, please." "Thanks." Su Qingxue nodded to her with a gentle attitude, but with an invisible sense of distance that belonged to the hostess. A simple breakfast was carried out in a strange harmony. Xiaohe is the absolute ruler of this family, he is the sky. Su Qingxue is his woman, the mistress of this family, and the land. Xin Yuerong and her daughter depend on this world for survival, trying hard to prove that they are not useless weeds. This is the order of the end times. Simple, brutal, and effective. After dinner, let's go out for a while. Xiaohe drank the last sip of milk and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Okay. Su Qingxue nodded immediately, I'll go with you. Xin Yuerong, you stay at home, watch the door, and take good care of the children. Xiaohe gave orders to Xin Yuerong. Yes, Mr. Xiao, don't worry. Xin Yuerong responded quickly, but she felt a little uneasy. At the same time, Guanlun Villa area, inside another villa. Dead silence. As silent as a grave. Lin Weiwei didn't know how long she had been sitting there. She just sat on the ground, leaning against the cold door, like an abandoned sculpture. It got light and then dark again. No, it's not dark. The electricity in the villa is out. With a faint sizzling sound of electric current, the gorgeous crystal chandelier above the head flickered for the last time and then fell into complete darkness. The whole world was instantly swallowed up by endless darkness and silence. This sudden change was like a basin of ice water poured over her head, instantly clearing her confused brain. In the darkness, her empty eyes moved with difficulty. Hungry. A burning, sharp pain in her stomach reminded her that she was still alive. She held onto the wall and struggled to stand up from the ground. After sitting quietly for a long time, her legs had become numb and blood circulation was blocked, like two wooden sticks that did not belong to her. She stumbled and groped her way to the living room. The black plastic bag that Su Qingxue threw out of the car window was still lying quietly not far away. Like a huge, mocking symbol. She, Lin Weiwei, has been a favored girl since she was a child. How could she have ever suffered such an insult? If it were yesterday, she would rather starve to death than touch the bag. But now. She walked over, bent down, and picked up the bag. When her fingers touched the cold plastic, her body trembled slightly. She opened the bag, took out a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and took a few big gulps. The cold liquid slid down her throat, extinguishing the burning pain and calming her down completely. Then, she tore open a pack of compressed biscuits and mechanically stuffed them into her mouth, bite by bite, with an expressionless face. It's very unpalatable. It was dry and hard, and it scratched my throat and hurt. But she ate it all anyway. Because she wants to survive. Only by surviving can you be qualified to talk about everything else. Dignity? Pride? Those things are worthless in the face of absolute hunger and death. Xiao He taught her this lesson in the cruelest way. After eating and regaining some strength, Lin Weiwei did not rest. She began to grope around in this huge, dark cage. She found an emergency flashlight and some candles in the storage room. Pa! The flashlight beam drew a pale light in the darkness, making her feel a little safer. The first thing she did was to check the villa. She carefully checked the doors and windows on the first floor, the balcony on the second floor, and every corner. Most of the doors and windows were solid, but the French door leading to the pool in the backyard had a latch that seemed to be loose. She found the toolbox and used all her strength to tighten the buckle. Then, she pushed a heavy wooden coffee table in the living room over with great effort and pressed it against the door. After doing all this, she was exhausted, panting, and covered in sweat. But her heart felt more at ease than ever before. She leaned against the wall, panting, her mind racing. 1 week of assessment. What does Xiao He want to see? See her crying and repenting? No, he had said it, he was disgusted by her performance. Watch her starve to death? Then why did he go to the trouble of leaving the bag of food behind? He is watching. Let's see what she can do in this week. It is like an abandoned pet, dying wailing in despair. Still. It can be like a weed that is stepped into the soil, struggling, crawling out again and living. Su Qingxue's words echoed repeatedly in her mind. What he wants is never a lapdog that only wags its tail and begs for mercy. What he wants is someone who is willing to give everything for him. Give everything. The corners of Lin Weiwei's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating, cold arc. What does she have left now except a body and a worthless life? What else can she give? No. She still has. She still has brains. And this villa. A thought, like a bolt of lightning, split the fog in her mind. She suddenly raised her head, and the flashlight illuminated her dusty but breathtakingly beautiful face. For the first time, a crazy flame called ambition ignited in those eyes that were once dead. Assessment? No, this is not just an assessment. This is an interview where your life is at stake. And she, Lin Weiwei, was going to give him a perfect answer that he couldn't refuse. She gripped the flashlight tightly, turned, and strode towards the kitchen. In the darkness, there was a sound of metallic collision. When she came out again, she had a sharp boning knife in her hand that was flashing with a cold light. Chapter 44: Strengthening Mother and Daughter. First Level Strengthener. Chapter 44. After finishing breakfast, Xiao He threw his napkin on the table, leaned back in his chair, and looked out the window calmly. Today, let's go back to the Cloud Hotel. His voice was not loud, but it made Qin Yuerong, who was cleaning up the dishes, stop her hands suddenly. Good. Su Qingxue had no objection and simply nodded. She knew that there were still a large amount of supplies in the hotel, especially those hidden by Xiao He, and they had to be retrieved as soon as possible. Then, here. Shin Yuarong's voice trembled slightly. She was afraid of having to take care of such a big villa with her daughter alone. In this doomsday, the most terrifying thing is never just the zombies. Xiaohe withdrew his gaze from the window and fell on Shin Yuarong's frightened face. He didn't say anything, just tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Of course he knew what Shin Yuarong was afraid of. A weak woman with an even younger child guarding a treasure house filled with supplies is no different from a 3-year-old child carrying gold in a busy city in this lawless wasteland. Any survivor passing by could bring them a catastrophe. He is not a philanthropist, but he is a qualified capitalist. He doesn't like to see any loss of the assets he has already acquired. Come over. Xiaohe spoke lightly. Shin Yuarong did not dare to hesitate at all. She quickly put down the things in her hands, walked quickly to Xiaohe, and lowered her head respectfully, like a maid waiting for her master's instructions. Xiaohe flipped his palm, and a few gray things that looked like ordinary pebbles appeared in his palm. These stones look inconspicuous, with a rough surface and no luster. But Shin Yuarong could feel an inexplicable, heart-pounding energy emanating from the 12 stones. This is a crystal core without attributes. Xiaohe's voice was so plain, as if he was introducing a stone on the roadside. Eat it. Shin Yuarong suddenly raised her head, her face full of shock, confusion, and hesitation. She had been given 2 of these stones before. She and her daughter Qin Ran had both eaten them and knew the magical properties of these stones. Unexpectedly, Xiaohe took out so much at once. Is this a test? Eat it and it will make you stronger. Xiaohe's tone did not contain any hint of joking, but rather carried an unquestionable tone of command. The process may be a little painful, just bear with it. If you absorb too many crystal cores in a short period of time, your body will experience some painful side effects. The best way to absorb it is for an average person to absorb about 1 or 2 pills a day. But there is not much time for Shin Yuarong right now. Xiaohe inquired about the Doomsday Bliss system, and his assessment of Shin Yuarong was that she could absorb 10 at a time, and apart from some pain, there wouldn't be any major problems. The same is true for her daughter Qin Ran. He pushed the 12 crystal cores in front of Shin Yuarong. You have 10, and your daughter has 2. Shin Yuarong looked at the 12 gray stones, her mind went blank. She didn't understand what crystal cores were, nor did she understand what it meant to become stronger. But she understood one thing. The man in front of me would not do meaningless things. This thing is definitely a treasure beyond imagination. He actually is willing to give such a precious thing to himself and his daughter? A huge, indescribable warmth instantly washed away her inner fear and anxiety. She didn't ask any more questions, nor did she hesitate anymore. She picked up 10 of the crystal cores and glanced at her daughter, who was sitting at the dining table and looking at them curiously. Iran, come here. Her voice was more serious than ever before. The little girl, Qin Iran, ran over obediently and pulled at the corner of her mother's clothes. Yener, eat this and be brave. Shin Yuarong stuffed another crystal core into her daughter's little hand, her eyes full of encouragement and love. Then, she took the lead and put the 10 cold crystal cores into her mouth. The crystal core melts in your mouth. The next second, a violent, scorching energy exploded throughout her limbs and bones. Well! The intense pain made her groan involuntarily, and she curled up completely. It felt like all the bones in her body were being broken and reassembled inch by inch, and countless hot currents were running wildly under her skin. Mother! Shin Yuarong's face turned pale with fright. Eat quickly. Shin Yuarong squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Qin Ran looked at her mother in pain, then looked at the stone in her hand, gritted her teeth, and swallowed the crystal core like her mother. Soon, the same pain happened to the little girl. But neither the mother nor the daughter made a sound. One of them curled up on the ground, while the other held onto the corner of the table, gritting their teeth and enduring the excruciating pain that felt like they were being reborn. Su Qingxue watched quietly from the side. She knew that Xiaohe was giving them a chance. An opportunity to have the power to protect yourself in this doomsday. Although this man is cold, he is never stingy with his own people. The prerequisite is that you must first become one of his own. Pain comes quickly and goes quickly. About 5 minutes later, Shin Yuarong was the first to recover. She slowly stood up from the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of strength in her body. Vision and hearing became extremely clear. The body, which was originally weak due to malnutrition, was now full of explosive power. She even felt that she could punch through a wall with one punch. Is this the feeling of becoming stronger? She turned her head and saw that her daughter had also stood up. Although her little face was still a little pale, her big eyes were shining with a brightness she had never had before. Qin Yuerong could no longer control herself, and she pulled her daughter and knelt in front of Xiao He with a plop. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for giving me a new life. She banged her forehead against the ground, her voice filled with the most sincere and heartfelt gratitude. This time, no performance, no begging. But the purest kind, submission and awe. Bite. The target person Qin Yuerong's loyalty has been greatly improved. Favorability has been updated. Target, Qin Yuerong. Favorability, 70 awe and dependence. Bite. The target person Qin Yuran has a strong dependence and admiration for you. Favorability has been updated. Target, Qin Yuran. Favorability, 60 admiration and admiration. The cold system prompt sound rang in Xiaoyi's mind. The corners of his mouth curved into a satisfied arc. This is a smart woman. Know what true value is and how to be grateful. Get up. Xiaoyi's voice softened a bit, no longer as cold and indifferent as before. Remember, I gave you strength not to allow you to commit violent acts, but to allow you to survive and take care of this family. Yes. Mr. Xiao. We will definitely do it. Qin Yuerong quickly pulled her daughter up, her eyes red. It's been less than 2 weeks since the apocalypse. Even if there are other awakeners, their strength is only at the first level at best. Xiao He looked at Su Qingxue and said casually. Now, the mother and daughter, Qin Yuerong, are already first-level enhancers. As long as they don't encounter a large group of zombies or a team of ignorant awakeners, they are more than capable of protecting themselves. Su Qingxue nodded. She suddenly remembered something and asked softly. Then. Wei Wei sighed. When this name was mentioned, the expression on Xiaoyi's face, which had just relaxed, turned cold again. She has a week to prove her worth. If her favorability is still negative after a week, then she will be left to fend for herself. Xiaoyi's tone left no room for maneuver. I'm not interested in keeping a white-eyed wolf around who's always ready to bite his owner. Su Qingxue sighed inwardly and said no more. She knew that this was Lin Weiwei's last chance. After a brief explanation, Xiao He and Su Qingxue prepared to set off. The two of them traveled light, and Xiao He could store most of the supplies directly into the storage space. A small portion was left for Qin Yuerong and her daughter, which was enough to last them a month. The SUV drove out of the villa, raising a cloud of dust on the empty street. Because we had cleared the obstacles on the road when we came here before, the way back this time was unusually smooth. The car is going very fast. Tell me, if we go back, will the hotel be occupied by someone else? Su Qingxue looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window and asked. Once you take it, you can take it back. Xiao He was driving, his tone so relaxed as if he was talking about a trivial matter. In this world, whoever has the bigger fist gets everything. If they know what's good for them, just get out of here. If they don't. He didn't say anything else, but the sense of self-righteous arrogance in his voice made Su Qingxue couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. She liked him just the way he was. Confident, powerful, like a king ruling the world. The car sped along. Soon, the iconic skyscraper of the global center appeared at the end of the horizon. The Cloud Hotel is on the top floor of that building. However, just as the SUV drove onto the main road leading to the global center, Xiaoyi's brows suddenly frowned. He slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. What's wrong? Su Qingxue immediately became alert. Xiaoyi didn't answer, but just narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. On the originally empty street, there was now a simple roadblock made of abandoned cars and various debris. Behind the roadblock, several figures were peeking out stealthily. Oh, interesting. Xiaoyi's mouth curled up into a cold, playful smile. It seems like we've encountered a toll collector? Chapter 45, You are a piece of trash that is not even at the first level, and you dare to collect tolls? The SUV stopped very steadily. The low roar of the engine was particularly clear on the empty street. Xiaoyi's fingers rested on the steering wheel, tapping it rhythmically. There was no tension on his face, not even a hint of surprise. Instead, there is a kind of interesting amusement, like a hunter seeing a few foolish rabbits fall into his trap. It seems that during the few days we were away, this place became more lively. Su Qingxue followed his gaze and her eyes instantly became sharp. Less than 50 meters ahead, several scrapped cars and some broken sofas and cabinets were piled together in a haphazard manner, forming a simple roadblock that was enough to block the way. Behind the roadblock, several figures were staggering out. There are 6 people in total. The leader was a bald man with a hideous scar on his face that extended from the corner of his eyebrow to his chin, making him look ferocious. He was holding a fire axe on his shoulder and looking towards the SUV with a malicious look on his face. The 5 people behind him were also dressed like thugs, holding weapons such as steel pipes and machetes in their hands, smoking cigarettes, and their eyes were full of greed and violence. Schwerer, stay in the car. Xiao He unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and walked out. He didn't even go to the trunk to get a weapon. He just leaned against the car door leisurely with empty hands and lit a cigarette. That leisurely and contented look formed an extremely sharp and strange contrast with the group of ferocious guys opposite. Oh, you're quite courageous? When Scarface saw Xiao He get out of the car, he grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth, and walked over with a swagger, carrying a fire axe. The few younger brothers behind him immediately spread out in a fan shape, vaguely surrounding Xiao He and the off-road vehicle. Their eyes swept unscrupulously over the SUV's shiny black body, and finally, without any prior agreement, they all fell on the vague, graceful figure in the passenger seat. Su Qingxue sat in the car, looking at them coldly. That look was like looking at a group of dead clowns. Boy, do you understand the rules? Scarface walked up to Xiao He and stood 3 meters in front of him, pointing at the roadblock on the ground with the fire axe in his hand. This road is now under the management of us brothers. You can go through here if you want. His gaze turned to the co-pilot, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and his tone became more obscene. Leave the car behind, and the supplies inside too. Certainly. He licked his cracked lips and spoke word by word. The girls in the car have to stay and have fun with us brothers. Ha 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 ha. The younger brothers behind him immediately burst into laughter, and obscene words could be heard everywhere. Brother is right. This girl is so pretty. Damn it, it's been so long since the apocalypse, I've almost forgotten what a woman smells like. Boy, you're smart. Leave the girl and the car to us. When we're in a good mood, we might even give you a treat. Su Qingxue's face in the car instantly turned extremely cold. An arc of electricity, invisible to the naked eye, quietly condensed at her fingertips. However, Xiao He outside the car smiled. He blew out a puff of smoke and looked at the scarred man in front of him who called himself Big Brother with eyes full of pity. It's like an adult watching a 3-year-old try to steal his lollipop. Rule? Xiao He's voice was calm, even with a hint of curiosity. Who decided that? Scarface was irritated by his fearless attitude. I decided it. He slammed the fire axe down hard on the ground, creating a shallow dent in the concrete floor. In this area, my words are the rules. Oh. Xiao He nodded, as if he had suddenly understood something. He threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and crushed it with his toes. Then he raised his head, looked at Scarface, and asked a question that stunned everyone. Then do you know what 1000 minus 7 equals? Scarface was stunned. 993. 993? Great. What's 993/7? You kid are making fun of me. Scarface reacted and roared. Xiao He shook his head, and the playful smile on the corner of his mouth suddenly turned cold and eerie. Sorry, wrong answer. His figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. You deserve to die. The cold voice, as if coming from the netherworld, exploded right beside Scarface's ears. What? Scarface's pupils suddenly shrank, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He only felt an extreme sense of crisis coming from behind, so fast that he had no time to react. He wanted to turn around, to swing the axe. But it was too late. A hand that was not particularly strong but had a touch as cold as steel, gently pressed on the back of his neck. Time, at this moment, seems to stand still. The smiles on the faces of those younger brothers who were still shouting froze instantly. They only saw a shadow flash by. Xiao He, who was in front of them the previous second, appeared behind their eldest brother like a ghost the next second. You. A terrified, hoarse single sound emanated from Scarface's throat. He could feel the hand on his neck slowly tightening. An unmatched force that made his soul tremble strangled all his life force. The power he was proud of seemed as weak as an ant in front of the other party. In your next life, remember to open your eyes. You are not just trash. You are qualified to make rules in front of me. Xiaohe's voice was very soft. As soft as a lover's whisper. But to Scarface's ears, it was even more terrifying than the devil's judgment. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Scarface's huge bald head drooped at a strange angle. The horror and disbelief on his face were frozen forever. Thump! The body fell limply to the ground. The whole world was dead silent. Those younger brothers stared blankly at their eldest brother's body, their minds blank. Dead? Their big brother, who had awakened his power and could chop off a zombie's head with a single axe, was just crushed to death as easily as crushing a chicken? Is this person a human or a ghost? Run! I don't know who it was, but the first person to react let out a heart-wrenching scream and turned and ran. The others also woke up as if from a dream, dropped their weapons, and fled in different directions in panic. Fear completely crushed their pitiful courage built up by violence. Xiaohe stood where he was, not even bothering to chase after him. He simply turned his head and spoke lightly in the direction of the SUV. Leave no one behind. As soon as the words fell. Boom! A blinding blue flash of lightning shot out from the passenger window. The lightning instantly split into 5 thinner electric snakes in the air, and with a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, it accurately caught up with the 5 figures who were fleeing for their lives. Sizzle! The teeth-grinding sound of electricity, accompanied by a few shrill screams, resounded throughout the street. The 5 younger brothers were twitching all over, emitting black smoke, their hair standing on end, and they fell straight to the ground. Their bodies were still shaking violently and uncontrollably, and they were foaming at the mouth. It was obvious that they were not going to survive. 1 second. Just 1 second. A battle that might have seemed like a life or death crisis to others ended just like that. Clean and neat. Even, it has a bit of artistic beauty. Xiaohe walked over and found a cloth bag from Scarface's body. When he opened it, he saw a dozen gray attributeless crystal cores and several packs of crushed cigarettes. Poor bastard. He curled his lips, casually put the crystal core into the storage space, and then returned to the driver's seat as if nothing had happened. Su Qingxue retracted her fingertips, which were still lingering with arcs of electricity, and looked at the man who sat back down. Her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. I thought you would keep him alive and ask about the situation. A bunch of trash who aren't even at the first level. They probably only gained a little strength by eating a few attributeless crystal cores. What can such trash know? Xiaohe started the car, his tone full of disdain. Killing is the best warning. Warning those rats hiding in the dark, this territory has a new owner. The off-road vehicle ran over the warm corpse without any pause, directly knocked away the roadblock, and continued driving towards the global center. The atmosphere in the car was not solemn at all. It seemed as if just now, he had just crushed a few ants that were blocking the way. Su Qingxue looked at Xiaohe's stern profile, and the waves in her heart caused by the killing quickly calmed down. She knew this was the end. Kindness is the most useless thing in this era. Only absolute power and iron-blooded means can enable people to survive and live better. Soon, the towering building of the global center was right in front of us. The SUV slowly stopped in the square downstairs. However, when Xiaohe and Su Qingxue got out of the car and looked up at the hotel entrance, their brows furrowed at the same time. The heavy revolving glass door of the hotel, which should have been tightly closed, was now blocked from the inside by a large number of tables, chairs, and cabinets. Not only that, a few large, crooked characters were sprayed on the wall next to the gate with red paint. Private territory, trespassers will be killed. Chapter 46 Arc of Thunder, Snake Kiss. Chapter 46. Private territory, trespassers will be killed. These 8 crooked, bloody red characters are like an ugly scar branded on the luxurious marble exterior of the global center. Su Qingxue's eyes turned cold instantly. On the fingertips, fine blue arcs of electricity were jumping, making a slight sizzling sound. This building is her and Xiaohe's first home. It was the first stronghold they established in this Doomsday. Now, a group of rats that appeared out of nowhere have taken over the magpie's nest. It seems that during the few days we were away, some impolite guests came here. I'm afraid the supplies can't be saved. There was no trace of anger on Xiaohe's face. He even smiled, but there was no warmth in that smile, only a playful coldness like a cat and mouse game. He walked to the tightly blocked revolving door and looked at the desks, sofas, and filing cabinets that were piled up haphazardly. The decoration taste is really poor. He shook his head, as if commenting on a poorly made work of art. Do you need me to blow the door open? Su Qingxue walked over, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Need not. Xiao He raised his hand to stop her. It's damaged and needs repairing. What a hassle. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand and gently pressed it on the heaviest president's desk in front of him, which was made of solid wood and weighed at least several hundred pounds. Then, he just gave it a gentle push. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor violent airflow. Boom! An extremely dull sound, as if a dragon were turning over, came from inside the door. The heavy wooden desk, along with all the clutter piled up behind it, was like being hit head-on by a prehistoric beast and exploded inwards in an instant. Sawdust flew everywhere and glass shattered. A huge gap full of violent aesthetics appeared in front of the two of them. In the hotel lobby, there was an instant of terrified screams and chaotic footsteps. What's going on? Fuck! Who the hell is out there? Quick! Grab your weapons! Amidst a chaotic roar of curses, more than a dozen figures rushed out from various corners of the lobby. The leader was an extremely burly man wearing a tight black vest, revealing his thick arms with 2 tiger stripes. His face showed the arrogance and brutality that came from being in a high position for a long time. When he saw that only Xiao He and Su Qingxue were standing at the door, he was stunned at first, and then an even more ferocious grin appeared on his face. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out they are 2 people who are here to die. The burly man was carrying a machete, the blade reflecting a cold light in the dim lobby. His eyes swept over Xiao He with disdain, and finally, greedily, they stuck to Su Qingxue's beautiful face and exquisite figure. TSK, in this apocalypse, there are actually such exquisite girls? He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, the desire in his eyes undisguised. Boy, you're lucky. He pointed his machete at Xiao He, his tone full of charity. Leave behind you the girl and all the supplies in your car. Then, break one of your legs and get out of here. Brother Leopard, I'm in a good mood today. I can spare your life. Ha 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 ha. The dozen or so younger brothers behind him immediately burst into laughter. The way they looked at Xiao He was full of mockery and pity, as if they were looking at a poor guy who was about to have everything taken away from him. Xiao He ignored their shouting. He looked past these people and towards the hotel lobby, which had been made a mess by them. The once shiny floor was now covered in stains and garbage. The luxurious leather sofa was scratched to pieces, with unknown dark red bloodstains on it. The air was filled with a disgusting smell that was a mixture of sweat, rotting food, and blood. Xiao He's brows finally furrowed. Who's in charge here? His voice was calm, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The burly man called Brother Leopard looked like he had heard some huge joke. Boy, are you fucking deaf or blind? He pointed the knife at his nose and said arrogantly. In this global center, I, Wang Bao, am the sky. Oh, Wang Bao. Xiao He nodded, as if trying hard to remember the name. Then he raised his eyes, looked at Wang Bao, and asked a question that puzzled everyone. How are you going to pay the rent? What? The smile on Wang Bao's face froze. Not only him, but all the younger brothers behind him were also stunned. Rent? This kid, has his brain been eaten by zombies? Pay your mother's rent. Wang Bao finally reacted and became furious. He felt like he was being fooled by this ignorant boy in front of him. Shameless thing. I've changed my mind now. He roared angrily, and all the muscles in his body suddenly expanded. The surface of his skin appeared with a rock-like gray-brown luster. I'm going to chop you into pieces myself and feed you to the dogs. As for you, girl, I will take good care of you. Before he finished speaking, he rushed towards Xiao He like a tank out of control. Every marble tile under his feet cracked inch by inch under his terrifying weight and strength. First-level enhancer, someone who uses non-attribute crystal cores to strengthen the body, Earth-related ability LV1. Moreover, it is the kind specialized in strength. The younger brothers behind him all had cruel and excited smiles on their faces. They seemed to have already witnessed the bloody scene of the skinny boy being chopped into 2 halves by their brother Leopard. However, facing this devastating blow, Xiao He didn't even raise his eyelids. He just turned his head and whispered something to Su Qingxue beside him. It's noisy. Su Qingxue nodded. Clear. Next second. Just when Wang Bao's machete, which was flashing with cold light, was about to touch Xiao He, a dazzling blue light, faster than lightning, shot out from Su Qingxue's fingertips. It wasn't a thick bolt of lightning. Instead, it was a long whip made of lightning that was as thin as an ox hair but extremely solid. Arc of thunder. Snake kiss. Bang! A crisp sound, like the sound of a whip exploding. The electric whip drew a graceful, deadly arc in the air, and arrived first, accurately hitting Wang Bao's wrist holding the knife. Then it climbed up along his arm and wrapped tightly around Wang Bao's body like an electric python. Sizzle! The teeth-grinding, violent sound of the electric current was mixed with a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. Ah! Wang Bao's body covered with rocky skin instantly turned charred. The smell of burnt barbecue filled the air. The machete in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. He seemed to have lost all his bones and collapsed to the ground, his whole body twitching violently, foaming at the mouth, and his eyes rolling back. The rock defense that he was proud of was as fragile as a layer of window paper in front of the tiny electric whip. One hit. Just one hit. Flash sale. The entire lobby was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and extremely terrifying scene. The hideous smiles on their faces were still frozen, but their eyes were already filled with boundless fear. A delicate, incredibly beautiful woman. It turned out to be such a terrifying monster? Xiaoyi took a step forward and walked past Wang Bao, who was still twitching on the ground. The sound of his leather shoes stepping on the marble floor was particularly clear in the silent lobby. Every step was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the survivors hard. He walked up to the group of pale-faced younger brothers and stopped. Now, does anyone still think that this place belongs to him? No one dared to answer. Everyone lowered their heads, their bodies shaking like sieves, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Very good. Xiaoyi nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 47, Feeding Monsters. Flesh and Blood Aberrations. Xiaoyi's eyes calmly swept over the group of trembling men in front of him. The steel pipes and machetes in their hands had already fallen to the ground, making a crisp clanging sound. At this moment, these so-called tough guys were all pale, with their heads lowered, and they didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. The air still lingered with the burnt smell of Su Qingshue's electric arc and the disgusting smell of barbecue emanating from Wang Bao. This smell has become the most effective deterrent. Now, does anyone still think that this place belongs to him? Xiaoyi's voice was very flat. But it made the dozen or so people tremble even more violently. No one dared to speak. Silence. Depressing silence. Very good. Xiaoyi nodded, seeming very satisfied with the result. His eyes fell on a man who was as thin as a monkey. That man was one of the ones who shouted the loudest just now. You, come here. The skinny monkey's body suddenly stiffened. He raised his head and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Big brother. His legs seemed to be filled with lead as he moved step by step to the front of Xiaoyi. I ask, you answer. Xiaoyi's tone was emotionless. Who are you? How long have you been here? We are the survivors of this building, Brother Bao. Wang Bao used to be the security captain here. The skinny monkey's voice was trembling badly. After the apocalypse, Brother Leopard awakened his abilities, and brought us to occupy this place for 4 or 5 days. Where are the supplies? Su Qingxue spoke coldly. She cares more about this. When talking about supplies, Shouho's face became even uglier. In the executive suite upstairs, we found a lot of supplies. We didn't know they were from you, big brother, so we used some. Some? A mocking arc appeared at the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth. He glanced at the messy lobby and the empty wine bottles and food packaging bags thrown away carelessly. It seems that you are living a very comfortable life. I dare not. I dare not. The skinny monkey was so scared that he fell to his knees and kowtowed frantically. It's all Brother Leopard's fault. It was Brother Leopard who forced us to do this. We were all forced, brother. Sister-in-law. Shut up. Xiaoyi frowned impatiently. What he hated most was this kind of meaningless, blame-shifting performance. Besides you, is there anyone else in this building? This question made the skinny monkey's body tremble noticeably. His eyes began to evade. No. No more, just us. Xiaoyi looked at him without saying anything. He simply raised his hand and extended his index finger. On the fingertips, a dark space crack, thinner than a hair, flashed by. So fast that it seems like an illusion. Laugh. There was a slight sound of cloth tearing. The skinny monkey felt a chill on his cheeks. He subconsciously reached out and touched it. Hands full of warm, bright red liquid. A long, thin bloodstain extended from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. The wound was not deep, but it was so precise that all the blood in his body froze in an instant. He didn't even see how the other party made the move. Fear. Extreme, bone-deep fear. This man is even more terrifying than that woman who can emit electric shocks. I'm a person who has no patience. Xiao He's voice remained calm. I'll ask again. Apart from a bunch of scum like you, is there anyone else alive in this building? Yes. 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 The skinny monkey no longer dared to hide anything and started crying and rolling on the ground. In the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. There are more than 20 survivors. They've all been locked up by Brother Leopard and the others. Oh? Xiao He's eyebrows raised slightly. What are they doing with it? As food reserves? No. An even more terrified look appeared on the skinny monkey's face. Brother Leopard, he got a method from somewhere, saying that he could use those people's fear and despair to feed something. He said that if he cultivates that thing, it will make him stronger. This answer piqued the interest of both Xiao He and Su Qingxue. Feeding on fear and despair? This doesn't sound like something an ordinary awakener would come up with. Take us to see it. Xiao He's tone left no room for doubt. Yes. Yes. The skinny monkey was as if pardoned. He quickly got up from the ground and staggered ahead to lead the way. Xiao He turned around and glanced at the remaining dozen or so men, whose faces were already pale with fear. You. His voice was cold as ice. Clean this place for me. The floor, I want it to be a mirror. There can't be any stains on the wall. And that. He pointed at Wang Bao, who was still lying on the ground and twitching occasionally. Get rid of it and don't let me see it again. If this place is still in this state when I come back. Xiao He didn't say anything else. But everyone understood that the consequences were definitely not something they could bear. Yes. Yes. We'll do it right away. The group of people woke up as if from a dream, and began to move one by one, crawling and rolling. Those who are looking for mops are looking for mops, and those who are moving bodies are moving bodies. Their movements are so quick and efficient that they are comparable to the most professional cleaning team. Led by Shouho, Xiao He and Su Qingxue walked into the elevator. Fortunately, the skyscraper has an independent backup power supply system and the elevators are still functioning normally. Tell me about that thing, what exactly is it? In the elevator, Xiao He looked at his own stern face on the elevator wall and asked casually. I don't know either. The skinny monkey answered timidly. We haven't seen it. Brother Leopard doesn't let us get close to that banquet hall. He's the only one who goes in there every day. All we know is that every day we hear miserable cries coming from inside. But today, since this morning, there has been no movement inside. His voice was filled with fear. Brother Leopard also said that once the thing is grown, it will be our turn. Bite. The elevator door opened. 3rd floor. A strong, almost tangible smell of blood, mixed with an indescribable stench of corruption, hit my face. Su Qingxue's brows furrowed instantly. She subconsciously covered her mouth and nose. Xiao He's face also darkened. The light in the corridor was dim. The door of the banquet hall not far away was tightly closed. The gorgeous double wooden door with golden carvings now exuded an indescribable, strange, and evil aura. A dark red, sticky liquid seeped out from under the door. A long, half-solidified mark was left on the smooth marble floor. It's right here. The skinny monkey pointed at the door, his teeth chattering, and he dared not take another step forward. Xiao He ignored him. He walked straight forward, stretched out his hand and pushed the door. Squeak. The heavy wooden door slowly opened inward with a teeth-grinding friction sound. The scene behind the door made Su Qingxue, who was used to the tragic scenes of Doomsday, shrink her pupils suddenly. The entire banquet hall has turned into a slaughterhouse. No. Even more horrible than a slaughterhouse. There were splattered dark red blood everywhere on the ground, walls, and ceiling. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. More than 20 corpses were piled together in various twisted and strange postures. Their faces were still frozen with the last extreme fear and despair of their lives. And in the center of this bloody purgatory, a huge meat cocoon made of flesh, blood, and bones, which is still wriggling slightly, stands there quietly. Plop plop. The surface of the cocoon undulates regularly, like a huge, deformed heart, beating. An evil, chaotic, and tyrannical energy wave emanated from the flesh cocoon. What the hell is this? Su Qingshua's voice trembled slightly. The scene before her was beyond her comprehension. Xiao He didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the huge cocoon. The system panel automatically expanded before his eyes. Unknown high-energy life form detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Species, flesh and blood deformation larvae. Level 2 growing. Ability? Weakness? Description: a chaotic aggregate formed from negative emotions and blood in flesh essence. Extremely dangerous, possessing extremely strong devouring and evolutionary abilities. Flesh and blood deformer? Xiaohe's eyes became more solemn than ever before. Not long ago, I encountered a Tier 3 elite, abominable stitcher, and now I've encountered a Tier 2, flesh aberration. Although their names are slightly different, they are both disgusting monsters made of flesh and blood. I always feel like there is some connection between them. He could feel that if left unchecked, this thing would soon become extremely dangerous. Just then, the wriggling on the surface of that huge cocoon of flesh suddenly intensified. Crack crack. Cracks quickly spread across the surface of the cocoon. It seems like something is about to break out of the cocoon from inside. Chapter 48. Goodbye, ugly thing. Unreasonable, Spaceblade. Crack crack. That sound was not the sound of the flesh cocoon cracking. It was the sound of bones being broken and piercing the flesh from the inside. Puff. With a sticky, disgusting thud, a pale, swollen hand with sharp black nails suddenly pierced out from the top of the cocoon. Then, the second one, the third one. The dense arms, like twisted tree roots breaking out of the ground, frantically tearing at the flesh and blood cage that wrapped them. Run, run! The skinny monkey who had been slumped in the back completely collapsed when he saw this scene. He let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and rolled and crawled on the ground, trying to escape from this hell on earth. However, he just turned around. Roar! An indescribable roar, a mixture of the most painful, most desperate, and most resentful roars of hundreds of people before their death, erupted from the broken cocoon of flesh. This is not a simple sonic attack. But it is a spiritual storm. It is a tsunami targeting the soul, formed by pure negative emotions. Ah! The skinny monkey running in the front suddenly stiffened. Black, fishy-smelling blood instantly flowed out of his 7 orifices. His eyeballs exploded. The whole person fell straight down, his body still twitching nervously, and he was deader than dead. Su Qingshua's face turned pale in an instant. The mental shock made her brain feel as if it was pierced by countless red-hot steel needles. Her vision went dark and she almost lost her balance. She groaned, and the arcs of electricity at her fingertips became chaotic. Only Xiaohe stood there, motionless. His face was as cold as ice that had not melted for thousands of years. The mental shock also affected him, but his will was as solid as a rock, indestructible. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at the monster that had completely broken free from the flesh and blood. It was a terrifying aggregate that could not be defined by any known creature. It has no fixed form. The main body is made up of the broken limbs, flesh and internal organs of countless corpses, which are forcibly twisted and stacked. The heads of dead creatures with their eyes still open were used as decorations and embedded in the surface of its wriggling body. The faces of those heads still retained the most extreme fear they had in life. Their mouths opened and closed, but no sound came out of their mouths to ask for help. On the monster's chest, dozens of painfully distorted human faces merged together to form a huge, strange organ with constantly changing expressions. There is the core of it. Flesh and blood deformation. This thing is really embarrassing. A cold arc appeared on Xiaohe's lips. Instead of feeling fear, he felt a long-lost excitement. Schwerer, stand back. Use lightning to help me restrict its movements. His voice was terrifyingly calm, instantly pulling Su Qingxue back from the dizziness of the mental shock. Good. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the stinging pain in her head, and the fighting spirit rekindled in her beautiful eyes. She is not a vase that needs to hide behind a man. She is Su Qingxue. It's a 3rd-level enhancer. A 1st-level mutant. Sizzle. The dazzling blue electric light condensed again at her fingertips. And the flesh and blood deformed creature seemed to feel threatened as well. Its core, which was formed by the fusion of dozens of faces, all had its eyes fixed on Xiaoyi. Next second. Whoosh! 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 The dozen or so arms on its body stretched out in an instant like arrows shot from a bow, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, they shot towards Xiaoyi from all directions. These arms are still changing in mid-air. Some nails become as sharp as blades. Some palms were directly transformed into a mouthful of sharp teeth and flowing with mucus. Facing this dragnet-like attack, Xiaoyi did not retreat but advanced. His figure moved. Quick. Almost reaching the limit. In Su Qingshue's eyes, Xiaoyi's body turned into a blurred afterimage, and with a strange pace that completely violated the laws of physics, he shuttled and dodged between the gaps of more than a dozen arms. Every time he leaned sideways and lowered his head, he did it just right to avoid the most deadly attacks. It's like dancing an elegant yet deadly dance of death on the tip of a knife. Arc of Thunder. Electric Grid. Su Qingxue saw the right moment and cried out. She thrust her hands forward. A large blue net composed of countless fine electric snakes appeared out of thin air and instantly covered most of the body of the flesh and blood deformer. Sizzle! A violent electric current was running wildly through the monster's body. The burnt smell instantly filled the entire banquet hall. Roar! The flesh and blood deformer let out an even more shrill and resentful roar. The power of thunder and lightning has a natural restraining effect on monsters like this one, which are made up of flesh, blood, and negative energy. Its body was shaking violently, and the arms that were shooting towards Xiaoyi were frozen in mid-air for a moment. Now is the time. Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly lit up. He seized this fleeting opportunity, accelerated his body suddenly, broke through the blockade of the arms in an instant, and appeared in front of the flesh and blood deformer. The distance between the two is less than 3 meters. The strong and indissoluble smell of blood and corpses was almost suffocating. Those dozens of faces that merged together showed expressions of horror at the same time. It wants to retreat. But it's too late. Xiaoyi raised his right hand. There was nothing in his hands. However, the moment he raised his hand, an extremely strange and distorted mark appeared in the space in front of his palm. It was the outline of a knife. A sword constructed from pure nothingness. It has no substance, no color, no temperature. It is just the space itself, formed after being forcibly torn apart, forming the sharpest and most deadly form. Blade of space. Goodbye, ugly thing. Xiaoyi's voice was very soft. He swung his arm, and the space blade in his hand drew a simple yet mysterious trajectory. No sound. No obstacles. There wasn't even a trace of wind. The blade of space easily cut through the huge and still wriggling body of the flesh and blood deformer. Then, a strange scene happened. A smooth, mirror-like cut appeared on the deformed flesh from the place where it was cut. On one side of the incision was what remained of its body, still trembling from the electric shock. On the other side, the part that occupied nearly 1/3 of its body just disappeared out of thin air. Not cut off and dropped to the ground. It is not vaporized and evaporated into the air. Instead, it was completely wiped out from this world. It's as if it never existed. The flesh and blood deformer was stunned. For the first time, confusion and bewilderment appeared on its dozens of faces. It feels no pain. Because the part of it that was cut off, along with the nerves that perceive pain, disappeared. But the fear of the unknown and nothingness that comes from the instinct of life made it completely crazy. Roar! All its remaining arms and tentacles abandoned Xiaoyi and turned towards its own body, tearing and beating it frantically. It's hurting itself. It couldn't understand why its body disappeared. Xiaoyi looked at it, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He raised his hand again. This time, the space blade in his hand turned into countless tiny, deadly afterimages. Swish! 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 Silent cutting, going on like crazy in the banquet hall. The huge body of the flesh and blood deformer looked like it was being bloody dissected by the most skilled but also the most insane butcher. Pieces of flesh, organs, and limbs disappeared out of thin air under the cutting of the blade of space. The whole process was so quiet and weird that it made one's scalp tingle. Su Qingxue, who was far away, had stopped releasing the electric net. She stared at the scene blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew Xiaoyi was very strong. But she didn't expect that Xiaohe's Space Blade would be such an unreasonable ability. This is no longer a battle. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. It's obliteration. Just a few seconds. The second-level flesh and blood deformer that was so ferocious just now only had the trembling core on its chest, which was made up of dozens of human faces. All its means of attack and defense were cut off piece by Xiaohe. Xiaohe walked slowly forward and came to the front of the core. The blade of space hovered quietly at his fingertips. All the eyes on those dozens of faces were filled with pleading and fear. They looked at Xiaohe as if they were looking at a god who had the power over life and death. Or rather, the devil. Xiaohe had no expression on his face. He raised his hand and the knife fell. The blade of space accurately cut the core off from the last remnant. Then, he kicked aside the remains that had lost their cores and quickly rotted into a pool of smelly pus. The battle is over. In the entire banquet hall, apart from the bloodstains on the floor and the disgusting smell, there was no trace of any monster. It's so clean that it makes people feel cold. Xiaohe lowered his head and looked at the core that was floating above his palm. It was the size of a human head and was still wriggling slightly. It was made up of countless faces. This is the monster, the source of all power. Chapter 49, Negative Soul, Attribute Crystal Core? Xiaohe's fingertips hovered above the still slightly moving human face complex. The sharpness of the spatial blade, invisible and intangible, made the core shake even more violently. Su Qingxue suppressed the discomfort in her stomach, shifted her gaze from that bloody purgatory, and fixed it on Xiaohe. Even standing in this hellish scene, her man's back remained straight and he was terrifyingly calm. That calmness and absolute control over everything quickly calmed her troubled heart. What's this? She walked over and looked at the core made up of dozens of painful human faces, her voice filled with curiosity and disgust. This thing is the essence of that monster and is definitely not an ordinary item. Xiaohe didn't answer immediately. In front of him, a light blue system panel that only he could see had appeared. Byte. Special energy aggregate detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Item name, Negative Attribute Soul Crystal Core. Level, second level. Attribute, Soul. Status, energy is unstable, core is damaged, and the internal soul resentment collection is about to collapse. Description, a special crystal core formed by forcibly blending the negative emotions and soul fragments of a large number of creatures. It contains enormous spiritual energy, but is also filled with chaos, resentment, and a crazy will. If ordinary people come into contact with it, their minds will be immediately polluted and they will become madmen who only know how to kill. If a creature with matching soul attributes is eaten, it will likely awaken a negative soul ability. Doomsday Bliss System Tips. Option 1, this item can be purified through the system, but it costs 1 development point. After purification, you will obtain a pure second-level soul crystal core. Option 2, you can return the item to the system and get 1 development point. Negative attribute crystal core? Or is it of soul attribute? Xiaohe's brows raised slightly. This is a rare thing. In the apocalypse, the lowest level is the attributeless crystal core. The second level is the crystal cores of elemental attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The third tier is crystal cores with special properties like soul, spirit, time, and space, which are extremely rare. Each one is priceless. The fourth tier, the highest tier, is the crystal core with rule and concept attributes. This type of ability is the most illogical. They can arbitrarily create rules, even transcend them, defy them, and become unconstrained. If someone possesses a crystal core with matching attributes, they'll essentially become unrivaled. Xiaohe was fortunate enough to obtain a third-order, rule, attribute crystal core of this kind before. Xiaohe felt that his luck in this life was about to run out. Unfortunately, I can't use it myself. Qin Yueron, the only one whose attributes matched hers, did not receive her full recognition. Her favorability was less than 100 points. A special crystal core, soul negative attribute. Xiaohe explained casually, and then, in Su Qingxue's surprised eyes, he stretched out his hand and directly grasped the still squirming human face core in his hand. Those dozens of faces seemed to have sensed something, and their expressions instantly became more distorted, as if they wanted to let out silent screams. But the moment it touched Xiaohe's palm, all the struggle stopped. Xiaohe just thought about it, and this soul crystal core, which looked terrible but was extremely valuable, disappeared out of thin air and was stored in his storage space. He just threw out all the pieces of flesh of the deformed flesh stored in the storage space. As for the storage space, Xiaohe had already divided out an area specifically for combat storage to avoid polluting the supplies in the space. What a pity. Xiaohe clapped his hands, with a sense of justified regret in his tone. Neither of us can use it. Su Qingxue nodded, of course she understood. Everyone can only awaken one superpower in their lifetime. Xiaohe is the mysterious space type, and she is the violent lightning type. This soul crystal core, which sounds very powerful, is actually of no use to them. However, this did not prevent her from being in a good mood. A good thing that you can't use is still a good thing. Let's go, the smell here is too strong. Xiaohe turned around, put his arm around Su Qingshue's waist, and walked out of the banquet hall. These idiots probably ate up all the supplies I had stored. Fortunately, there was some gain. The two walked out of the banquet hall, which was like hell on earth, and Xiaohe closed the heavy door behind them. All the blood and stench were isolated inside. In the corridor, the body of the man called Skinny Monkey was still lying there, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his death was miserable. Xiaohe and Su Qingxue walked past him without looking away. Hotel lobby. When Xiaohe and Su Qingxue walked out of the elevator, they saw a scene of bustling work. At this moment, each of them has transformed into the most professional cleaning staff. Someone was holding a mop and scrubbing the stains on the floor desperately, as if he wanted to wipe off a layer of skin from the marble tiles. Someone was carrying a bucket and cleaning the bloodstains on the wall. There were a few other people carrying Wang Bao's charred, smoking body, dragging it out with grunting voices. The entire lobby, although still a mess, was much cleaner than when they first arrived. When they saw Xiaohe and Su Qingxue appear, everyone stopped moving abruptly. Brother! Sister-in-law! A thoughtful young man in a suit. Judging from his outfit, he will probably be an insurance salesman or a salesman before the end of the world. He quickly dropped the mop and ran over happily with a flattering smile on his face. We're cleaning. Promise. We'll make sure it's spotless for you. Xiaohe's eyes swept over him coldly, and then he looked at the boxes of supplies belonging to him and Su Qingxue piled together in the corner of the lobby. Most of the boxes have been opened. Inside, it was empty. All that was left were some packaging bags and leftovers. The supplies he had collected with great effort, which were enough for him and Su Qingxue to live a luxurious life for several months, now only had less than 1/10 left. The guy in the suit broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He followed Xiaohe's gaze, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. Brother, this is none of our business. It's all Wang Bao. It's all that bastard. He eats and drinks lavishly every day and forces us to do so, there's nothing we can do. He had a sad face and was almost swearing to the sky. Okay. Xiaohe waved his hand impatiently. He looked at this group of people, his eyes lacking anger, only pure indifference, as if he was looking at garbage. Kill them? It doesn't make any sense. It's a waste of energy and it gets your hands dirty. Once the supplies are gone, no matter how angry you are, you can't get them back. It's not worth getting angry over a bunch of trash who are worse than ants. Besides, the only people who offended him were Wang Bao and a few others. All those who should be killed have been killed. I am not so cruel as to ask Xiaohe to kill people who have no grudge against him. Being decisive in killing does not mean that you should kill anyone you see. Move the rest of the stuff into my car. Xiaohe's tone was cold and unquestionable. Then, take your people and get out of here. Don't let me see any of you in this building again before dark. Otherwise. He didn't say anything else. But that invisible pressure, more terrifying than death, made everyone present feel short of breath. Yes. Yes. Let's get out of here right now. Get out of here right now. The small leader nodded and bowed repeatedly as if he had been pardoned, then turned around and passed the message to others. What the hell are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what Big Brother said? Hurry. Move your stuff. And get out. A group of people hurriedly moved the remaining supplies to the off-road vehicle downstairs. Then, as if avoiding the plague god, he fled into the distance without looking back. It took no more than 5 minutes. The entire global center returned to peace again. However, the smell of blood and burnt food in the air proved what had just happened here. Su Qingxue looked at the backs of those people fleeing in a panic, then looked at the pitiful supplies in the car, and said with some dissatisfaction. Just letting them go like this? That's too easy for them. They are just a bunch of trash. What's the point of killing them? Xiaoyi started the car, and the SUV did a beautiful drift and turned the front of the car. If we keep them, they can help us pass on messages. Tell those rats hiding in the gutter that the owner of this land has a bad temper. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Let's go back to Guanlan Villa District. The air here is too dirty. The off-road vehicle let out a low roar and sped away in the direction it came from. However, the car just drove out of the square. In Xiaoyi's mind, the cold, mechanical system prompt sound rang without any warning. Ding! High-value female target detected with a score of 90 or above. Target name, Su Jingyan. Appearance score, 95 points stunning level. Special occupation, surgeon rare in Doomsday. Current status, extremely dangerous. Surrounded by high-level infected entities, life is in danger. Coordinates locked, southeast, 1.5 kilometers, building 3 of the first municipal hospital. Xiaoyi's foot on the accelerator suddenly stopped. The SUV stopped on the empty street. Su Jingyan? Doctor? 95 points? His eyes narrowed instantly. He turned his head and looked through the car window towards the southeast. There, a white medical building is vaguely visible. Su Qingxue noticed that something was wrong with him. What's wrong? Xiaoyi withdrew his gaze, and that playful smile, like a cat-and-mouse game, appeared on his face again. He reached out and gently pinched Su Qingxue's face. Honey, it looks like we need to change our route. There's a little lost baby, and it seems like she's waiting for me to rescue her. Chapter 50, Second-Order Mutant Infected Body, Shadow Hunter. Su Qingxue raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. She turned her head and looked at the familiar smile on Xiaoyi's face, which was a bit playful and a bit determined, and sighed helplessly. Mr. Xiao, the great kind man. Are you feeling the urge to be a hero and save the damsel in distress again? There was no jealousy in her tone, but more of a sense of ridicule and understanding. Having been with Xiaoyi for so long, she has already figured out this man's temper. He is like a proud lion, patrolling his territory. Anything he takes a fancy to, whether it is material or people, must and will become his collection. Especially high-scoring beauties. No way. Xiaoyi started the SUV, turned the steering wheel, and pointed the front of the car precisely in the southeast direction. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. Who makes me helpful? Besides, a surgeon with a score of 95 is not just a fancy dress surgeon, he's a strategic talent. Think about it, if anyone in our team gets hurt or has their stomach cut open, how much higher will the survival rate be with a top doctor like this? He said it as a matter of course. It was as if he went to save people entirely out of great considerations of team building. Okay, you're right. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Of course she understood. How valuable is a top surgeon in the Doomsday when the medical system completely collapses? It is simply a walking spring that can pull people back from the gates of hell. This kind of talent, let alone Xiaoyi, any leader of any force would do anything to get it if he knew about it. Hold on tight. Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stepped on the accelerator and pressed it to the bottom. Boom! The engine of the off-road vehicle let out a beast-like roar. The modified huge tires left a deep tire mark on the ground. The whole car turned into a black lightning and sped towards the direction of the first municipal hospital. The streets along the way were dead and lifeless. Abandoned vehicles, lying here and there, blocked the road like steel tombs. Occasionally, a few wandering, lowest-level infected bodies would be attracted by the roar of the engine and rush over with a roar. But they can't even get close to the car body. If it weren't for Xiaoyi's amazing driving skills, he would have been left behind by the side. It was an arc of electricity that Su Qingxue casually shot out, and it turned the air into a ball of charcoal. The two of them cooperated with each other very well and smoothly. It feels like you are not traveling through the apocalypse, but rather participating in an exciting off-road rally. The 1.5-kilometer journey was completed in a flash. Squeak! With the harsh sound of brakes, the off-road vehicle did a beautiful tailspin and stopped steadily in a shadow outside the gate of the municipal first hospital. Xiaoyi turned off the engine. The car suddenly became quiet. The two looked at the building in front of them through the dusty car window. Municipal First Hospital. Once upon a time, this was a place that saved the dying and represented life and hope. And now, here, only decay and death remain. The hospital gate was tightly blocked by several overturned ambulances and haphazardly stacked beds. The white exterior wall was covered with dark red, long-dried bloodstains and hideous claw marks. There was a strange smell of disinfectant mixed with blood and decay in the air. It makes people want to vomit. Something seems to be wrong. Su Qingshue's brows were tightly furrowed. It's too quiet. It's too quiet here. Not even a wandering infected body could be seen. It's like the calm before the storm, so oppressive that it makes people breathless. The target is Building 3. Xiaoyi's gaze, like an eagle, swept across the hospital buildings. We have to find a way to get in without disturbing anything. He had just finished speaking. Swish swish. A faint sound, like countless insects crawling, came from the walls of the hospital building. The two looked in the direction of the sound. The pupils all shrank suddenly. On the white wall of the number 3 inpatient building, black shadows were seen climbing up slowly and silently. Those are people. Or rather, he used to be human. They were pitch black all over, and their skin seemed to have been soaked in asphalt, tightly attached to their bones. The limbs became extremely slender, and the fingertips grew bone spurs like blades, which dug deeply into the cracks in the wall. Their heads were twisted at a strange angle. No eyes, no nose. There was only one mouth, grinning from ear to ear, covered with fine fangs. Shadow Hunter. A second-order mutant infected body that even Xiaoyi was giving him a headache. They are extremely fast and good at stealth and sneak attacks. The most terrifying thing is that they possess rudimentary intelligence far beyond that of ordinary infected bodies, and they know how to work in a team and hunt. Now, there were at least 20 or 30 shadow hunters, clinging densely to the outer wall of building number 3 like geckos. Their goals are very clear. It's a window on the 3rd floor. The window was blocked tightly by a hospital bed. But through the gap, you can vaguely see a faint human figure swaying inside. Su Jingyan. She's in there. These shadow hunters have completely surrounded her. They are waiting. Wait for the best opportunity to break in through the window. Damn, a bunch of beasts. Su Qingxue cursed softly, and blue arcs of electricity were already flickering on her fingertips. She wanted to take action immediately and use lightning to blow all these disgusting things into pieces. Don't be impulsive. Xiaoyi held her hand, his eyes frighteningly calm. These things have extremely sensitive hearing and smell. Once we take action, all the hunters will be attracted here. By then, we ourselves will become prey. He looked at the besieged building, his mind racing. A strong attack is the worst option. The best way is to create chaos, make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and take the opportunity to sneak in. But just when he was thinking of a countermeasure, a sudden change occurs. Bang! A dull, violent crash. The window on the 3rd floor that was blocked by the hospital bed suddenly bulged outward. The glass was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately following. Crash! The entire window, along with the hospital bed against the door, was forcibly knocked open from the inside by a huge force. Glass fragments mixed with metal parts of the hospital bed exploded from the 3rd floor. This sudden scene stunned all the shadow hunters on the wall. This also stunned Xiaoyi and Su Qingxue in the car. What's going on? Internal strife? Before they could react, a nimble figure in a white coat jumped out from the broken window. In her hand, she was tightly holding a broken, sparking force stand. In midair, she exerted force on her waist and twisted her body at an incredible angle, kicking the wall hard with both feet. With the help of this reaction force, her body swung towards another open window next to her like a light feather. The whole action is done in one go. Full of power and beauty. It is also full of determination to fight to the death. It's Su Jingyan. She actually chose to break out on her own initiative. Roar! The shadow hunters on the wall finally reacted. Their prey has to run. All the hunters let out sharp, piercing screams at the same time. They no longer hide, no longer wait. The slender limbs exerted force suddenly. The whole body, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushed madly towards the beautiful figure in the air from all directions. The scene was like a dragnet, impossible to escape. Su Jingyan was in mid-air, her old strength had been exhausted and her new strength had not yet been generated. She looked at the hideous monsters rushing towards her from all directions, and a sad and resolute smile flashed across her face, which was covered with dust but still breathtakingly beautiful. She knew she couldn't escape. But, even if it means death, she also wants to drag a few people down with her. However, just in that thousandth of a second, the sharpest bone claw was about to pierce her throat. A golden lightning tore through the dark sky. No. That's not lightning. That's an arrow. An arrow condensed from the purest thunder compressed to the extreme. Call out. Thunder arrows break through the air. The latecomer arrives first. It nailed the head of the shadow hunter who was rushing in the front with precision. Boom. There was no explosion. Only a moment of extreme and brilliant bloom. The violent power of thunder instantly penetrated the entire body of the shadow hunter. Its pitch-black body suddenly stiffened in mid-air. Then, silently, it turned into flying ashes. Flash sale. This sudden change caused all the shadow hunters to slow down. This also made Su Jingyan, who was in mid-air, completely stunned. She suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction where the lightning arrow came from. I saw it next to the black SUV parked in the shadows. A tall, beautiful woman was slowly lowering her arms. At her fingertips, there was still a blue arc of electricity that crackled. And next to the woman, a man was leaning against the car door, his arms folded across his chest, looking at this side leisurely. There was an interested and playful smile on his face. That look was like appreciating a wonderful drama. Chapter 51 Su Jingyan, surgeon, with a beauty rating of 95 points. Su Jingyan in mid-air widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. The blue lightning arrow instantly vaporized the most dangerous shadow hunter, but it also distracted the attention of the other hunters. She seized this fleeting opportunity, swung the forestand in her hand, and knocked the other shadow hunter to the side. Jump! A clear female voice came from below. Su Jingyan didn't hesitate, kicked her legs and leaped towards the black SUV. At the moment her body fell, 3 more lightning arrows shot out from the air and accurately hit the 3 shadow hunters closest to her. Roar! The remaining shadow hunters roared angrily, gave up their original targets, and rushed towards the off-road vehicle frantically. Xiaohui was still leaning against the car door, his expression unchanged. He simply raised his right hand slightly, and a strange distortion appeared in the space in front of his palm. Space blade. Swish. Silent cutting cuts through the air. The 5 shadow hunters in the front had their bodies neatly severed in the middle, and then half of them disappeared into thin air. The remaining part fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times and then stopped moving. This horrifying scene made the remaining shadow hunters stop. They let out low hisses and looked at each other, as if communicating something. Su Jingyan's landing posture was very professional, with her knees slightly bent, relieving most of the impact. She panted, looked at Xiaohui and Su Qingxue warily, then looked back at the shadow hunters. Thanks for saving my life. Her voice was a little hoarse, but still clear. Who are you? Xiaohui did not answer immediately, but looked at the woman in front of him with interest. Su Jingyan, a surgeon, has a beauty rating of 95 points. The system didn't lie to him. Even in this miserable state, she was still stunningly beautiful. Her long black hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to her fair cheeks. There was no panic in those bright eyes, only vigilance and determination. The white coat was stained with blood and dust, but it couldn't hide her slender figure. What surprised Xiaohui the most was that her movements and reactions were completely unlike those of an ordinary doctor. That skill and calmness are more like those of a professionally trained agent. I don't have time to reminisce for now. Xiaohui withdrew his gaze and looked at the group of shadow hunters. They are calling for their companions. Sure enough, more screaming sounds were heard from the hospital building in the distance. Shadow hunters climbed out of the windows, crawled out from the cracks in the wall, and gathered towards the side. Get in the car. Xiaohui spoke briefly and opened the car door. Su Jingyan hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. In this situation, following these 2 obviously powerful strangers is better than being torn apart by shadow hunters. She quickly got into the back seat. Su Qingxue also jumped into the passenger seat, while Xiaohui sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. Hold on tight. Xiaohui stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the off-road vehicle rushed out in an instant like a cannonball. In the rearview mirror, dozens of shadow hunters were following closely behind. They were astonishingly fast, and when they ran on the ground, their limbs were almost parallel to the ground, like black lightning. They can't catch us. Xiaohui's voice was calm, as if he was just talking about today's weather. The car sped along the deserted streets, nimbly avoiding various obstacles. Xiaohui's driving skills are amazing. Every turn he makes is just right, and every acceleration is extremely precise. Su Jingyan sat in the back seat, holding the armrest tightly, her eyes moving back and forth between Xiao He and Su Qingxue. Who are you? Why did you save me? She asked again, a note of caution in her voice. Su Qingxue turned her head and gave her a friendly smile. I'm Su Qingxue, he's Xiao He. As for why I saved you. She glanced at Xiao He, who was concentrating on driving and seemed uninterested in the topic. We passed by there and saw you were surrounded, so we offered our help. Su Qingxue said this in a natural tone. In this doomsday, one more living person is better than one more monster. Su Jingyan obviously didn't quite believe this explanation, but she didn't ask any further questions. Are you a doctor? Xiao He suddenly spoke, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. Yes, surgeon. Su Jingyan replied, how do you know? White coat. Xiao He said briefly. There was a brief silence in the car. Where do you live? Su Jingyan asked. Guanlan Villa District. Su Qingxue replied. It's relatively safe there, we've cleaned it up. Su Jingyan nodded and said nothing more. Her eyes became a little complicated, as if she was thinking about something. After a few minutes, Xiao He slowed down the car after making sure that he had shaken off all the pursuers. Why are you in the hospital? He asked, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. Su Jingyan was silent for a while, as if considering how much information to reveal. I've been there. She finally said. I was in surgery when the apocalypse happened. When I came out, it had turned into hell outside. There were medicines and food in the hospital, so I just hid there. Alone? Xiao He asked. Not originally. Su Jingyan's voice lowered. We have a small team, all medical staff. But? She didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. Your skills aren't like those of an ordinary doctor. Xiao He pointed out directly. Su Jingyan's body visibly stiffened. I do some fighting and rock climbing, she explained. As a hobby. Xiao He glanced at her in the rearview mirror and didn't ask any further questions. But he knew that this woman had a secret. What are your plans? Su Qingxue asked. If you don't have anywhere to go, you can consider joining us. The Guanlan Villa area is very safe and we have enough supplies. And we really need your medical skills. Su Jingyan looked at Su Qingxue, then at Xiao He. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I need to think about it. She finally said. Of course. Su Qingxue nodded, no one will force you to make a decision. Xiao He did not participate in this topic, he just focused on driving. But the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. Su Jingyan's favorability panel has not been opened yet, and the system only provides some basic information. There was no suggestion that Su Jingyan was a person with superpowers, but her reactions and skills were clearly beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. This made Xiao He even more curious. A surgeon with a score of 95, extraordinary skills, and a dark secret. Such a woman, no matter what, is worth his time to get to know. The SUV continued driving on the empty streets, heading towards the Guanlan Villa area. Chapter 52 Recover the E-Soul, Negative Attribute Crystal Core, Development Point +1. The SUV drove smoothly on the quiet street, but the atmosphere inside the car was a little subtle. Su Jingyan sat in the back seat, not saying a word. From time to time, her gaze would shift from the dilapidated scene outside the window to the man driving in front and the incredibly beautiful woman in the passenger seat. Her body had relaxed, but her mind was still tense. These two people are so strong. The man was terrifyingly calm, and his indifferent attitude towards everything was more chilling than those roaring monsters. The woman possesses tremendous strength and is definitely not just a pretty face. The tacit understanding and relationship shown by the two are extraordinary. No matter which one it is, I am no match for them. Just in case. It's just ahead. Su Qingxue's voice broke the silence. She turned around and smiled at Su Jingyan. The place where we live is called Guanlan Villa District. It was cleared by Xiaohe. It's very safe. Su Jingyan followed her gaze. In the distance, a luxurious villa area built against the mountain appeared in sight. Different from the buildings outside that are covered in blood and garbage. The roads there are clean and tidy. The walls of the villa are as white as new. Even the green belts on the roadside look like they had been carefully trimmed. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, this place is simply paradise. The SUV slowly drove into the villa area and finally stopped in front of a 3-story detached villa with the best location. Xiao He turned off the engine and got out of the car. He didn't even look at Su Jingyan again and walked straight towards the villa gate. Su Qingxue considerately opened the car door for Su Jingyan. Get off the car, this will be your new home from now on. New home? Su Jingyan's eyes flickered. She followed Su Qingxue out of the car and stepped on the flat and clean ground. For a moment, it felt a little unreal. Just then, the door of the villa opened from the inside. A charming woman dressed in decent home clothes appeared at the door. Behind her, a small head popped out, with a pair of big black eyes looking outside curiously. It's Qin Yuerong and Qin Iran. Mr. Xiao, Miss Su, you are back. Qin Yuerong's voice was gentle and respectful. When she saw Su Jingyan behind Su Qingxue, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and just nodded politely. Her demeanor didn't look like that of a survivor living here, but more like that of a well-trained housekeeper. Mom, it's big brother and sister Qingxue. Ever since Qin Iran's favorability towards Xiao He increased to 60 points, he began to show a close attitude towards Xiao He and Su Qingxue. She ran out happily, trotted to Su Qingxue, tilted her face up, and smiled with her eyes curved. Then, she secretly glanced at the unfamiliar Su Jingyan with a bit of childish vigilance and curiosity. Su Jingyan was completely stunned. A mature woman. A child who is healthy, clean, and even wears a pretty little dress. In this doomsday, there are still children who can live so carefree. She looked at the warm and somewhat unreal scene in front of her, and then looked at the back of the man who had walked into the villa like a king. The taut string in her heart finally loosened a little. Perhaps this place is really different from other places. Sister Yuerong, this is Su Jingyan. She will be living with us from now on. Su Qingxue took Qin Iran's little hand and introduced her with a smile. She's a great doctor. From now on, if anyone has a headache or fever, they won't have to be afraid. Hello, Dr. Su. Qin Yuerong took the initiative to extend her hand with a gentle smile on her face. My name is Qin Yuerong, and this is my daughter Iran. Welcome. Hello. Su Jingyan shook hands with her, and the touch was warm. Let me take you to your room. Take a shower and change into clean clothes first. Su Qingxue took over the arrangements naturally. Sister Yuerong, prepare dinner for one more person. Okay, Miss Su. Qin Yuerong responded, then took her daughter's hand and went into the kitchen. Su Qingxue took Su Jingyan into the villa. In the living room, Xiao He was sinking into the soft sofa with his eyes closed, not knowing what he was thinking. Su Qingxue mouthed "Don't disturb him" to Su Jingyan, then led her upstairs. She was assigned a guest room facing the sun. The room was spotless, and the sheets and quilts were all brand new. You take a rest first. If you need anything, you can call me or Sister Yuerong at any time. After Su Qingxue finished her instructions, she considerately closed the door. Su Jingyan was the only one left in the room. She walked to the window, looked at the quiet villa area outside, and then looked at the clean and tidy environment in the room. There was a sound of running water in the bathroom. The warm water washed over her body, washing away the fatigue and fear she had accumulated over the past few days. She leaned against the smooth tiles and let the water flow over her cheeks. In my mind, everything that happened today kept replaying over and over again. That man, Xiao He. What kind of person is he? Downstairs. In the living room. Xiao He opened his eyes. He ignored the new residents upstairs and buried his consciousness in his mind. A light blue system panel quietly appeared before his eyes. He had an idea. The negative attribute soul crystal core, that looked extremely bad and was still wriggling slightly, appeared in his mind space. Byte. Special energy aggregate detected, negative attribute soul crystal core level 2. Option 1, consume 1 development point for purification to obtain a pure second level soul crystal core. Option 2, return to the system and gain 1 development point. Purification? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth. Even if it is purified, neither he nor Su Qingxue can use it. Keep it for future subordinates? Stop being funny. He, Xiao He, never does such charity to benefit others. Anything that cannot be immediately transformed into one's own strength is garbage. Recycle. Without any hesitation, he gave the order in his mind. Ding. Recycling successful. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 development point. Current remaining development points, 1 point. Looking at the number on the panel, Xiaohi felt much happier. Next, it's time to improve your strength. His eyes fell on his skill bar. Storage Space LV1, upgrade requires 1 development point. Spaceblade LV1, 1 development point required to upgrade. Should I upgrade an existing skill, or develop a new one? Upgrading the storage space can make the space larger, and LV2 can reach 8,000 cubic meters. Upgrading Spaceblade can make the cutting power stronger, the attack distance reaches 4m, and it can even cut stronger objects. The solid objects here are not just ordinary things, but also include some special substances, for example, extraordinary weapons, props, and other objects. These are the safest and most direct improvements. But Xiaohi's gaze was directed at the gray option that had never been lit up. New skill development requires 1 development point. The unknown represents infinite possibilities. In the apocalypse, the thing that is most abundant is all kinds of strange situations. 1 more trump card means 1 more chance of winning. His most powerful attack method now is Spaceblade. But this kind of attack is too simple. If he encounters an enemy that can restrain spatial abilities or has special defensive means, he will be passive. He needed more unreasonable means that the enemy could not predict. Take a gamble. System, develop new skills. Xiaohi's eyes became sharp. Bite. Consume 1 development point to develop a new skill. Randomly drawing from the skill pool. Drawing completed. Chapter 53 New skill, Space Forbidden, Virtualization ability? Host's intention detected, new skill development initiated. Randomly drawing 3 new abilities for you from the space skill pool. Drawing completed. 3 options emitting different lusters appeared in Xiaohi's sea of consciousness like 3 floating cards. Option 1, Space Teleport. Skill description, you can set a spatial coordinate as an anchor point, and consume mental power to instantly teleport to the anchor point. The principle of this skill is to split a part of the storage space volume, place it as an anchor point, and connect it to the main body storage space, regardless of distance. Storage space cannot store living objects. Once a living object is stored in it, it will be killed by the rules of storage space. Therefore, this skill can only be used to teleport inanimate objects. Current level LV1, the number of anchor points that can be set is 1, and the maximum transmission distance is 1 kilometer. Xiaohi's face fell, so much so that he was so happy when he saw the word space transfer. As a result, only inanimate objects can be teleported. What use do I have for you? Xiaohi's gaze simply passed by. Option 2, Spatial Perception. Skill description, within a 100-meter radius centered on the user can perceive surrounding spatial fluctuations, spatial structure, the distribution of objects, and the trajectory of objects' movements without relying on vision. This skill is very good. Xiaohi spoke highly of it, but he still wanted to see what the last one was. His gaze finally fell on the third option, which was the one with the strangest and deepest light. Option 3, Space Forbidden. Skill description, create a space defense shield radius 10m with itself as the center, separating it from the real space. The size of the space defense shield can be adjusted by yourself. The principle is that you can imagine the storage space as a piece of iron. Then you take out a part of the iron from it and shape it into a cover. The essence of the storage space remains unchanged. Think of it as a glass cover that covers people, forming an independent space that does not interact with the outside world. In this state, you will not be able to leave this range and physically interact with the real world. At the same time, any physical and energy attacks in the real world will not be able to touch you. Current level LV1, duration limit, unlimited. Looking at the description of this skill, Xiaohi's pupils suddenly contracted. My heart skipped a beat. This ability is very similar to the magical skill of virtualization in a certain anime. Ignore all attacks. Absolute defense. Moreover, this skill can bring about a group blurring effect and has no time limit. The only drawback is that you cannot move with this space shield. Should I choose Spatial Perception or Spatial Forbidden? Xiaohi wants both of these abilities, and it would be great if they could be developed more. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaohi finally made a decision. I choose the third one. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully developed a new skill, Spatial Forbidden Level 1. A mysterious stream of information flooded into my mind. Xiaohi closed his eyes and carefully experienced this new power. He felt that his understanding of space had deepened. If storage space is the opening up of another dimension, Spaceblade is the strongest spear that ignores defense. Then this, Space Forbidden, ability is the shield that makes you invincible. Xiao He? Su Qingshue's voice came from the side. She had walked to the sofa without knowing when, and was looking down at him. Your breath was a little strange. Nothing, I just learned a new skill. Xiao He opened his eyes, and a sharp look flashed across his eyes. He stood up and looked at Su Qingxue with a playful smile on his face. Come. What? Su Qingxue felt a little scared when he looked at her. Attack me. Xiao He's tone was calm but unquestionable. Use your strongest move and attack me with all your might. Su Qingxue was stunned. Are you crazy? You know how powerful my lightning is right now. Her current, Arc of Thunder, after undergoing a third stage enhancement, is now far more powerful than before. With a full-strength blow, even a reinforced concrete wall can be instantly blasted into a big hole. If this hits a person. If you're told to hit me, then you can hit me. Xiao He waved his hands impatiently. Don't worry, I know my limits. Looking at Xiao He's confident look, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. Okay. You said it. She took a few steps back, creating some distance. The white palm was raised, and dazzling blue electric light began to gather in her palm. Crackle! The air was filled with the smell of ozone. An extremely solid spear made entirely of thunder took shape in her hands. Thunder Spear! Go! Su Qingqing screamed and swung her arm forward. Call out! The lightning spear tore through the air, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and headed straight for Xiao He's chest. Faced with this fatal blow, Xiao He didn't even blink. He just stood there, with a faint smile on his lips. Just before the lightning spear was about to touch his body, a thought came to his mind. Space Forbidden! Buzz! Xiao He's body strangely swayed for a moment like water waves. Then, the violent spear of thunder disappeared before it even touched Xiao He. There was no explosion. No blood. Instead, it landed on the space defense shield and was directly stored into the storage space. Xiao He, still standing there, unharmed. Su Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful big eyes were wide open and her small mouth was slightly open, big enough for an egg to fit in. She looked at Xiao He, who was safe and sound, and her mind went blank. How is this possible? What did you do? She even rushed forward, stretched out her hand, and touched Xiao He. Xiao He immediately cancelled the Space Forbidden. There is warmth. Not an illusion. It's just a little trick. Xiao He pretended to be calm and nonchalant. But in his heart, he couldn't help but feel happy. In fact, the effect of this contraction and expansion is basically no different from the ability of blurring. Invincible. This skill is simply invincible in terms of defense. This feeling is so fucking great. Abnormal. Su Qingxue held it in for a long time before uttering two words. The look in her eyes when she looked at Xiao He was filled with shock and a hint of admiration. This man always comes up with some incredible cards that are beyond her comprehension. Xiao He enjoyed her gaze and was in a good mood. But soon, he calmed down. The biggest problem is obtaining development points. This time I was lucky and came across a rare second-level soul crystal core. What about next time? You can't expect to find treasures every day. Another way to obtain it is to conquer those high-scoring beauties and make their favorability reach the maximum value of 100 points. A full value of favorability is equal to 1 development point. Thinking of this, Xiao He subconsciously glanced upstairs. Su Jingyan, 95 points, a very challenging and valuable goal. Besides, he opened the system panel and looked at another familiar name. Qin Yueron, favorability 70 points. Only 30 points. Xiao He's eyes became deeper. Rule attributes, third order crystal core. There is also the Thunder attribute crystal core that Su Qingxue ate. It can also be recycled in exchange for development points. However, at that time, I thought that Su Qingxue and the Thunder attribute were compatible, so using it to enhance her strength was the best, so I didn't think about recycling it. As for a treasure like the Rule attribute crystal core, Xiao He would never do such a stupid thing as recycling it and selling it at a low price. The benefits of cultivating a mutant with the Rule attribute are far greater than those gained by exchanging a few development points. Currently, the only person who has the highest matching degree for this rule, attribute crystal core, is Qin Yuerong. But she has not yet met the conditions given to her by Xiaoyi's two rule crystal cores. The night gradually deepened. The lights in the villa are bright. Qin Yuerong prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the addition of the new member. There was a strange atmosphere at the dinner table. The new arrival, Su Jingyan, spoke very little and just ate quietly, but her ears were always paying attention to the movements at the dinner table. Qin Yuerong seemed to be a little worried, and from time to time, she would secretly glance at Xiao He. After dinner, Xiao He pulled Su Qingxue into his room. "What are you doing? So mysterious." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "I have something to tell you." Xiao He went straight to the point. "I plan to make Qin Yuerong a superpower as well." Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "You mean that special crystal core?" Xiao He nodded. "Her loyalty is basically no problem. With her special abilities, she can better protect the villa and protect Yiheng." Su Qingxue was silent. Of course she understood that this was the best option. "Only. What do you want to do?" She raised her head and looked at Xiao He. "The favorability is still a little bit off." Xiao He said it calmly. "I'll have a good talk with her tonight." Su Qingxue's breathing stagnated slightly. She looked at Xiao He's calm face, and suddenly, she burst out laughing. That smile contained a hint of helplessness, a hint of ridicule, and also a kind of understanding that only she could understand. "Understood, Lord Xiao." She stretched out her finger and poked Xiaoyi's chest. "Go ahead. I won't bother you with your business. Get it done sooner rather than later. I'm still looking forward to seeing another charming housekeeper in our villa." After saying that, she turned around and left the room in a cool manner. Xiao He looked at her back and laughed in silence. This woman really understands him more and more. He walked into the living room and saw Qin Yuerong clearing the dishes. "Sister Yuerong." He spoke. Qin Yuerong's body visibly stiffened. She turned slowly, wiping her hands nervously on her apron. Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you?" Her cheeks were abnormally flushed under the light, and her eyes were a little evasive. Xiao He walked up to her step by step. The tall figure completely enveloped her. He didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. Qin Yuerong felt flustered when he looked at her, and her head dropped even lower, almost burying it in her chest. My heart was pounding uncontrollably. She knew that what was meant to come would eventually come. From the moment she moved into this villa and enjoyed the paradise-like shelter he provided, she had an epiphany. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time, it's the third time. She was nervous and shy, but deep down in her heart, she had a secret anticipation that she didn't even dare admit. "Still asleep?" Xiao He finally spoke, his voice low and magnetic. "Well, I'm asleep." Qin Yuerong's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. "My room, you know where it is." After Xiao He finished speaking, he stopped looking at her, turned around, and went straight up to the second floor. Qin Yuerong stood there, her body trembling slightly. She raised her head and looked at the figure disappearing at the stairs, her teeth tightly biting her lower lip. For a long time. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision. She took off her apron, straightened her home clothes, and then took a firm step, one at a time, and walked upstairs. The shyness and panic on her face faded, replaced by a resolute and determined calmness. For Iran. And for myself. Chapter 54. Do you want to have real power? Chapter 54. Second floor, master bedroom. There was only a dim bedside lamp on in the room, which made Xiaoyi's figure look slender. Instead of sitting on the bed, he stood by the window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and shaking it gently. The wine forms an attractive arc on the wall of the glass. The door was gently pushed open. Qin Yuerong walked in and then gently closed the door. Click. A slight sound separated the two worlds inside and outside the door. She was wearing a silk nightgown that Su Qingxue had given her. The fabric was very thin, outlining the curves of her well-maintained body, which was faintly visible in the dim light. Her hands were twisted together nervously, and her knuckles were turning white. She didn't dare look at Xiaoyi, but just lowered her head and stared at her toes. The air is filled with the mellow aroma of red wine and an ambiguous atmosphere that makes one's heart beat faster. Xiao He turned around. He didn't say anything, but drank the red wine in the glass. Then he put down his wine glass and walked towards her step by step. The leather shoes made a dull sound as they stepped on the wooden floor, and each sound hit Jin Yuerong's heart. She was so nervous that her body began to tremble slightly. She was ready for a storm. However, He walked up to her and stopped. The expected brutality did not come. He reached out and gently lifted her chin with his fingertips. The movements were unexpectedly gentle. Jin Yuerong was forced to raise her head and met a pair of deep eyes that showed no emotion. Afraid of me? Xiaoyi's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of amusement. Jin Yuerong moved her lips, but no sound came out. Afraid? Of course I am afraid. But more than that, there is an unspeakable calmness that comes from resignation. He didn't ask any further questions. He leaned over and pressed his warm lips against her forehead. A soft kiss without any sentimental rain. Jin Yuerong was completely stunned. What is going on? The script is wrong. Her brain suddenly shut down. Before she could react, He had already grabbed her by the waist and picked her up. With a low cry, she subconsciously hugged his neck. As the world spun around her, she was gently placed on the soft big bed. The mattress sinks into a comfortable arc. Xiaoyi stepped forward, his tall body completely covering her. He didn't rush to the next step. Instead, he used his hands to tuck the sweat-soaked hair on her forehead behind her ears. His fingertips, covered with thin calluses, brushed across her sensitive earlobe, bringing a shudder. Mr. Xiao. Jin Yuerong's voice was trembling. You don't have to call me sir tonight. Xiaoyi's voice was right next to her ear. Call my name. The warm breath on her neck made her whole body soften. Xiaohai is very different tonight. The strength and plunder of the past are gone, replaced by a gentleness with fatal temptation. This made her feel more at a loss than direct possession, and her defenses were gradually broken down. Spring nights are short. In this training, Xiaoyi changed his style. He was very patient, like a gentle and persuasive mentor, guiding Jin Yuerong to feel and indulge. He used the most gentle way to let her know who was the master here. For a long time. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Jin Yuerong curled up in Xiaoyi's arms like a docile cat. There was still a blush on her face, and her eyes were a little blurry. Physical fatigue brings unprecedented mental relaxation. People are such strange creatures sometimes. Xiaoyi's arms were tightly wrapped around her, and his other hand was caressing her smooth back from time to time. It was very quiet in the room. The only sound was the breathing of the two people calming down. What did you do before the end of the world? Xiaoyi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Jin Yuerong's body stiffened for a moment. She didn't expect him to ask this. She was silent for a moment, as if trying to form her words. Now, she belongs to this man completely, inside and out. There seemed to be no point in hiding the past any longer. I am a full-time wife. Her voice was very soft. My husband is the owner of a company, and his business is doing pretty well. Xiaoyi didn't say anything, just listened quietly. We live in a villa area in the west of the city. Our life is very comfortable. There was a hint of self-mockery in Jin Yuerong's tone. It was so comfortable that I thought my life would just pass by like this. Until Doomsday breaks out. Her voice lowered. He is outside, and he has someone he keeps. The day before the apocalypse, he took that woman and all his bodyguards and drove away. Only Iran and I are left. When she said this, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was the feeling of being abandoned, the coldness and fear that penetrated deep into the bones. Xiaoyi's arms tightened a little, holding her tighter in his arms. This action gave Jin Yuerong great comfort. She leaned against his chest, listening to his steady, strong heartbeat, and continued. Later, I took Yi to the mall to buy supplies. I didn't expect to encounter something like the apocalypse halfway through. Yan and I were so scared we didn't dare move. We hid in the car and relied on the few supplies we had. We survived until you and Miss Su arrived. What's the name of that man? He asked. Zhou Wei. Good. He only said one word. But Jin Yuerong inexplicably felt a sense of peace. She knew that this man remembered this name. If the man named Zhou Wei were still alive, his end would definitely be miserable. Do you hate him? He asked again. Shin Yueron shook her head and then nodded. At first, I hated him so much that I wanted to kill him. But now, I don't hate it anymore. Her voice was calm. Because I don't care anymore. Besides, if he hadn't abandoned us, I wouldn't have met you. Yenri and I wouldn't be alive today, and it's even more impossible for us to live like human beings. These words came from her heart. She had felt fear and humiliation towards Xiaohe, but more than that, she felt gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Xiaohe smiled. He likes smart women. I also like women who know how to repay kindness. Very good. He pinched her cheek, then changed the subject. Do you want to have real, protective power? Shin Yuerong suddenly raised her head and looked at him. I don't understand. You'll soon understand. Xiaohe sat up and took out a box from the cabinet beside the bed. He opened the box. A strange crystal core lay quietly on the black velvet. The crystal core was gray and chaotic in color. It is dull, opaque, and even feels like a dead object. But Shin Yuerong could feel an invisible and indescribable force emanating from the crystal core. Just looking at it gave her the illusion that her soul was being sucked in. This is Third Order Crystal Core Rule Attribute. Xiaohe's voice carries a kind of bewitching power. One of the rarest and most powerful attributes in this world. It provides no direct offensive power, nor does it provide any defensive power. It allows you to make the rules. Shin Yuerong's pupils contracted violently. Make rules? What does this mean? Take it. Xiaohe handed the crystal core to her. Absorb it and you will become a mutant. A person with superpowers who can create rules out of thin air. By then, you no longer need to depend on anyone. You will have the power to protect everything you want. Shin Yuerong looked at the crystal core that was so close to her, and her breathing became rapid. Her heart was beating wildly. Reason told her that this thing was very dangerous. But her emotions were clamoring for her to accept it. For Iran. And for myself. She looked at Xiaohe, looking into his bottomless eyes. She knew that this man would not give her such a precious thing for no reason. What do I need to pay? She asked this question with all her strength. The corners of Xiaohe's mouth rose slightly, forming a satisfied arc. He leaned over, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. All of you. And become my rules. Chapter 55. She could feel the unique mark of this man. All of you. And become my rules. Xiaohe's voice, like a magic hook, drilled into Shin Yuerong's ears and stirred her soul. She looked at the man in front of her, still so domineering. Looking at his handsome yet cold face, looking at his eyes that were bottomless and seemed to be able to devour everything. Shin Yuerong suddenly smiled. That smile was not gentle, nor shy, but a kind of complete letting go, a kind of relief after determination. She didn't answer. Because any words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. She just stretched out her slightly trembling hand and held Xiaohe's cheek. The fingertips are cold, but the palms are hot. She raised her head and kissed him on the lips actively, clumsily, but with great determination. This kiss was her answer. There is no way out. There is no need to retreat. From the moment he saved her and Yi Ning from despair. From the moment she moved into this paradise-like villa and enjoyed his protection. Her fate was already firmly tied to his. Instead of passively accepting, it is better to take the initiative and dedicate everything you have to him. A hint of admiration flashed in Xiaohe's eyes. He likes this kind of smart and sensible woman. He returned her kiss, but this time he was the passive one, letting her vent her emotions. This kiss was filled with gratitude, awe, and the courage to risk everything, as well as a deep attachment that she herself had not even noticed. After a long time, their lips parted. Shin Yuerong's cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, her breathing was rapid, and her chest was heaving violently. She looked at Xiaohe, her eyes sparkling with water, as if covered with a layer of mist. She was about to say something when Xiaohe gently pressed a finger against her lips. Tell me with your actions. The man's voice was a little overbearing. Shin Yuerong's body trembled. She understood. She bit her lower lip and turned over as if using up all her strength. She knelt, looking down at the man lying there. The dim light cast a hazy glow on her. At this moment, she shed all her weakness and anxiety, like a most devout believer about to go to the altar. She is also like a female warrior who musters all her courage to challenge her king. She knew what to do. She wanted to be part of this man. She used every way she could think of to gain the man's approval. Xiao He's eyes became more profound. Like an experienced hunter, he watched his prey with interest, and in his trap, the prey actively exposed its most vulnerable neck. He really enjoys the process. Enjoying her transformation from passive to active. Enjoying the fire in her eyes that was getting hotter and hotter, burning only for him. This gave him more pleasure than any conquest. Finally, when Qin Yuerong's enthusiasm reached its peak, Xiao He no longer waited. The offensive and defensive momentum was reversed in an instant. Ah! Qin Yuerong cried out softly, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. But more of it is an excitement that the dust has settled. This was the man she was familiar with. Powerful, domineering, and intolerant of resistance. It seems that the training just now was quite effective. Xiao Yi's voice, with a hint of hoarse laughter, rang in her ears. But it's not enough. As my rule, you have to be more proactive and better understand how to serve me. The words fell. An even more violent storm swept through the entire room. This time, Xiao Yi was not gentle at all. He used the most direct and original way to make her remember over and over again, deeply, who was her master. It was a fierce battle. It is a ritual of conquering and being conquered. A conquered person is like a small boat drifting in a storm, which may be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. But she didn't beg for mercy. She gritted her teeth and endured everything he brought. Pain and joy intertwined together, turning into uncontrollable, broken sobs. She tried her best. Show everything about yourself to him without reservation. She could feel the unique mark of this man. This brand is called Xiaoa. I don't know how long it took. As the night outside the window becomes thicker, the storm finally subsided. Qin Yuerong collapsed weakly in Xiao Yi's arms, unable to move even a finger. Sweat soaked her hair and also soaked the moonlight tonight. Her consciousness was blank, and only in the deepest part of her body did the extreme, shuddering aftertaste remain. Xiao Yi hugged her soft body, feeling unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms who completely belonged to him. Her face was still dazed, with crystal tears hanging on her long eyelashes, like a completely tamed, docile cat. Just then, a light blue prompt box that only he could see quietly appeared before his eyes. Bite. Detected a dramatic change in the target person's favorability towards Qin Yuerong. Congratulations to the host. The target character Qin Yuerong's favorability has been increased to 100 points. Life and death together. Rewards for reaching the maximum favorability level are being calculated. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 1 development point. Current remaining development points, 1 point. Here we come. The corners of Xiao Yi's mouth rose slightly. Another development point is obtained. It feels so great to have everything under control. However, he was not in a hurry to check the system panel, nor did he immediately let Qin Yuerong absorb the crystal core. Eat your meal 1 bite at a time. The road must be taken step by step. Tonight is the time for the conquerors to enjoy the spoils. He tightened his arms and held the woman in his arms even tighter. Qin Yuerong seemed to feel his movements, and unconsciously, she moved a little closer to his warm chest, letting out a satisfied, subtle murmur. Xiao He lowered his head and placed a possessive kiss on her forehead. Then he closed his eyes, hugged his trophy, and fell into a deep sleep. The night is still long. And his rules have just begun to be established. Tomorrow, in Guanlan Villa District, a new supernatural being will be born, one who will make all enemies tremble. A woman who can make the rules. Chapter 56 Qin Yuerong becomes a rule-based superpower. The next morning, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds, casting dappled shadows in the room. Qin Yuerong's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. My whole body felt like it had been taken apart and reassembled. I felt sore, weak, and powerless, yet at the same time, I felt a strange sense of comfort. She moved and found herself curled up in a solid and warm embrace. A strong arm was across her waist, holding her firmly in place. The man's steady breathing was just above her head. Qin Yuerong's cheeks instantly felt hot. Those crazy and embarrassing scenes from last night flooded into my mind uncontrollably. She felt her body begin to soften uncontrollably again. This man, in the most domineering and direct way, carved his mark deep into her soul. She was no longer the poor woman who was abandoned by her husband and struggled to survive in the Doomsday. She is Xiao He's woman. This realization made her feel unprecedented peace of mind. She carefully raised her head and peeked at the sleeping man's profile. The angular outline and tightly closed lips exude an inviolable majesty even in his sleep. This man is her heaven, her god. He is the only support for her and Iran in this wasteland. Woke up? A low, hoarse voice, as if someone had just woken up, suddenly sounded. Qin Yuerong's body suddenly stiffened and her heart skipped a beat. Did I wake you? Xiao He opened his eyes, and his dark pupils were surprisingly sharp in the morning light. He didn't answer, but just lowered his head and looked at the woman in his arms with a flushed face and evasive eyes. After a night of training, most of her timid and uneasy temperament had been washed away, replaced by a kind of charming demeanor like the first sunny day after rain. Go wash up and then come down. Xiao He loosened his arms and sat up, his tone calm but with an unquestionable command. Yes. Qin Yuerong responded obediently, quickly got out of bed, picked up her nightgown scattered on the floor, and ran into the bathroom as if escaping. Listening to the sound of water coming from inside, Xiao He's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. He likes this feeling of absolute control. Half an hour later, in the living room on the first floor of the villa, Su Qingxue and the new arrival Su Jingyan were sitting at the dining table, eating the breakfast prepared by Qin Yuerong. The little girl Qin Yiran also sat obediently, drinking milk in small sips. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Su Qingxue was not surprised at all, and even looked at Qin Yuerong walking down the stairs with interest. Today, Qin Yuerong changed into a clean set of home clothes and combed her hair neatly. But the way she walked and the hint of spring in her eyes and eyebrows all explained what happened last night. Su Jingyan, on the other hand, observed everything calmly. Her eyes flickered between Xiao He and Qin Yuerong, her gaze flashing with inquiry behind her lenses. The interpersonal relationships in this small group were much more complicated than she had imagined. Xiao He walked downstairs and sat down directly in the main seat. Qin Yuerong immediately served him the porridge like a dutiful maid and brought it to him. Sister Yuerong, you look really good today. Su Qingxue took a sip of porridge and spoke with a faint smile, her tone full of teasing. Qin Yuerong's face suddenly turned red again. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. She felt a little uncomfortable facing Su Qingxue, the queen. Breakfast ended in an eerie calm. Xiao He wiped his mouth and his eyes fell on Qin Yuerong. Come with me. He stood up and walked towards the center of the living room. Everyone's eyes were focused on the past. Qin Yuerong's heart was in turmoil, but she still followed him obediently. Xiao He flipped his hand, and the box containing the rule crystal core appeared in his palm. The box is opened. The gray, lusterless crystal core lay there quietly. An invisible and indescribable aura instantly spread out. Su Qingxue's expression immediately became serious. Su Jingyan even adjusted her glasses, leaned forward, her eyes full of curiosity and desire to explore. As a top surgeon and currently a person with awakened superpowers, she naturally knows what this thing means. This small stone contains something that can change a person's destiny. Absorb it. Xiao He handed the crystal core to Qin Yuerong. This time, Qin Yuerong did not hesitate at all. She knew this was her chance to completely transform. She stretched out her hands and solemnly took the crystal core. When you hold the crystal core, you feel neither cold nor warm, just a pure feeling of existence. Eat it. Close your eyes, feel it with your heart, understand it, and then, let it become a part of you. Xiao He's voice rang in her ears. Qin Yuerong nodded, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. She put the crystal core tightly into her mouth. Buzz. An unimaginably huge stream of information instantly rushed into her mind. It wasn't a picture, nor was it a sound. It is the purest and most original rule. Existence, definition, limitation, creation, modification. Countless abstract rules, like a flood bursting through a dam, impacted her consciousness. Her body began to tremble violently and her face turned pale. This is completely different from the purely physical pain that Su Qingxue and Qin Yiran felt when they absorbed the crystal core. This is a kind of tearing and reshaping that comes from the soul level. Mother! Qin Yiran screamed in fright, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Qingxue hugged her in her arms and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, Iran, Mom is getting stronger. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Yuerong, full of worry. This level of awakening of superpowers was the first time she had seen it. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Qin Yuerong's body was completely soaked with sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and held on tightly. In her mind, those chaotic and violent rules and concepts began to be sorted out and summarized bit by bit. She can't lose. She would become his rule. This thought became the only light in her dark consciousness. Sudden. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, those originally gentle eyes were flashing with an almost divine, indifferent glow. The rule, crystal core merged into the body and disappeared. Instead, her entire temperament underwent a drastic change. She is still herself, but no longer the weak Qin Yuerong who needs protection. Where she stood, she formed a realm of her own, a realm with its own order. That's amazing. Su Qingxue, who is usually aloof, couldn't help but admire. It's successful already? This is too fast. She looked at Xiaoyi, but found that there was no surprise on this man's face, only a matter-of-fact calmness. How does it feel? Xiaoyi spoke. The divine light in Qin Yuerong's eyes gradually faded away, and she regained her clarity. She looked at her hands, a confused and curious expression on her face. I feel like the world has changed. I seem to be able to give a new definition to anything. Oh? Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. Show it to me. Qin Yuerong nodded. Her eyes scanned the living room and finally landed on an ordinary gel pen on the coffee table. She walked over and picked up the pen. Then, she looked at Xiaoyi and said in a brand new tone with absolute confidence. From now on, the rules of this pen are: never stop inking. The words fell. An extremely faint, almost imperceptible gray light appeared on the pen body and then disappeared. There was silence in the living room. Su Qingxue blinked, looking confused. That's it? Never running out of ink? What kind of supernatural power is that? Pink Sixie has a bunch for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, okay? She felt that her intelligence was insulted. However, Xiaoyi's eyes became extremely deep. Su Jingyan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she stared at the pen intently, her breathing becoming rapid. No, that's not right. Su Jingyan's voice was trembling. This isn't technology, this is a modification of the law of causality. It's creation out of thin air. This violates the law of conservation of mass and energy. What the hell? Su Qingxue didn't understand. Xiaoyi smiled. Yuerong, what's the name of your ability? Magical Prop Master. Qin Yuerong replied. I can set rules for items and create props with various magical abilities. The more complex the rules, the stronger the power, the more difficult it is to create, and the more mental energy it consumes. Su Qingxue understood now. She looked at the pen, then at Qin Yuerong, her little mouth opening into an O shape. Never stop writing, it's just the simplest rule. What if the rule is invulnerability? The rule is hit the target every time? The rule is resurrection? Thinking of this, Su Qingxue's scalp felt numb. This ability is simply a bug. It is a mobile bug that can be mass-produced with plug-ins. She looked at Xiaoyi and couldn't help but admire him. Not only is he incredibly strong himself, he can also create such abnormalities beyond his capabilities with his own hands. Xiaoyi, feeling the shocked gazes of the crowd, remained calm in his heart. The stronger Qin Yuerong becomes, the happier he will be. Because the rules of the Doomsday enjoyment system are his confidence. A woman with a favorability of 100 points will never betray you. Her loyalty, engraved in her soul, is stronger than any contract. Qin Yuerong's ability is his ability. She is his rule, and also his sharpest and most strange knife. Don't be too happy too soon. This ability is now at level 1. I can only make first level items. Seeing that everyone was immersed in the fantasy of invincibility, Qin Yuerong quickly added an explanation. Can you only make first level items? Not bad. Xiaoyi walked up to Qin Yuerong, raised his hand and gently stroked her cheek. The movements are intimate and natural. Qin Yuerong's cheeks flushed, and she obediently enjoyed his touch. From today on, you are the chief prop master of Guanlan Villa. Xiaoyi's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Your first mission. He paused, his eyes swept across the shocked Su Qingxue and the thoughtful Su Jingyan, and finally fell on Qin Yuerong's face full of admiration and love. We tailor-make a set of equipment that best suits each of us. Chapter 57 Show the Power of Rules. Xiaoyi's words fell lightly, but they set off a huge wave in the living room. Su Qingshue's mouth, which was slightly open due to shock, finally slowly closed. The look she gave Qin Yueron was full of anticipation. Can she do it? If we say that Qin Yueron before was just a weak housekeeper who needed protection. So now, she is a walking human arsenal that can produce infinite magical equipment. Cough. Su Qingxue cleared her throat, concealed her loss of composure, and returned to her cool and steady appearance. But her eyes, which unconsciously glanced at the tactical vest and dagger on the coffee table, revealed her inner unrest. Su Jingyan, who was standing next to her, was completely caught up in the scholar's frenzy. She pushed her glasses up on her nose, and her eyes behind the lenses flashed with research and deconstruction. Miss Qin, when you assign rules, do you follow some kind of energy conversion law? Is there a formula that can quantify the mental energy you consume and the intensity and duration assigned to the item? Is this process idealistic or materialistic? A series of highly professional questions left Qin Yueron, who had just recovered from her wakefulness, stunned. I don't know. Qin Yueron shook her head somewhat embarrassedly. I just thought about the rule, and then it became true. This kind of answer made Su Jingyan feel like she had punched cotton, and she felt uncomfortable. This is unscientific. This is simply theology. All right. Xiaohe interrupted Su Jingyan's academic discussion. He walked to Qin Yueron and naturally put his hands on her shoulders, kneading them gently. Don't be nervous, take your time. The man's palm was warm and strong, and the reassuring warmth came through the thin fabric. Qin Yueron's tense body relaxed instantly, and a touching blush appeared on her cheeks. She raised her head and looked at Xiaohe, her eyes full of dependence and conviction. Start with the simplest one first. Xiaohe's gaze swept over Su Qingxue. Qingxue, you go first. What do you need? Su Qingxue, whose name was called, stood up straight immediately. She pondered for a moment, and instead of asking for some devastating offensive equipment, she asked a very practical question. Sister Yueron, what are the limitations of your ability? For example, how powerful can the item be? How long can it last? How much does it cost you to make it once? This series of questions showed that she had completely entered the role of combat captain. Calm and pragmatic. Encouraged by Xiaohe, Qin Yueron calmed down and began to explain. My current ability level is level 1, so the rules I can set are also very basic. It's probably the level of the first level. For example, the pens never run out of ink is the simplest first order rule, and it consumes very little of my energy. But if the rules were more complex, like making a piece of clothing fireproof, the cost would be much greater. Also, this fire prevention rule is not absolute. It might only be able to withstand ordinary flames. If it's your lightning, or a stronger flame, it might be ineffective immediately. She paused and added. Furthermore, the stronger the rule, the shorter its duration. In other words, it's a one-time thing. For example, I can set a rule for a bulletproof vest to resist one sniper shot. But once it blocks an attack, this rule disappears and the bulletproof vest returns to its normal state. This explanation made everyone understand. Perhaps the effect displayed by Magical Prop Master now is a bit weak, which does not match the image of the powerful attribute ability of rules. The main reason is that the ability Magical Prop Master is not a frontal combat type ability, but is more inclined towards logistical support. But Xiaohe believed that this was simply because Qin Yueron was not fully familiar with the supernatural power of Magical Prop Master. As long as Qin Yueron becomes familiar with this ability, he feels that it can play a very terrifying role. This ability is not an invincible wish-granting machine, but a strictly limited ability similar to enchantment. Level, consumption, rule strength, and duration are closely linked. Even so, it is still incredible enough. I see. Su Qingxue nodded. She walked to the coffee table and picked up a brand new tactical vest that Xiaohe had collected earlier. Then let's make a disposable defensive item and test its effectiveness. She handed the tactical vest to Qin Yueron. The rule is offset. Offset? Qin Yueron was a little puzzled. Su Qingxue explained, it's not about resisting it head-on, it's about letting the attack slide away. I need it to deflect a lethal physical attack, like a bullet or a spike. A hint of approval appeared in Xiaohe's eyes. Good idea. Head-on resistance will always result in an impact, but deflection is a more sophisticated form of defense. I'll try. Shin Yuerong took the tactical vest and took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, held her vest with both hands, and her whole body became calm. The air in the living room seemed to be stagnant. An invisible, indescribable force emanated from her. Everyone held their breath. Shin Yuerong's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. A very faint, almost imperceptible gray light flashed across the tactical vest in her hand. Call! Shin Yuerong suddenly opened her eyes, let out a long breath, her body swayed, and she almost fell down. Xiao He was quick to act and supported her. Are you okay? It's okay, it's just that my mental energy is a bit depleted. Shin Yuerong leaned in Xiao He's arms and shook her head weakly, but her eyes were sparkling with excitement. I feel successful. She handed the vest to Xiao He. Xiao He took it and weighed it. It was no different from an ordinary vest. He hung the vest on the far wall. Then, he took out a pistol from the storage space, which he had obtained while looting supplies, and loaded it skillfully. Stand away. Everyone immediately retreated to a safe distance. Xiao He was the only one left in the living room, standing opposite the vest. He raised his gun and aimed at the center of the vest. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Especially Su Qingxue, she stared at the vest closely, which was related to her future survival. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The bullet, with a flash of fire, spun and shot towards the tactical vest. Just before the bullet was about to touch the surface of the vest, a strange scene happened. The high-speed bullet seemed to hit an invisible, smooth slope without any warning. Its trajectory was abruptly twisted to the side at an arc angle. Laugh! The bullet grazed the edge of the vest and hit the wall next to it, leaving a deep bullet hole. And the tactical vest was intact. Not even a shake. Only a streak of gray light, lighter than before, flashed across the surface of the vest and then disappeared completely. There was deathly silence in the living room. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. Fuck! Su Qingxue was the first to react and cursed. She rushed forward, took the vest off the wall, and looked at it over and over again. There is not even a white spot on it. Really, offset. This is simply a life-saving artifact. In the Doomsday, the value of such a piece of equipment that can withstand a fatal sneak attack is simply immeasurable. Incredible. This completely violates Newton's laws and the law of conservation of momentum. Su Jingyan murmured to herself. She felt like her worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Mom is awesome. Qini ran through herself into Qin Yuerong's arms, her little face full of admiration. Qin Yuerong held her daughter, looked at everyone's shocked expressions, and secretly glanced at Xiao He. There wasn't much surprise on Xiao He's face, only a kind of satisfied calmness that everything was under control. He walked up to her, raised his hand, and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with his fingertips. This intimate action made Qin Yuerong's heart beat rapidly. Xiao He's recognition made her feel more satisfied than any praise. Well done. Xiao He looked at her. Take a good rest and recover your mental strength. Next, it's my turn. When everyone heard this, they were all cheered up. Su Qingxue's equipment is already so amazing. Then what kind of rules would Xiao He, the core of the team and the strongest, need? Is it a stronger attack? Or stronger defense? Su Qingxue also looked at him curiously. What do you want? I want you to get an offset vest as well? No. Xiao He shook his head. He didn't need this one-time defense. His fighting style does not allow him to pin his hopes on a piece of equipment. What he wanted was something more fundamental and strategic. He walked to the corner of the living room and took something out from a bookshelf. It was a huge rolled-up piece of paper. He slowly unfolded the paper on the large coffee table. It is a detailed city map of Guanlan City. On it, streets, buildings, and areas are densely marked. Everyone was stunned. Map? He wants to give a map and add rules? What's the use of this? Is it never fade? Or waterproof and moisture-proof? Isn't this too a waste of talent? Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Xiao He pointed his finger at the center of the map. He turned his head and looked at Qin Yuerong, who was still recovering. His eyes were deep and his tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable power. Yuerong, wait until you recover. I need you to add a rule to this map. Qin Yuerong raised her head and listened attentively. Xiaohi's gaze swept across every familiar or unfamiliar corner on the map, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc that showed he was in control of everything. I hope its rules are real-time display of the location of all living things within a 3-kilometer radius. Is Chapter 58 difficult? Try changing your mindset and you'll find it's actually quite simple. Real-time display of the location of all living things within 3 kilometers. Xiaohi's voice was as calm as if he was saying, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" But every word of this sentence was like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of everyone in the living room. The air solidified. The expression of "how is this possible" on Su Qingshue's face froze. Su Jingyan's glasses, which she had just straightened, almost slipped down again. Even Qin Iran, who had just been immersed in the admiration of "Mom is so awesome," noticed that the atmosphere was wrong and shut up obediently. Silence. Deathly silence. It took more than 10 seconds for Su Qingxue to find her voice again. Her tone had changed, and she sounded as if she was looking at a madman with disbelief. "Xiaohi, you're not kidding, are you? Real-time display of all life forms within 3 kilometers? Do you understand what this means?" She pointed at the huge map, feeling a little emotional. "This is simply not something that a first-level ability can do. This is 10,000 times more complicated than my offset vest. This is simply a satellite map used by gods. Sister Yuerong has just awakened. You asked her to build this. Isn't this embarrassing for her?" Su Qingxue was really anxious. It's not that she didn't believe Xiaohi, but this request was too outrageous and too beyond the scope. It's like you just taught someone how to use an abacus to do addition and subtraction, and then asked them to use the abacus to crack the bank's password system. This is not a one-dimensional thing at all. Su Jingyan next to her also pushed her glasses and made additional analysis in her unique, calm, almost rigid tone. From the perspective of information theory, a circular area with a radius of 3 kilometers has an area of more than 28 square kilometers. To scan and process the information of all living things in this area in real time and accurately project it onto a 2-dimensional map, the amount of data involved is astronomical. She looked at Qin Yuerong's pale face and came to a conclusion. Judging from the mental energy consumption Miss Qin is currently experiencing, let alone completing this rule, I'm afraid that just imagining the complexity of this rule will cause her mental breakdown in an instant. These words made Qin Yuerong's body tremble uncontrollably. She looked at Xiaohi, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. "Xiaohi, I can't do it." She was about to cry. The little bit of confidence that I had just built up was instantly shattered by this impossible task. She didn't want to disappoint him. But she really couldn't do it. She could feel that the rule was like an insurmountable mountain made up of countless complex formulas and logic. She couldn't even see the foot of the mountain, let alone climb it. The atmosphere in the living room was extremely depressing. Everyone looked at Xiaohi, waiting for his reaction. However, there was no disappointment or surprise on Xiaohi's face. He just smiled. That smile was full of calmness that seemed to show one's understanding of everything. Who said it has to be done in one go? Everyone was stunned. Xiaohi walked to the coffee table and tapped lightly with his fingers on the huge city map. "We can't build a complete palace, but we can build a thatched hut first, right?" He looked at the confused eyes of the crowd and patiently persuaded them. A rule that displays the real-time location of all life forms within a 3-kilometer radius is indeed too complex, far beyond the scope of the first order. But what if we take it apart? What if we break it down into 100, or even 1,000, simple first-order rules, and then, like building blocks, add them to the map one by one? This idea, like a bolt of lightning, split the fog in everyone's minds. Open? Building blocks? Su Qingshue's eyes suddenly lit up. Su Jingyan's breathing also became rapid, and her eyes behind the lenses flashed with madness. Qin Yuerong raised her head and stared at Xiaohi blankly. The flame of hope was rekindled in her helpless eyes. Yes. Just like writing a program. A complex function is composed of countless lines of simple codes. You mean? Su Qingshue's voice was a little dry. Xiaohi's finger slid across the map. For example, the first rule can be very simple. He looked at Qin Yuerong, his voice carrying a kind of guiding magic. "Yuerong, can you add a rule to this map, mark all active light sources within 3 kilometers? This rule is simple and clear. Not much more complicated than, never stop ink." Qin Yuerong almost subconsciously thought about it in her mind. Can. It's totally possible. I can. She answered excitedly. Very good. Xiao He nodded. Then the second rule, mark all moving objects within 3 kilometers, is that okay? Qin Yuerong felt it again. A little difficult, but it's possible. Can. The curve of Xiao He's mouth became bigger and bigger. What about the third rule, mark all heat sources with a temperature above 35 degrees Celsius within a 3-kilometer radius? What about the fourth rule, give different marks different colors? What about the fifth rule, the map can be enlarged and reduced according to my thoughts? Xiao He proposed simple yet tricky rules one after another. Each of these rules, taken individually, is within the tolerance of Qin Yuerong's first-level ability. But when all these rules are superimposed on a map, a simple prototype of a god-level prop that already has basic detection functions has already appeared in everyone's mind. I see. Su Qingxue slapped her thigh and her face turned red with excitement. Fuck. Xiao He, you're such a genius. Light source plus moving object plus biological heat source. If we combine these 3 rules, wouldn't we be able to roughly tell where the zombies are and where the survivors are? This is simply a poor man's version of radar. No, this is scarier than radar. Su Jingyan, standing aside, had already fallen into the frenzy of a scholar. More than that. We can continue to add new rules to optimize its algorithm. For example, by adding the rule ignore stationary light sources, you can exclude streetlights and building lights. Add the rule, filter out objects that match human movement patterns, and you can distinguish stray cats and dogs from zombies. Oh my god, this isn't just prop making, this is clearly low-level logic programming. We are giving this world our own mod. As soon as the word mod came out, Su Qingxue and Xiao He understood. This metaphor is so apt. Qin Yuerong looked at the people in front of her who were caught up in a crazy discussion because of her ability, especially the man who planned all this. The fear and anxiety in her heart had long since disappeared. Instead, there is unparalleled admiration and passionate love. This man not only gave her power, but also gave her the instructions on how to use the power. His thinking always sees farther and thinks deeper than others. Mom, can I have one too? Qin Iran, who had been very quiet all the time, timidly raised her little hand. Of course, what rules are you still thinking of? Qin Yuerong encouraged her daughter gently. The little girl looked at the map, thought about it seriously, and then said in a clear voice. I want a rule to mark where there are delicious snacks. The innocent words of the child instantly eased the tense and frenzied atmosphere in the living room. Su Qingxue chuckled and reached out to pinch Qin Iran's little face. You little greedy cat. This is a good rule, this must be added first. Xiao He also laughed. He walked to Qin Yuerong and looked at her face, which was flushed with excitement. Then, our respected, magical prop master, he said in a teasing tone. Are you ready to start writing the first line of code for our world? Qin Yuerong's eyes were a little moist. She nodded heavily, her voice firmer than ever before. Yes, my master. She picked up the map and poured all of her newly recovered mental strength into it without hesitation. Her voice echoed in the living room with a sacred declaration. In my name, I grant this diagram the first rule. Mark all light sources within 3 kilometers. Buzz. There was a slight, strange vibration that only the few people present could feel. Suddenly, hundreds of faint but clear white dots lit up on the ordinary city map. Several of the light spots are located at the Guanlan Villa district on the map. That was the light that was on in their living room. Success! Everyone held their breath and watched this miraculous scene. A great plan that could change the entire Doomsday situation took its first step in this small living room. Xiao He looked at the illuminated map with eyes as deep as the night sky. This is just the beginning. With this plug-in map that can be upgraded infinitely, the entire Guanlan city will no longer have any secrets for him. Where are the supplies, where are the survivors, where are the powerful mutants, where are the potential dangers? Everything will be under his control. What he wanted was never to live in peace in a corner. What he wants is to be the only one who makes the rules in this wasteland. And today, the first line of his rules has been quietly written. Chapter 59 requires an item that carries more rules. The white spots of light on the map are like stars burning in the dark night. Although faint, it accurately marked all independent light sources within 3 kilometers. The lights in the living room, the emergency lights still working on the streets in the distance, and even the candlelight from some survivors' gathering places. All of this was clearly presented to everyone. It really worked. Su Qingshui excitedly leaned forward to the map, and her fingers almost touched the light spots. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sister Yuerong, next one. Next rule. Mark all moving objects within 3 kilometers. She couldn't wait to see the zombies and survivors live broadcast on this map as light spots of different colors. It feels like playing a tower defense game from a goddess perspective. Okay. I'll try. A blush appeared on Qin Yuerong's pale face because of excitement. The feeling of being needed and expected by everyone filled her with strength. She held her daughter in her arms, and after receiving an encouraging kiss from the little girl, she once again placed her hand on the magical map. She closed her eyes, and her mental power surged out like a tide, and she began to construct a new rule in her mind, which was several times more complicated than the marking light source. The living room fell silent again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yuerong and the map. However, something strange happened. Just when Qin Yuerong's mental power was about to successfully construct the prototype of the rules and imprint it on the map. Sizzle. A slight sound, like paper being burned, suddenly rang out. I saw a wisp of green smoke rising out of thin air from the edge of the map spread out on the coffee table. The white spots of light that had just lit up on the map surface began to flicker wildly, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and could go out at any time. Puff! Qin Yuerong suddenly opened her eyes, unable to catch her breath, her body shook violently, and her face became paler than before. She withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted and looked at the map in horror. No. Xiao He. I can't do it. There was a cry and a strong sense of frustration in her voice. This map, it's resisting me. It's breaking. When everyone looked closely, they found that the paper of the map had become a little burnt and brittle, as if it would turn to ashes if touched. Is this a carrier overload? Su Jingyan, who had been observing silently, suddenly spoke. She pushed up her glasses and examined the map with an almost anatomical calmness. Any information carrier requires a sufficiently stable medium. The material structure of an ordinary piece of paper cannot withstand the force of more than 2 rules that can distort reality. She looked at Qin Yuerong and explained in a calm tone. Miss Qin, the problem is not your ability, but that this container is too small and too fragile. If you fill a glass with water, you can't expect it to hold a bottle of Coke. It's that simple. Su Jingyan's calm physics analysis instantly cooled down the fanatical atmosphere. The excitement on Su Qingshue's face also froze. Yes. They only thought about adding buffs to the items, but forgot that the items themselves must also be strong enough. How could ordinary paper possibly support the birth of a god-level radar? What should we do then? Su Qingxue frowned and looked at Xiao He. We can't ask Sister Yuerong to make a disposable prop every time, right? That would be too wasteful. There was a brief silence in the living room. This is a new and very difficult problem. They need a special item that can carry more and stronger rules. But where can I find something like this? Xiao He didn't say anything. He walked to the coffee table and gently brushed his fingers over the map that had become scorched and fragile, feeling the mysterious power of rules remaining on it. But my mind was thinking rapidly. Special materials. Before the end of the world, is there anything that is strong enough, stable enough, or even mysterious enough? A new alloy in a high-tech lab? In the museum, what are those ancient artifacts that have been passed down for thousands of years? Or, a bold idea gradually took shape in his mind. He raised his head and glanced at everyone. You stay in the villa. I'm going out for a while. He made a decision. I'll go with you. Su Qingxue almost blurted out, and she subconsciously wanted to follow Xiao He. The world outside is not your living room, it is full of deadly dangers. No. Xiao He's answer was simple and direct. You stay. Su Qingxue was stunned and her beautiful eyebrows frowned. Why? More people means more strength. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. Precisely because it is dangerous, the home needs someone to protect it. Xiao He's gaze fell calmly on Su Qingshue's face. Yurong is now exhausted and has almost no fighting power. She still needs protection. Besides me, you are the strongest fighter in the villa. I'm most relieved if you stay. These words were reasonable and even spoke with an unquestionable trust. For a moment, Su Qingxue couldn't find any reason to refute. But she always felt that things were not that simple. Subconsciously, she followed Xiaoyi's peripheral vision and glanced to the other corner of the living room. There, Su Jingyan was standing quietly, pushing her glasses. Her eyes behind the lenses were calm and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Su Qingshue's heart skipped a beat. She understood instantly. Yes. Qin Yueron is now a woman recognized by Xiao He and is absolutely one of his own. And she, Su Qingxue, is Xiaoyi's partner and comrade in arms. Qin Yuran is Qin Yueron's daughter and the future hope of this team. But, what about Su Jingyan? She has never told everyone her true identity, so whether she is an enemy or a friend remains a question. This means that Su Qingxue needs to be cautious about such people. Xiao He can trust Qin Yueron and Su Qingxue. But he couldn't completely trust Su Jingyan, whose background was unknown. Let Su Qingxue stay, ostensibly to protect, but in reality to monitor and check. It's the end of the world, so we have to be more careful. Now Su Qingxue's physical enhancement level is the 3rd level. Although her supernatural power level is the 1st level, thunder itself is a very powerful offensive supernatural power. Even if Xiaoyi was not around, she was fully capable of handling most problems. After figuring it all out, Su Qingxue felt mixed emotions. There was admiration for Xiaoyi's watertight caution, but also a slight chill. This man will never trust his back to someone he is unsure of. Even if there is only a slight potential risk. Good. Su Qingxue stopped arguing and agreed straightforwardly. She walked up to Xiao He and naturally helped him straighten his collar. The action was as intimate as a wife seeing her husband off. Leave the family to me. She raised her head, looked into Xiaoyi's eyes, lowered her voice, and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear. If you dare come back with missing limbs, I'll replace all your storage space with durian. Xiaoyi looked at her cute look of pretending to be fierce, and couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but go forward and kiss her face. Nu. These two simple words are full of tacit understanding and peace of mind. Xiaoyi turned around and glanced at Qin Yueron, who was leaning on the sofa, holding her daughter and looking at him with a worried look on her face. Have a good rest and wait for me to come back. Qin Yueron nodded vigorously, her eyes a little red. Finally, Xiaoyi's gaze fell on Su Jingyan. He didn't say any threats or warnings, but just looked at her calmly. Then, he turned around and walked out of the villa with big strides. The roar of the off-road vehicle engine came from near and far. The atmosphere in the living room was a little subtle. Su Qingxue put away her previous warmth and resumed her image as the cool and capable combat captain. She walked to the window and watched the SUV disappear at the end of the villa area, her eyes becoming sharp. Su Jingyan pushed her glasses, walked to Su Qingxue, and looked out in the direction she was looking. She suddenly spoke, her tone filled with scholarly curiosity. Aren't you curious about where he's going and what he's looking for? Su Qingxue didn't even turn her head and spat out 2 words coldly. Not curious. Why? Su Qingxue turned her head, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a cold arc with absolute confidence. Because whatever he wants to find, he will find it. All I need to do is make sure this home is safe and sound before he comes back. And make sure everyone in the family behaves themselves. She said the last sentence softly. But the biting chill caused the temperature of the entire living room to drop by several degrees. Su Jingyan was silent. She looked out the window at the gray city shrouded in ruins and death. A complex and inexplicable emotion flashed across her eyes behind the lenses, which no one noticed. At this time, Xiaoyi drove into the ruined city alone with a clear goal. The place he was going to was Guanlan City. Geological Museum. Chapter 60, Developing New Skills? Can memories also be stored? The off-road vehicle roared like a beast on the empty and silent streets. Xiaoyi held the steering wheel with one hand, staring coldly at the collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles in front of him. The world outside the car window was a gray and doomsday scene. In just 1 month since the apocalypse, the entire world has changed beyond recognition. After thousands of years of development of human civilization, it instantly returned to its most primitive starting point. Electronic communications and the internet seemed to be affected by a strange magnetic field and lost their function. Every person, every city, and every place is isolated by endless zombies and becomes a helpless island. Moreover, the evolution of zombies is so fast that it is jaw-dropping. When rescuing Su Jingyan before, Xiaoyi discovered that even the second-level zombies were becoming more frequent. His heart at this moment was calmer than ever before. Therefore, he kept Su Qingxue as a check and balance and also as a form of trust. He believed that Su Qingshue's ability was enough to deal with any emergency that might occur in the villa. As for Su Jingyan, that woman hid herself too deeply, and until now, she has not revealed her health bar favorability. Then, the Doomsday Bliss system would not be able to provide relevant information to Xiaohe, and would not be able to know her background and purpose. Well, before that, Xiaohe would never include her in his inner circle. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is never the snarling zombies, but the human heart. Then, Xiaohe's attention shifted to the Doomsday Enjoyment System panel. Current remaining development points, 1 point. These are the points I earned after completely conquering Qin Yueron last night. Sometimes, Xiaohe couldn't help but want to complain. The system required him to collect beauties with a score of 90 or above, and the favorability must reach 100% in order to obtain 1 development point. The requirements are not only harsh, but the rewards are also very stingy. It would be better to go out and find the attribute crystal cores to recycle yourself. Until now, Xiaohe still hadn't figured out why this enjoyment system allowed him to enjoy it. Was there some mechanism that he didn't understand? Complaints aside, the existence of the system still plays a big role for Xiaohe. Otherwise, relying solely on the awakened storage space ability, it would be impossible for him to develop skills like Space Blade and Space Forbidden. Without the ability to fight, he didn't know how to survive in the apocalypse. Put aside unnecessary distractions and move your mind. System, use development points, develop new skills. Instructions received. New skill development direction is being generated. The options have been generated, please select. 3 virtual light screens emitting different auras unfolded in his sea of consciousness. Each option represents an incredible ability. 1. Spatial perception. Ability description. With itself as the center, it senses spatial fluctuations within a specified range. Any object or life that enters the sensing range will be revealed. Perception range, 100 m radius. 2. Memory storage. Ability description, can completely back up one's own memories in the form of a data stream to a storage space. Absolute fidelity, never wear out. 3. Dimensional shield. Ability description, consume a portion of the storage space to create an absolute defensive dimensional shield in front of the body 2m×2m. The shield lasts for a certain period of time and requires mental energy. Xiaohe's breathing stopped for a moment. Each of the 3 options is a magical skill. Dimensional shield, simple and crude, with outstanding effects. A shield that can withstand all physical attacks. This is simply an official plugin, a life-saving skill. In the apocalypse, this means he can take a shower under the hail of bullets and charge through the tide of zombies. Any physical sneak attacks and traps will be completely ineffective against him. The temptation is huge. However, the effect is somewhat overlapping with Space Forbidden. Spatial Forbidden, the advantage is all around defense. The disadvantage is that you will be trapped in place and unable to move flexibly. Dimensional Shield, the advantage is that it can be moved freely and is very flexible. The disadvantage is that it only defends in one direction and is easily attacked by Lao Lu from a blind spot. Xiaohe did not make a choice immediately. The second one, memory storage, seems a bit weird. Backup memory? What's the point of this? To prevent myself from getting Alzheimer's? But when Xiaohe thought about it, he tasted a hint of something unusual. What if he could read other people's memories and then back up that key information into his own storage space? For example, a scientist's life's research, the location of a warlord's secret arsenal. The potential of this ability is also unfathomable. This skill surprised Xiaohe a little. I originally thought that storage space could only store inanimate objects. I didn't expect that even something as abstract as memory could be stored. This really subverted Xiaohe's understanding of the ability of storage space. However, I can't use the skill, store memory, for the time being, so I probably won't choose it. But Xiaohe's gaze finally fell on the first option. Spatial perception. Perceiving spatial fluctuations. A god's perspective. Among these 3 options, Xiaohe believes that it is the most core and powerful ability. I have drawn it before, but Xiaohe chose Space Blade and Space Forbidden first, which I feel quite regretful about. Now that he meets her again, Xiaohe will naturally not let her go. Dimensional Shield is a passive defense, a turtle shell that you can only use when someone hits you. Memory storage is information assisted and requires specific conditions to function. And spatial perception plus spatial forbidden. It allows you to spot abnormalities before others discover you. Whether attacking or defending, you will always be invincible. What should I choose? Do I still need to hesitate? I choose spatial perception. Xiao He made the decision without any hesitation. Select Confirm. Development Point 1. Skill, Spatial Perception, has been loaded. Buzz. At the moment when the system prompt sound fell, Xiao He felt as if his brain was being gently moved by an invisible big hand. The whole world, in his perception, suddenly became different. It is no longer a simple three-dimensional space composed of matter. It's like a sophisticated and huge network filled with countless lines and nodes. The air, the walls, the ground, everything emits a stable and peaceful space frequency. And in his perception, his own storage space was like a small sun floating beside him, emitting unique fluctuations, and was extremely clear. It's a whole new sense. Just like a person born blind, who suddenly opens his eyes one day. The dimension of the entire world has become different. Xiao He slammed on the brakes, and the SUV made a harsh friction sound and stopped in front of an abandoned shopping mall. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on this new perception. With oneself as the center, invisible perception, like ripples on the water, spreads out in circles. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. In his vision, the whole world becomes a model made up of countless lines. However, in this stable spatial network, there are occasionally some inharmonious noise. What is that? Xiao He focused his perception on one of the noise points closest to him. The noise originated from under the counter of a jewelry store on the second floor of the mall. There was a faint spatial fluctuation that was almost about to dissipate. Xiao He pushed open the car door, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the dark mall like a ghost. He walked precisely to the jewelry store on the second floor and kicked open the rotten wooden counter. In the mezzanine of the counter, he found the source of the noise. That's a ring. A very ordinary man's silver ring, with dark red blood stains that had long since dried on it. There's nothing special about the ring itself. But with Xiao He's spatial perception, he could clearly see that inside the ring, there was an independent space about the size of a palm. A damaged, lowest-level space ring that is about to run out of energy. After the end of the world, even some common weapons have undergone some miraculous changes, which is incredible. The corners of Xiao He's mouth lifted up uncontrollably. Get rich. This ability is simply a treasure hunting radar in the Doomsday. With it, those buried, forgotten space props hidden in every corner will no longer be a secret to him. Ding! An object containing spatial force has been detected. By absorbing the spatial force within, the storage space capacity can be increased. Absorb? Storage space, can the capacity be increased in this way? Without thinking too much, Xiao He directly chose Absorb. After a while, Xiao He discovered that the volume of the storage space had increased slightly, about a few cubic centimeters, which was basically negligible. This also gave Xiao He a direction. He returned to the car and threw away the useless ring that had lost its spatial power. Then, he closed his eyes again and opened the range of spatial perception to the maximum. This time, his target was no longer these low-end gadgets. What he was looking for was the direction of Guanlan City Geological Museum. He wanted to see whether his bold guess was correct.